Chapter 1. I woke up in a rather odd place. Seconds ago I had been trying to shake up my night's blanket to break away from the searing summer heat. But suddenly the cool air was replaced by a warm sensation covering my body, not close to the heat of the summer night but rather it was like a perfectly kept room. Warm enough not to be cold, but cool not to be called hot. Then there was a loud ringing noise blasted into me ears. Enough that I was forced to rapidly blink my eyes open with the sort of half-awareness that meant my surroundings weren't taken in as much as my clothes were. It was an alarmingly odd suit I was wearing too. A beige jumpsuit. It felt sealed as if it was a wetsuit but lacked the wetness that one would have. Then there was a helmet around my head. This wasn't something I could see the color of but I hoped it matched. Like the rest of the suit, this thing appeared airtight, but given that I could feel new air being recycled at the same time this wasn't much of a worry for me. The next thing that I noticed was that there were two flight sticks gripped between my hands. An hat switch on each too, an almost analog feeling version of the device that I had only ever used a digital 8-way version of. The final set of things that I noticed, as my eyes cleared from the bright light, was how I was stuck in a cockpit. Buttons, levels, pedals, and a panoramic monitor were all in my face. It looked vaguely like the Gundam arcade game in Japan, but larger, more detailed, and with such high-resolution screens that I was almost tricked into thinking that I was looking out a window. I came to a stunning conclusion: I was in the cockpit of a mobile suit. "This is a dream," was the only thing that came out of my lips. "Ensign Colasauer," a voice jumped into my ear, a low commanding tone that I'd only heard from a few people in my life. "Ensign, are you okay?" Yeah, I commented, taking the controls in hand and as if I had ingrained the practice into my muscle memory, I brought the mobile suit to a stand. Only realizing at the end that it had been laying on its back, on the bottom of a spaceship, which was in space, so while I didn't feel odd, I think I was technically upside down. Deciding not to feign any sort of knowledge, I went on, "Where am I?" There was a beat of silence from whoever was on the other end of the comms channel before a new voice spoke up. "Are you joking around with us, Ensign?" There was enough anger there that I felt like if I answered wrong it could mean trouble. "Because if you're fucking with me, kid, I'll destroy your career. You'll be lucky to be licking shit off toilets, never mind sitting in a GM. No, sir." I suddenly got the feeling that things would go better if I showed the man some basic respect. He sounded like he was some superior of mine in the military. I didn't need memories of how I got here if someone was yelling at me about being an ensign and destroying my career. "I've no idea how I got here or what I'm doing here, sir." The line was silent for a few seconds before what I could only describe as the most exasperated sigh I have ever heard was made. "You only bumped your head, Ensign." The man I could only assume was either the captain or a commander said this as if I'd been making some sort of different trouble the entire time I'd been working in his command. "First you got yourself trapped by getting your sleeve caught by your locker door. Then you managed to trip out of your GM during training, and now you've got amnesia. With those list of screw-ups, I must have been a rather wimpy guy." "Sorry, sir." "It's fine," he replied, in a manner that implied to me that I better not argue. "We don't have time to get you checked up by the ship's medic. Do you recall how to pilot the GM or did you lose technical as well as personal memories?" I shifted the controls slightly, bringing the beam sprang gun up to line into the nothingness of space below the ship, but really above my unit. "I seem to recall how to use the controls, sir," I replied honestly. "Just to make sure on general details though, I'm on a Salamis-class ship, given that I'm underneath it due to it lacking a proper mobile suit hangar. And for the final piece that I know we're probably going to fight Zan forces, which will probably consist of a lot of Zaku IIS. You know, if this turns out to be part of a prank, you will be punished." "Of course, sir," was the only thing that I could bring myself to say. I adjusted the straps on my body, ensuring that I wasn't going to start bouncing around the cockpit in the middle of combat. "Waiting orders, sir. Launch with the rest, form up behind them. Take out any mobile suit you see with a mono eye. This is a tough battlefield, one of the Zan's strongholds, but luckily we've reinforcements for the fleet that broke through to Solomon." Solomon. This wasn't the worst place to find myself in, at least not in the wider Gundam multiverse. I could have been in a GM about to fight Devil Gundam, or been in a Zaku I about trying to fight Wing Zero. Being in a GM for the Battle of Solomon and as reinforcements rather than the main fleet, this was a place I could reasonably survive. And it was also close enough to the end of the war that I could reasonably survive the whole thing. Then retire from service after this, then find some quiet place for myself to spend the rest of my days trying to stay out of the rest of this universe's conflicts. Maybe stay away from Ireland though. I did not look forward to that colony drop plan during one of the Zeta Gundam animes. I took in my surroundings, taking in the other 4 Salamis-class ships beside mine, with the trio of GMS on the underside of their ships. I could even spot a ship with a pair of GMS standing on the deck of one with a hyper bazooka between them. I took special note that I was piloting a regular GM, an RM-79 GM to be exact. A mobile suit designed as a cheaper version of the legendary RX-78 Gundam. Nowhere near as tough, not as fast, normally not carrying the same powerful generator, nor the amazing learning computer that helps to improve the pilot's response time with every engagement. It didn't even carry the powerful beam rifle, instead, it was typically outfitted with a weaker beam spray gun. At most a hyper bazooka copy that was of the same quality that the Gundam could carry. It wasn't the worst machine in the One-Year War, in fact, if it had deployed in the opening months the Zan forces would have lost with both superior numbers and units. But this was the ending months of the war, not the start of it. The GMS were at worst, less to the units Zan were starting to field by a decent enough margin, at best they're relatively superior with rookie pilots. Making the GM a dangerous mobile suit to find oneself in. If one was also a rookie. Pilots. Our comms operator growled into my ear. He was an older gentleman, his eyesight seemed so bad that he needed glasses to see, his hair so grey that it was almost sheet white, unlike before when I was merely hearing the comms, this time I was getting a video feed too. All pilots launch now. Incoming mobile suit. He's already taken out 3 ships and their suits. I couldn't even believe my ears. They had sent a single mobile suit to hold back our reinforcements. Even a Gulgug, the best performance unit that's fielded in this time period in any substantial numbers, at least to my memory, against 20 GMS and 5 Salamis class ships would be a slaughter. So when I blasted off to fight with my fellow GM pilots to met this singles and mobile suit, I was surprised when out of the gate, it steamrolled through 5 GMS with tricky maneuvering that allowed him to take out 2 with a single beam from a specialized beam bazooka while also taking out nearby ones with the resulting explosion. I recognized the model of mobile suit right away. It was a RIC DOM, model number MS-09R. A space version of a ground-type mobile suit that's developed to replace their older Zakutu ground type, the MS-09B DOM. It outperformed the Zakutu that was still the current mainstay of theirs, especially in space, but not so much that it should have been able to take out 5 GMS in 10 seconds, though it was probably helped with that with a big-ass beam bazooka it carried. This told me they were an ace pilot, as they were both flying a limited-produced unit and had special equipment. Spread out. I ordered over the comms. It didn't matter to me at the time that it was an open COMM. He can't pull shit like that if we keep our distance from each other. There wasn't any pushback to my shouting out orders. If they were all professionals, it made sense to me that they wouldn't talk shit when given good advice. That or they were so busy shitting themselves after seeing what the RIC DOM had done seconds earlier that they couldn't bring themselves to be pissed with me. We spread out with enough distance between us to fit whole warships. And then we attempted to shoot down the RIC DOM with enough shots from our beam spray guns to make up for lacking a bazooka. But even with so many shots coming from so many directions, the RIC DOM effortlessly danced around it, firing off a beam that didn't just kill a GM. It blasted through it even though it held up its shield. This also allowed me to notice a weakness in the bazooka as it didn't fire for 20 seconds after that round. This, of course, killed another man. But it told me that there was a rather large delay in the firing rate of the weapon. We've got 20 seconds. I yelled over the comms, not really caring the shouting wasn't needed when my voice was being carried by electronic devices. Charge. Knowing that my shield was useless against the bazooka, and the first to have charged at the Zan mobile suit, I threw the item at them. Instantly I fired the beam spray gun right afterward. It was almost successful, but the RIC DOM was fast enough that it managed to dodge backward from the beam after having kicked the shield away. It was only that I had been counting the time since the last shot that allowed me to clear the distance between myself and where the beam bazooka fired, while at the same time I blasted back, not having the same weakness as the RIC DOM. The two of us danced around, mostly it was me missing, while there were times even when the enemy missed that he managed to take out a GM flying behind me whenever they tried to intercede. Eventually, they seemed to stick away from me and the RIC DOM. Perhaps they'd been given orders over a channel that I hadn't. But I knew that the energy powering my gun wouldn't last forever, and not knowing how long his bazooka would last, I made sure to draw closer and closer with each traded volley of blasts, using each 20 seconds to decrease the distance between us. Before finally, I drew on my GM single beam saber with its free hand and then charged in for a stab. As if annoyed by my challenge, the RIC DOM placed the beam bazooka behind its back and drew its heat saber. A physical weapon rather than the energy-based beam saber that the GM carried, it cut through heat rather than the heat that a beam saber used. They were different weapons. One was a metal heated rod and the other a beam. And so the RIC DOM narrowed the distance between the two of us so fast that I barely managed to get my beam saber to block it. Fortunately, I still had my beam spray gun in the GM's other hand, pointed right at his cockpit. Unfortunately, the RIC DOM pilot proved to be better prepared once more, somehow trusting themselves to the side and cutting the gun in half with his heat saber. There was a small explosion, not big enough to kill me but more than enough to destroy the hand holding the gun. Shit. I couldn't help but yell, boosting the GM downward in time for the heat saber to miss cutting me in half. Acting fast, I sprayed him with fire from my Vulcan guns. Something that, while useless against trying to kill the other pilot, did manage to hit both the chest sensors and head sensors of his mobile suit. Impressive, it seems that you're not so lacking in skill as the other Earth dogs I've dealt with, a new voice sprung up over the open comms channel. It had a strange timbre to it, one that I swore that I could recall from somewhere else. But your hesitation marks you as an inferior Earthnoid. With those words, he suddenly boasted at me, but this time I was ready and slashed. Our sabers met, the force of his thrusters sent the two of us hurtling towards the Salamis-class ship I had come from earlier. It was at this moment that I remembered exactly what an ace held the line at Solomon in a Rick DOM. For the glory of Zeon. Naval Gatto, the nightmare of Solomon, yelled out over the comms as we continued backward. The meek thrusters of the GM weren't enough to overpower the Rick DOM, but I had something he didn't. Vulcans. So close were we that my rounds shattered the mono eye of the Rick DOM even while Gatto was forced to stop his attempt to squeeze my GM's head with his unit's free hand. If it wasn't for the fact that cameras existed elsewhere on his unit, I would have blinded. For the glory. I questioned him, kicking the Zen ace away just so I could drive right back at him with another stab pointed at his cockpit. Gatto was far too experienced for me to continue this for a long time. My only hope was to get him mad, hope it leads to Gatto making a mistake rather than just killing me. What's Zen glory? Civilian attacks, terror campaigns, dropping colonies. Long speeches about hatred? Sorry, I don't find much glory in that. It was now him on the back foot, his Rick DOM forced to parry the beam saber while we were sent back from the ships behind me. I knew his plan was to destroy the ships with the beam bazooka still on his unit's back. You're nothing but a Federation dog. Gatto turned, playing into my expectations of the man. From what I recalled from the OVA Stardust, he wasn't capable of not running his mouth about how glorious and noble Zen and its goals were. You lick the boots of men that oppress all space noids. Zen's glory is space noid independence. Oh, don't talk to me about space noids. Oh, how I wished to recall specific ways to counter his points. But instead, I deflected them with my own, when Zen crimes include the gassing of the side too. There was never even a punishment for that shit. Maybe you shouldn't be telling me this war is for all space noids when you kill more than the Federation ever have. The Rick DOM attempted to counterattack, swinging the heat saber in a vertical slash. But rather than meet him, this time I let him pass me, boosting past him before turning around in order to fire my Vulcans at the beam bazooka on his unit's back. But once more Gatto showcased his superior experience, predicting my tactic. He didn't even turn to face me, instead simply pushing his mobile suit to the left of my rounds, and blasting off towards the rest of my battle group. You've underestimated me, Federation dog. With those words, Gatto blasted off from me far faster than my GM could follow. All bark and no bite. But that was when my eye caught sight of a floating beam spray gun passing me. It looked chipped, damaged. I wondered if it was capable of even firing a single shot, but there was no time for even checking that out. My beam saber went back into the holder, my GM grabbed the gun and I was off after Gatto. System readings told me what it thought the beam spray gun could currently do. But I was more interested in catching up with Gatto to give much focus to reading the data. Thankfully for the forces here, the dreaded nightmare of Solomon had received enough damage from me to his systems that he wasn't taking out GMS and Salamis class left and right. Merely disabling the ships and killing the GMS in a few moves that made me sweat in the face of. I never imagined a Rick DOM could move like that, it was less a mech space and more like a man underwater with some kind of booster. It was then that I could tell, it wasn't that his unit was faster than ours. It was merely that he was capable of pushing himself, of predicating us. There wasn't a part of him that was dedicated to this fight, but many of the GM pilots weren't willing to die. It was hesitation, we were green and he wasn't. This wasn't a difference in machines, this was a difference in men. With a possibly gammy beam spray gun, I didn't fire off a single beam from it but rather I threw it between Gatto and his latest target, the bridge of a Salamis-class ship. Rather than the explosion the man expected from his beam bazooka, the beam detonated prematurely as it contracted beam spray gun. The Rick DOM was knocked away from the Salamis-class ship, saving the bridge from death by beam. Quickly, my beam saber was out again, descending for Gatto's cockpit. It was over in a flash, I didn't even register what had happened till Gatto opened up the comms channel with me once more. You've got talent, and so I'll let you live for now. His smug tone made me want to scream, but I barely held it in. I wouldn't give this shit the pleasure. Even if I was stuck without any arms, without any real weapons, with a heat saber ready to stab into my cockpit. But let this loss tell you, and fill you all with despair. It doesn't matter how many Federation cannon fodder is thrown our way, Zen will prevail. But this wasn't the complete loss that you'd think it was. I hadn't noticed at the time, but he must have lost an arm and the beam bazooka when I did my trick. His suit was melted in patches on his torso. The broken mono eye was just an added piece to showcase just how much damage I'd done. This was mostly cosmetic damage, only his lack of 2 arms gave away a sign that I had been close to beating him. Next time, it'll be the last time you'll see me, I warned him, for some reason. Perhaps it was the memory of how he helps drop a colony on Earth in the future. Maybe it's how he manages to kill a third of a full fleet. This was someone I should kill at any point. Careful, careful, Gatto replied, unconcerned about the gathering of Federation mobile suits that were behind him. Given that they weren't doing anything, I imagine that they were scared into inaction somehow. Wouldn't want me to change my mind. It would send a different message. With that, I was left with a broken GM. Next to a battered Salamis class, and what was left of my battle group. But history changed that day. Rather than the wholesale slaughter he would have inflicted, the nightmare of Solomon, a respectful fight with the one Federation rookie that stood up to him. A fight that would go on and be romanticized later on in my life. Much to my chagrin. Author's note, this is a story I've been working for a bit of time now, and it seems to be something that I have motivation for writing, something that seems to be there for other works but I can't seem to get anything done on them. I've a few posts already done for this, but I'll be pacing them out. As I need to spouse them up and rejig some of the details so that they're congruent with future posts. The name is a good example here. Originally it was XXXXX as I couldn't decide what it was. I have the rest of the OYW planned out, with Up to Stardust sort of formalized in my mind. And I have been updating at a reasonable enough pace. So this should get to interesting parts fast. This is actually 2 posts together but it makes no sense to keep them apart. This is also going to be unbeta-d. Mostly to see how well I do. Any mistakes I make are welcome to be pointed out. Chapter 2.1. I adjusted the collar to my beige uniform, finding it too tight and wanting to pull the zip down. But given I was about to meet with my newest superior, I thought this would be premature. It turns out that while I stopped the Gatto from taking down many of the Salamis class ships in my battle group, the man had still managed to kill the command crew of my own ship, along with the other GM pilots. The lone survivor, that was what I was. With the remaining forces from my group were being redistributed across the fleet. I was placed on board a Trafalgar-class ship. The Vanquishment to be exact. It was the frame of the more impressive Magellan-class ships used currently for our top brass and key battles. Well, impressive in terms of firepower at least, the Trafalgar seemed to be the same ship, but with an open flight deck attached to both sides. Replacing much of the firepower of a Magellan with greater carrier capability. Which typically meant 12 old public-class fighters, which were really more shuttles with large missiles than a real fighter. This ship carried 4 GMS instead, having been modified just before the GMS had rolled out of the production line to be able to carry them. It wasn't unarmed though, with twin megaparticle guns, 8 twin machine guns, 2 6-tube missile launcher, and 4 large missile launch tubes. It didn't lack the capability to knock down the majority of ships if given the time. It was no white base, but it wasn't the worst ship to be working from. My being transferred to this ship was due to how remarkable it had been for me to have held out against Gatto. There was also some talk about my replacement GM being spurred in lieu of other pilots' units, something that sounded odd when there were enough spare GM parts between my wrecked battle group for 4 fully kitted out GMS. So there was something fishy about that. But it wasn't why I was dressed properly without so much as loosely my collar and waiting nervously by an office door. I was here to meet my new commanding officer. Such a well-known man to me that I was in a bit of a daze walking through his ship. Captain Efar Synapse. It didn't surprise me that he was a captain already. Merely it surprised me that Synapse wouldn't advance through the ranks by the time of 0083, maybe he was a Kirk or a Picard. Didn't want to leave the captain's chair? Maybe he was unpopular with command? It was hard for me to say. Eventually, I was let into his office. My first thoughts on Synapse were that he wasn't the grey-haired captain I expected, but instead, he was in the earliest stages of going grey. In a sprinkled sort of way that spread across the fringes of his hair unevenly. But besides that, he wore the uniform with the type of professionalism that I expected, without a single wrinkle. Cap and all. Ah, Ensign, he responded to my entering the room with the same warmth one would expect from an experienced father figure. Please sit down, I'd like to discuss your placement on the ship. I understand that after the battle at Solomon, this was too sudden to get into with you. So I thought we'd talk it out. Thank you, sir, I could only reply, sitting down. Now, first thing, the captain glanced over to a screen next to his desk. It seems that you've developed some sort of personal amnesia at some point during the battle. Is that true? With my old ship wrecked, and the command crew that had told this to dead by Gatto's hand. I had been left to re-explain my not knowing who I was, how I got there, and other general information. There had been some concern that I had been an imposter given I'd forgotten my service number and other security details. But thankfully, they had dental and DNA records on me that proved that I wasn't a spy. Just forgetful. Sadly, sir. About the only thing I know is how to pilot. I see, Synapse rubbed his chin. That's unfortunate. Maybe looking over your own file will help to jumpstart your memories. He said this like it was a question. I couldn't help but hope that it would give me some idea about what to do with my new life. I was just dropped into a war I didn't want to fight. But complaining won't get me discharged, apparently getting sudden amnesia didn't even get you discharged. In the meantime, I'm bringing you on board to supplement the existing mobile suits on board. We're short of the full 6 that we're supposed to be able to carry. You'll be working under the Lieutenant Junior Grade Light Wing, with 2 others as a 4-man squad. Hopefully, your amnesia won't affect you too badly, but don't be afraid to lean on your squad. You're part of a team. Yes, sir. I replied without thinking much about it. It was one thing to hold up against Gatto, it was another to lead men into battle. Working under someone would be a good chance to shore up my weak tactics and experience by watching and learning from those around me. Your GM will be arriving soon with the rest of our supplies. When it does, you'll be performing some exercises with the rest of your squad. Get them up to speed on what real combat is like. Sir, you aren't telling me that only I and the lieutenant have experience in the field. I couldn't help but ask the question. Had the war gotten so bad that we're fielding children? Oh, right. This was Gundam. Of course, it did. It was then the captain did something worse than confirm my suspicions. He grimaced ever so slightly and magnified them. No, I let out a breath, calming down. Then it all came crashing down as he told me the bad news. Only you have been in live combat before. Oh. I couldn't help but wonder how one even became a junior grade lieutenant without seeing a bit of combat. But I didn't want to voice this in front of the captain. Not when I was just meeting the man. It might have been considered rude in this future military culture. Well. I'll do my best, sir. Good, you can start now, the captain ordered me, his hand sliding a folder over to me as I stood up. You can take turns swapping GMS with the other pilots while you take them to task until your unit arrives. We need to get ready to back up White Base in the thick of things. Ah. I see. I didn't stay in the uniform for long after meeting with Captain Synapse. I wasn't all that comfortable with being in space in a mere cloth outfit at this point, it was still too new to me. So I got into my flight suits and walked into the hangar to introspect the mobile suits we had. I'd only seen their GM profiles on my way in after all, so I didn't look to see if they had anything special. The layout of the Trafalgar class meant that the hangar was split into 2 connected sections that lead to 2 open launcher decks, making it impossible to see the entire hangar from a single point of the room. The first of the mobile suits I spotted surprised me. It wasn't anything amazing, merely an RGM-80 GM cannon. Taking the technology and weapons created for the RX-77 gun cannon and combining it with the frame of the RX-78 Gundam-derived GM. Originally, the plan was for the machine to share the dual shoulder cannons of the gun cannon, but balancing and recoil issues during testing deduced that to a mere single cannon. Of course, a mere single 240mm cannon was still a weapon that few would want to hit their battleship. Not a ship killer, but it would break through the majority of armor with a few exceptions. Otherwise, the GM cannon was the same as a normal GM, minus a few extra thrusters to help deal with the recoil of the cannon in space. She's a beaut, right? Another Federation pilot came walking up to me, his flight suit in the process of still being zipped up, standing just a few inches shorter than myself with bright short, nearly shaven, blonde hair. Even looked to be the same age as myself, between 17 and 18. I'm sorry to hear that the intended pilot of this thing died at Solomon, but happy to get her myself, beats the standard GM in my opinion, he grinned, his teeth almost as bright as his hair. Ensign Dulguller. He held his hand out to shake, it only took me a moment to do so. It wasn't something that I typically even liked doing. Who knew after all what that other person had done with those hands over time? The things they've touched? Has he washed recently? These were usually concerns for me, but we were both wearing gloves while in flight suits, and he seemed clean enough. So I wasn't too concerned with his cleanliness. Making my internal rant worthless. Ensign Patrick Colasauer, I gave out my name and rank, the first time that I'd even come to say my name since getting stuck in this body. A body that was almost an exact replica of my old one, minus a few key scars from my childhood. That was a scary thought, one I would ignore for the future. Didn't need to think about how I got here when I'd rather focus on what I can do. I've heard of you, Dull spoke in an excited whisper one would expect when they met a sports star. Yeah, you're the immortal of Solomon. Faced that nightmare's an ace who took down 20 GMS and 4 cruisers. No matter what he did, he couldn't put you down. I even heard that your GM was scuttled since it was so damaged, but it still didn't stop you from saving a Salamis and removing his optics and right arm. Dull did a little excited sidestep thing and mimed a throw. I guessed that he was imitating my throwing the beam spray gun at Gatto. The young man appeared impressed just by my being here, mind you. Which was my accomplishment in the first place, I suppose. Being alive. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. He peered closer to me, inspecting me with more fervor than before. If you don't mind me asking, but I thought you'd be older. I'm sure I'll be getting that a lot, I scratched the back of my head, keeping the helmet of my flight suit by my side. Inwardly, I was cringing at the epitaph, the immortal of Solomon. There was nothing immortal-like with barely surviving by the grace of man's arrogance. Where's the rest of the squad here? I should introduce myself. LT Lightwing is over at the other side of the hangar, where we can't see, tweaking their GM. Our fellow ensign, Ed Bandager, is getting familiar with his own GM. We've been trained on GMS, me and Bandager were trained on Earth, not space. So we're familiarizing ourselves with the controls for the added thrusters. Great, I wasn't just dealing with green pilots, but also pilots that have never even practiced in the environment. Thankfully, I was too smart to voice this out loud. Instead, I glanced towards the GM cannon, and back to its pilot. I'm surprised the LT didn't grab this baby for himself. I easily returned to the topic of the mobile before us. My limited memory of these units implied that they were typically given to aces. These were better units than a standard GM, certainly literally more powerful weapon access without taking up a hand with a bazooka. I would have if given the choice. Lightwing tells me that he feels the extra thrusters don't make up for the greater weight. LT prefers being nimble than being able to blow a hole into a Muse AI, my fellow ensign explained, rubbing his own chin. Quickly Dull had some sort of realization as he glanced at the helmet under my arm. I heard that your mobile suit hadn't arrived yet. What's up with the flight suit? Well, the captain wanted me to take you guys out for some exercises, I started to explain, waving Dull to follow over to the other part of the hangar as I did so. Might as well get the LT's attention, see if the captain told him as well about this exercise. So like you've said, the thing is that my replacement mobile suit hasn't arrived yet. So he wants me to take turns swapping GMS with you guys. You wouldn't mind me taking yours for a spin for the first exercise? Dull glanced over to his unit, then to me. There was some concern I could feel coming from him, some small worry over his units. I'll be sure to swap over to someone else's mobile suit as soon as possible, I tried to assuage the man. It was possible he was worried that I would take the GM cannon from him, or maybe he thought I'd feck up the settings for the controls. I promise I won't even fiddle with the settings, whatever you've done will be fine with me. He rolled his eyes and crossed his arms, still walking alongside me as the corner of my eyes caught the sight of the two standard GMS being worked on. Currently, they appeared to be loading ammo into the machine's Vulcans and manually checking over the E-cap, a type of battery, for the beam spray gun. Basically doing their jobs, I suppose. Nothing much I can do about it. Dull continued our conversation. The captain ordered what the captain ordered. But don't blame me when I end up back in the cockpit and prove that the Immortal of Solomon title is wrong. I stopped walking, glancing at him in a manner that caused my back to be turned to the GMS behind us. I was more than a little distracted, so I didn't pay attention to the person walking up next to me. Did you just say that you'll kill me? I really hope he was just an idiot, but the kind that is good at piloting mobile suits. No, Ensign Guller's first language isn't English, a new voice explained, the person that I had noticed walking behind me but had paid no heed. So he's confused immortal's meaning with invincible. So he was trying to see that he'll prove you aren't invincible. Sir. Dull saluted to the man, not 2 years our senior. They were a rather short young man, but I knew for the rank badge thing on his flight suit that this was the lieutenant junior grade I was told of. He was barely 5'5", but he was built like a tank in spite of his small height relative to my nearly 6 feet. Looked like he could pick me up and break me in half. Lieutenant junior grade, Bill Lightwing, it is a pleasure to meet the immortal himself. Sir. Ensign Patrick Colasauer, reporting for duty, sir. I didn't want to come off arrogant, just because I'd seen combat and my direct superior hadn't. It had only been a single time so far after all, just because the threat I faced was hopefully greater than anyone Lighting would reasonably be expected to face. Fighting Gatto alone doesn't equal months of hopeless fighting against the Zen space forces. He just equals the same amount of damage that months of fighting would do to a task force. Now, the captain has told me all about the planned exercises. Lightwing started up after tellings to be at ease. So I've ordered the suits loaded up with blanks on all the ballistic weapons, and the software will let us use the standard beam spray gun in simulated mode. The only thing we can't do is simulated beam saber combat. You could almost tell that this wasn't someone that had been in the military long yet. He was professional enough, but he lacked that hard edge you'd expect from an experienced field commander, even one that merely went through training and lacked, well, field experience. It would be good for my morale off the field, as I've always had problems dealing with hard asses, but it remained to be seen how he'd react on the field. Guess I'll just have to attempt to apply as much pressure as possible to find out. Okay, how about we start now, sir? Chapter 2.2. I didn't keep my word to Ensign Guller. I fiddled with the controls of his GM cannon. The reason why I changed them was that by the time that I had gotten the machine lined up with the mobile suit launcher, I could tell that my fellow ensign had set his controls to be so stiff that it was like moving through wet cement in order for the GM get there. The sensitivity Dull had put it to would give a great deal of exact control over the unit. But it made it too slow for any real combat. Definitely, someone that was more used to the pace of combat training over even live exercises. So I made some minor adjustments to that and the unit was good to go for me. I did make sure to note the prior settings down in my memory, as I'd need to show the man why it was such a bad idea to make the unit too slow to respond properly. We were still stationed at Solomon. In fact, I only had half a day to get these 3 ready, and that meant that while there was plenty of space where we could have the exercise to take place in order to keep ourselves from intruding any of the current operations the other Federation forces were undergoing to solidify our holding of Solomon. So we moved only a little outside of the effective fire range of the vanquishment, which was almost out of range of the 5 or 6 Salamis class vessels that were patrolling the perimeter of the base. But close enough that if we ran into trouble they could come to our rescue. Well, as effective of a rescue that Salamis ships could mount at least. Okay, I cracked my fingers with our comms on a secure line, making sure that we weren't openly broadcasting to everyone and interfering with operations. The private line meant that only we in the mobile suits, our operator on the bridge of the vanquishment, and Dull waiting nearby in a shuttle could hear us speak. So this will be a bit like the blind leading the blind. About the only thing we've got time for is a bit of light training, then we'll discuss how our strengths need to work in order to form battle tactics. I'm not sure why we can't just engage standard procedure. Lightwing responded. Not in a negative way, but in a manner that told he didn't understand why. This is all pointless to me. We've all been through the academy. I mean, I haven't been through the academy, and you were rushed. But I'll not mention either of those things. Because we're a small unit and we're going to be working with another small unit, I said instead. The standard procedures is mostly designed around support from a full battle group. We're going to need to be able to adapt and hold out against larger numbers than normal. Which was a sort of truth, which meant it was as much a lie as it was true. Because while there probably were standard procedures that deal with the sort of thing that I described, I not only didn't know them, but I also didn't think they'd be enough if we were going to be working with White Base. Not against the new type machines that we'd be soon facing. Not against the Red Comet himself, Char Aznable. The battle group I woke you in had probably been using standard procedures, and look where most of them were. They were dead. And this once more showed me just how green the LT was. Lightwing didn't even bring up the counter to my point, or any counter. Just numbly took the order. Okay, first thing we'll do is for you two to try and take me. Before I had finished the sentence, Bandager, the other ensign, had taken out the beam spray gun and fired off a FA shot. I didn't even bother to dodge, I could tell from the positioning of the gun that it would miss. On. So we start now then. I didn't think the LT had it in him, but the man was the first to rush me. Not even bothering with trying to shoot at me, instead, he drew the beam saber. It wasn't on, because that would be dangerous, but with Dull watching, we could at least guess about whenever contact was made. He felt slow to me, not in terms of speed. Lightwing was as fast in a GM as I expected someone in a GM to be if they were trained right. But it was how long it took him to set in the weapon for attack. Like watching someone ride with training wheels. Slow movements that were unsure of their positioning. Sadly for him, that meant melee was a poor option when it comes to someone like me. Even with a blank, firing off the cannon causes enough recoil to flip me if the thrusters weren't used to offset it. This is of course why I didn't use them, managing to flip backward while dodging the FA slash and then kicking the saber out of the GM's hand to add a little flair to the entire maneuver. My shield was up to block the tackle that Bandager attempted. A feeble attempt to get me if there ever was one, because while the ramming did jostle me into a small tumble, I was able to recover using the thrusters that were supposed to help deal with the recoil of my cannon within a second while he took 4 to get back in control. In that time, Lightwing had recovered their beam saber but replaced it for the beam spray gun. His shot would have hit me had I stayed in one place or had gone for Bandager. Instead, the FA shot disabled the other ensign's GM. Friendly fire. Something that needed to be kept in mind when you are going to be fighting in a mass of hundreds or even thousands. Want to shoot down the enemy and not your allies slash. Next, my beam spray gun FA took out Lightwing, the LT's back left wide open. So, that was quick. Dull couldn't help but comment over the open line. So do you guys want to try again or can I have a shot at him? I sighed, wishing that I could scratch my face or at least the back of my head. I didn't realize that it would be so easy to fight 2-on-1 against GMS. I appeared to have underestimated myself, that Orgatos ruined my joy in fighting against average pilots. Either way this would probably get boring. Damn it, Lightwing growled as I could hear him slam his fist on what I hopefully believed to be the arms of his chair rather than the controls of his GM. There was a certain amount of harsh breathing that continued to worry me for a bit before it tapered off. What use would tactics be in the face of such fast reactions? Well, you probably wouldn't have shot Ensign Bandager, sir, I responded without much thought for sounding cheeky, something that apparently got a chuckle off the man. But it didn't feel genuine to me. And you'd be surprised at what tactics can do. For instance, Bandager could have flanked me when you rushed me. It wouldn't have been possible for me to have dodged like that and disarm you if he fired at me. I would have had to choose. But you're saying that you still wouldn't have been hit. Bandager spoke up for what felt like the first time since I'd met the man. I hadn't even seen what the man had looked like other than he had a face, given he was wearing the full pilot suit by the time I spotted him prior to this exercise. Someone's got a high opinion of themselves for a person that's biggest claim to fame was not dying. Okay, how about I hop into Bandager's suit, while the ensign trades places with our friend in the shuttle. While saying this, quickly I started to return the unit's settings back to Dul's preferences. It was easier to remember all the details that I would have expected before ending up here. Let Ensign Dull show me what he can do with the GM cannon. Give you guys some time to come up with a plan of attack too. Maybe pilot's training improved my recall? That would be nice. Oh, we're not going to let the new guy show us up again, Lightwing responded to me. Go take Bandager's GM. We'll see how you do in a standard unit, maybe when you're not tricked out I'll be able to get a beat on you. Sensing some hostile emotions from that one. Better try and sound less full of myself from now on, but no matter what I'm not going to let them hit me once in this whole mock battle exercise. They need to know what kind shit we're going to up against. This was nothing compared to what Gatto and Char would do to them. Chapter 3.1. And that leaves Ensign Dullguller to go over. I had only just finished going over a review of both LT Junior Grade Lightwing's and Ensign Bandager's performance. They had fought against me a total of 8 times, with each one ending up the same. I was untouchable. Though, it did leave the LT getting more and more frustrated while Dull and Bandager seemed equal parts annoyed but impressed with me as time went on. While that was all true, they did at least get better with every bout. By the end, I needed to try in order to keep myself from being hit, rather than merely styling around their attempts as if I was a ballerina. They weren't hopeless, it was just I wasn't sure if that was going to be enough. I hadn't proved much more effective against Gatto than they had to me. So someone like Char would probably eat the 4 of us for lunch in his Gulgug, or God forbid, a Zong. And you left the best for last. The captain replied with a hopeful smile. Ensign Guller must have impressed you. He's adequate, I replied. But I wouldn't expect anything less if he gets to pilot a GM cannon. Truthfully, Dull was better than I expected, at least once he reconfigured the controls to be usable in a combat situation. The GM cannon was harder to get a beat on than the normal units and he picked up the trick I used in it against the other two, using the recoil of the cannon to shift momentum quickly. After a bit of a slow start, the man managed to react in time so I didn't completely blitz him, which is better than others managed within the exercises. But I wouldn't like his chances in a sustained 1v1 situation. Thankfully, he'll be working in a squad then, the captain offered up. I don't want any one of you pilots going all lone wolf. You've done the best you could, Synapse replied quickly. Now I want to bring up something with you. It's a rather sensitive subject but we don't have much time for me to talk around the issue. Sir. This was a rather confusing shift in subject. We hadn't delved too deep into Dull's performance. Just the basics. I thought we were. I'm sure that your report contains any further details I'll need to know about our pilots, Ensign. He cut me off, his tone low but not hard. But what I want to know now, is your personal opinion of the lieutenant, not of his piloting skills but rather his general personality and state of mind. Oh, that was a tough one. I'd not like to judge a man too early, for good or for bad, but Lightwing portrayed himself as one man on the combat field and another off the field. He's fairly frustrated at his skills, he would sigh explosively whenever an exercise would end. Perhaps feeling annoyed that an ensign appears to command more. I couldn't help but trailed off as the word escaped me. Authority than he does, my superior finished for me, his frown growing with each passing second. Yes, it would chafe for any man. Synapse sighed, leaning back into his chair, all for all giving the appearance of someone that was under even more stress than I would be soon. Which was fair, I was just a pilot. Sure, which meant that I was responsible for keeping the ship safe more than the engineers were during combat situations, but the captain was responsible for more than the safety of the ship. Synapse was also responsible for our general well-being. And more importantly, he shared responsibility for any screw ups we made as well. So it would be good to be on top of personality clashes. I'm not meant to tell you this, but Lightwing isn't his real name. Should have guessed that, but this is Gundam. Not the series known for the most realistic English names. Forgive me for believing that in a universe with someone named Bright, that someone could be named Lightwing. I'm talking to someone named Synapse for God's sake. This universe has wacky English names. He's in actuality the child of 2 rather high-ranking officials, Synapse continued. It's why he's a lieutenant without having seen combat. Of course, he's decent for a newbie pilot. It's possible that Lightwing will make for a good commander, but as it stands, I would have chosen you to be in charge of mobile suits. That couldn't be right. I mean, being the better pilot is one thing. But Lightwing must have undergone tactical training at least. I shouldn't have been able to be his superior there. I've had one battle. More than he's had. I don't remember anything from the academy. And Lightwing's flunked everything but piloting. My mind quickly searched throughout its back regions for the phrasing to find some weak point of this conversation. I was not ready to lead a team, I didn't want to lead a team. I'm not even sure I was capable of leading a team. Thankfully, I realized two things from this conversation. Wait, if Lightwing's parents have kept him out of the war so far, then how come he's now on the front lines? His father, who shall go unnamed for now, died at Jabero. Synapse stood up, walking over to a bottle of liquor, a tall bottle with a series of lines written upwards. I recognize it as the same style of alcohol bottle that he needed to keep with the medical officer because he had a condition that limited the amount he could drink at once. His mother died thanks to an accident during atmospheric re-entry. The cooling system malfunctioned. The whole ship exploded. Oh shit, that was horrible, within the same year losing both his parents. I couldn't imagine, though, the guy I replaced could. His entire family used to live in the colony formerly known as Side 2 before it had been gassed and dropped bison. At least that was what I'd read in my own file. Synapse passed me a small glass, about equal liquid to his own. It wasn't enough to get a decent Irishman drunk in any reality. Still, I only took sips of it, tasting the liquor, but I had to admit that I was a poor Irishman, I couldn't tell you what the hell I was drinking. And with his parents dead, while he kept the rank. We needed more bodies for the war effort, a tasteful frown on his lips as he continued to explain. Given his high pilot scores, it was obvious to send him out here. He had high pilot scores? No wonder we need to bury the Zeeks with bodies if this was a high score, I'd hate to see our bad scores. But you were saying earlier that it isn't up to you who leads the mobile suit squad. I was confused over this when he mentioned it. I wouldn't thought that Synapse had someone ordering him to have the LT as squad leader if Lightwing's high-ranking parents were dead. Who was keeping him in command? Him having a higher rank is one thing, but I would have thought that you would have control over your ship's crew. This question caused an even greater sigh to erupt from the captain's mouth. Someone above my pay grade thought that he deserved the chance. Some friends of the family. Apparently, Lightwing convinced the man that he would be a good leader. And you can't demote him or deny the request without a good enough reason. I tapped my fingers against my knee. This was a lot to think about. So what do you want me to do? Undermine him? Not only do I feel that would be skivvy, but it's also not a good strategy if I want to go anywhere in the military. With someone still backing him, making an enemy of one makes an enemy of them too. No, nothing like that, he waved the suggestion off with an embarrassed chuckle. Support him, give him good advice. He could very well be a good leader, I hope so. But I want you to do whatever you need to do in order to make sure that he and we survive this war with as many people as possible. Before I could respond to this, the desk rang. The sound seemed to bounce around the room with an energy that was very retro sound to my 2020s ears. Which was odd, because I'm pretty sure we were past the 2050s at this stage. But that was what we got from being in a universe that was created to be the future imagined by late 70s minds. Captain here, Synapse answered the call swiftly. What do you got for me? Sir, the package has arrived, our operator, a man with the name of O'Howard, responded. Is Ensign Colasauer still with you? I'll send him right down to introspect his new machine, he turned and smiled at me with a wink in his eye. I think you'll like it. I left that room with two thoughts. The first was that I couldn't wait to see my new mobile suit, the second? I hated nepotism. Chapter 3.2. When I arrived on the deck, what I presumed to be me new GM had just landed. They were in a rush, so they simply had someone pilot the mobile suit into the hangar rather than it arriving in a box. The exact model was super interesting to me. The RGM-79 GS-GM Command Space Type. It was a more refined version of the regular GM. A similar frame to the normal model, which had used then a modified RX-78 frame that removed the core block system that let core fighters act as the combined escape craft and cockpit. Even removing the core block system, the design setup made it more expensive and less structural sound. Instead of that, the GS-GM used a frame built from the ground up without this feature in mind, making it more structurally sound and far less likely to have reliability issues down the line. Next, the unit had a new thruster layout better suited to space's dimensional freedom, placing several thrusters throughout the unit. This combined with the new style backpack that spread their thrusters in all directions let the machine move faster and much easier for it to turn on a dime in any direction while in space. It wasn't just tweaks like those, this GM even had a better reactor that could fully support even the Gundam's mighty beam rifle or any other power-hungry weapon the Federation had created for mobile suits. The final difference between this unit and the regular GM was the change from dual-eye cameras in the head unit to a mono-eye one, which was mainly a reproducibility change. Mono-eyes were faster to produce than dual-eyes, so that made sense to me. Then there were the weapons. It had a beam saber, as was standard, but it replaced the beam spray gun with a more powerful beam gun. A weapon that was between the power of the beam rifle that the Gundam used and the beam spray gun that GMs did. It was excellent for cutting through armor, rather than merely exploding against it. It could still cause explosions though, just it cut through the armor better first. And finally, it had a tougher, newly redesigned shield that didn't get in the way of the shoulder thrusters whenever it rested in what many considered the neutral position. This all leads to one of the best performance versus cost units that the Federation fielded during this war. Supposedly, one of the few that the Federation units matching the on-paper performance of the Zen's newest unit, the Gulgug. Supposedly. Beauti full, I proclaimed, walking over to it. I hadn't imagined this to be the mobile suit I'd be given. This almost made up for being forced to cover for my own superior's dumbass sledding a man that hadn't seen combat lead a squad. What is that? I didn't need to turn to know that Lightwing had entered the hangar, spotting the new unit. It wasn't angry but surprised and shocked. Like he hadn't been told that this unit was coming or something, or had been informed by a memo but ignored it. Not many people that achieved ranks by nepotism are known for their skills at paperwork. That would be the latest model GM, I informed him, trying to find the phrases that wouldn't rub in the superiority of my unit against his. Eventually, I decided to feign absence about knowing much about the unit's improvements over the standard GM. It's mostly cosmetic changes. Anything else was about simplifying the production process. The thing is simply a refill unit, as it were. A refill unit was a machine that basically was made to replace those lost by one manner or another. Typically, they were as cheap as possible, but sometimes it was merely advancements in tech that made the unit cheaper and superior to what it replaced. As the GM command did right here. Yes, Lightwing nodded, relaxing now that he understood what sort of unit was in front of him. I had been worried that he'd try and take it for himself. As my on-paper superior, he could do that easily. That would make sense. From what I could remember hearing about GM production lines. At my rather confused expression, Lightwing gave me one of the few genuine smiles that I had seen the man wear. It took a few jury-rigged modifications to the original production lines to create the standard GM. It performed worse and cost more than planned. Simplifying these for easier production only makes sense when we need more suits on the field. That made sense. The scientists and engineers that designed those production lines would have been expecting Gundams to be rolling out. If the story about there being a few dozen ground-type Gundams were true, they were cranking out Gundam parts before swapping over to GMS. And I was impressed by his behind-the-scenes knowledge of the GM line. I had known about those things as well, but that was merely something that I learned thanks to having consumed media about this universe that let me in on all the mobile suits that the Federations had created in their production, even the secret ones. Lightwing only had access to documents that he can get his hands on. Not everything the internet of another universe could get their hands on about a fictional universe like I had before coming here. You looking to get a test run of the machine then? The lieutenant asked me with a grin. I wouldn't mind going out and having another tussle against you. Oh, try and beat me while I hadn't broken in the new machine? Smart of you. It wouldn't work against me, but it was smart of him. If I was to give a gold star, I'd give him half. Can't, we're moving out to be part of Admiral Wakian's assault group. It was a pity, I did want to practice with the GSGM before we move out. But if I expected an ideal combat situation after waking up to find myself on the wrong side of Gato, then I'd be more naive than the children over on White Base. The 5-year-old children, that is, not the experienced ace pilots that happen to under the age of 18. Right, we'll be heading after the White Base over at the Texas colony. It'll be fun to be around that distraction. Lightwing snapped his fingers in frustration. But my mind was overtaken by the thought of Texas. There was something about the colony, something that I couldn't put my finger on. Well, I guess it'll be christened in a trial by fire. It was time to attempt making a friend of Lightwing. God, help me. I've been wondering, I started, letting his face turn to me before I continued on. Small talk wasn't a strength of mine, but maybe this will be easier than I'd thought. Where are you from? I can't place your accent at all. Oh, I was born and raised in London, Light proclaimed proudly, making me wonder how much the London accents had shifted over the years if I couldn't place it. My parents. His eyes lightly glossed over for a few moments, something that I noticed, but to the man's credit, he recovered fast. They own an estate out in the country. But for me, I was always someone that preferred the city life. The sounds or the people? I asked him. Because I'm always up for people. But the sounds at night of a hustling city drives me mad. Especially cars just zooming past. Really? Oh, I'm sensitive to loud noises when I'm trying to sleep. I pointed my fingers toward my temple, then shifted it towards my ears. If I hear so much as a whistle of wind, and I'm up all night. Thinking to myself. There's a hole in the colony hall. I ended the sentence with a chuckle and Lightwing followed suit, not because he thought it was funny, no, I could tell from his eyes that he didn't think I was funny. No, it was one of those contagious laughs rather than something funny. Merely laughing because I laughed. To answer the question, Lightwing said after he stopped chuckling. It's the people. You just get more variety of people in the city than the countryside. There was this content smile that spread across his lips. But you were worried about a hole in the colony hall as a child? You a space noid. As far as the record says. Why? Lightwing seemed to realize what I meant as his face frowned. It would be insensitive to ask someone with amnesia about their past, but I was fine with it. Given I was either faking, or had gone insane and was merely thinking I was dropped into this body. I suppose? Either one was as likely as the other. But was it scummy of me to use my amnesia against people? Well, I'd always wondered if there was any evidence for that whole being space gives you. Lightwing was interrupted by the loud twang of the alarms ringing out. Then we heard the call. Incoming mobile suit in the hangar section B, they said, surprising me since I was only aware of my GM was meant to arrive. I repeat, incoming mobile suit in hangar section B. We were in section B. So the two of us walked closer to my new GM, it was safer walking towards the mobile suit rather than hang out in the open. So we watched from the safety of its shadow as a new unit entered the hangar. It wasn't any taller than a standard GM, but while it shared that with the standard unit, the shape of the torso resembled the GS-GM more. A large backpack that didn't look like standard either, but instead appeared to a mix between the original Gundams and the GS-GM. Then there were the machine's thick forearms, much thicker than any other Federation unit I was sure, but with a noticeable hinge one could spot if they were looking for it. The typical V-fin of the Gundam adorned its head. The only thing that was different from what I expected of this exact machine was the change of the blue, white, with just a tiny splash of red on the cockpit door, color scheme that the Alex was typically known for was swapped out for the standard color arrangement of the RX-78-2. I couldn't help but drop my jaw in awe at the sight of this machine. This was the RX-78NT Gundam Alex. And as far as I was aware, it shouldn't have been here. And neither should the redhead that was descending down from the cockpit. Chapter 4.1. For the first time since getting onto the ship, I was sitting in the cafeteria eating lunch. It was some sort of soup thing, I'm not too sure what kind of soup, only that it was soup. It tasted like nothing but was filling enough that this factoid didn't bother me. I was suffering from unease thanks to the unexpected change to what I had thought was the future. From everything that I knew about the UC timeline of Gundam, Alex was never meant to be sent into the field proper, with the intended pilot. A Muro Ray. It was meant to be too damaged to be fielded till the end of the war. By which point, it was mothballed or something, as it was pointless to send a machine that wouldn't be used. But that was what we were about to do. As the carrier in a group with Admiral Wakian and his Magellan class, the Magellan II, we were to back up the White Base at Texas and bring this new Gundam to the pilot it was created for. And for the trip, we were keeping the test pilot on for now. It was probably so she could run some final adjustments to the machine while en route to deliver it. At least this is what I'm assuming, since the captain said that LT Mackenzie wasn't to enter combat. Especially not in the Alex, the rather important machine that mustn't be damaged. And while I knew the machine was for a Muro Ray, I only knew that because of my meta-knowledge of Gundam, rather than having been told about it by my superiors. I needed to pretend that I didn't know anything about Alex and the test pilot that had come with it. But my fellow ensigns, not having my meta-knowledge, were rather peeved at there being a pilot that wouldn't be fighting with us. We were short-staffed already. Anyway, this was a change in history that I certainly hadn't caused. It was a good change for the Federation right now, it could even be the best thing. Though it could easily lead to unfortunate side effects. But what caused this change? My thoughts were interrupted by the coming of the machine's test pilot, Christina Mackenzie. A 21-year-old redhead from Side 6, scouted as a test pilot right out of the academy. She'd be leaving soon, I was told, as she was merely a test pilot rather than a combat pilot. It seemed that a lot of people were somehow being kept out of this war. In spite of the fact that they were working for the Federation and were skilled pilots. Wonder how I could get in on that gig? Sounded like a job with less stress and less than aces attacking you randomly. I say less rather than none because prototypes being attacked or stolen by Zan or others were fairly common in the Gundam franchise. So there was nowhere really safe from conflict in this solar system. My thoughts were intruded by the young woman sitting down next to me, a bowl of the same soup in front of her. I couldn't help but notice just how nervous Mackenzie seemed to be. Like the young woman thought she was being spied on. Which wasn't untrue. The ship did have security after all, even more now that the Alex had come on board. But it wasn't focused on her in particular, but mostly the hangar and the crew on the bridge. Make sure that no one was going to steal the Gundam. Lieutenant, sir. I saluted the woman, rising to my feet. It wasn't degrading to have a superior like her without combat experience, it just wasn't her job. She was testing, not fighting mobile suits. Not like it was with Lightwing, even as sound as the man appeared to be, he was a mook. At ease, Ensign Colasauer. Saluting was always something that made me feel like a toy soldier whenever I did. So I hear you from Side 6, I started up, seeming to startle her slightly at the abruptness of my question. It was probably the intenseness of the tale. I was under the impression that they were neutral in the conflict. How'd you end up joining? Mackenzie rolled her eyes as she started to eat her soup. I took note to do the same. I didn't want this to become a tasteless cold soup, it was one thing for it to lack taste. It would be another for it to be cold. I'd just not eat it then. I joined up before Side 6 declared neutrality, there wasn't even a war when I joined. I just wanted to pilot, not fight. It wasn't till the war started that Side 6 had enough political power to declare ourselves independent, the redhead informed me in a light tone, it was almost whimsical. But it was also somewhat defensive, as if excusing why she was being asked these things. Why? When did you happen to join? I suddenly lost some of my neutrality. I felt somewhat disgusted with myself. A tragic backstory is good for a character in a story. But when you become that character, yet don't have the emotions and memories to go with it, it made you feel hollow. I was a fraud, just a fraud. Well, I was off on Luna 2 winds and happened to drop my house on Earth, I explained, my annoyance at myself rather showing through any other emotion. I had notions against, so I joined up soon after that. I wasn't even looking at her anymore. Instead, I stared at the bowl, hoping that by averting my eyes that the woman wouldn't see the lack of any sorrow in my eyes. But perhaps, they'd grasp that I was angry and misplace where that was directed to. I'm sorry, Mackenzie replied, her quite almost chagrined tone forced me to look back up from my drink. With how bloody this war has been, I probably should have known not to ask. Now, I felt bad. There was a person that, in spite of my rather blunt methods of interaction, tried to engage with me in conversation, was basically asking the same questions of me that I had her. And now, I had her feeling guilty. That was scummy. I wouldn't feel bad about it, I eventually told her, deciding that it might be better to go with the truth. I've got amnesia, drawing a surprised expression from her, I continued on. It was a head injury from the Battle of Solomon. So I only know what people tell me about myself. Oh, was Mackenzie's first response, finishing off her soup with a final spoonful heading into her mouth. Well, I'm sorry for that too. I laughed, a fake one but one meant to display a rather good-natured response to her apology. I leaned back on my chair while my eyes spotted the other ensigns of my squad heading towards me and the redhead. Unless you're the one that bonched me on the head, I don't want to hear about an apology. I especially didn't want to hear one when I was faking amnesia in order to mask what I really was. A damn iSky protagonist. And I want to file a complaint about that, there weren't nearly enough hot/sexy people around me. Sir. Both Bandager and Guller saluted Mackenzie, one hand up for the salute while the other held their own food. Which was some sort of bean dish. At ease, she responded dully while the toe sat down between us. I was almost surprised that Mackenzie didn't just get up and leave after this since she had finished her meals. Let me tell you, Dull started the conversation. Because I've got to warn you, ma'am, don't let this man, he pointed towards me, causing my eyes to roll in amusement, bring you out for mobile suit training. He's got one setting, make everyone piss themselves trying to keep up. This time I couldn't help but chuckle genuinely. The act making light of what some would consider an insult. What? Mackenzie giggled lightly, the ensign's antics seemed as funny to her as they did to me. Yet, we were out there more than an hour ago. And no matter what, he was full blast, he took up a fork and a chunk of food went into his mouth. Full throttle, he pushed the machines as hard as humanly possible, Dull to me, a wide grin on his face. I could tell that you could barely make some of those turns, sir. I made them fine, I contradicted him because he was looking at the situation wrong and I needed to explain things. You've got to be able to twist when fighting in space more than anything else. That way you angle your thrusters better that way. You never want to try and turn around like you're an atmospheric fighter. It's just too slow turning like that. So it wasn't that I barely made the turns, it's that I pulled them as tightly as I could. There was something about my decently detailed rebuttal that caused Dull to lose the smile on his face. Right, Bandager moaned while waving his hands towards me. I recall that the first time you mentioned it. I'm sad that you missed your chance at being mobile suit instructor Colasaur, but don't take it on me. I'm just a human, we're not meant to go faster than light. No promises. I laughed, a meaty throaty one that caused Dull and Mackenzie to laugh themselves. This brought back that light-hearted tone that had been lost with my overly detailed response. This time, I noticed him walk up behind me, Lightwing sat down at the end of the table, his tray already empty of food. His brow was raised but there was a small frown on his lips. I wonder if he asked after the Gundam, we were told that it wasn't any of business when it arrived. But Lightwing might have expected his single connection to carry him through? Maybe he didn't and just didn't like the unknown? It was hard to tell with people like him. Have you seen any action, ma'am? Lightwing asked, leaning forward on the table. I heard that there were some assaults against Side 6 recently. So I was wondering if you sortied during the testing over there. Mackenzie cringed slightly, her eyes darting up to the light before letting out a low hum. A little bit, she responded. We're not sure what they sent at us, but I downed an unknown blue unit personally. That blue unit was probably a goof, Lightwing offered. They're typically the go-to for blue units that's in fields. Sure, if we were on Earth, I couldn't help but intercede with. It wasn't like I wanted to embarrass him, but a weakness of mine was correcting people when they were wrong. And having seen 0080 War in the Pocket, the OVA series that this happened in, I know that this was wrong. GUF's a ground-based unit. Not likely to see it in space. The best question would be if the unit looked like Izuku's blue brother. No, it didn't look like Izuku outside of having a mono eye, the Alex test pilot replied testily. Well, anyone that's seen a GUF would tell you that they're not used in space and they're easily mistaken for Izuku too. But before this conversation could continue, and I could embarrass my superior further in front of everyone unintentionally, we were interrupted by the loud ringing that went throughout the room. The lights flashing then flashed and a voice came over the intercom. Battle stations, combat alert level 2, it informed us, causing all but the single redhead among us to jump from our seats. All pilots are to prepare themselves for combat. We're approaching the Texas colony within half an hour. It was time to face the music. The first battle since Solomon. And this time my enemy wasn't just the Nightmare of Solomon alone. It was a Zen battle group. The white base would have killed off a large portion of them, but there was no telling if they had any forces laying in wait to ambush reinforcements like us. And that was without considering the Red Comet himself being somewhere in that area. In his Gulgug. Things were about to get tough. Chapter 4.2. The controls for the GMGS weren't any different from the standard model. Now, one might think that due to the extra thrusters in places like the shoulders that I'd need more buttons or something, but the Federations had mastered something that Sega had once attempted back in the Common Era. The dreaded one-button control scheme. My odd sense of humor aside. This wasn't far off from how the system controlled with the new thrusters. The controls were merely context-sensitive, meaning that in certain cases the controls reacted one way, in others, they reacted in a different way. This did mean I needed to keep in mind these contexts as I piloted the GMGS. Otherwise, I'd end up boosting into a ship rather slowly come to a stop. But I understood why the Federation had gone for this sort of control scheme. Made it easier to produce more units if they all used the same controls as each other. Though it was hard to describe the way it worked. We'd yet to have launched, as we'd not spotted an enemy. Personally, I would have launched us as we came into visuals with the colony, but apparently it was considered a waste of time if it turned out that the white base had just wiped out all Zen forces in the area without needing our backup. At least that was LT Lightwing's choice. Apparently, the Admiral trusted the guy's opinion on mobile suit deployment. It was somewhat telling, but I couldn't be sure what it was telling. Being a mobile suit pilot, I wasn't privy to what was going on the bridge, but I could guess a few things as we grew closer to the colony. Some of this was from my knowledge of the series in general. There were Zen ships waiting and hiding out nearby to attack the white base soon. From what I could recall, they weren't even carrying any mobile suits. There was Char's Gulgug inside the colony, but that wasn't going to be a factor in the coming fight. As it would be fighting a Muro inside the colony while we're outside here. He would then escape with his young protege, Lala, in a Zanzibar-class ship. A mighty powerful vessel that could tear through a Magellan like it was made from paper. Only the white base itself stood a chance against that thing in terms of being a ship right now. After we dealt with the main forces outside the colony, Admiral Wakian would send them in after a Muro. Which would lead to his death by the Zanzibar-class ship. Not something that I'd like. Wakian seemed the sound bloke from what I remember. As long as I could convince someone important on one of our ships that the white base didn't need to go into the colony and instead my team should go, things should be alright on that front. But the situation here was different from Cannon, where there had only been a Magellan-class ship coming in to support them. Now it even had a squad of 4 mobile suit pilots ready to enter combat with their own carrier. We were all equipped to deal with ships rather than mobile suits, hyper bazookas, and a shield. I had an advantage my teammates didn't though. My shield could fit an extra beam gun on it, while they were struck with the bazooka and the single beam saber. Meaning that I could continue attacking with the gun if that ran out before I dropped back into the ship for a resupply. Lightwing was the first out of the launcher, Bandager the second, and Guller was the third. When it was finally my turn, my heart seemed to stop, my mind suddenly bringing up the very salient point that this wasn't training, this wasn't me going to be facing down a guy I couldn't possibly kill. I was in a GM command, against people I could kill. Equipped with a hyper bazooka, ready to blow up Zen ships. I would be killing hundreds of people. But I didn't let that stop me. These were people that chose their side. The space Nazi side, killing all that Zen threatened me and mine was my God-given duty as a pilot. I'd feel bad about it, might even lose sleep over it, but I would do it without even complaining. Ensign Colasauer, GM Command, launching. Briefly, as I accelerated out of the ship, I wondered why we proclaimed ourselves whenever launched from the ship. Was it a holdover of a time when people could have heard each other yell? To ensure that no one was dumbly standing in front of the aircraft as it zoomed off the deck? We flew in formation. For some reason I was in the center of a flying triangle. We hadn't practiced this, it hadn't been talked about. We merely naturally assumed this formation as we got close to the Zen ships. In front of us were 3 Musais, which always looked like a flying green hurling stick that ballooned up. To my relative right was a single larger class of Zen ship, a Chevy-class ship. A ship that didn't carry mobile suits despite the slightly larger size of the vessel. None of these vessels carried a mobile suit, at least not right now. Meaning that while typically they could have been expected to put up a fight, probably even win, against a Trafalgar and a Magellan alone. But right now, we had mobile suits and the white base, and therefore the gun cannon and core booster, somewhere nearby. It was going to be a slaughter. It was then that my mind warned me of something. It felt like someone had stabbed me in the back of the skull with a pen. I turned around, letting the momentum continue to carry my GM forward, and found a far more alarming sight. It was a Guazine-class ship, a flagship of the Principality of Zen. It had powerful weapons, consisting of 3 large 2-barrel megaparticle guns mounted in a row along the dorsal hull, 10 smaller 2-barrel megaparticle guns, 5 mounted along the port and starboard hull each, and then multiple machine gun placements for anti-deference. But its true power was carrying the largest mobile suit hangars created during this war. Being capable of carrying 20 mobile suits compared to even the white base, the ship with the largest hangar in the Federation's forces, could only at max carry a third of that. Even then, I expected no mobile suits to come out of that beast. If things had gone as they should have, White Base and Gundam should have wrecked right through the colony's mobile suit forces like wet paper till Gundam took the fight inside the colony and killed Mkuva, as an commander of some renown. And I'm pretty sure this was his ship. So he should have been inside of the colony, in pieces, and killed by the Gundam but still in there somewhere. But instead of nothing, there were over a dozen Rickdoms descending from Guazine. Each armed with the standard equipment, a machine gun, or bazooka, in their hands, and a heat rod on their backs. And loud and proud in the back of the group, the YMS-15 Jun. Personal mobile suit of Mkuva. It was a close combat-focused machine. Big powerful beam saber was the main weapon, with the shield combined with a missile launcher as the next, and only ranged weapon, item of note. It was modeled after a type of medieval knight. Its only real weakness was that it needed help from other units, like the DOM and its variants, in order to function at its best on the field. Since they would supply long-range support to the melee range support. All in all, the Jun was a powerful machine, but only up close. Split it up from its combat group, keep away from melee engagements where it could make proper use of its beam saber and shield, then it becomes easier to deal with. Before I could think to speak out about this, Lightwing spoke up, bringing his mobile suit to a stop. Right, we're going to need to leave the missiles to our ships, he said. His tone had the ring of authority to it that it usually lacked. We're going to need to deal with the mobile suits. The white base will be coming in from behind the missiles, so we've got to hold the line. Ah, a 5-to-1 advantage to them then. How great, I've always worked best when under impossible odds. Now, I just need Char to come out of the colony in the Zong, with Lala in the Elmeth and the Gundam's head held in his machine's hands to complete the set of impossible odds I'd been given. Chapter 4.3. The megaparticle cannons of all the warships lit up space, making it closer to yellow than the typical black. The Rickdoms that had been fielded by the Guazine class stood in formation, the Jun now in the dead center, above the ship, away from the firing path of the main cannons of the ship. We on the other hand spread out with Lightwing taking the lead and Guller in his GM cannon being only a few seconds ahead of me. Rather than send the entire 20 Rickdoms against us at once, instead, merely 10 were sent our way. Wasn't that great news? Their machine guns were quick to aim, and just as quick to fire off. Easily I breezed around their shots, my teammates either doing the same or putting up their shields and blocking them. Okay, I'll take on the ones on the left, I demanded over the comms. You guys handle the ones on the right. That's a nice number of Rickdoms for me to take. But I'll tell ya, keep away from the weird new one. You should only approach it as a group, we're not sure what it is capable of. Way before Lightwing could give out a counter order, I pulled back on my controls and let the roar of the thrusters drown him out. I knew that this probably wasn't the best way of doing things. But I'd rather take attention and numbers away from the others than to see them become so swarmed by numbers that death was the result. Learning something from Gatto's rampage, I blasted toward 3 of Rickdoms that attempted to isolate me from the rest of my squad. My shield tanked all their fire without much concern, besides the rattle of metal against it. Then when they formed up into a group, 1 in front and 2 behind, with their heat saber out to strike at me once I reached melee range. Rather than throw myself into a melee with multiple units at once, I shifted the suit's orientation, kept the shield pointed towards them, and used my front thrusters to launch me over the Rickdoms as my previous momentum had continued to carry me toward them. Then with one single fire of the hyper bazooka, all 3 were dead. But I barely managed to dodge the incoming fire of another Rick DOM equipped with its own bazooka, combined with a duo of machine gun wielding ones backing it up made it all a deadly force to be on the wrong side of. This time I didn't dare leave the assault to pelt against my shield, as even if I blocked the bazooka's rockets, the resulting explosion could rattle me enough to let the other 2 finish me off while I'm dazed. So I was forced to dodge the rockets, block the bullets, stay mobile, and never spend more than a single moment in a single spot. I attempted to use the CIWS against the rockets, but the target was much smaller than what they were designed to hit. This was when one of the advantages of the GM command came into play. I was faster than them by a country mile. Like Char against the Gundam, I managed to weave around all attempts to tag me. If it wasn't for the straps across my chest, I'm sure that the G-force would send me off my seat, such was the speed I was moving around them at. But unlike with Char, I didn't fire off my weapon. Why? Because it was this that left them far too distracted to notice the coming of my backup. The eruption of the GM cannon's main weapon tore right through the bazooka-wielding RigDom, leaving one of the others open for a shot of my hyper bazooka. I then tucked the thing into my shield, replacing it in my GM's hand with the new beam gun. Before I could even fire a beam out, Lightwing's arrival was signaled as the pink beam of his gun ripped apart the last RigDom that had targeted me. I pulled up alongside him as the Zen forces appeared to have reconsidered our threat level, stopping their assault for the moment. I too would reconsider things if 4 units took out half my forces. Hey, that was a neat trick that took out those 3, Lightwing's smug voice came over the comms. LT was sounding like he'd been through a relaxing shower rather than having fought through a stressful battlefield. But next time maybe don't let yourself be isolated from backup, Ensign. Rather than doing what I wanted, which was trying to explain how I was fine, actually, and could have killed those 3 in a minute but left it to them. I merely nodded, before realizing that we hadn't opened a visual channel, just audio. Yes, sir. I replied, trying to keep any negative emotions, like frustration or annoyance, from leaking and making me sound sarcastic. If his humming was any indication, this was a goal that I failed at. Oh, well. We've got the new Zeke suit incoming. Bandager couldn't help but yell over the comms. Stick together. Lightwing ordered, which if we were facing an ace with better long weapons on their mobile suit I'd say would be the wrong thing. But we were facing Mkuva in his Jun. Legendarily not the best at due to lacking any machine or beam guns. The Jun came at us with blazing speed, though not fast enough to simply blitz us, but we found our rockets and beams glancing off the missile shield without leaving more than black smudges on it. Soon it was Guller that first contended with the Jun, the Zen beam saber glancing off against the GM's shield with a rather extraordinary manner. Because as I soon learned, the Jun merely used the shield to break its momentum suddenly and jostle the GM cannon into a worse position. Thankfully, before the Jun could do much else, Bandager fired off a rocket from above it, away from where the shield had been facing Guller and his GM cannon. Rather than turn his shield to block, the Jun kicked off against the GM cannon to dodge. Then from the Jun's shield dozens upon dozens of small needle missiles against the GM cannon, who could only just raise its shield. The missiles struck the unprotected parts, the cannon was torn to bits, the right arm being ripped apart as well. I couldn't intercept this fight, as 3 more RigDoms had gotten close enough to give their superior support. I didn't bother with any fancy tricks, my beam gun speared through 2 RigDom generators, causing them to explode in a manner that caught the third between them. I was lucky that while tough machines, the RigDoms weren't tough enough to withstand such explosions so close to their machines. Or rather that was what I thought before the Jun's beam saber suddenly found itself within striking distance of my cockpit. Then I was thinking about how unlucky it was as I managed to block with my shield before the Jun could slice me in 2. By God, this machine moved fast, at least in short distances. It was hard to put away my beam gun, but not impossible, though it required sacrificing my hyper bazooka to the void of space due to the time it would need to put away. This was an easier loss, as we were expected to throw those away in the middle of combat, but the beam gun was a scarcer piece of equipment. I soon found that trying to tangle with the Jun was far more difficult than I expected. The machine might have been overall slower than the max speed my GM command could reach, but that might be nothing in such tight quarters. A little help here. I growled over the comms, finding that I was struggling quickly. The Jun's pilot, probably Mkuva, was simply so experienced with swordplay that nothing I could think of attempting managed to break through his sword defense alone. Hang on. Dull replied first, his breath labored. We're being held back by the remaining RigDoms. I could only hope that they'd hurry up as the Jun's large beam saber wasted no movements in spite of its large size. It moved like a smaller weapon but hit like a truck. I couldn't just feel my own saber start to warp from contact with his own, I could see it happen in front of me. So I attempted to rely more on my shield, which had only retained the barest of heat scorches from beam saber. But this was something that I found to be a mistake soon enough as the Jun managed to break through my guard and catch my beam saber low at the emitter while I had attempted to block with my shield. Fortunately, unlike with the beam spray gun against Gatto, the saber merely was destroyed and hadn't exploded in my GM's hand as it was sliced. Unfortunately, this still left me without an open weapon at that very moment. Thinking fast about the differences between our machines, this was when I descended to use the raw speed that my GMGS could achieve to my advantage. While I could barely accelerate faster than the Jun, that difference might make all the difference. And soon his beam saber was failing to meet with even my shield by what felt like a hair's length. I had known that my unit had the advantage in space, as the Jun's true melee power was seen when it could employ proper footwork along with the blade work, something that only the solid ground could achieve. But that had only made me dumb enough to attempt to fight Mkuva on his own terms, saber v saber. Not something that I would continue to do, I decided, returning to my beam gun. My first shot splashed against the Jun's shield, but the next was batted away by the beam saber. My CIWS went off next, this time hitting the shield purposely, trying to have the small rounds enter the missile hole. Suddenly, thanks to my position, I spotted something that if Mkuva would have if he had been dumb enough to turn around and see. The white base had arrived at the battle a few moments ago, unleashing the core booster against the missiles, and together with our other two ships made quick work of the remaining fleet outside of the Guazine class Mkuva arrived from. Fuck yet. Guller couldn't but yell out over the comms at this news. Even as he was rushing back to our ship, vanquishment. There's nothing that stops that damn ship. The core booster zoomed forward as if it was a missile, firing off beams at the Jun, who had to swerve to avoid them. Then the good news for me, the bad news for him, continued as my team, minus Dull, who'd gone back into the white base, had dealt with the remaining Rickdoms with the help of Sayla in her core booster. It moved just that fast that it could help with that and then go on to help me before my team got to the Jun and I. It was now the Jun's turn to be on the defensive. It had to block, dodge, and even parry attacks from all sides as it attempted to retreat to the safety of the Guazine class's D5 weapon range. But once more the raw speed advantage, even as minor as it was, of the GMGS allowed me to outmatch him. I could no longer draw a beam saber, so instead of targeting him I blasted the forward megaparticle cannons on the Guazine class's ship. This was truly a moment that showed the power of the beam gun over the beam spray gun. I speared through the cannons like nothing I'd seen before against a warship. It forced me to imagine what the actual beam rifle would have done. This left the Guazine with fewer weapons to find off the combined might of our ships. And then Bandager's GM started to use its hyper bazooka to pelter the Zen ship's launcher door till it was open. It was something that didn't last long as the weapon ran out of ammo and he was forced to abandon it as the Jun attempted to take his torso from his body. Lightwing was first to help the ensign, his own beam saber out to strike the Zen mobile suit. It parried with an elegant flourish as if it wasn't a giant robot in space and rather a giant expert fencer, in space. A twirl of the Jun's beam saber cut the wrist of Lightwing's GM. Of course, this wasn't as good news as one would think for Mkuva, since the Guazine exploded in a rather large explosion. This meant that there wasn't even a ship to back up the man anymore. Instead, he was left on his lonesome. This left Mkuva discarded enough so that the core booster managed to get a glancing beam through the Jun's shield arm, cutting it off by the elbow, robbing it of the shield. This was where I came in, aiming right for the cockpit with a shot from my beam gun. With capability that I hadn't expected, Jun shifted to the side just enough for the beam to only cut the outer armor. The open channels of the COMM unit suddenly buzzed as Mkuva ended up somehow cutting Lightwing's unit head off. I surrender. Mkuva yelled out. I froze in confusion as the yellow beam saber of the Jun remained hovering over the LT's cockpit. I'm sure that you'll follow the Antarctic Treaty. Mkuva's voice was smooth but smug. I couldn't help but feel especially annoyed. I would have just shot him here, but Lightwing had other ideas. If your SS surrendering you won't mind removing the beam saber, he practically ordered, only stuttering just the once. It was enough to take from his overall presence, but I thought it was more impressive than many would do. Throw it away and we'll guarantee that you'll be treated with the respect that a commander deserves. I wasn't sure how he knew that Mkuva was a commander. But it quickly became apparent to me that it was probably thanks to the Jun's presence itself. You don't typically see a leading unit like that given to non-commanders. At least not with Zen, not in the front lines. Very well, Mkuva responded, the saber being thrown, remaining lit only for a second before going dead. His suit then held up its only remaining arm in surrender. I took the time to grab the inert beam saber. It fit fine in my GM's hand, but of course, it wasn't compatible with the power systems of my machine. Which was a shame, but nothing that a few engineers couldn't fix with a few hours of work. Chapter 5.1. It was more than a little odd seeing the Jun dock into our hangar. It was odd seeing the Proud Zen suit stand next to a damaged GM on one side and the GM cannon on the other. We kept the Zen colonel away from the Alex on the other part of the hangar, no reason to expose the second Gundam unit in the area to the man. Why was he on our ship? He wasn't. We were just storing the Jun on our ship while Mkuva was sent over to the Magellan to be interrogated and kept safe by the Admiral and his men. Personally, I was glad to get rid of him. If he had been struck in this ship then I would have been tempted to interrogate him about his gimping of the Jun. From what I knew in the series, the machine's design had been nudged by him and his preferences. Moving it from a general purpose to a close combat machine, while also causing the design to lose out to the better all-rounder machine the Gulgug. If Mkuva hadn't caused the Jun to focus on swordplay and instead focused on giving it better ranged weaponry, then it could have become the mainstay of the Zen forces. And you could imagine that this wasn't the most important aspect to interrogate the Zen colonel on. In fact, it was pointless to ask the man about it. Since it would also involve revealing that I knew all about this. And how would a rando from Side 2 know about the inner workings of secrets and mobile suit projects? I'd imagine that I'd get a visit from that Miller woman from the 8th Ms team for that. So instead of that, I spent a good 10 minutes inspecting the Zen machine. The controls were different from my GM, but still retained the same basic shape. There were some new buttons, an extra pedal that was no doubt used to set off the fluid pulse accelerator. It was some kind of power control unit, storing access power from the generator and sending it to actuators in the Jun's legs. This was what made its footwork so fast on land, allowing it to simulate a human fencer so well. Other than that, it would almost be too easy to pilot it with how similar the controls were. I couldn't take it for a spin or anything, not at the moment. But at least this was a working intact unit for the eggheads to study. Earlier I had asked the chief of the flight deck what he thought of my idea for the Jun's beam saber. He'd told me it was possible, but only after they've studied the Jun's connectors more in order to build an adapter for the beam saber to work on my GMGS. In the meantime, my unit had been the first to be fixed up from the battle. It was true that both Guller and LT Lightwing had received far worse damage than my own unit. In fact, I'd only lost a single beam saber. But it was due to the little damage that my unit was the first done. It took the least work, only replacing my beam saber with another, and it was then. Not even a 5-minute job with these folks on board. It had been like watching NASCAR pit crews, fast as they could be. But still careful and exact while they handled the machine's parts, whenever swap around things, meant things. Even nailing down armor plating wasn't a practice that took too long for them. Still, that did mean that other GMS wouldn't be out for the next sortie. Except Bandagers. I wouldn't be alone even if he wasn't though. No, I would have the ships, maybe even the guys from the White Base if they weren't going into the colony after a Muro. Otherwise, I'd suggest to the captain that we and the Magellan should leave a wide opening for the Zanzibar class that Char would come barreling out of the colony on. It was a powerful ship class, one that, as I've probably mentioned to myself before, was what killed Admiral Wakian and his entire ship in the series at this time. And I wasn't sure that just one other ship was enough to stop that fate from happening again. Though, it was possible that we'd simply leverage Mkova's capture against them when it was time. Though, with Char as the leader, it was possible that he'd simply attack to kill the purple-haired Mook. The Mook himself being Mkova. My rummaging around the Jun was interrupted by a loud, somewhat shrill, voice peeking through the unit's comms. Ensign Colasauer, Lightwing started, impatience clear to read. If you are finished wasting time, I have something to discuss with you. There was a groan that I only barely suppressed. It didn't sound like it was going to be an easy conversation, and part of me wanted to find a way to put it off. Maybe I could try and be an asshole, claim that I need to completely focus on my machine now. But Lightwing had a high-ranked backer, which means I didn't want to piss him off or I'd be facing some issues trying to climb the ranks. Never mind the fact that he is my superior, and therefore could use normal means of filing bad reports about me in order to ruin my career. So I climbed out of the cockpit and down the unit with the rope thingy to the deck. Lightwing peered at me, his eyes hard as I walked toward him. It was enough to make me feel self-conscious. I didn't think I'd done anything wrong. Do you know why we have teams? He asked me, his body turning away from me to look up at the Jun. Typically it's a mix of strength in numbers and using the strengths of others to shore up your weaknesses. Lightwing did something odd next. The man attempted to slap me. I say attempted because I took a single step back and caused the palm to veer far away from the bridge of my nose. Something that caused a growl to erupt from the LT's lips. I won't stand for smart mouth, Ensign. What are you doing away from your mobile suit? Oh, I see. Since we are still in a combat area, I should be ready to sortie at any moment. That made sense. It was probably even in some manual or something I would have studied in the academy. I suppose this is the problem when you had a pilot that didn't remember, or in my case ever learn, the protocols and the procedures. I was just getting back to that, I responded, my body ready to dodge at a moment's notice if my superior attempted to bright slap a second time. The term refers to the times that bright slapped a Muro in the series. Despite the meme about it online, it wasn't an effective way to force someone to do what you wanted. Usually, that's get in the robot in this universe. No. The only effective method to get someone to do that was to use the guilt trip. Ensign, Lightwing bounced from one foot to the next. It wasn't what someone should do when they wanted to be taken as an authority figure. It just made them seem like a child that anxiously wanted to be taken seriously. I want you to explain what you were thinking out there. Ignoring my orders. I blinked. You had orders. I said without much consideration to how it sounded. I thought it was me giving out orders and killing Zeeks. I suppose it was just so cool that I couldn't help but think it was me. The standard procedure clearly dictated that we were to stay in formation till we met the enemy and watch each other's back during combat. There's a reason why we have these things. So we all don't die doing our own things. Something that your glory-seeking ass didn't seem to get, Ensign. His yelling was interesting because he was probably right. I should have listened to him on the field, the man was a lieutenant and should have a better idea of tactics than I would. Though, Lightwing was also forgetting something that he should have. I was supposedly suffering from amnesia, so I didn't actually know standard procedure. That and Lightwing was as intimidating as a small child. Oh! Let me stop you there, I interrupted him with a low whispery voice, so that others in the hangar wouldn't hear me over the sound of their work. I'm perfectly willing to do whatever you want. If you want me to clean up shit, then I'll do so. I took a step closer to him, my larger size letting me tower over him. Lightwing took a step back from me. You want me to leap from my mobile suit in the middle of battle, and try to take down Izuku with a pistol? I'll do that too. Just on one condition. Lightwing seemed to be confused for a few moments before he let out a sigh. What's the condition? You've got to give me some orders, I revealed, much to his renewed confusion. I was out there doing my own thing because I knew that I had to do things. I couldn't afford to wait. You've gotta be faster than my mind is coming up with what to do. And the second condition that I'm at. But you said a single condition. He whined in return. It was almost disappointing how he was folding down before me. I wonder if it was my size, his lack of experience, or if it was just that he thought I was too valuable to keep happy but still following orders and looking like a good soldier. I wanted that too, given that it would be good for my career. Then you better hope that I don't continue to add conditions, I rolled my eyes in response to his dramatics. Everything I wanted was simple. Anyway, the second condition is to not forget that I've got amnesia. Lightwing gained a rather guilty expression across his face. Yeah, I understand that I'm a bit of an ass, but it's mostly being ignorant. Don't let me slack or anything, but just nudge me on. There was a feeling that I had screwed up somewhere during that, but I didn't pay it too much heed. I walked briskly toward my GM after that, my eyes catching the single mechanic that was introspecting the Jun's beam saber. They were covered in muck enough that I couldn't be sure of their skin color, but they were tall enough that I was left wondering if they weren't a particular person I knew from elsewhere in the series. But this wasn't important, I did need to do as I was told. Be ready for combat at any moment. So I hopped up into my cockpit and opened the secure comms channel with the bridge, allowing me to overhear the conversation going on. I wasn't meant to be on this channel, at least that was the impression that I got from people. This is also what let me learn all about the white base being ordered in after the Gundam. But not before the Alex was transferred over. I almost wanted to go ahead and reveal how bad this idea could end up being. But I didn't want to open myself up to questions about how I knew what was going to happen. I knew from Amuro's post-war house arrest that if I tried to claim to be a new type, which was basically a psychic, it would stymie my post-war career. Federation were all for the new types working for them this second, but once this war ended, they'd fear their powers. So instead I stayed silent. It was a colder decision than I ever liked making. But it needed to be done. I'd do what I can without directly telling people what I can do. It would be easier to move around if no one knew how much I actually knew. Chapter 5.2. I couldn't bring myself to bring it up to the Admiral, not when I wasn't meant to directly talk to him about things like I was equal, or even his direct subordinate. What I did manage to do was get talking with Captain Synapse to send both me and Bandager out to act as a barrier between the ships and the colony while the White Base was searching for Amuro inside of it. Who they had lost contact with. My idea being if there are mobile suits to act as a buffer, the Magellan might survive the encounter. It helped that the Alex needed to be transferred over to the White Base before it went into the colony. So it was easy to get clearance. Though, it did get me some mouthing off from Bandager. Don't you ever rest. He groaned over the private comms lines. I've never seen someone that has no stop like you before. You pilot like you're about to explode if you go under 90 miles per hour. You take the shortest breaks I've ever seen of a man. What even made you want to go out now? We should be resting as long as possible. A rested mind is a healthy mind after all. I couldn't really argue with that sentiment, but this wasn't the time for rest. That and I wasn't sure entirely what the point of his rambling was. I'd like nothing more than to go back to the ship, take a long hot shower, and sleep away in my bunk. I moved my GM's head so it mimicked glancing over towards Bandager's unit. But we're in the middle of hostile space where it is not just that bigwig fencer we'd captured, McGroove or something, but also given the chance, maybe even the Red Comet that we have to worry about. We can't let ourselves be caught off guard. I just think we're going to run out of hyper bazooka before we get back to Solomon for a resupply, Bandager sighed while changing the subject. Somehow I could even imagine him leaning back on his pilot seat doing so, even letting his hands off the controls. He listed off into silence for a few seconds, before a sudden burst of energy brought his talkative nature back to fore. So I was wondering, what was Solomon like? It's a giant rock in space. It's like the moon but browner. I meant that battle. It was like any other battle, I said, speaking in a very discacted manner as my mind started to feel something odd going on nearby. I couldn't put my finger on it. I can't be sure of anyone else, but I was mostly staying back as a reinforcement group. So I didn't see a lot of action. I was scared, I suppose after it ended I was at least. I'm sure I understand what the feck that means, Cola Sour. You saying that you weren't scared shitless of that nightmare cutting through battleships and GMS like they were fish in a barrel. I could feel my mouth drying as things continued to be peaceful on this front. I expected that Zanzibar class to be coming out by now, a ship with Char and his Gulgug and Lala, a new type whose power only exploded after this point in time. And so my heart started to beat faster, every passing second without a sign of them only filled me with more and more anxiety. I almost felt like I was going to explode, but I remembered to keep my breathing normal, good even breaths. First, I hate that expression, I finally started to answer Bandager. What I meant is at the time of the fighting, I was too panicked to think about panicking. I just did the first things that entered my head. You mean like throwing your gun? Referring to the time that I threw my beam spray gun at Gatto and let the man hit it with his beam bazooka. I mean like throwing my shield and then taking a shot at the fucker at the same time, I replied testily. There's something about the timing here that bothered me more than the questions. I didn't want to talk while I waited for a possible battle against Char. After the whole battle was finished, I was rescued from my wreck of a mobile suit. I puked my guts out. Really? Bandager responded, the skepticism coming off in waves. You? No offense, but you're an arrogant ass. I can't imagine you puking from stress or trauma. I scoffed. First, offense taken, second, it's not arrogance if you can back it up, I had to fight the urge to raise my finger in a mocking display. Reminding myself that we didn't have a video connection, I could establish one but it was pointless to do so at the moment. And finally, I'm perfectly filled with so much anxiety that at any moment that I could mutate into a star and die. Not sure I followed that analogy, Cola Sour. It means that I could explode, I was being metaphorical. It is okay to think that made sense but meta. Thankfully for me, I was saved by the grace of the conversation continuing on by everyone, and this included our operator as well, noticing the coming of the dreaded Zanzibar-class vessel. Though my relief quickly turned back to apprehension as we learned that we were at the wrong side of the colony. Char was leaving from the other side. Bandager don't dawdle, I ended up ordering him. We attack now. My GM boosted ahead of Bandager quickly, even letting it hit my maximum acceleration before cutting the thrusters off. I didn't even bother to correct my heading, instead I angled the unit, so that I could activate the thrusters once more when I needed to change direction. There was a chance that it was a bad idea to attack the Zanzibar on my own, but given that the ships weren't much slower than me I wouldn't be alone for long even if Bandager became a coward and turned around. Which was doubtful given he was still there only a few moments behind me still. Guy would complain about not resting, but he'd do what he was told. The Zanzibar was quick to fire at us, so fast that I wondered if there was a new type at the controls. I was forced to raise my shield to block some of the blasts from it, it was only the distance that stopped me from being killed by the full force of the ship's weapon. Bandager was thankfully a little too far out for such weapons in order for him to need that yet. Target the megaparticle guns. I twisted and twirled around the rest of the shots, not even waiting for a reply from my current wingman. I fired my hyper bazooka at one of the particle guns along the ship's bow. But before it landed, the Zanzibar turned itself so the explosive hit armor plating instead. It then launched a series of missiles at me, the sheer number forcing me to start firing my CIWS in order to take them down rather than dodging. Bandager meanwhile managed to shoot off his hyper bazooka at the ship while the shutters for their missile bay was open. When the rocket met it exploded in a magnificent display, rocking the ship but this good news didn't last for long. There was another barrage of megaparticles guns going off, this time we were much closer and forcing me to outright dodge and not take any more shots off at them. It wasn't coming out all once anymore, instead, they were carefully coordinated to be used in a rhythm. As soon as one beam left my vicinity, another would take its place, forcing me into a narrow section of space where I had trouble escaping. It was only as the Magellan was getting into range of the Zanzibar, so to cut off its escape that I managed to shake this cycle of beam fire. Since the target of my worry, which was the destruction of the Magellan, had gotten into range before I did major damage on the Zan ship, I decided that I wasn't interested in waiting any longer. I did what I could only describe as a Char move, I turned off the safeties and ran my thrusters as close to the red as I could. The heat would probably be enough to strip plating from a hull, but the speed it granted me was enough to outpace the missiles that its remaining tube attempted to hit me with. I fired a single time and managed to take out a single megaparticle gun before I got so close to the vessel that I threw it away and took out my beam saber. See, I landed on the ship, and the explosions from my bazooka would damage me as much as them. There was something about physics that let me stay on the vessel once I landed, I was amazed. Amazed enough to be distracted but not enough to stop my assault, so my beam saber met hull. It was only my lack of any in-depth knowledge of the inner components of the Zanzibar that stopped me from doing much more damage in the seconds I was on top of it alone. See, I wasn't alone for long. Somehow I was soon joined by another mobile suit. A pink-red mono-eyed mobile suit referred to as a MS-14 Gulgug, or a YMS-14, I wasn't sure there was a difference between the two other than the serial number. It didn't have any weapons built in, I even noticed that it was missing a hand. But that didn't matter in the face of a double-bladed beam saber that was almost akin to Darth Maul's lightsaber. But I'm pretty sure it predated it. What happened next, did so in a flash. First I parried blades with him, then he kicked me of all things. He finally tried to slash through my shield. Now, typically the beam saber of the Gulgug was strong enough to go right through the shield of the RX-78-2. As was the Jun's. But the GMGS, and the GMS in my whole group thanks to a resupply, have newer, better shields. Covered the thing in anti-beam coating, meaning that it was resistant to beams. And so I was saved from being cut in half by Char, but the beam saber still managed to scratch across my shield and nicked right through my GM's head. Thankfully, I retained some function in my GM's head, and doubly so that the fighting knocked me from the ship's hull. It's the Red Comet, I shouted in the open channel. Fall back, Bandager. We're returning to the ship. I waited for a response but didn't receive one. Bandager? You okay? There was nothing from the young man. I couldn't help but glance for his IFF signal, but finding nothing there. I turned the suit around, allowing the Zanzibar-class vessel to escape from my view. It didn't take me long to find what was left of his GM, which was about 5 pieces of broken debris floating away from each other. 2 arms, 2 legs, and the shattered remains of the GM's head. There was no torso, no cockpit. Vanquishment. This GM command, I'm returning to the ship. Chapter 6.1. The White Base had come out without me learning if there were any significant changes to the canon events. My mind was too concerned with other things to bother, but having not heard any bad news reassured me that things should have been fine at least. I'm sure if the White Devil himself was dead, we'd learn about it before I'd gotten back to my ship. I was out of breath, my heart racing, my body felt like I had sweated so much that I had been dipped into a river. There was no way I was looking forward to the debriefing to come. I didn't last 2 seconds off my GM before Lightwing was on me like a fly on shit. His face wasn't a surprise, his expression wasn't a surprise. The fact that Dull was holding onto his arm and attempting to hold him back was a surprise. But as I once mentioned, while being the size of a young prepubescent boy, Lightwing was built like a tank, so he shrugged the ensign off him and stalked his way towards me. You okay? He asked, his concern as true as my surprise at seeing it. Even Guller appeared to be taken back by it. It made me wonder if Lightwing had even spoken to the ensign about what he planned. Yeah, I popped my lips, my helmet coming off as I did so. Just pissed at what happened. It was another new unit? That one that supposedly had the Red Comet in it? He asked me, his eyes glazing at the battle damage done to my GM command. The head was sparking, it would need to be replaced rather than repaired, and while the shield was intact it did have a large black mark that intersected with the damage done to the head. Did better than the last one against you. I wondered if he was keeping the subject away from Bandager's death as a coping mechanism for himself, or because he thought I needed a breather from confronting the fact that I had lost my partner for the sortie. It was speculated that my amnesia had come from the trauma of having so many die around me at Solomon. So it was possible Lightwing was trying to be gentle with me in case I had a mental episode of some sort. How nice of him. Wonder what he's up to? I wasn't backed up by the same number of people this time. I rolled my shoulder, my arms searching suddenly with the burn of hard exercise. It was a really odd feeling that I couldn't contribute to anything but need to keep them from shaking even a little bit unless I wanted the mobile suit to jitter about uncontrollably. If I had been in less of a rush to take out the ship, probably could have held out against him with Bandager. Lightwing let out what I could only describe as a rather dirty sigh. You can think that, Lightwing replied to me before giving my arm a pat. If you want to be a moron. I'm sorry, sir. It almost appeared that Lightwing was in pain as he continued to speak. Look, you were up against the Red Comet, the lieutenant explained. I mightn't have much combat experience, but I'd be a fool to think that you would beat Char Aznable even if all of us came at him at once. There wasn't much more I could think to do other than blink at his rather stark but supportive words. He defeated me in a suit with just a single hand. He literally beat me one-handedly. This got me a raised brow from both of them. That was before Guller's expression turned dour once it comprehended what I had just admitted to. It sort of reminded me of a child learning that Santa wasn't real. Wait! He yelled, his finger pointed at my face in the oddest display of dramatic posing that I had experienced in my life. Are you saying that the comet is so good that you couldn't even put up a fight? You of all people. No, I was just knocked off the ship. I would have done much better if I expected him and was just fighting him during a battle rather than on top of a moving spaceship. And if we were on Earth that would be an excuse. I didn't get to continue this exchange, which would have mentioned how being in space meant that you didn't need to deal with air resistance while on top of a moving object. This was due to whatever humor that we had attempted to build with this was broken by the remains of Bandager's GM being brought past us. My chest heaved at the shattered visor and I couldn't help tighten my fists before I shoved off from the others. I needed a cold shower and a nice drink. I could hear Lightwing yell out towards me. Take 10 minutes and then we'll debrief with the captain then. Joys of joy. Stuck recounting my mistakes with a captain I wanted to keep in the good graces of. Hopefully, I hadn't been so bad as to get a talk down to. Maybe that was why Lightwing was being nice? Because the captain was going to ream me? Hope I'm not a Simerson here? I started removing my flight suit before I even got to the locker room. It was unbelievably scratchy all of a sudden, like the fabric had decided that my skin needed to be removed. So I'd gotten the zip down to the halfway point before the chief mechanic, a man I had been introduced to but couldn't recall the name of, called me over. So I've good news and bad news. He started this sentence with a neutral expression on his face, only letting his eyes glance over to my damaged machine. Bad news is your unit won't be fixed till we reach Solomon. Just how long it'll take? But could get the job done quicker if you want to go along with the good news. I'm guessing the good news is you can install an old one faster. Ah, the chief raised his hand and wibbled it around a bit in the air. We could, but you'd have reduced sensor range compared to your prior head. It would be waste of parts for an otherwise fine machine. My confusion only lasted long enough for me to see another engineer pull a tarp off a head unit nearby. In a number of ways, it appeared like a regular GM head, but it was different enough to be distinct. Its visor was more of a long horizontal stripe across the head, rather than the 80s sunglasses look of the regular, and it had a guard that fell down to protect. This was the head of a GM Sniper Custom. Where did you guys get that? I couldn't help but ask, my confusion now overriding the lingering feelings of guilt I had over Bandager's death. Ah, the parts were already there in ship. We had to modify one of spare GM heads here. In fact, Lightwing will be getting this one for his unit, the man shrugged. I decided to finally glance at his name tag, the dirt making it hard for me to read the first letter that was probably his personal name, leaving me with his surname of Batram. And the great thing here, is that if we just use some spare parts that we have for another one of those boys, we'll be able just fix your GM's head rather than outright replacing it. That's great. One condition, he interrupted me, and there was something more intimidating about Batram than Lightwing. The LT was a more built man than the mechanic, sure, but the youth of the pilot made it appear that he was always unsure giving orders. Batram, on the other hand, seemed to have a gleam of confidence that the other man lacked. You can't go around turning off the safeties on the GM. See, we can notice the warping around the back thrusters. I flushed red briefly, pulling at my collar before stopping suddenly. Maybe I shouldn't pull at a part of my outfit that stops air from leaving my helmet during a flight. I'm not going to promise something if I can't deliver on it, I attempted to say with a glint of humor in my voice. But I sounded strained, like someone was squeezing my lungs near the end of the sentence. Not really sure why that was, but I continued on regardless. It can be a useful push when I'm stressed. Batram sighed, rolling his eyes and wiping his forehead. I know that they're tougher, but the backpack on that thing isn't meant to be put under this sort of pressure, he warned me. But I'll see about getting a cheaper backpack, something that will quick to install it after you break this one soon. Shit, had I done that much damage? The thought must have shown on my face because Batram chortled lightly. Yeah, it isn't that bad, Batram admitted, with a small hesitant grin on his face. But don't go pulling off that sort of thing all the time. Repeated abuse and it might explode on the field on you. Things can get hectic on a carrier, we might miss it when the damage gets too much. You'll go out on the field with the thing, think it's in perfect condition, and then, kaboom. I understand, I nodded to him, trying to make sure that he understood that I took his words very seriously. I'll leave only for the worst of situations, like facing a Zong, or a Elmeth. Those boys had superior everything, and I'd rather kill myself than let Char have a hand in it. It's a fast enough machine that I won't need in most situations. It was true, there weren't any mooks in the Zen forces that could threaten me in terms of raw speed. Numbers sure, but speed nah. Well, if that is the best I can get off ye, it'll have to do. But please, don't pull any other stupid stunts with the GM command, it is an expensive machine to maintain in the best conditions. I left the hangar quickly after that confrontation, thinking to bring up the Jun's beam saber after they'd fixed the head. No point in pilling on work to the man. I needed the spare time anyway, as I hoped to spot the redhead test pilot before she left the ship. I know that there was some chance to talk to her again at Solomon, but it was better to get things out of the way. I'll have to chance asking her if she has a boyfriend outright. Maybe Bernie didn't go to the colony at all? Therefore she never defeated as a Kutukai? That would make sense given what she had told me already. It was something to distract me from the coming captain's debriefing. Chapter 6.2. I didn't find Christine, I did manage to have a shower though. It was a rather cold shower, which was great for my nerves but not as good for relaxing as I had planned. The debriefing with Captain Synapse and LT Lightwing went as well as you'd expect. Better than I had expected, but as you would. I don't know if I was sad that I didn't get a Major Lennox answered with his life moment, or glad that I didn't that sort of treatment. I found the captain to more than understanding about the loss of Ensign Bandage, far than I was. There wasn't any culpability on me or anything. I didn't kill the man, I just gave him orders that ended up with him recklessly following me into it. But this would be the end of it. Lightwing would be writing up a letter to explain to the man's family about his death in the line of duty. Maybe he'd even call them, he'd certainly be mailing them what we had of his personal items. Every standard thing they'd do in this instance. I also realized that I'd accomplished the task of saving the Magellan. It took me a while to realize that Admiral Wakian and his ship survived this encounter with Char. But I took a great deal of pleasure in this fact. If I was a more bleak, fatalistic man, I'd say that Bandager's death appeared to be me some sort of cosmic balance for saving the Admiral. But that would stupid because Bandager was one man, the Magellan was a ship full of hundreds of people. It was good to have managed to do a good deed. Now, I just need to figure out how to save General Revel's life later on. It would take more than fancy flying moves to stop a solar ray cannon from burning the man's entire battle group to pieces. It would take actual words, something to convince the general to fake his location to the enemy. Let the big fat Zabi himself go to a false location in order to make the peace talks, let Jiren use solar ray cannon / colony laser. Revels would need to sacrifice his entire battle group to trick the fat Zabi. A lamb for the slaughter situation if there ever was one. That would leave a horrible taste in my mouth. After this, I did manage to track down the good Lieutenant Mackenzie, who had returned to the hangar to help supervise the transfer of spare parts in preparation of the Alex transferring as well to the white base. Her red hair swayed in the low gravity of the ship, its length causing it to appear as if she was underwater in some regards, like Ariel's strands of hair in The Little Mermaid. They'd spilt and shifted away from each other in the air like ooze in liquid. I'm not good with metaphors. Ensign, she yanked herself to the side, dodging a mechanic that wasn't too careful in moving a large crate. From the sound of Mackenzie's voice the young woman, slightly older than I currently, was happy to see me. That was good, though not something that typically lasted with me. What can I do for you? I pondered my approach, the synapses of my brain firing off at rapid speed. Far faster than you typically mortals would think, which actually meant that my brain farted and went blank. This caused me to stare at her for a few moments and blink a few times before the thing managed to reboot. See? I was wondering. I scratched my head, even leaned onto my left foot more than my right. Since I didn't hear you mention any and I thought it was odd, so I thought I'd if you were seeing anybody. It wasn't a sentence that sounded as elegant as it was written. And it already didn't read elegantly. I had, in fact, been speed saying this so fast that it was more an incoherent rant of noises and sounds than it was a sentence that humans could comprehend. This folks was why I've only had 2 girlfriends in the past 10 years. Mackenzie bravely ignored that and pretended that I had said words that could be understood, or had heard the last 2 words I'd said and made an estimate on the rest. I don't think that you want to be brought up on fraternization regulations, Mackenzie replied, not harshly but with a smile and a tiny bit of exasperation, like she was used to being hit on. Not at all, I wouldn't even recall what regs I was breaking, I joked, quickly gaining some confidence. If I made it all a joke, there wasn't much for me to be embarrassed about. I could nearly say anything if I could convince the other person it was a joke, even things I was serious about. But to be honest, I'm not asking you out. I'm asking if you're seeing anyone. And I'd ask whose business if I am or not. Oh no, I'm not trying to pry. I'm just interested if the life of a test pilot is more open to find a relationship versus my current one. I shrugged, for some reason, I decided to mime leaning on something. Not sure why? I apparently become a mime when nervous. Think of this as research. Mackenzie was silent for a little while, glancing around the room, measuring me with something akin to a glare. I'm not with anyone, but there is a guy back home that I want to get with. That basically confirms that Bernie survived war in the pocket here. Still, I can't really learn why he did in this timeline. I'd need to find the blondes and pilot. I'm not surprised, there wasn't anything surprising about a young person being interested in another person. It was to be expected more than anything else. Look, when this war is over, I'm a nice guy. Don't be afraid to hit me up with someone. Maybe it was my mime trick, maybe it was the sarcastic grin I was attempting but no doubt falling at it. But the redhead smiled back and even let out a small laugh. Still, part of me was actually annoyed at being shot down. Even though I wasn't interested in dating at all. It still hurt to be just shut down like that. But that I suppose was the danger of being upfront but awkward about any subject. I'll be sure to do that, Ensign. It sounded like a dismissal to me. I was more than happy to escape this conversation. This whole situation made my anxiety flare up. Which was more than a little annoying given that I've now killed men. I can kill someone but asking someone out apparently gives me a heart attack. Live fire won't faze me but if Zen sends a bunch of hot people at me, I'd be doomed. Suppose it's good that I hadn't met Char in person. But there's not much concern for that, given that I was far too old for that man, and with the wrong parts too. Basically, I wasn't his type. And while I liked blondes, men weren't my preferred gender either. Hey, Cola Sour! Ensign Dull yelled out, catching my attention from the corridor that led to the other hangar. I unbuttoned my uniform till it was halfway done and sorta floated toward him in a leisurely pace. When I got there I found out that Dulce GM cannon had been fixed, at least externally. Even got a new paint job that more aligned to the stand white and red GM that my command kept too. I hoped that we weren't being made a team with a name. That would attract a bit too much Zeke attention at this point in my career. I wanted that sort of thing when I was going around in a Gundam that had bits and bobs that could strike at my enemies with mere thoughts. A surprisingly realistic goal for this universe. When I finally caught up with my fellow, and now only fellow, ensign. I was glad to see him in decent spirits, and glad that this would be a conversation that would be far better on my nerves than the one with Mackenzie. What's up? I asked him with a lot of the remaining anxious energy of mine disappearing into the mists of the past. Struck out, et. Dull responded with a satisfied grin and a chuckle, things that made me want to punch his face in. But my parents didn't raise a man that leashed out when he was angry, because I was by a single parent. So I only gave him a light poke to the stomach. Enough for him to feel it, but not enough for him to be hurt. It's okay, sir, he continued to grin, but this time with a small wince. Lightwing struck out first. This time I laughed with him, something that only lasted till the man opened his mouth a second time. He didn't crash as hard as you, Guller added cheekily. But you recovered smoother than he did. Lightwing just gapped like a fish. Oh, that made feel sorry for the little muscle man. I'd try and help him get someone next shore leave. I was told that I was a better wingman than I was actually at chatting a woman up, intentionally anyway. Sometimes, I was somehow charming. Apparently. Chapter 7.1. Mackenzie had finally left with the Alex over to the White Base just before we left for Solomon. It wasn't too bad of a loss, given she took up space and couldn't contribute to combat as the LT lacked a mobile suit that she was allowed to pilot. But I think I would most miss the strange sense of embarrassment that I now shared with Lightwing. It wasn't often that I had something in common with that man. I just wish it was intentional on my part. At least we all shared a good laugh at our misfortunes with women. By the time our battle group had gotten back to Solomon, the great General Revels had set up his command there. He brought reinforcements to further our presence in the area, a build-up for our eventual attack against the last Zan stronghold of Abaochu. I had hoped that I could arrive earlier than he did, give my mind some time in order to come up with a plan to warn him about the Zan solar ray cannon superweapon that would soon be complete. But that wasn't to be. Then there was this weird vibe that I could feel as the ship entered Solomon's airspace, or rather space. I'm not sure about the terminology of such things. The vibe could only be described as that loud whistling that a child could hear off some old CRTs that adults couldn't. It was then mixed with a choir chanting. It made a rather annoying sound effect, it was somehow more distracting than stubbing my toe was. And I know all about that, I tried to do that in order to distract myself from that odd fucking vibe. Never mind the damage that it would start in seconds thanks to this vibe. This vibe was a side effect of the technology, called Psychomu, that Zan had developed in order to use the new type powers in a war machine called the Elmeth, something that looked closer to a shuttle than a combat vessel. It was green and shaped oddly enough that the Federation would come to be known as the Tricorn Hat. See, when I called a new type a psychic it wasn't incorrect. But a new type had special properties observable by science. I'm not entirely sure of the details, but basically, our brain waves could be sent out akin to radio waves. I believe I once heard it be called thought waves, but it sounds like a dumb name to me. Anyway, the Zan tech, called Psychomu, allowed these thought waves to control remote weapons and drones. These thought waves were also capable of more standard abilities that psychics were known for. Like telepathy, though in space that was a relatively small range at normal times, though it was possible that the new type tech that Zan used in the Elmeth increased even that power's range. It certainly let them use weapons at a long enough range. This went towards forming my plan, go out and distract it till it was recalled or I managed to kill Lala. Which was a dangerous plan, I'd rather not get her older boyfriend after my life. It was more than a little convenient that my sensor and even the visor of my GM command had been swapped over for the more powerful, but actually less energy efficient GM Sniper Custom. Given the incredibly long range of the Elmeth's weapons, I would need those improved optical sensors in order to even spot it, never mind a shot against it. Not that it would be easy. My beam gun might have had improved range over the beam spray gun, but in order to hit the ranges I'd in this situation, I'd need to lower the beam's penetration to levels that would make taking out my enemy in a single shot impossible. Sadly, from the screams of those on this ship the Elmeth had already started blasting out ships from all around us. We'd already lost at least 2 Salamis-class vessels, as well as a few fielded GMS. This did at least give me an excuse for my plan rather than revealing my being a possible new type. That was something that I didn't want to be known. Okay. I yelled, leaping from one side of the room to the next in order to float all the way up to my GM's cockpit. They had told me it would be all done by the time we got to Solomon. After all, our mechanics certainly proved their skills. I'm launching out, LT. My GM's new head had a more narrow visor than before, the top of the head now had the armored slider that adorned the GM Sniper Custom. The unit retained the white and red of normal GMS in that case. I liked it, especially since it was white rather than green. I liked green, but the GM Sniper's green was garish to my taste. Wait. What? He roared out, catching me off guard slightly as I held onto my GM by the cockpit handle. Ensign. This isn't the time for cowboy shenanigans. We can't just let you launch without knowing where the enemy is. It could open us up to a hangar shot. A hangar could end up bricking the whole ship in the worst case. Lightwing wasn't a bad guy, he wasn't a dumb guy. In a similar situation, he'd be right too. I'd be a fool to just launch out when I couldn't guarantee the enemy's position. But I had a better chance than any other mobile suits out there. We'll have to risk it, I replied smoothly, backing into the cockpit and opening a channel right to the bridge. One of the very few times that I bothered with opening a video channel. Captain, permission to launch. With my unit's speed and sensor range, I should be able to go out there and have more of a chance of catching whatever is attacking us than anyone else. Synapse had a grim frown, his eyes squinted in thought. It didn't take him long before coming to a conclusion, especially in light of the explosions going on around us. Ships weren't exactly dropping left and right, but we were being attacked as we spoke. Very well, he started before being interrupted by Lightwing, who had jumped into the call from his own GM. Captain, I must protest. He was the most formal interrupter I'd ever met. Fitting his British roots, I suppose, and for an officer as well. The White Base has already sent out their units. Sending out our own would only add to the chaos that is going out there. Oh, the balls on this man. That was something to be proud of. Lieutenant, I understand your concern, I responded to him, trying my best to keep an even tone. There was no reason for me to be rude, at the moment. But there's no reason to worry. My plan is simply to launch on my own to act as support for White Base's units. We don't have to deploy the rest of you with me. The risk will be limited. Ensign. I don't need to explain my orders to you, I am in charge of the mobile suits on this ship. Lightwing's face went far redder than I was used to. Enough that I almost voiced my concern that he should see the ship's medic. I am ordering you to get out of your GM. You will not launch. When Synapse sighed, I wondered if the LT could tell that the man was about to countermand him. Other ships were launching their mobile suits, and we were going to receive the orders to go to combat level 1 or some such thing soon. Meaning we would be launching regardless. So Lightwing's concerns, while well-meaning, were short-sighted. Before I could start my own counter to Lightwing's orders, the vibe dissipated. Which meant that the attack had ended and there was no point in antagonizing the LT by trying to run around the young by appealing to the captain for a countermand. Fair enough, LT. I grinned, opening the hatch to my mobile suit in order for the two men to see the artificial light of the hangar. I'm getting out, I'm sure that the Gundam and White Base have this situation more than handled. Lightwing's eyes narrowed in the way that I only really saw from people that wore the wrong prescription lens for their glasses. Then his eyes glanced over to the side, looking up at either where I am or where the captain is. I couldn't tell. Maybe we should launch. Lightwing eventually croaked out those words with the same sort of energy of a young child that just realized that they'd screwed up their chances at getting a bit of ice cream. Just to be safe. Well, since there wasn't a danger to the ship now, I could use this experience as a moment to push along his growth as a leader. Since, I thought that he'd been slacking since I'd arrived on board. The one time he attempted to establish authority over me, he chose the wrong method, the wrong timing, and even the wrong topic. At least I thought so. No, don't lose your edge on me, I started, sitting back down and banging my fists together for no particular reason but to satisfy my desire for movement. You were just getting into the groove. Next time, add some punishments to the threats whenever you see my disobedience. You want me, and other people, to only disobey whenever there are the direst of reasons. Are you insane? Lightwing responded, his voice as shrill as ever. You want me to punish you? I suppose it sounds odd. Better make it sound better, more rational than simply spank me daddy. Thankfully, the captain took his cue to leave the call channel. Probably trying to help one of the two of us pilots save face. Of course nothing that would go on my record, those foster resentment and you could be asked to explain why you couldn't control your men. I tapped my forehead, a grin on my lips. You've got to establish yourself as the boss. Taking in a deep breath, I held up my hands in preparation for what I was going to do next. Everyone in that hangar looks to me, and they go, my God, it's the immortal of Solomon. He's the best pilot here. He should be in charge, not that green LT. I let my voice go all high-pitched, my hands coming together over my heart and my eyes flutter as I mocked people that didn't actually exist. And while being both true and leaving out my good looks. People shouldn't be looking to me as the leader of the mobile suits here. They should be looking at you. You've got to humiliate me and showcase your authority. Is this a sex thing? Lightwing appeared as green as he did, intimidated by me. This brought me nothing but discomfort. Just tell me to do 1,000 push UPS in front of everyone and, then get some help by doctors to deal with the sexual fantasies that you've developed about punishing people. Chapter 7.2. I almost couldn't believe that Lightwing had given me 2,000 push UPS. Mostly because I'm pretty sure that the LT was scared shitless of me, but also because upping it from 1,000 to 2 didn't make a lick of a difference. As many would realize, in space you don't have weight. So push-ups it didn't amount to a fuck lot, at least compared to how much did usually do. But given I was trying to help Lightwing gain respect from everyone else, I went along with it anyway. But I did plan on making fun of him over this later, in private, so I didn't end up ruining the respect that we were trying to build up. Guller had a laugh about this, at least I think it was about this. I'd yet to develop the power to read minds, so it was more than a little bit of guesswork that it was why he was laughing. Afterward, lunch was a rather quiet affair. Lightwing seemed like he was all ready for me to tear into him, maybe even to physically attack him, over the increased punishment. If I was a worse man, I would have glared at him, made him nervous, and humiliate him without ever opening my mouth. Instead, I smiled and greeted him as if all was normal. This turned out to be worse than glaring at him. The LT just got more and more nervous with each passing second. It was more than a little funny, but also sad. Giving him my red jelly, apparently a favorite among people, only added to the humor as he suddenly grew paranoid about me poisoning him. Again, this was a guess on my part. I'd yet to develop that mind-reading ability. But eventually, Lightwing ordered me to stay in a combat-ready state, since I had been so eager to sortie beforehand. Which was good, it meant that I could see some combat before Muro goes out with the Alex and monopolize the good action. Not that I was sure when I started to consider fighting for my life against numerous and deadly foes to be good action, but that was apparently the type of man I was now. In other words, I was a moron. It wasn't long before I was joined by Guller, my fellow ensign, dropping down beside me with a huff. By this time, the Zinjun was sent off to Solomon, where it would be transported to a research facility on Luna. So it was just my GM command and his GM cannon in this part of the hangar, while the LT's GM was being fitted for the sniper customs head in the other. Unlike with my unit, where I'd received only the spare parts in order to repair my GM, the LT was receiving the full head and even some of the equipment of the sniper custom, but not the modified leg thrusters for some reason. This pretty much proved to me that his backer still had big hopes for the young man if they were giving him so many resources. But I wasn't without new equipment myself. The Jun's beam saber was installed in my unit's backpack, not replacing the one already installed but supplementing it. It gave me much greater cutting power than most standard machines. It would be interesting to see how it works out. Cola Sour, Dull started up as crossed his legs as he floated in the air. Do you think we'll get a transfer soon? We were already understaffed before. But with Bandager's death, we've got 3 units for the whole ship. I know you're good, but come on. We could use the help. Not sure, I answered honestly. At this stage, we could be given more, but it is also possible that given we're going to be with the same group as the White Base, that the higher UPS might expect us to go on by ourselves and use the fact that they operate more efficiently in combat than any other ship to make up for the limited number of us in the battle group. Why understaff us? Wouldn't the operation work better if we were fully staffed? Sure, White Base is powerful, but you're better safe than sorry. Guller closed his eyes and huffed in frustration. These were questions that I didn't have any real answers to, some guesses yes, but nothing definite. Most likely it came down to cheapness in some manner. I hoped that we would get at least one other pilot before we left Solomon. The Vanquishment was supposed to be able to carry 6 mobile suits, so it was annoying to me that we weren't being given at least 2 spares. It would make damage to them much less dangerous to our health. In this universe, most classes of ships really needed that support too. So we settled into silence, only moving onto our feet every once in a while to stay limber and forego only cramps that could have popped up in a battle otherwise. It became rather boring, the few hours or so we were waiting for something to happen. The only thing that broke it was Lightwing checking in on our mood. And the LT was many things, but he wasn't the best at casual conversation, at least not around me. He stuttered too much to keep up with my rapid pace. It was only when Lightwing started to leave, after a lengthy discussion with Dull about some girl the two had met over in Luna 2 that I just had to meet for some reason, that we were finally called to action. The alarm sounded, signaling that we'd spotted or noticed an incoming enemy. This time Lightwing didn't bother giving orders to wait. Instead, the 3 of us leaped off to our machines and got to work launching. Our operator had given us the orders. A partial ship had possibly been spotted, great use of language, and we were to support the White Base to intercept. This time, I was the first to launch, my GM command, and there was something more than magical to be launched out of the ship just as the White Base launched their units. The red of the gun cannons only heightened my awe, but what threw it into heaven itself was how I could witness the launch of the RX-78-2 Gundam. It wasn't like I could hear Tundrau's music. It wasn't like what I was seeing was anything other than a mobile suit launch out of a ship. In that way, this was a plain event, no different from seeing a GM launch, but the fin, the color, and especially the yellow eyes on the unit. I couldn't breathe, this was the Gundam. But my excitement didn't last for long as Lightwing and Guller soon joined me in formation, at my 3 and 6 respectively. I fell in alongside them without much concern. We let the white base units form in front of us, and then it came over us. The Alex. It would be hard to tell from a distance that the 78-2 and the Alex were even separate machines given their similar builds and color schemes. But up close it was plain. Seeing it out there in flight was revealed to anyone with a keen eye for detail that it was a different machine. It even had a nice juicy stylized A on one of its shoulders to set it even further apart. There was much time that passed before the Alex was head of the formation. This was probably the most confident about such a small force of mobile suits I'd ever be. There wasn't anything in the OYW that truly had a chance against this arrangement of pilots and machines, not in reasonable numbers. But that was when reality decided to kick me in the teeth. It felt like spiders had started to crawl up my spine, like such a thing I could tell exactly where the feeling was coming from. It was still far off from our location, but we were heading towards it. I didn't even get a chance to warn anyone about the approaching danger before Amuro Ray's voice piped in. Stay back. Whatever's coming is completely different from what we've faced before. The order worked for everyone to back up and allow for the Alex to break off from the group. I was tempted to continue forward anyway, as this news and weapon would have been a good taste of the other Psychomu-equipped machines that their forces could potentially field against me. From what I could recall, this machine we were about to fight was known as the Bravo. It was a mobile armor that was larger than the majority of mobile suits and used wire-guided long-range remote-controlled beam weapons that were controlled by a new type thanks to the Psychomu system. It was a deadly enough machine, though weaker than the Elmeth that Zin had already fielded a few hours ago. As that machine had remote weapons that didn't require wires to function. In canon, Amuro Ray destroyed the Bravo while being limited by the Gundam's reaction speed being slower than his own. Making it react too slow for his liking, but given that, I have watched the series, I knew that this was not the impression that the pilot of the Bravo while fighting the Gundam. Which was to be amazed by the reaction speed, claiming that only someone that could predict the future could have known where the shots of his remote weapons would come from in order to react to the attacks in time. So you can imagine the horror that I could feel the Bravo's pilot, Ashalia Bull, emit into space as the Alex didn't just dodge his remote weapons. He preempted every single shot the other man could have made blasting the remotes. If Amuro was originally meant to be only a hair's too fast for the other man, here he was almost like light itself. He zoomed around beams like they weren't moving, he fired back like they were a carnival's shooting targets rather than high-speed weapons. With an aileron roll, the Alex dodged and fired back out into the distance. It was only the powerful optical sensors of my GM that allowed me to track that beam, and spot the resulting explosion that followed after it. This entire thing lasted only 10 seconds. Okay, Amuro announced over the comms, his face popping up in the corner of my screen to go with it. That should be all, I can't pick up any other enemies on the sensors. Should we return? Dole was the only one among us all that knew how to respond to that event. That was insane. Chapter 8.1. We'd finally given permission to dock with Solomon, where we were going to disembark, at least some of us were, and our captain would receive his newest orders. This did give me some opportunity that I hadn't had before now, I could meet the crew of the White Base. It was a somewhat nerve-wracking concept though, given how odd it would be to just walk up and introduce myself without much reason, or at least without anything other than introducing myself to people that I'd be working with in the future. Thankfully for my socially moronic self, I had Dole with me. The man had no fear of embarrassing himself and our team, something that some would find annoying but was relieving when I didn't know how to open my mouth in order to talk to people. Unfortunately, Dole had misinterpreted why I wanted to talk to the White Base pilots. So when he walked up to Salamas as we all disembarked from our ships, Dole did so with a smile on his face and a wink to me. She wasn't alone, with a young girl in a pink outfit that I assumed to be Frau Bao stood beside while a small guy was standing not too far away glancing at the brunette of the pair every once in a while. Salamas was a rather striking figure. There wasn't anything about her physically that made her magically attractive, at least not more than any other hot person I'd meet in my life. There was something else about her, something that grabbed my attention. I could only guess it was her new type capabilities I was sensing, or I was more attracted to blondes than I would have otherwise guessed. Something that I needed to keep in mind was that Char and Sayla are actually brother and sister, the children of the Zin founder. Zin, whose true names were Casval and Artesia respectfully. Zanzum Daikin, the full name of their father, was the founder of the Republic of Zin that eventually formed the Principality of Zin after that man's death. To make a long story short, Char was convinced that the current Zin, the nation not the man, rulers, the Zabi family, were responsible for the death of their father and joined their military in an effort to get close to the family for vengeance-related goals. Right now, he'd helped kill 1 out of 5 Zabis, with another killed without his influence at all. Meanwhile, Sayla eventually joined the Federation forces thanks to a complicated set of events that had also led to Amuro Ray getting in the Gundam. Both were hiding their true identities with their current aliases. And both were on opposite sides of the war. Hello, I'm Ensign Dull Guller, expert wingman. Dull pointed his thumb at himself before doing the same with me. This is my insane friend, Ensign Patrick Colasauer. We're the GM guys over on the Vanish Caishment backing you all up. I'm Ensign Sayla Mass. The blonde appeared to be semi-stoic. I guessed she was trying to gauge what we were here for in order to know how to interact with us. It could have also been a response to how her recent interactions with her older brother, the Zin's Red Comet himself. I'm the Gundam pilot. I thought the Gundam pilot was a guy. Dull replied. Dude, we just delivered them a new machine, I groaned aloud, annoyed by the lack of thought and even asking the question. Obviously, the old pilot is in the Alex now. Probably not wanting an argument erupting between me and Guller, and probably not knowing that we would have moved on by our own initiative, the other girl introduced herself. Frau Bao. The brunette had said, before suddenly blinking as if she realized that we were also introducing ourselves with our ranks. Oh, I'm a communication officer. The third member of the white base crew I'd spotted walked up alongside us. I'm Ensign Hayato Kobayashi, the small young man introduced himself, going as far as to extend his hand for the two of us to shake. I shook it before Dull could, wanting to be polite. I pilot one of the gun cannons, but I used to pilot a guntunk. A guntunk? A serious piece of hardware, I complimented him, at least I attempted to. Kobayashi didn't seem very pleased by my comment for some reason. I wonder if it was due to my rather large height advantage making it so I was literally looking down at the man. Maybe he thought I was figuratively doing so as well? Is there anything that you guys wanted from us? Sayla interceded, stopping the conversation from going any further. She glared at me, and so I had a cunning idea. I didn't want to be outed as a net-type, but Sayla already was suspected of being one. She could get a warning to General Revels about his incoming death, by way of giant solar cannon made from a space colony. If I could find a way to warn her about it, she could use her known new typeness to excuse the knowledge, and then we might just save the life of one of the greatest Earth Federation officers. With this in mind, I concentrated hard on my memories of the event while also thinking of the young blonde before me. There was a sudden hop from the blonde pilot, one that most would have missed. But one that I saw clearly thanks to the attention that I had heaped onto her. Her eyes slowly met mine as I attempted to ask for a private conversation with my mind. It didn't seem to work as instead I just spent time looking at her instead like a deer caught in the headlights. We merely thought that it was a good idea for us to get to know each other if we were going to be working alongside. That and Colasauer thought that Ensign Mass was hot. Guller interrupted me with a mischievous glint in his eye. He's just too shy to say it. No, I'm too smart to flirt with a fellow pilot, I elbowed the man in the stomach while smiling sheepishly. I meant what I said, I only wanted to get to know my fellow pilots. How about we all take a break and visit the cafeteria together? Sayla took a glance at her white base crewmates before her harsh eyes met with mine once again. Ensign Colasauer, if I may have a moment alone with you. This time it was Dull that elbowed a person, that person being me as he grinned and wriggled his eyebrow suggestively. I ignored him and followed after the blonde as she walked away from her crewmates, all of whom wore stupefied expressions on their faces. It didn't take long before we were outside of our respective crewmates' hearing range but still within sight. In spite of my larger size, Miss Mass struck a rather impressive authoritative figure, more so than either my captain or especially Lightwing. Poor guy. I'm disturbed, she glared at me with passion. I knew the Federation had some sick freaks in the ranks, but I didn't know that they would get someone so monstrous. I'm sorry. This is a rather confusing response. Was it due to Dull claiming that I was interested in the young woman romantically, or had he meant sexually? There was so much death, I couldn't have imagined it if you were to give me 100 years. I never imagined that a new type. She took a large breath, her finger tapping my elbow. Could have ever been so deviant to think that sending me imagines like that would, what? Get me off? That. It's not so much the death that even bothered me, but why was it all animated? Why the motorbike-style battleship? Motorbike battleship? That's from Gundam Victory. How much did I even show this girl? And the all-female bikini-wearing team of mobile suit pilots. What was that about? Ah. I only meant to show you the immediate future, the parts with the solar cannon, I belted out, hoping to stop the young woman from revealing my new type status in anger. I didn't mean to also show 70 years from now. I swear. Salia's bow rose in response, her eyes briefly glancing over to the concerned form of our respective crewmates. Her rant against me had gotten rather heated, and my response to it probably looked to be equally so. Eventually, Sayla waved to them, not in a come-over gesture but rather one that told them that things were fine. Talk then. I took a breath, glanced around the dock to make sure that no one would be able to overhear us. I even spotted a brunette floating out of the white base to join the other two crewmates. His massive 70s hair told me exactly who that was. But I swallowed my excitement to focus on the moment. I'm in a new type closet, I said, using the closet analogy to infer meaning. Then I quickly explained to her that I had limited power of premonition. I had foreseen the Zen superweapon killing General Revels, but since I didn't want the Federation to know that I was a new type, I needed someone on board of the White Base to be the one to reveal this information. When I was done with all this, the blonde held a hand to her hip, her eyes running up and down my frame for a few moments. How do I know that you're not just a crazy man as well as being a new type? I had a single insight that would instantly prove that I knew things that I shouldn't. Only one of them could be used here, two depending on how one counts this secret up. My finger beckoned her to come closer, as this wasn't even my secret to tell. Char Ozanbal's real name is Casval Remdikon, I whispered into her ear, causing a loud gasp to be let out. You're his sister, Artesia. It stays between us. Merely proof that I've seen things. She took a step away from me, her eyes widened in sheer horror at the information that I knew. I wasn't sure if the young woman had even come out to her superior, Lt. Bright Noah, yet. So it was possible that someone knowing this was a massive shock to her system. Hey! I suddenly found myself turned around, a glare of a hostile teenager replacing the sight of the hidden air. This guy bothering you, Sayla. Seeing him up close, it was obvious why when Char first met the boy in person that he didn't think much of the young Amuro Ray. Not until he learned about him being the Gundam pilot. Seeing Amuro Ray glare at me, was a little disheartening. Obviously, he thought that I was harassing Sayla and walked over to rescue her. Very brave of the young boy that I can't recall ever defeating someone outside of a cockpit in the original series. But I didn't let Amuro's aggression stop me from being stroked to meet the kid. I've heard all about you. I smiled, trying to appear disarmingly. You're the Gundam pilot. It's an honor to meet the White Devil himself. I held out my hand for the other man to shake, but found that I was left standing there. It's fine, Amuro, Sayla piped in, standing between the two of us. She turned to face me, her back facing Amuro. Her eyes were 1/3 pleading, 1/3 fear, and another third stern rage. It was like she promised. I think she was under the impression that I was blackmailing her. Not true, but if it gets her to take credit for learning about the solar cannon, I would take it. I'll think about the lunch offer if you survive the war. Come on, Amuro. I let the pair walk off, wondering if I needed to hedge my bets in some other way. That interaction was only a few knocks down from me ending up on the wrong side of an interrogation. It wouldn't be bad if someone else tried to get Revel's attention towards the solar ray cannon. In fact, multiple sources would give some credence to the warning. Dol clapped me on the back, his grin wide. Well, a future maybe is better than present. No, he ruminated, as if I had been asking the blonde girl. But it was better that Dol believed that it was what just happened. If she ghosts you, I know this nice nightclub on Luna 2. I'll be your wingman. I took a large breath, closing my eyes. Thanks, Dol. You're a sound man. Chapter 8.2. I sat down in the second row from the front of a large briefing room, Dol beside me while Lightwing sat in front of the two of us. We were going to brief on the overall goal of Operation Star 1, and where assignments were going to be among pilots. I'd already been told that my team and the Vanquishment were to remain together, we'd only be fully stocked with new pilots and their mobile suits. I think it was a total of 3 other pilots, but it might have been more. It wasn't impossible to cram more than 6 mobile suits into a Trafalgar-class ship, there was more room to be accounted for in regards to mobile armors after all. Dul's left foot tapped against the floor softly, so much so that you'd only hear if you were in 2 or 3 seats radius of him. I could tell without any special powers that the man was Neve Rouse, but I couldn't tell if it was some general anxiety about being in a room full of people or if it was caused by the presence of even more of the higher-ups being nearby. It could have been both. We were some of the first to enter the room, our lunch had been a fast and short affair, so this meant that we could watch the majority of other pilots enter the room. It was rather stunning to see how many of them were under 25, and there were only a handful of people over 30 even. At least that was my guess at their ages. But what grabbed me most was Dol Rather's hostile expression as the 4 white base pilots entered the room and sat down at the other side of the room from us. This was to the left of us as we were at the rightmost side of the row, with only a single seat left in that direction empty that soon had been filled by a blonde woman. This didn't appear to me as anything other than finding a free seat, however, as the ones beside us were already filled. And that meant that Dol's new mood, from anxiety to mild anger, wasn't about them ignoring us. Not that they should have given us much attention in my boo anyway. And his expressions were so clear, despite how minor they appeared, that a blonde young woman pilot in a yellow scarf couldn't help herself but lean over to whisper to me. What's wrong with him? I'm not sure, I sighed, before holding a finger up to the woman and whispering for her to wait a minute. Poking at my fellow pilot's shoulder caused him to flinch. He had been the one closest to the white base pilots, so had been facing their direction with side glances. So he was surprised to find me pointing at him. Oh, sorry, I was distracted. He swiped his forward with the palm of his hand. Dul's glare was replaced by a more neutral one as he turned to face the two of us. What's up, Colasauer? I leaned in closer to him, hoping that I could lower my voice enough that we wouldn't be overheard by anyone, including the blonde next to us. I didn't need for anything to start between us and the white base folks in the middle of a crowded room. What's going on? I asked. Did they say something to you while I was off talking with Mass? Did they say something? Dull responded, his eyes rolling, before he leaned on his right knee, so that the GM cannon pilot soon faced away from the white base pilots, probably so he could mime some things without needing to raise his voice. Let me start with how they were so stiff with us. You'd swear that we killed their cat or something. The last part of that sentence was pointed toward the scarf-wearing blonde rather than myself. Ah, that's to be expected, those guys are former civvies that have been operating with little to no support for months now. I returned the gesture of glazing at the woman next to me, but adding a smile and a nod to the act. She was just too close to us to get away with this talk being private. Not without forcing her to leave and therefore bringing more attention to ourselves. They're going to be uncomfortable with large groups of people. Anyone isolated from any other person except enemies coming to kill them would end up like that. It was almost like myself and Dole were appealing to the blonde next to me rather than each other. Though I noticed that Lightwing in front of us was certainly listening in, as were to the two other pilots next to him. But we were still directly conversing with each other. Fine. Dole threw up his hands, ceding to my point with a minor amount of displeasure. How about that anger-filled rant that Mass had against you? I hadn't thought he'd heard that. Now, I didn't really hear it, but I could tell just by the finger-wagging and, just that face she made when the girl was only asked to get coffee. I could see how that would look like that to someone without the context of the series. The White Base kids hadn't the best experience with random Earth Federation pilots meeting up with them. So that on top of what I had verbally said came together to make folks being standoffish reasonable. But if he had known what I'd accidentally sent to that girl's young mind, he'd probably be on her side. More than a century of mass slaughter and horrific child deaths, any reasonable person would be angry at having those images sent to the mind abruptly by someone that appeared to be making a pass at them. But I couldn't reveal that to Dole. He seemed sound enough to trust, but you couldn't always tell that a person would take your secrets to their grave. I only told Sayla because I could prove that I had the knowledge I shouldn't otherwise. I had nothing on Dole to prove my claims. Maybe assholes have harassed her too much before. I shrugged, giving up on trying to find an excuse. Would explain why the Gundam pilot came to her rescue so fast. She mightn't be able to disassociate things like that thanks to trauma. That's not much of an excuse for her to be a bitch to you though, the blonde piped in finally. Proving to me that thanks to my rather big mess in how I handled the situation, that the White Base pilots looked like assholes. She would have been better to have a friend help deal with you then. Personally, I didn't really care about this level of minor attitude from someone else. Typically they were either in a situation that caused them to be rude to people unconsciously or something like that, so it would pass in time or as they got to know me. Or they were assholes, and I wouldn't get to know them. Because I didn't care to know assholes. Dole didn't even bother to respond himself, feeling that his counterpoints were already made thanks to the blonde's help. Before I decided to finally get her name, as the scarf blocked the woman's name and rank tag, Admiral Wakian, along with Lieutenant Bright entered the room. We all stood to our feet quickly, not waiting for a sign of acknowledgement before saluting the men. It didn't take the Admiral more than 2 seconds to tell us at ease, we all at back down. It reminded me of a mass service, the sound of people rapidly standing up and then sitting down that is. It was nostalgic given the number of years it had been since I'd even bothered to head to mass. Men, we face the end of the war, Wakian's cool voice commanded respect and attention from us all. With this operation, we'll be striking through the last of Zan's defensive outposts. If this succeeds, they will not have the capability to defend their colonies. The Admiral went on to explain that we were going to be split into 6 fleets, the Admiral would lead one to Abeoquo. They would hold down the forces there, stopping them from giving chase to General Rivel's forces, who would skip the stronghold and assault the Zan's main colony. This was startlingly different from the plan in canon, where the plan was that the fleets would split up and meet once more at Abeoquo to attack the space fortress from multiple angles, spreading their defensive fields and covering us from counterattacks from Zan reinforcements possibly flanking us. With this new strategy, I wasn't even sure what the exact result would be. Canonically, we attacked Abeoquo with a similar force and managed to defeat them. But that had been a tough battle that only worked thanks to Zan infighting rather than solely Federation efforts. It was then that we were given our battle groups. Lightwing himself would now have to coordinate with 2 other ships' GM teams. The vanquishment would be placed with the White Base in the same battle group led by Admiral Wakian who'd be commanding from his ship, the Magellan. There were many details about the formations that went over my head, something that I would need to fix if I planned to stay in the military after this war, so I made sure to at least memorize what was being said for my own future reference. When the briefing finally came to an end, after the pilots were allowed to ask for clarification on details, and parting words were given, the 2 officers left the room. There wasn't a rush to escape the briefing room or anything, but there weren't many that stayed sitting as I did. Something that caused Dull and the blonde next to me to sit back down themselves, and left Lightwing staring at me in what I could only call his usual state, confusion. You okay, Cola Sour? Lightwing clapped his hands in front of my face as if I was some sort of animal he was trying to call. It was rather rude, even for a man like him, who always appeared oblivious of any social decorum. I only let it go, because Lightwing typically was afraid to breathe in direction, and that just didn't do to discourage his courageousness when it pops up. I'm thinking, I replied, staring forward into the back of the chair my LT had just stood from. There was a bit to think about, one of those things being if Sayla had passed my warning off and that was why Revels changed the battle plan. Or if this was like the Alex. A change I certainly didn't contribute to. It was rather discerning to my mind. I hoped this didn't lead to something odder happening, I could only take so many unexpected events from happening. Well, no matter for the next 24 hours, I'll be living in my mobile suit cockpit. See, in the series, Amuro was able to detect with his powers the coming of the solar cannon's ray. So if it ended up being fired at my fleet this time, for some godforsaken reason, staying in my mobile suit will allow me to blast out of the ship and away from my fleet, abandoning them all to their horrible demise. But that was unlikely given Revels wasn't going to be on board any ship in my fleet. Though it did cause me an endless supply of anxiety at the moment. No matter, there wasn't anything else set to happen in the next hour or so. So that'll fade before I explode in a metaphorical manner. And I'm done thinking, I proclaimed, surprising them all with the sudden shift in my mood. I'd gone from sullen to happy, it was expected for other people to find it odd given they hadn't got direct access to my mind. This operation will be fun, lots of death. Hopefully on their side, I realized that I'd forgotten something, so I turned to face the blonde that had stayed in the room with us. I'm going to assume that you are going to be a new pilot on the Vanquishment. Welcome aboard, I'm Patrick Colasauer, Ensign. That's Ensign Dullguller and the man who's clapping his hands next to my face is our direct superior LT Lightwing. It took me a few moments before I realized that I'd just started to talk like I was John Mashita. The blonde even glanced at both Lightwing and Dull before turning to me with a neutral expression on her face. I'm Ensign Lila Milarira. I see. I mumbled, not at all panicking in the confines of my mind. She was supposed to be at Abaoquo, or at least I know that she fought during this war. Not a big deal, nothing to be shocked by. Well, I for one, am glad to have another blonde on board. Once more, Lila glanced at the three of us. Another, I'm the only one here. Yet, but you're replacing the one that just died, I ignored Dull elbowing me. I'm not sure why. Bandager hadn't been blonde, so I wasn't making fun of a real dead guy. Sorry, that was rude of me. Humor is a coping mechanism of mine. Chapter 9.1. It didn't take me long to calm down from my rather panicked state of earlier. Which meant that I wasn't going to make jokes about the death of anyone, whether or not those people existed didn't matter. When I started to even mildly panic, my sense of humor was rather distorted. Usually, I didn't even find myself funny when I got like that. And we didn't wait long before returning the ship, though given how long we'd stayed in the briefing room that meant that we came in the middle of the pilot transfers to the Vanquishment. I could see the harried mechanics rushing about the hangar, cramming in more than the normal amount of mobile suits into the area. Typically it was 3 per side of the hangar. But there was room for some of the smaller mobile armors like the public class fighters, if you could really call shuttles with missiles strapped to their underside fighters. These areas were easily mended to hold a mobile suit, though it was cramped. From a quick glance around the room, the total here was currently 5 now. My GM command, a GM that appeared a late production model referred to as the Type C, Dulce GM cannon, and 2 standard GMS that had been added now. I won't bother to go into much or any detail with the regular GMS, but the Type C was a semi-interesting machine. It didn't so much perform superior to the regular type, as it was easier to maintain and a slightly stronger reactor. But otherwise, I'm unaware of any major changes to the design that would have lead to higher performance over standard GMS. It didn't take long for a few stray pilots to come over to inspect my machine. The stark difference between their suits and my own probably caught their attention, especially with the modified head compared to even the command space type. Hey, I'm calling dibs on this baby. One of the, let's be honest, red shirts yelled to me as I walked over. This unit takes a special type of pilot to maximize performance. Oh, the tough guy act. He was slightly bigger than me but it was mostly height and not muscle. I didn't even bother glazing at the man's name tag. This pilot was also alone in his attitude, as the 2 other men with him were glancing away in an expression that I'd tentatively describe as shame. I simply stared at him, not even blinking. Hey, don't be. He trailed off as I continued to blankly stare at him. What's your deal? Hey, you mute or something. I continued to stare at him, causing him to shuffle his feet slightly due to nervousness. You want to start something? I'll. The red shirt finally lost the contest of wills that we'd been playing up till then and glanced away from me. This meant of course, that I won. It's just how it worked, I didn't make the rules. So satisfied about how this ended up going, I finally decided to give the other men with the hot head attention. Have you lot been to see Lieutenant Lightwing yet? I turned my head so I was only looking at the other two. I'm pretty sure that they're not meant to be hovering around the hangar right now, at least not without checking with a superior first. They shook their heads in response to the question, which was to be expected since he came into the ship at the same time I did but went into the other half of the hangar. Well, you'll find him on the other side. Report to him, then find your bunks and report for duty. Am I clear? The three of them mutely nodded before rushing off to the hallway that connected the two hangars on the ship, leaving me with only a single other non-mechanic in the area with me. She'd dropped the scarf and standard uniform for a pink normal suit, otherwise known as a spacesuit to those that live in more sensible places. With her helmet tucked under her arm, let's take note of some of the differences between this woman and the older version that would have appeared in Zeta Gundam's time 7 years from now. Well, the differences that didn't include being animated. Her hair was somewhat longer and lacked that puffed up 80s look she'd rock in the future. Her face was less lean, still retaining a youthful glow that foretold that she'd not spent a lot of nights working late yet. But there was that edge in her eyes, a smirk to her lips that showed me that she retained at least a little bit of that hunger to go out and fight in the cockpit. This was a woman that screamed danger. That was impressive. Lila Milarira said the words with the same kind of energy that some men would use when spotting an incredible fast/expensive sports car. Her eyes though spoke of a lower level of approval than her voice. You'll need to teach me how to force a man to break off with just a look. Typically it takes a few words at least. I rolled my shoulders, pushing myself off the ground as I did so to head towards the locker room. I didn't want to waste much time out of my normal suit when the ship launched in a few minutes. It would be my time to be on duty, ready for any conflict that could possibly happen. It's all in perfecting blankness, I told her as she followed me along. I assumed she'd stop once we reached the door, but it wasn't like we were shy about undressing in the academy, no matter the gender. Mostly because we weren't getting naked, merely going down to our undies, and we were forbidden from having sexy undergarments. Blankness. Yeah, I smacked my lips together. People like him will know how to respond if you are looking down at him, angry with him, any other emotion really. But just a blank expression, I threw my hands in the air, miming confusion. Forget about it. They'll either be freaked or walk off in a huff. Either way, they're not going to be making me trouble. Lila glanced at me, her eyes alone telling me that she didn't believe it. I didn't bother turning around after I walked through the door to see if she remained behind, but I didn't feel a stare at my back. So it would be safe to presume that Lila had stayed out of the room. It didn't take me long before I was back out on the deck. She was still waiting for me, not at all bothered by the abrupt end to the conversation. Once more I pushed off the ground and headed off to my machine. She followed along once more. I could guess from the slight angle difference between us that she was heading towards the unit next to mine. That would be the GM Type C I mentioned earlier. You a Space-Noid Colasauer. I tilted my head upwards to look at the woman who had floated up to the open cockpit of her machine. It didn't look like she had planned on going in and closing it, but instead merely sitting in it for a few moments. It was oddly one of the few free-sitting places in this area of the ship. Such an odd question though? If only in timing. Why? I responded, deciding to be cautious. I vaguely recalled that this woman was a Space-Noid herself, but I could have easily been mistaken. Lila might have said that she'd merely been experienced in space combat. If the second and not the first was true, then she could have been against Space-Noids. After all, she had been working with the Titans at the time. I was just thinking that you're far too comfortable moving around in low gravity to be a Earth-Noid, Lila replied in a fairly neutral tone. Either you're a Space-Noid or you've been in space long enough for it not to matter. I squinted at her, trying to booster my sight through the small distance between us in order to see her expression. I couldn't make out anything past dull neutrality that matched the tone of her voice. Sighing, I scratched the bridge of my nose before finally speaking up. I'm a Space-Noid, my soul ain't been torched by Earth's gravity, at least not this Earth's gravity. Born and raised on Hat. This was according to my files. For the confused, Hat was the controller colony that governed the entire Side 2 series of colonies, much like Zan is for Side 3. And the one that had been gassed and dropped on Earth for Operation British. Lila cringed slightly, her nose crunching up. I recalled her disgust at the sight of a gassed colony during Zeta Gundam. So it was easy to imagine that she was cringing at the reminder of both Hat's gassing and the deaths caused by the drop of the colony onto Australia. One thing about being from Side 2, especially from Hat, was no one would ever say that you were a Zan sympathizer without a lot of proof of the claim. Not something that could be said for every Space-Noid. What about you? Before I could ask her where she was from, Lightwing himself came running on in. Well, floating would be more accurate, but running was closer to the spirit of how Lightwing was moving. It had only taken him a single glance for me to stop mid-sentence. Which was impressive for my direct superior. Ensign Colasauer, he started speaking in a very professional but low tone. When Lightwing had finally floated right next to me, he even leaned next to my shoulder and whispered his next words, "Captain wants to see you in his office. It's important that no one takes much of heed, so head to the ship's medic and get the captain's supply. Make it look like you're just sharing a drink." With that, he gave me a light shove and I simply let the momentum carry me towards the exit. It was an odd order, but I followed it without openly questioning it. No use in badgering Lightwing over it. Especially as it wasn't like travel to the medbay and then to the captain would take long. Soon enough, it was done and I knocked on Synapse's door and waited for a response. "Enter." Synapse yelled out in his loud but calm voice. And what surprise awaited me on the other side of the door? Well, firstly that the captain wasn't alone in the room. He had the company an older man, hair nearly pure white, with a recently shaved beard having been cut down into a mustache, and he wore a mechanic's uniform rather than an officer's one. But none of that stopped me from recognizing the man that sat behind the captain's desk. General Revel himself, in disguise. "Ah, Ensign, come in and close the door," Revel's low timbre filled my ears. "We've much to discuss about the coming operation." "Damn it, Sayla." Chapter 9.2. I placed the bottle on the desk, a duo of glasses joining a third that had already been waiting there. "I see it didn't go as I hoped," I shrugged, taking a seat next to Synapse. I tried to keep my face from showing much emotion, but I could tell by the way that the two older men had glanced at each other that I had failed. "So, any questions?" "I've got answers." "Did you really expect Ensign Mass not to report you as the source of information?" Rivals asked coolly, but with an expression that lacked judgment. "We've carefully documented her growth so far. Unless she had been hiding it, there's no way that she could have had visions of the future. And frankly, we wouldn't have believed her." I didn't say anything, but my leg fidgeted. "If it wasn't for the collaboration with information our men inside Zen's forces, I wouldn't have believed this at all," the general continued, taking my lack of a response as an admission that I had at least hoped she wouldn't. "But the existence of the colony laser has been confirmed to me. So it gives weight to the other information as well." Good to know, good to know," I gazed to the ceiling with a detached sigh to accompany it. "Glad to know that my warnings have been taken seriously. And while the weapon existing is bad, there's good news if they fire it." "And what's that?" Synapse asked me, his brow raised. "They'll only get one shot before it breaks, they could repair it afterward, but we're fast enough to counterattack before then. They'll need to actually combat us after that." "You never planned on telling about this, Ensign?" Synapse glared at me, it caused a sense of guilt and shame to swell up in my chest. But I didn't take that too seriously, I didn't like to disappoint people that put their faith in me. But there wasn't a reasonable and safe way for me to have told him this earlier. "And telling you guys that I have new type powers, ones that gave me visions of the future, that would have worked." I took their silence as a sign to continue talking. "Personally, I'd scream and shout it if I'd thought it wouldn't leave me in a loony bin." The sharp glare from General Revel told me he didn't find my tone all that amusing. "How long have you been aware of my impending death?" he asked me, rather straight-laced. His eyes bored into my own. I couldn't help but glance away from him. The force of his eyes alone made me wonder if the general was a new type himself, it was just that powerful. "Only since Solomon, sir," I gulped, expecting him to pounce on me verbally for holding the information back for so long. But instead, Revel's eyes softened before he let out a deep sigh and leaned back on his seat. "Since the amnesia," Revel mumbled aloud, his fingers stroking his mustache. "You do really have that right, young man? It's not faked." "I've no memory of my life from hat to through the academy," I said, being as truthful as I could. Being as sincere as I could meant that I shouldn't be caught out as lying, since I wasn't. I was merely leaving important details out of the conversation. "I can't even recall getting into that cockpit." Synapse had a sudden twitch of his eye that led to him leaning forward in a burst of energy. "Are you trying to say that the future information wiped your mind of anything else?" he asked, his face a worried frown for the first since I'd entered the room. "That's more of a curse than a blessing." "I can't say either way," I shrugged while making a large sigh. This entire situation was causing me to withhold my breath with every new piece of conjecture or every question the two had for me. It could be the cause of my amnesia, or my amnesia might have caused my latent new types to fill my mind in with whatever it could grab. Who can really say? This wasn't my actual thoughts about the matter. It was possible for this to be true, of course. I could just be a crazy new type that has visions of the future in animation form and just thinks he's been transplanted into a new body in another universe. But it was just as likely that some being or some force grabbed my mind and placed it into this body. "You've risked the war by keeping this knowledge from us," General Revel stood, trying to create a height advantage between us, probably trying to intimidate me. "Not acting till no. If I may point out, sir, and I'm sorry to interrupt, that I've acted already before," I raised my hands in the surrender position. "Admiral Wakian died at Texas in my visions. But thanks to mine rushing the Red Comet's ship, they never attempted the assault themselves. That is likely, Synapse mumbled from the side of his mouth, something that I'm sure only the general was meant to have heard. The comet had been in a Zanzibar class, we've had bad luck against those without proper mobile suit support, sir. Yes, General Revels admitted, not unkindly before he shifted position on his seat. But it's not something that we can prove. Not like with the colony laser. His eyes turned grim, glaring at me in the next second. I don't even know if we can stop the colony laser from firing now. Oh no, we're going to win the war no matter what, I corrected him, causing the man's stony face to freeze in surprise. Like I've said, the colony laser will go off, break. Then the remainder of our forces will take a Bayo Quo. Jiren will die, Kaisala will die. Zan loses the war. Everything is happy for a bit. The general didn't blink, instead, he reached over the desk and poured the alcohol into the 3 glasses. He wasted no time before passing the glasses out between the 3 of us. I watched as my 2 superiors drank from their glass before following along with them. It was different alcohol from the last time I'd shared a drink with the captain, this one actually burned my throat slightly. But it tasted of licorice spliced with apple. So I guessed it was some kind of cider? So why did you wait so long to tell us about the colony laser? The general asked me suddenly, as I took another gulp of the drink. If you're willing to charge a Zanzibar but not reveal you're a new type, there must be holding you back, something that scares you about the future. The general had cut right through me like he was using a scalpel. Metaphorically, that is. Do you know what happens to new types after this war, sir? There was a chill that I could tell went up the 2 men's spines, even as the general had sat back down on the captain's chair. It was the desired response I had wanted them to have. It's certainly the response I have when I consider the Titans using me to help their experiments. The cyber new types. People artificially made new types through methods that would heavily modify their bodies in a number of ways that caused mental instability in the subject. They'd even psychically program these people to make them easier to control. Command phrases, specific conditions, like seeing a Gundam type unit, could all be used to make the cyber new types do whatever the Titans/Neozan wanted them to. One such girl was made believe that their commander, or handler depending on their mission, was their older brother and would do anything to please said person. Thankfully, this was mostly used to make the girl a weapon. Which was an odd thing to be thankful for when Neozan created their own new types. Things hadn't ended at weaponization. Some, like the series of clones of the natural new type named LPOPLE, wouldn't be as lucky as that. Being a weapon was just the start of tragic lives. Disgustingly, being a sex slave was how many of those poor souls were forced to live as post-Neozan war. House arrest will be the best that I can hope for. I leaned back in the chair, peering into the oddly blue cider. Maybe I'll be strung up in a lab, my sperm and DNA harvested for future subjects while they start to test the pain sectors of my brain directly. Need to check how new types feel pain after all. I stared right into Revel's eyes, never once letting my eyes leave. My children, my clones will weapons used to ensure Federation superiority. Amuro Ray will live out the next 7 years surrounded by guards that will kill him, if he even looks like he'll leave the mansion without clearance. They were both silent. I took one last long gulp from my drink, finishing it off. I had been exaggerative somewhat in my rant, but there was some measure of truth in it. I've no idea what the group known as the Titans would do with a new type that knew of the future. The only thing that I'm sure of is that I didn't want to learn what they'd do to me. And you feel the Federation command knowing of you will lead to this? Revels rose a brow. I didn't say anything, but my mind churned for information. I believe ensuring that you'll live past this war will make sure that I won't have to worry about it. You died by that laser in my visions, and that leads to monsters like the Titans. Maybe your living will stop that. Not directly telling you was supposed to be insurance in the case that you die anyway. I was being as upfront as I could about this. I went on to explain other crimes by the Titans, and their founder, Jamadov Hyman. I wasn't sure what rank he had currently. But I explained, loosely and quickly, how his manipulations would lead to Zen remnants dropping another space colony on Earth, and then using this as propaganda for his Titans group. I explained to him the 30 Bunch incident, where the Titans gassed a colony of millions of people only due to their peaceful protest against the Titans. I explained their cyber needs, their terrorizing the Earth sphere, and even how they would attempt to drop a colony on Luna 2. I left out information about Axis Sun. I couldn't tell you why. Something was just telling me that I needed to hold that back for now. I listened to my gut about this, hoping it was new type intuition and not nerves. General Revel stood up once more, finishing his own glass and then placing his cap on. When Captain Synapse rose to his feet to salute the general, I copied him without thinking. The room was silent once more as the current head of the Federation forces made his way out of the room. At the door, he turned to me and the captain, his eyes stern, his mouth straight. There was a metaphorical weight that I tell had been placed onto his shoulders, one that I couldn't truly fathom. Everything that was said stays in this room, he warned us, the promise of punishment clear without directly being stated. We'll talk more once we've dealt with the colony laser. I didn't ask what his plans for dealing with the laser were, it wasn't my place as an ensign. Instead, I waited until Synapse sat back down on his chair, his eyes cool as he did. At ease, ensign. I flopped back on my chair, almost collapsing. Chapter 10.1. I was sitting next to the Lila as Lightwing went over the flight plan for the next engagement. Apparently, we'd gained some insider knowledge into the enemy's movements, as we were aware of the impending attack on a battle group in formation ahead of us. The current plan involved the white base sending the Alex forward early, leaving it motionless for a few minutes outside of the battle group so it could reinforce them once the Zen forces attacked. It was super suspicious to me about the level of detail we'd managed to get about this Zen attack. Because somehow the Elmeth was completely known, not to the level that they could reproduce it or anything silly like that. But they knew how it was the machine that attacked Solomon successfully, they knew its range had been reduced since then. They even knew Lala's name. This was surprising to me for a large number of reasons. Mostly because none of this was stuff I had told them. Did my warning only a half a day ago manage to divert things so much that the Federation spies started to work in overdrive to get information that they never had in the original timeline? If so, it was about damn time. Zen had way too many secret projects that would cause problems and issues for the next few decades. It would be incredible if I didn't have to personally stop Operation Stardust because we'd managed to kill them here. Is something the matter, Ensign? Lightwing strutted over to me with an annoyed expression. I was sure that he thought I'd not been listening, due to a vacant look on my face while my mind ran over the possibilities that arose from this change. Not at all, sir. I said. Then you won't mind regaling the rest of the room with the details of the coming counterattack. I glanced back towards the rest of the room. Lila had this smirk on her face that I could only describe as someone enjoying themselves, while Dole appeared rather exasperated with the entire situation. Meanwhile, the mooks on the ship were looking oddly bloodthirsty. Not sure what that was about, but I'd do my best not to embarrass the LT in front of the new guys. Certainly, I am being sent over in my GM while being transported inside a G-armor. From there I met up with 2nd Lieutenant Ray from the White Base. Together we're to wait for the Zen forces to attack the battle group, then hold them off from leaving till our own battle group arrives with further reinforcements. With that, I smiled back at my direct superior, proud that I could prove to him that I had been paying attention the whole time. That's correct, Ensign. Lightwing suddenly shifted his attention to a private in the back of the room. What about you? Do you know your place in the coming battle? I kept my head facing forward, there was little reason to even give this any of my attention. If this mook of a Federation pilot didn't even care enough about combat he'd be in, then he wouldn't last long enough for me to care about. Maybe he didn't really deserve to be a pilot. Though, I wouldn't leap for joy if he died. Well. IW would be in the ship till the trap is sprung. Even though I couldn't see the man, the way he was talking told me all I needed to. The man was either really surprised at having been asked or he had honestly not been paying attention to the meeting at all. No you moron, Lightwing responded like he'd stepped in some shit and had found the dog owner who left it there. I meant what your role in combat would be. Who's your wingman? Are you staying with the ships? Going to attack the Zanzibar? Any of that sound familiar? Oh, well. I'll go over it again, just for you, Private. The LT paced from the right side to the left side of the room. There was an edge of annoyance in Lightwing's voice that only barely hid the glee I could feel running off from him. I'm so glad that war stops for the sake of a private that sleeps through briefings. The rest of the meeting didn't have any of the big shaking revelations as the early one had. But it did reveal that while Amuro would be dealing with the Elmeth and any runners from the fight, given his machine speed that made sense. It sent me images of a heartbroken child after the death of their enemy. Yeah, this was destined to end horribly. Meanwhile, I was expected to deal primarily with Char Aznable myself. Yes, like Onwyo I was supposed to deal with any of the small fries that went along with them, but even the intelligence told me that the expected battle group of the Zen forces only had Char's Gulgug, which should be hanging back at the start of the assault, the Elmeth, and 2 Rickdoms. And as I proved in my last time fighting against Rickdoms, those units weren't a threat to me unless I stood still. As long as I made sure to keep aware of my surroundings, or take them out first, then they wouldn't be a problem. Especially when the others arrived as backup. The briefing ended not long after that. I noticed that there was some hesitancy from the newcomers of even going near Lightwing, as if the man would take their heads off at the slightest thing. From what I understood, this was how it should be. So once more out with the devil himself, some people get the easiest of jobs. Lila leaned forward till she was only a few inches from my shoulder. I turned around to face her since I didn't like talking to someone that I couldn't see. It was interesting though to be remembered that while I know that Amuro Ray was 3 steps from descending into a depression that would take more than half a decade to recover from. To those that only know of his combat records, this was one of the premier killers in the Federation. And he'd only been involved with the war these past few months, it made having the second highest kill count on our side rather terrifying. I think you're widely overestimating how much I would like to fight the Red Comet. I stood up from my seat with a yawn. I wasn't really tired, so much as mentally exhausted by the brief time I'd been in this war. Can't imagine how hard it would be for everyone that has been at this even for a few months. I can think of a few other things I'd rather do instead of that. Oh, maybe I could learn some of those things. I think there's something going on here. Lila leaned forward slightly more, our faces now only about a foot away from each other. Her bright eyes were staring right into my soul. I couldn't help but glance down to the small smirk that adorned her lips. This felt like a proposition, this was her coming on to me. Sure, I'm always up to. Dull coughed, like comically coughed, as if he needed to interrupt us or he'd be killed on the spot. I gave the man a glare, but one that didn't seem to faze my fellow ensign. Dull shrugged as he started to walk away from me. Rules and regulations, ensign. Rules and regulations are against that sort of thing. It was almost unbelievable that he even brought this up. I even think that I've just grown to dislike Dull. I miss the short time that Dull seemed to be either afraid of me, or in awe of my performance. He certainly had begun to treat me like the equals of rank we were. Which I was for, the less formal life was, the better it'll be. But at least back then, Dull would have never had the courage to cock-block me like this. Oh boy, I'll make sure to get him back for this in the future. Lila's sigh brought me attention back to her. It wasn't a hard thing to do. At least not with the way she presented herself. This time, she was back in a more reasonable distance from me, but there was still this ever-present smirk on her face. Shame, Lila shrugged. I guess we'll just have to find our fun elsewhere. I sighed as I was left in the room all alone. It was probably better for me that I hadn't gotten the chance there, it would have only ended up as a taunt to Murphy if I had. It certainly had in the novel version of Mobile Suit Gundam for a Muro Ray. And while a good kid, it was probably better not to emulate the guy that famously dies young even in the timelines where he lives past the original series. Horror movie logic at play there. I picked up the pace to catch up with the others. We only had about 2 hours to prepare for this engagement, another reason why even just an hour's lovemaking probably wasn't for the best. And I needed to prepare mentally for a bout with the Red Comet himself. This time I wasn't going to be brushed aside so easily. This time I had a Muro Ray in the Alex to back me up. I did hope that Sayla had practiced in the original Gundam, from what I recalled in the series. Her actual skills in that weren't as good as her skills in the core booster or the G-armor, which I learned from this briefing was a real thing, so I hoped she'd at least gotten up to pretty good in the Gundam itself. As usual, it didn't take me long to get to the hangar. But it did take me a bit to take in the new color scheme for my GM. Gone were the reds and greys, replaced by a mostly dull white unit, with a blue torso, shoulders, and even visor. It had white highlighting the torso in parts while the legs and arms were accented by blue. Even the sliding visor shield was a new dull silver. That was a really quick paint job, I couldn't help but comment out loud. The chief mechanic strode up to me with a sly smile, as if he was super glad at the job he'd done. Yeah, the captain ordered the job done, he explained, wiping some grease from his hands with a brown cloth. Something about an ace pilot being seen in an ace machine boosting morale? If you ask me, the chief stopped himself for a moment, looking left and right as if searching for someone to rat him out over something. I think the captain just wanted to get rid of all that surplus blue paint. I blinked. Why did we have so much blue paint? Some dead ace apparently had a lot of blue on their machine. The paint gotta be used somewhere, I guess. I looked down at my normal suit, the beige standing out horribly against the whites and blues that my GM now had. Something I could deal with in the future, not sure if it would be embarrassing to be potentially captured in a normal suit that didn't match my unit. Hey, what did you do to my arms? I asked, noticing how the elbows of my GM were modeled closer to the standard unit. It was an odd change, one that I wasn't sure if it was worse or better. I simply didn't know enough about how the joints of GM models work in comparison to each other. You were wearing out the motors in the old ones, it wasn't dangerous yet. But I thought to head it off with ones that would be more resistant to damage, so while we'd been docked in Solomon I had the guys send over some spares from the magnetic coating testing. Apparently, the process had been planned on the RX-78-2 Gundam before its pilot transferred over to the Alex. So there were a number of test limbs based on GM parts that we had to choose from. I was so distracted by the revelation of the damage I'd already done by merely 2 proper outings in my GM, that I almost didn't register how fucking odd it was for the mechanic to get me these upgrades for my unit. I introspected the chief. He cupped his hands around his mouth, looking for any sign that would tell me exactly why I was having this done. Was Rival pushing support for me even before the revelation of my future visions? Get the G-armor ready, boys. The yell oddly didn't cause me to jump, but it did annoy me out of my thoughts briefly enough for me to get into my GM before it was enveloped by the G-armor's form. This was the best way for my unit to be injected into the battlefield, so it would probably be best to actually be inside the damn thing. While I wait for that, I'll make some sort of revenge for Dull's cock block. Something reasonable. Like burning his house down. Chapter 10.2 I had been equipped with the spare L3 sniper beam rifle, a powerful beam rifle that had the longest effective range of any weapon that a mobile suit could carry in this war. At least one that didn't need a separate generator from the mobile suit. It also skirted the edge of usability in space with that long range. Anything further and the beam would become unstable. It would be a crapshoot. That and the ammo was low compared to my regular beam rifle. Still, I was rather happy to be given the weapon, even if I was less happy with my GM being put into the G-armor. The amount of control I needed to give over to another human being was incredibly uncomfortable since it wasn't even going to be someone that I worked with before. It was one of the newcomers instead. I wasn't going to complain about that to anyone out loud though. It would have just made me feel really spoiled given all the upgrades done to my GM. It was basically a completely new model at this stage, and some minor testing revealed to me that it was the most responsive unit that I've ever been in. And unlike when I had used Dulce GM for training, it wasn't really sensitive in the same way. Where even the smallest movement back in that would send the machine into a spiral, here it felt like an odd mix of exact movement and the capability to make broad sweeping motions with the minimal amount of effort required by me. Still, I wasn't going to be making much use of that while stuck in the G-armor. The only thing that I could do while in this configuration was to look through the sensors of the mobile armor itself. It didn't have a low sensor range, but it wouldn't compare to the sheer range that the new sniper rifle would give me. The rest of the team would be holding back to guard our ships, but that didn't mean I wouldn't have any support. Lightwing would be in his own GM sniper custom with his L3 sniper beam rifle, and by the time the fighting truly started to get heated he should be close enough to work as a distraction at least. As for the white base forces, the gun cannons would be jumping in for direct support while the Gundam would be staying back with the ship itself. With Sayla as the pilot of the unit, I'd imagine that it could have been a few different things that lead to that decision, one of them being Bright not wanting to have the young woman fight her brother. But it could just as easily be for purely strategic reasons. The Gundam was still a powerful mobile suit. It was faster and more responsive than the gun cannons. So it could make sense as a defender, especially since it had a shield compared to just being heavily armored. But I just had a feeling that Sayla was being kept away from her brother. The whole point of this operation was for the battle group ahead of us to act as bait so we could take out the Elmeth and Char. So having her guarding ships could simply be good for not having people with even the tiniest bit of shared loyalty out there. Soon I was shaken from these thoughts when the Zen attack started. The white base launched the Alex after me but proving that it didn't just have fast response times but it was also really fast. The machine caught up to the G-armor within seconds. It was still somewhat incredible to fly alongside the Amuro Ray. I wondered when the awe would fade away into the mundane. It already had disappeared for piloting a mobile suit, and Amuro's famously a bit of a brat so I could see myself disliking him soon. They're approaching the target now, Amuro Ray dully intoned over the comms. Keep them in your sight but don't fire. I'm not sure why the private was giving out orders currently but I presumed that he was talking about the G-armor pilot and not me. Mostly due to the fact that I had no access to the weapons while configured like this. But that wasn't true for long, as I erupted from the G-armor soon. There were advantages that would cause some to stay in the mobile armor, but I wasn't going to leave my life in the hands of someone else when it was against the Red Comet and the Elmeth. Maybe if the G-armor pilot was some great ace, but that wasn't the case here. We waited for one of the Salamis-class ships to be attacked by the Elmeth before we burst forth towards them. It was too late for the first ship to be saved, exploding for quicker than we thought it would but Amuro's first shot nearly took out a Rick DOM before he focused on the Elmeth purely. The two danced around each other with beams jutting around them as if the pair was always aware of where the enemy was going to shoot next. Meanwhile, I took advantage of my epic range to snipe out one of the Rick DOMs, keeping my momentum pushing me forward as I did so. The resulting explosion caused the other Rick DOM that survived to lose its rocket launcher, leaving it holding nothing for now. Feeling that the pilot inside would chance it, I took out my Jun beam saber and zoomed towards them in a raw burst of speed that probably was the limit of normal operational standards. My enemy took out their heat hot in time to attempt to clash against me. The beam saber cut through the heat rod like a hot knife through butter, then through the Rick DOM itself in that same second. Against the regular beam saber carried by Federation forces that heat rod would have at least survived a single clash, but mine was from the captured Jun. That thing was superior in everything but the general form to any other in use during this war. I didn't bother to look at the explosion behind me as I replaced the beam saber with the beam sniper rifle once more. The pinkish/reddish Gulgug hurling towards me dodged the beam with only the barest of movements. I didn't need psyche powers to know that this was Char Aznable. He attempted to fire back at me, but thankfully the distance between us made his shots easy to deal with. My next beam bounced off his shield next, but the sniper rifle's beams were far too powerful for a mere mobile suit shield to block more than once. Char burst backward and threw his shield away at the same time. The ruined back surface of the thing told me all about how effective my sniper rifle was. Char would only be able to dodge. Not that it was hard for the Red Comet to dance around every single beam, the man's speed was incredible even when he wasn't redlining his suit's engines. Still, my GM wasn't a slouch in that itself. Char could chase me all he wanted, with my speed going backward I was already too far for him to be able to catch me in time before my reinforcements got here. Still, it wasn't a few seconds and he was already close enough for me to need to dodge properly or use my shield. Even when Char started to decrease the distance between us my own beams weren't landing. I got into a small grove for the fight, where I was carefully conserving ammo on my sniper rifle while dodging in random up, down, left, right motions to keep Char from getting a beat on a pattern. It was still a hard struggle, I could feel the sweat start to pour off my back as the battle went on. There was a smug air that Char radiated throughout the fight that slowly gave way to something that felt much truer to his personality. Dry rage. Much like a hot temper, but focused under the lens of years of military training, I wasn't aware that a person could be this motivated before now, but Char proved it could be true. Compared to me, Char was far more personally motivated for his actions and more importantly had actual memories of the war over the near year we'd been fighting. The man was considered by some to be the ace Frozen for a reason. And he proved it by anticipating my shots and dodging them with ease. I quickly put away the sniper rifle and replaced it with the beam saber once more before Char got into melee range with his own. At some point during this chase, the Red Comet had managed to exhaust his ammo for the thing or had given up on trying to shoot me and decided that stabbing/slashing was the answer. The double-sided beam saber was a unique weapon to fight against. But my prior loss to Char had certainly drilled into me how to deal with it. My new shield was coated with the same type of anti-beam stuff as the one on the Alex's shield, and we had replaced all shields in this battle group with that style. So while it blocked one end of the saber, my own saber headed right towards Char's cockpit. But I merely mimed that, instead of committing to that action, I boosted the machine backward so he would overextend the saber in a counter parry, leaving him wide open for my machine to land a mighty kick to his side. My shield then bashed against his left arm, opening him up to a stab from my beam saber. But instead, I lost my shield arm as I swerved to dodge one of Elmeth's funnels so my saber merely scratched the torso of the Gulgug. I won't let you hurt him. It was the shrill voice of a young girl that sent shivers down my spine. Much of the fandom, including the writers, idolize Lala to the point that they forget that she started out as a fanatic of Char's, making her very dangerous and unlikely to listen to reason. And in the Elmeth her new type powers were amplified. Telepathy, even limited to other new types, was a great advantage to have, but when it was this open it let me hone in on her movements far easier than I could have against a normal pilot. Fucking plot armor. I couldn't help but roar as I parried Char's next swing. Luckily I didn't have to worry about Char continuing to hound me since my backup had arrived. The gun cannon duo of White Base charged into the fray with the kind of daredevil attitude I'd expect from pilots that had been in the thick of combat for the last few months. Char was forced to dodge, having lost his shield earlier in the fight. The resulting conflict would have been interesting to help with. Certainly, it was possible that together we could have killed Char, but now I think it's time to leave Char to them, at least for this second. My idea was very simple, target out the weakest link. With the Elmeth was being distracted by the gun cannon's arrival I took out my sniper rifle once more and in a single motion fired at the damn thing. My shot was widely off thanks to the loss of my other arm, but it was close enough that I could feel Lala's fear. While she had attacked me seconds earlier, Laha was mostly still distracted by the new type connection she and Amuro felt between each other. Part of me felt really bad for the pair. Certainly, in an ideal world, I'd see them together without needing to be on the wrong sides of war from each other. But this was not such a world. I can feel you, her mental voice said to me. Fighting for such hollow things, just like Amuro, you have no one. No family, you don't even have friends, never mind someone that you can trust. Someone like that can't understand how. I had originally thought that Lala learned so much from Amuro thanks to their profound connection in the series. But if she was able to read me so well, that was a freaky level of power to have. Even in mid-motion, her telepathic messages were all I needed to predict the very next move the Elmeth would take. In a fight between new types, this was a danger that they'd yet to learn. Keeping your mind open made you very easily read. I fired and hit my targets in a pink spray of Minovsky particles. Chapter 10.3. I fired and hit my targets in a pink spray of Minovsky particles. The array of funnels were stuck down in a manner that reminded me of fireworks far more than they really should have. There was a rather strong sense of outrage from the other two new types in the area I hadn't targeted. But luckily, neither Amuro nor Char were about to attack me over it. Likely due to the second of the pair being far too busy dealing with the gun cannons and the first was only outraged. Seemed that Amuro was mature enough to consider my position as someone that Lala was trying to kill. At least that was my guess. It could have been that the young boy was so enraged that he couldn't think straight. I banked my machine right as Lala attempted to use the main cannons of the Elmeth to destroy me now that the majority of her funnels were gone. My rifle shot out another beam, causing the young woman to copy my earlier movement and bank right. This caused Amuro's Alex to boost backward away from the Elmeth in order to save himself from being crashed into. It was so close that I could almost feel the taste from the Alex being scratched as the Zen machine nearly skewered it. Rather than the inaction I'd expect from the young boy in this situation, he instead blasted out at the Elmeth with his CIWS, instantly taking out the last weapons it had with the kind of precise hits that I wouldn't have expected from a machine gun. But he didn't stop there, he swiped out his beam saber next, taking out one of the large thrusters the Elmeth had. And then threw his shield away and somehow stabbed the hand of his machine right into the back of the mobile armor. The two machines struggled against each other. Lala! The mental yell of Char was easy to metaphorically hear. And it let me know that he'd managed to outpace the gun cannons and escape. But it also let me hone in on his movements much the same way that Lala's outburst of telepathy did. Unlike before when I shot at him with my sniper rifle, he didn't dodge easier but with only the tiny margins allowing him to survive. Still, his maneuvering was second to none, combined with the way his machine seemed to have been put on speed meant that it was far too close to the Elmeth and Alex for me to fire off shots even a little bit wildly. It was interesting, in the ironic sense of the word, to find out that Char still had plenty of firepower in his beam rifle. This was in spite of how he had put it away earlier. But unlike before where Char had been coming towards me, this time I could afford to center myself and fire without needing to move. So rather than aim for the center of mass, as you do when trying to hit a fast-moving target, I fired off a beam right through the Gulgug's right arm, cutting it off from the elbow down. Sadly for me, that didn't stop the Zen Ace from pushing forward with his beam saber out in the other arm. The double-sided state of the Gulgug's beam saber made it look awkward when only used in one hand. But it didn't really amount to any loss in the saber's deadliness as Amuro was forced to give up on capturing the Elmeth in order to dodge. Char! Amuro mentally yelled. It was getting to the point that I wondered if either of the three of them were going to talk with each other exclusively using telepathy. It probably would have been more efficient, but it was an odd feeling for someone else's voice to just keep popping into your head over and over. Reminded me of that feeling when someone whispers right into your ear suddenly. Lala, we're retreating, Char ordered the young girl, who boosted away from Amuro and myself as fast as her wrecked mobile armor would allow her. It was then I had a chilling idea, one that would later cause me to consider just how even a short time in a war had affected me. Char was just as likely to give his life to save Lala as Lala had been the inverse. I took aim at my retreating enemy, firing 2 shots to box the young girl into the narrow cone of movement of a gun cannon. This all while we chased them back towards their waiting fleet not too far away. The presence of a single gun cannon had worried me, but I hadn't heard of any deaths over the comms. So it was probably just a damaged machine rather than a downed one. Still, the single one did the job that I wanted, it allowed me to take a few more shots to restrain the enemy machine's movement. My plan came together splendidly as Char rushed to support the Elmeth. The action even brought Amuro back into the fight, the young boy seemingly having dropped his beam rifle at some point during all this chaos. My burgeoning new-type power hadn't given me the foresight to gauge just how outclassed the Gulgug was. I had thought that there would need to be some interceding on my behalf in order to take Char down. But instead, it was beyond effortless how quickly the Gulgug's saber was cut in half. The Zen Ace was left defenseless to the next swipe that removed the mobile suit's head. But then like clockwork, Lala as Char is in danger sense must have been ringing like mad. The Elmeth made waves as if it hadn't lost a major thruster. It was just unlike in the cannon fight around this time between these two. She was far away due to having been retreating already. It was rather incredible to watch the resulting clash of the Char's semi-working beam saber. There was a level of skill, a level of new-type senses that I could feel Char strain in order to keep up with Amuro and his superior machine. The single remaining beam of the saber sputtered but didn't break as it caught the Alex's saber before it could strike again. The powerful thrusters of the F machine pushed against the Gulgug, who attempted to backpedal from it but found the sheer speed advantage the Gundam had was too great to overcome. The duo kept pushing forward, further and further away from any of our backup. The White Devil never went for the kill, bizarrely only taking off the Gulgug's legs. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought that Amuro had some grudge against the Zen Ace. Amuro, I could hear the psyche transmission that Lala was sending out. It seemed to act as a mix between a distraction and a genuine attempt at reaching out towards the young boy. Amuro, you can stop fighting us. Join us. Char is looking to build a better future for all new types. The Federation's cold hands WI. Obviously, this sort of conversation was rather dangerous to me. Though I didn't think there was any danger of Amuro defecting to the Zen's side. Not with his record of carnage. Not with his killing of Dozalzabi. Defecting would do nothing but end with the young boy's death. But despite my claims I probably should have been somewhat worried given the supernatural connection to this girl, Amuro felt. Don't listen to her, Amuro. Oddly enough, before I could intercede in this attempt to sway Amuro Ray to Lala's side of the war, Sayla did it for me. Her voice was an instant contrast to Lala's, heated to the other girl's cool. Fairly impressive use of telepathy. I couldn't help but think that I gave a bit of a boost to her power with my earlier info dump. Zen have hurt far too many people to ever justify their crimes, billions have died just to satisfy one family's thirst for blood. New types won't be accepted by Zen, merely weaponized, used as tools to enact that thirst. A marginalization by a different name. And Char, my brother has already proven himself weak, to the desire of revenge. When we were young children, he abandoned me to get revenge. Left me alone through the chaos that followed our father's death. Char is as fickle as he is dangerous. She must have felt something about this situation that convinced her to unload this shit in order to stop the boy from defecting. I couldn't help but now wonder if I'd misread how unsuccessful Lala's attempt here would have been if it caused Sayla to come out like me. Char finally intruded into this meeting of the minds. I'm not the dangerous one here. This boy here is. In the few months he's been in the war, his kill record has far surpassed my own. Hundreds have died by his direct hand alone. If anything, Amuro does nothing but prove that there's a need for new types to be controlled. To be kept from inflicting this sort of terror. I'm not sure how to feel about being ignored here. Lala, no matter what happens. Take the shot. Char continued to rant. I couldn't help but blink at what was going on before me. It was like a goddamn soap opera playing in front of me, one written by one of the filler writers for Tomino, or the man himself after burning out. And the four of them just kept going on and on about new type potential or Zabi's dictatorship. But none of those speeches topped the other trouncing that Amuro was doing to Char's Gulgug. Nothing the Zen commander attempted even got close to working, not even the silly kicking shit that Char loved to do to people. Rather, that cliché ended with the loss of the machine's final leg. Then all Char could do was defend himself from Amuro's beam saber as he leaped backward closer to their ship. We'd already gone past dangerously close, at least Amuro was. My sniper rifle gave me enough range that apparently the other new types disregarded me as a threat. I could almost imagine the sounds of the Gulgug's arm snapping like a twig with every swing of the Alex's saber smashing into his guard. But my distraction in watching the fight between the two of Gundam's most famous rivals cost me an easy kill shot on Char as the Elmeth did indeed arrive back on the field. Much like in canon, she interceded in the blow that would have speared Char into non-existence. Unlike in the original series of events, Amuro's suit was so good at reacting that he managed to swerve the beam saber away from the Elmeth before he killed the girl. Instead, he punched the machine so hard with his fist that it went flying off towards their Zanzibar-class warship. But this action left Amuro wide open to Char's only option to counterattack. If I hadn't already taken my shot and cut right through the Gulgug's cockpit. I could feel the shock from both Sayla and the mental screams of terror that shot from Lala sent chills down my spine. And the similar roar of rage from the girl would haunt me nightmares for years to come. I would have taken the chance to remove Lala from the battlefield. If her obsessive drive with Char continued after her death, then his death would only increase it. This was someone that I would be dealing with for the rest of my life, someone with far more new type potential than Char Aznable. But I couldn't kill the girl now. Her Zanzibar vessel swept in with a trio of Rickdoms rushing out to lay further cover to the Elmeth's escape into the vessel. That and my rifle was empty. I thought a lot of my skills, but braving a Zanzibar with nothing but a single arm and a beam saber weren't chances that seemed wise to me. Normally, I would have expected a wingman to back me up, but Amuro and I were far too away from the rest of the battle group now. And he was stuck frozen by the rather explosive psyche pain Lala, and to a lesser extent Sayla, were emitting. Being one of those girls would be one thing, being the boy stuck in a psyche loop between them both was a rather harrowing experience for anyone. I didn't have the same sort of magical soulmate-ish connection that Lala and Amuro shared, nor the time spent together that Sayla and Amuro had. So I wouldn't have been able to share the pain even if I wanted to. So with all that, we retreated for now. Knowing that at least the Red Comet was out of play for the future gave me a nice warm feeling in my heart. Bets on how long that'll last? Chapter 11.1. There were two reactions from the gang in the hangar as I stepped out of my GM. The first was what I would expect given the situation, a cheer from the engineers and pilots. Lightwing even gave me a pat on the shoulder and a smile. The second reaction was a loud groan from the chief once he caught sight of the damaged limb of the blue and white GM. I couldn't do much but shrug at the man while being swarmed by the numerous people who were excited at my killing Char. I guessed that the feeling over at the white base was mostly relief by the majority, but anyone that knew Sayla and Char were brother and sister would probably at least feel sorry for the girl. It did make me wonder how Amuro himself was. The young boy hadn't responded after I killed Char. He even needed to be dragged back to the white base. It was a rather worrying sign for our future. We still needed to assault a Baoquo, and given the number of aces Zen have there, it would be a tough project even if we're not dealing with Char himself anymore. Not that he had been much of a factor given his obsession with Amuro in the original timeline. Though I imagine that even with the number of people he would have killed in that battle, Amuro taking his attention saved a lot of lives. The Damsong was taking down ships as easily as it took down GMS. Which given it was Char meant very easy. If this fight hadn't just taken out Char, but also caused Amuro to be out for it. That would be a rather unequal trade. But my inner thoughts weren't able to take over the world in front of me for long. Dull, along with one of the newbies, had reached down below my legs and started to carry me off into the crowd even while the chief attempted to corral his people into quickly getting to work on my machine. It probably wouldn't be as busy as it could be. I was the only one on this ship that had their mobile suit damaged in that last sortie. I could barely keep myself steady as the duo brought me out of the hangar and quickly into the cafeteria. There wasn't anything special waiting for me, other than just more of the crew, but I guess it was decided that celebrations were better held here away from delicate machine repair. Eventually, the massive group disbanded. Being in the type of operation we were currently in, it wasn't like we could afford to have a massive party over the death of a single ace. Even though I'm sure that was what the general had been hoping for in authorizing this trap. I am not surprised with this at all, Dull exclaimed to the remaining pilots. Myself, Lila, Lightwing, and 2 for the newbies I'll probably never bother learning the names of. With the way you fly, it was either you killings and aces or going out in some mad daredevil-esque stunt that leaves everyone wishing we had your balls. I chuckled. You've gotta be in line for a promotion, Lightwing interceded, his eyes grim. Kill records like yours can't be ignored. It seemed likely, but there was such a thing as too good of a kill streak as a Muro's fate in Gundam Zeta showed. I didn't want to end up house arrested no matter how good the mansion they set me up in was. So I should probably stop being so impressive. But there was a single ace outside of Char that needed to be killed, Gato. Operation Stardust was utterly dependent on that loon managing to steal a Gundam. At least it did early on in the operation. Later on, the operation became another example of Zen, remnants in this case, trying to drop a space colony on Earth. Killing Gato in this war would lead to Aguil Delaz losing his only pilot of real skill. That would cripple him, well that and the foreknowledge of the events that I had already given Sayla. The girl has too much of a conscience not to at least warn the right people of the operation if ever came up, and she didn't. It wouldn't be much of a stretch to tell General Revels of the operation myself. It was the snap of Lila's fingers going off in front of my face that drew me out of my little world. She had a pair of glasses in her hands, holding the left one out to me. You said you wanted to have a drink with me, right? I blinked but took the offered glass. The rough smell of alcohol and apples filtered into my nose. I didn't need psyche powers to know what this was. My excitement was somewhat stunted by the fact we were all having a drink rather than the private affair the words alone would imply. Now, we should only take the one, Lightwing interceded with a dry authoritative tone. Something that made sure that I was annoyed somehow even though I agreed with him. Not that I would act on that feeling. We're still in enemy territory, so I want us combat ready and so hammered we can't tell which way is up. We're in space. Up is subjective. The expression Lightwing wore outmatched the dry tone he'd just used. I blinked at him before clinking my glass against his good-naturedly. My direct superior merely sighed before we all descended into taking a gulp. I think I was going to miss how much I got away with messing with Lightwing versus how I'd need to interact with future squad leaders. Hopefully, Dull said, leaning back into his chair. I'll be getting some action in the next sortie. Yeah, you've been wasting that GM cannon away from all the Zen super weapons, Lila remarked. Maybe the answer to deafening fascists is a shoulder-mounted mech cannon. I could instantly tell that Lila had either a very weak constitution for drink or had managed to grab a few drinks earlier without Lightwing noticing. No normal drinker would slur their words after, that's if they don't slur naturally in their speech. Though even just being a bit tipsy would cause most to stumble over the words shoulder-mounted mech cannon. Don't wish for shit like that, I groaned, a bit annoyed with Dull. I have enough to deal with normals and death bots coming towards me. I don't want you jinxing me into facing anything bigger than that mobile armor in the last fight. You're just trying to hog the limelight, Dull grinned. Next ace we fight, I'll take the lead. They'd be picking your floating pieces from the suit debris. One of the many people in the room yelled out in response to the proclamation. But I couldn't help but cut that comment off at the knees. Better space debris than crashing before leaving the hangar. I yelled back, not even knowing if it was true. But from the laughter echoing in the room afterwards I guessed it didn't matter at all. If you ladies are finished celebrating. The captain's voice broke through the chaos, his voice erupting out from speakers in the wall. We're still in enemy territory. All pilots and crew not fresh off combat are to report to their stations or the nearest airlock. I couldn't help the chuckles as I watched a large portion of the crowd run out of the area like chickens being chased by the fox. But thanks to this, I was finally able to grab a quick bite to eat, some sort of horrid nutrient paste. Certainly put a pip into their steps, Lila smiled, there's a trick I want to learn as I go up the ranks. Couldn't imagine someone as pretty as you needing it, Lightwing piped, it was somehow more awkward than anything else I could think to say. It wasn't even proper given the difference in ranks. Some hanky-panky was expected to happen on ships but superiors weren't meant to go for those under their commands. I'm going to pretend that you didn't say that, sir. Lightwing sorta sent me a glare, as if I had told him to go for the woman in the first place. Meanwhile, I was more impressed by how Lila's form radiated disinterest for the man by the mere act of eating her paste. Now to me, that was a talent to cultivate, I was not good at conveying my own emotion through body language. I did wonder if I had been misreading the signals due to this. I'd hate to think that I was being like Lightwing and not seeing it because I was too into myself. I do have more than a bit of an ego after all. Better change the subject. I want some sort of chocolate flavor of this shit, I said, suddenly breaking the tension with a non sequitur. So many months of this bland, tasteless rubbish. I just want something chocolate, no, I want something with just a tiny bit of spice. It's about keeping to a strict dietary regime, Dole came in, his relief at this random subject was so clear to see that I'm surprised it didn't cause a magical transformation. See, for a lot of people those sorts of spices would lead to bathroom diversions that are too irregular for proper military schedules. This somehow managed to create a very big conversation about this topic that lasted a good 10 minutes. I was surprised that we managed to waste so much time talking about nothing important. By the time I was halfway through my meal, the captain's voice once more rang out of the speakers once more, calling for me to head over to the captain's office. I shoved down as much of the paste as possible before getting out of my seat, but then stopped suddenly at the sound of someone talking rather loudly. Probably to talk about his fucking medal. Lightwing's voice filtered through my mind, sharing some qualities with the way Lala's voice sounded to me when I'd been exchanging with her mentally. It was especially given the lack of reaction from anyone else, making it hard for me to tell if it was Lightwing somehow accidentally projecting or myself instinctively reading his mind. Still, I would need to somehow make him feel less like I was some sort of rival and more of a friend. Lightwing clearly had some sort of major backer, I didn't need another powerful enemy after making one out of Lala. Guys, get me some leftovers to eat once I come back, I yawned, the events of the day exhausting me to the extent standing was akin to holding a heavy box. I'm still hungry and I don't really expect this place to stray from recycling any food without request. I wouldn't exactly call this food, Lila grumbled, a spoon scraping against her plate. The noise caused Lightwing to grimace. I guess if you want dried paste for later. We should comply with the hero of the hour. I quickly took a quick detour for the locker room, but only to place my helmet down properly. I didn't want to waste the time changing in case it was something urgent, and I think that it was improper of a soldier to not report immediately once called to a superior. Probably should go and look at the rule book a few times. When I finally arrived at his office, I didn't need new type powers to feel the rather somber mood that permeated the room. Even Captain Synapse's eyes were hard as I entered the room. You asked for me, Captain. I'm afraid that we've developed an unforeseen problem. If this wasn't the captain speaking, I'd make some glib comment about not being psychic, but that would be a lie. It sounds serious, sir. What can I do to help? It seems there was some sort of mental backlash from Aznable's death, Ensign Ray's in a coma on board the White Base. I hate my life. Chapter 11.2. The plan was simple. So simple that I was surprised. I was to go on board the White Base, an easy task when we were flying alongside them, and help Amuro Ray wake up. See, the kid was considered to be too important for the upcoming operation to be left in a coma. Not sure how I was supposed to wake him, outside of vague orders to attempt some sort of connection with him. Given that Amuro was put into this condition by such a connection, our respective commanders seemed to think it was possible. That combined with the stunning visions of the future I'd had made it look like I was the best chance at waking him up. Thankfully, I hadn't brought up the better idea of having a fully grown woman flash him. I felt that such a comment would have been rude, and probably wasn't going to be taken seriously. That and Amuro wouldn't have been able to see the boobs anyway. So, the inception attempt was the only plan I had. I walked out of the shuttle with no small amount of tension. The White Base hangar was much larger than the one on the Vanquishment, something that appeared more from the height of the room rather than its width. I managed to glance over the scoffed gun cannons and the immobile Gundam to find the duo of legendary Gundams the ship had on board. The Alex was pristine as if it was a divine being that Dust feared. The thick arms were the only clue to the machine guns that laid under a latch of sorts, while the differing head shape was so minutely different from the original Gundam that I wasn't surprised that people would confuse the two of them. The nice thick backpack was also visible from the front due to the beam sabers protruding out. Meanwhile, the original Gundam sat there in a fresh coat of paint, only I could feel the experience of dozens of battles rolling off it. From Zuko to the Big Zam, I sensed the battles as if they were textures that I could run my hand over. I'm sure if I walked over to it I would be able to spot some of the wear and tear. The two machines together struck such a striking image that I could feel chills going down my spine. I'm not sure how to describe seeing the Gundams up close other than it was like meeting C.U. Culane or Michael Collins in person. Simply legendary. Oi! The purple-haired Ensign Kai Shiden of the White Base yelled out to me, seeming to take some umbrage with me staring at their machines. I didn't need new type powers in order to see the barely hidden sneer the other man had. How about we move along here? I'd rather Lieutenant Bright didn't reprimand us for loitering around the hangar when you're supposed to report to him. I didn't bother to respond with much more than a nod. It was obvious that Shiden was somewhat amused by the way I kept tugging the collar of my uniform nervously every so often. There was just something to my uniform collar that bothered me, perhaps I'd gotten it too small in the neck? So I heard that you struck out with our lovely Gundam pilot. Kai's attempt to tease me fall flat since not only was that something that never happened. My mind had gone for Amuro rather than Sayla, something that I'd take advantage of. Not really into guys, I replied smoothly, but if you think Ray's so lovely I'd try my hand if I were you. I think there was something to be said about how I could be to read for most people because Shiden reacted as if I'd managed to be funny. He chortled into his fist and rolled his eyes in response. No one told me the immortal had a real sense of humor. His mirth didn't last long though before his expression shifted back towards a normal one. Joking aside, don't take her dismissal to heart. Sayla takes a while to warm up to a guy. I should know the first time that I met her she slapped me right across the face. He regaled me with some of the details of how Sayla and he first met and even some of the crosswords the young lady had with Bright at one stage. For some reason, Kai seemed to want to unload with me. I suppose while the ensign had become fair-weather friends with the rest of the crew at this stage, there were still things that he couldn't make fun of without getting a fist to the face. I had noticed the other members of the crew buzzing about while we made our way through the ship, but besides the little fellow that will marry Frau, I didn't even know a hint about them. What I did know about the white base crew was the blonde net type of theirs had somehow learned to glare using her mental powers. The second I came on board Sayla had sent her feelings at me. From what I could tell those weren't even meant to be about me but rather the situation in general. I guessed that this was less her projecting and me not being able to stop my own mind from reaching out contextualizing those open thought waves. I tried to send some thoughts of comfort towards the poor girl. But while this seemed to cause Sayla to stop sending me those feelings, I'm not sure it actually helped her. I think I just sobered her up a tiny bit is all. Still, it was something helpful. Hello. Kai's voice piped in, getting me out of the bizarre mental landscape I'd been trapped in. Are you still awake? You sleepwalking? Since the last time I'd paid attention, I'd ended up going through an elevator, out through a hall, and all the way towards the medical bay. We were now waiting outside for the word that we could come in. Apparently, being in a coma requires a person. Clean you. So Frau Bao was probably inside cleaning Amuro up for my inspection and / or my attempt to fix him. So I wasn't in a rush to get in just yet, and I hoped that the girl sprayed the place for the smell. Yeah, I'm fine, I replied after coming to realize where we were. The purple-haired young man nodded, his eyes gaining a knowing gleam. Well, just remember this, if the stress starts to get to you, there's a closet somewhere on the ship where you can scream your heart out. With that Kai left me alone outside the med bay, something that wouldn't hold up for long as Frau Bao walked up the hall. Something that made me blink for a moment as I came to understand that it was not Frau Bao in the med bay cleaning Amuro. I suppose that made sense, couldn't really let the girl that had a crush on him clean his naked body. Now that I thought about it, it was probably one of the guys on board giving him a cleaning rather than a woman. At least, that is how I recall such things typically going. But I've been wrong before. Hello, Ensign Colasauer, she responded politely, nodding as she walked past me. LT. Noah is on his way, he's caught up in a discussion with Ensign Yashima. Things have been pretty hectic since AMU she caught herself, her eyes lowering to the ground. Second Lieutenant Ray's been out of commission. There was something pretty odd about the situation here. I can't recall this girl being so formal towards even visiting officers in regards to using the crew's titles. It wouldn't have stuck out to me if it wasn't for the awkwardness the young girl had obviously found using them. There was something weird about this. Maybe they were worried that unprofessionalism would get back to the brass? I don't think they'd really care if White Base had a gang of monkeys on board flinging POO as long as it kept performance up. It also went against the image she portrayed herself with her choice of outfit being a pink jacket/skirt combo with a cream ascot to match. My thoughts briefly supplied me with a key detail, makeup stains on the ascot, the type that came from crying and having the runoff drip off your chin. I couldn't see any signs of this on her face, which left two options. It was either she'd only been the shoulder to cry on or had cleaned up after. I don't mind waiting, I replied as nonchalantly as I could. Which meant I'd probably come off as an asshole given my track record. She glanced over to the door to the medbay. I wondered if she was waiting around for a chance to see with Amuro or if Bright had wanted me watched while I was on board the ship. There was a certain level of paranoia that I'd started to develop as I'd not be able to keep my secret new type powers after waking Amuro up. Even if I didn't manage to wake the boy, the fact that I was here to make the attempt meant that it would get out eventually. There were too many people here to keep a secret like that. I wanted to say that I'm sorry about what happened the last time we'd met. Frau's rather timid voice peeked out above a whisper. Like she was worried about angering me? Or perhaps she was just embarrassed. I'm not sure what you're sorry about, to be honest. I said in complete honesty. I just know that we can come off as a bit standoffish around other crews. I held back a yawn while stretching slightly, an act that at the very least drew surprise from the girl. Once more, I hadn't really noticed how rude they had been to me during that exchange, since I had more important things to worry about how someone sounded to me. Sorry, this war has exhausted me, I said, apologizing for the yawn. I didn't notice you guys being too standoffish, but details like body language aren't a strong suit of mine. So I'll accept your apology. She smiled in a nervous, almost terrified, kind of way people would do when they were backed into a corner by someone really scary. Like a biker gang, the ones that were not for the protection of rape victims or a political target, and didn't know anything else but that they were big folk. Smaller people tend to be wary of taller people, add a motorbike gang on top and you get the majority of people scared. The tap of feet coming down the hall caused Frau to hop slightly in surprise before going off down the opposite direction. I guess she wasn't meant to have stayed here long or it. Only thing that makes sense with that reaction anyway. LT, sir. I stood to attention, saluting the commanding officer of the White Base as he came into sight. Ensign Colasauer, reporting for duty. Bright wasn't the only to have arrived, also there was a young woman wearing the pink version of the uniform. There was a causal closeness between the two, nothing suggestive but it did read that the two were very close friends. At ease, Bright said, before pointing to the woman at his side. This is Ensign Yashima, our navigator. Honored. Bright glared at me, his eyes only just glancing over to the woman at his side. So I'm told that you can help MLT second grade Ray. Just how are you supposed to do that? Some sort of new type power. I was ever so briefly tempted to claim not, say that instead I'd go into the room screaming, wake up and start slapping Amuro in the face till he did. But I don't think that this time period, in this universe as well, would get the reference, so I settled on agreeing with him. See, my theory is that the pain from the connections that we new types had formed on the battlefield amplified emotional trauma and sent it out from the originator. So I'll attempt to reconnect and perhaps either give him a mental shock that will wake him up or perhaps poke a hole in the trauma for relief. Bright glanced at Mirai, who seemed to have understood me perfectly unlike Bright himself. But truthfully that was to be expected, that was a load of shit I'd made up practically on the spot. In English, Ensign. Oh I do say. Sorry good chap, I'm a right of daft fellow. I'm going into the young lad's tipper, and going to let loose a grand gander that should straighten the chap upright and good. Or me name's not Top Hat McGree. That is what I wanted to say, but instead of tempting the mighty Bright slap, I decided to answer the spirit of the order. I'm going to psychically relieve his tension and hope that it will wake him up. This time it got a more subdued response from the man. That was till I decided to voice my request. I'll also need the help of Ensign Mass. She's got a strong connection to Ensign Ray that will be useful in waking him. I should have suspected this, Bright mumbled to Mirai, while the young woman herself rolled her eyes. Fine, he addressed me, giving a glare I'd expect from an older brother meeting his sister's boyfriend. Wait here and the ensign will enter the medbay with you once she arrives. I wonder why I'm not allowed in the medbay alone? Maybe they didn't want a virtual stranger alone with their star pilot while he was in such a defenseless state? It was hard to tell. Chapter 11.3. I hope that your stay here will be productive, Ensign, Bright said as if I wasn't a rising star in the ESF. While second grade Lieutenant Ray recovers you'll be taking a spot on our mobile suit team. That is until you wake him up. His glare was beginning to get on my nerves. I was willing to give the man some leeway given the stress he was under. I could relate to being put into a situation that I lacked the experience for after all. And maybe it was how I could feel his dislike of me rather than see it in his expression. Bright was mainly hiding it behind a calm facade, one that I'm sure fooled Mirai beside him. But my new type power seemed to have increased even further, so even good acting didn't get past me now. I understand, sir, I said, swallowing the ever-rising feeling of annoyance with this man. I'll be getting right at that once Ensign Mass arrives. This was part of the whole deal in coming over here. I'd try and wake, but if I failed to do so, I'd need to be ready to take his place. A rather difficult task given his power in the Alex. I'm not even sure if I have the reflexes to make use of it yet. I took note that Sayla arrived finally. Her eyes were unfocused in a dazed manner. The girl oozed sorrow, but the young blonde quickly borrowed those emotions deep, so deep that I could only feel her concern for Amuro. I waved and she blinked, a confused expression crossing her face. I wondered if she was mad about her brother's death. Mad at me I mean. I could guess that Mass was upset because I would need to be in a coma not to know that. But I couldn't tell if Sayla was mad that I killed him or just sad that Char was dead. There was a rather stark difference. Ensign. Bright politely caught my attention before I could engage even in a mental conversation with the blonde. Is something the matter? Not at all sir, I am mentally preparing myself for the inception I'm about to undergo. Bright blinked, before sharing a glance with Mirai. Briefly, I wondered how they wouldn't get the reference to the film of the same name, but it only took me a second to realize that I was in the far future. I doubt people from the 21st century knew about plays from the 15th without being buffs, so the same logic probably applies to this situation as well. Better to focus on the situation at hand. Ensign Mass, I greeted the woman, who returned it. Come, we're going to need to sit close to LT Ray. Amuro was hardly in the same room as the pilot that did this to him, Bright noted. I can't see why you need to be so close. I sighed but made sure to sit down next to Amuro's bed before I started to explain a rather important factor. I'm not sure if you know that Zin's developed tech that takes advantage of a new type's thought waves to control weapons or machinery remotely, I explained, but it does so by boosting it. I think post leaving the brain, like a radio wave bouncing off a tower. Anyway, due to the way it works, once a connection is open it should be possible for anyone to bounce their thoughts back to the beginning point. Could you take over those remote weapons? Sayla asked, her hand scratching her chin as she came to sit on the opposite side of Amuro than me. Not with the current tech, I replied, thinking of tech introduced in the 0090s that would allow it. Bouncing thoughts off this tech is easy, but control is part of the beginning of this chain. Which even if I was in a replica of their machines, would be tuned for their pilot's origin point. So it would be hard to make it seem like I was both them and on their side of the signal. It was interesting to think about though. Mind me wonder if it was even possible to mimic someone's thought waves? Without tech assisting me I mean. It probably isn't possible, thought waves aren't like mimicking someone's voice. They're even more unique. Didn't mean it wasn't possible, it just meant that I'd need to test the theory somehow. Before I'd even attempted it in battle. And currently, that is impossible given the limited number of psycho-frame machines around to test. As interesting as this conversation is, Mirai interceded. Her concern for Amuro was clear on her face, and I couldn't blame her given the boy's condition. It's better that you get to work now when we're not being attacked or attacking Zan forces. Right. Right. Both Sayla and I said in tandem. A deliberate action on my part, trying to sync up with the young women before we dived deep into the core of things. It would be better if we were acting as one. I think. It sounded good, at least to me. Might make our intrusion less traumatizing for Amuro if we follow the exact same path, metaphorically speaking. Give me your hand, I asked the blonde. Physical contact will help the new type connection form, probably. And then we talk about LT Ray, could just him in general or try to talk to him. It may take a while to reach him so don't worry if he doesn't respond right away. I took her hand, she took Amuro's right and I took his left. Then I had a sudden flashback and unfortunately the lines right through the part of my mind that I had been attempting to link with Sayla and Amuro. I know that you can hear my thoughts, boy, meow, 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 meow. Going straight to annoying him awake, Sayla smiled. It was a small, nearly bitter thing that looked out of place on her face. There was a mere smidge of amusement around the girl's brow. Like she couldn't believe that I would say something so silly suddenly. It didn't really fit in my character profile. Can you take this seriously? Bright interceded in a low voice. I'd rather my pilot not have his brain scrambled because you decided to dick around. I decided to be a bit more crass than I probably should have been with a superior officer. But I really couldn't stand being around this guy. I could see why Titans like to punch him. Look, I'm connecting my thoughts to another person, I retorted with some vigor. It's not something that can be done halfway. It's frankly a good sign that she's picking up whatever random shit is going through my brain. It means that it's working. Now, do you want him awake or would you rather sing lullabies to him? There, in this moment of silence, Bright's shocked expression only mildly made me feel better. He didn't counter what were just mildly aggressive words. Perhaps my tone carried my anger better than I realized or I had sent my emotions directly to him thanks to the boost I received due to my connection with Salia, and hopefully Amuro. This silence was only broken, well for me, when a stray thought was picked up by my psychic connection with Sayla. That's hot. Sayla and I glanced at each other fast, her face as confused as mine. It certainly wasn't her voice, it wasn't a male voice, so it couldn't be either myself nor Amuro. Which left it to be the only other possible person in the room. The two of us slowly turned to face Ensign Mirai Yashima, who appeared oblivious to having broadcasted this thought. It was rumored that Ensign Mirai was into that pilot Slager. Maybe she's into assholes. Sayla, having realized that she didn't need to speak out loud, continued. I don't want to think about this. I didn't want to know what she's into. Let's ignore it, and just wake up Amuro. I did as she asked, but sadly for that request neither one of us could truly ignore the words. Brief surges of us just having the stray thought about Mirai's preferences would flare up every once in a while. It happened more often in the beginning, but it ended up only once every few minutes after 5 minutes passed. But with enough time, I think we were here an hour already, and centering ourselves we were eventually able to stop stray thoughts. We were eventually able to enter a zen-like state, where we rhythmically spoke Amuro's name in soft tones while sending calming images. Sayla handled the second, taking one of the moments on board the white base that they weren't desperately struggling for their lives. It was a nice calm lunch in the ship's cafeteria. And that was when we finally caught a thread from Amuro's coma mind. It started out simple, a messy desk covered in some circuit boards and other gadgets and gizmos. An empty plate of food sat on a different counter nearby with the remains of a ham sandwich in the middle of Amuro's mouth. It was an odd experience, looking out towards our surroundings like we were wearing old-school VR helmets. Ones without a free look function, so we're stuck with a perfect vision of the area better than a photo, capable of moving our eyes but not our heads. He's so young, Sayla noted, something that caused the room around me to morph and twist. It went from the room he had in the first episode of the series to something I'd expect from a 7-year-old. There was still some tech stuff around the area, but it was from electronics that had been taken apart. It was rather impressive to see. From the look of him alone, I'd say Amuro was 5, maybe 4? He looks 5, I replied to Sayla, maybe we can tempt him out with candy. Amuro. A yell caused the young boy to hop up to his feet. He grabbed as many bits as he could, shoving them into drawers as the sound of thumping started to come into focus. Soon enough an adult entered the room. You seen, where my Hoover is? Whoa, I would have never guessed that it had been a Hoover, I commented idly. The thought caused the young boy to glance away from the person to the side of me/Salia, before rushing it back. I wonder which parent this is. Whoever it was, they were a dark foreboding figure without much form or features. More like father from K&D. Less a person and more a silhouette that somehow inspires dread into small children. You know I can read a lot of your thoughts. Sayla intruded. So. You have a lot of thoughts about 20th and 21st century cartoons for a man with amnesia. Before I could explain how amnesia isn't just one type of mind-blanking thing, there was a loud slap. Our shocked faces were matched by Kid Amuro as he rubbed against his red cheek, the figure's hand rose back up, a warning that she would repeat the action. Amuro's little eyes watered, his other cheek puffing up. But he didn't start to cry, instead, he took deep breaths and closed his eyes. There was a bit of me that felt, more than a little uncomfortable at watching this. Then the boy was slapped again and I didn't just feel as uncomfortable but felt sick to my stomach. His face wasn't just red, it had a visible bruise that was forming. Amuro. Amuro. Another yell piped in at the same time, a new figure came rushing in. They were taller than the first, and their features weren't obscured at all. But I would have easily been able to guess from his purple hair alone. Kamaria. What are you doing? The darkness peeled off from the figure, revealing the woman's brown hair but soft eyes. Something that contrasted against what we'd just seen her do. He's broken the Hoover again, we can't just let Amuro go around taking apart everything he can get his hands on. He needs to learn there are limits. Temray shook his head, his anger plain to see. I don't think he disagreed that the boy needed limits. I think he disliked violence in any of its forms being applied to children. It was a vibe I got from him. Though, given his involvement with Project V, the project that created the Gundam, I'd say it was obvious he stopped thinking that once they became adults. He's only curious. The worst thing he can do is make us buy a new one. His fatherly hand came down to pat Amuro on the head, calming the young boy down from his fit of tears. Not that he's ever taken something apart so roughly. The last time he did this, I was able to put all back together in 10 minutes. Kamaria sighed, it was a harsh wet noise that caused the hair on the back of my neck to rise. There was something odd about the woman's demeanor, outside of being abusive to Amuro. When are you around to do that? She replied, stepping outside of the room. Her figure faded but her voice remained strong and clear. I spend all day alone with flirty floors and no TV because Amuro refuses to leave anything with a circuit board alone. Tem gave Amuro a proud smile as he followed after his wife, soon to be estranged given this scene. You're hardly alone if you have Amuro with you. He breaks everything he touches. The two voices faded away, but there was this feeling that I got that this conversation only got worse. Perhaps Temray would try and excuse his absence with the importance of his work? Truthfully, I'd never know and it doesn't really matter. What did we watch? Salia asked. I was amazed that she waited so long to ask that question. Either a memory or a dream. Inside the sleeping mind, they're basically the same thing. The only person who can say how true that scene was is Amuro. The area started to warp and bubble, it started to change from a bedroom into a large open cottage area with a large lake out front. Salia continued to make conversation in the lull of any meaningful sound we were having. How does this help us wake him up? I don't know, maybe we should be mentally yelling at him. I had a feeling that we were going to be stuck watching scenes out of Amuro's life like we were Tifa going through Cloud's scattered mind in Final Fantasy VII. We could be here a long time. I hope to God we don't get any of his fantasies. I'm not sure if I would prefer that to what we just saw. And then it started to rain. Beauty of contact link, and being forewarned. Just thought of this little scene. It won't happen cause the exact situation never occurred in the show or movies but I wanna do it. 5 minutes. In 5 minutes we'll reach the S-field of Abeuchu. The final battle will begin. There was something I needed to make sure and I had no time to be discreet. LT, I'm gonna break away for a minute. Wanna have a little moral boost with the Alex Gundam. I said to my CO. If that's alright with you. I quickly added so I don't come off as being insubordinate. Wano, stay in formation. We have to be ready when we enter the enemy's range. Lightwing stuttered and quickly moved to shut my request down. What's the harm? Dull cut in with his jovial attitude. We still got some time. A quick pep talk before all hell breaks loose won't hurt anyone. Lightwing looked rather crossed and conflicted. I was ready for the order to remain. Be almost proud if he did. If it wasn't for the fact that this is rather important to pass on. Fine. He conceded. But make it quick. A minute tops. Yes, sir. I closed the comms. All comms. Maneuvered my customized GM command with a combination of delicate ambac twitches and gas reaction micro thrusters. When I was just a few feet away from the Alex, I moved the arm of my GM to make contact with the Gundam's shield. Amuro, can you hear me through the contact link? You. What do you want? He didn't sound happy. Still upset with that little misunderstanding with Sayla. I was the opposite. Ecstatic. I was talking to Amuro Ray in the Alex Gundam. I kept my voice under control, but no doubt my childlike positivity was flowing out and he could probably pick it out. Need to stay on the topic. I need to give you a critical piece of advice. Privately, if you would. Silence for a few seconds before he responded. What is it? Char is gonna be in a new model machine. You'll know it when you see it. To get the kill, go for the head. Not the body. You receive. How do you know any? Did you receive? I cut him off. Repeating the question with more urgency. I received. He sheepishly replied. I released a breath I didn't even know I was holding. Then that's all I can do for now. The war will end today. But the battles will continue well after this. I'd wish you luck, but with that beaut of a Gundam, you don't need it. With that, I broke the contact link and flew back into formation with my team. I did notice the Alex turn its head in my direction, but I kept my focus ahead. Only 3 minutes left. So, yet. Telling Amuro how to kill the Zong. Contact link isn't used that much when it's actually the more private form of communication in Gundam. Interlude, to the leader. It felt like age was fast catching up to General John Abraham Revel. When he was a young man, the most he had needed to worry about was appearing stern, maybe ordering a show of arms to scare off pirates and other criminals tough enough to need military intervention. But there was no war back then, no mass death on the scale they'd seen so far. Half the population of the planet Earth had died since this war against the Principality had started, as had half of their population according to some analysts. And the general had been the man to lead the Federation forces against the threat, the leader that could nothing both throw body after body against the meat grinder that had been the Zen's mobile suits for most of the war. There were times that Revel wasn't sure if he could move forward in this war, but his gut always whispered to him in those dark moments that more could be done. That he could do more. And things had changed midway through this year when they had started to field their own mobile suits against Zen forces, starting with Gundams, both the ground variant, made from leftover and a few custom parts, and the original version. Things had continued to get better as the GMS started to be produced in large enough numbers. The Zen's own mobile suits, from the Zakus to the Doms, were equalized by the sheer rush of GMS they were fielding, as many had predicted about their standard forces prior to the war. The battles were still bloody, still cost them far too much. But they finally began to win the war. With the solar flare superweapon and the many mobile aces, such as Kenneth A. Young, Amuro Ray, and up-and-comers like Patrick Kolasauer, Zen forces were being defeated left and right. Revel had almost managed to trick himself into believing that they couldn't possibly be defeated as long as they remained vigilant in the final battles to come. And then he got the message from Captain Bright. Ensign Kolasauer had claimed to be a new type to one of his pilots, the possible new type Ensign Salem Mass, with the power to see into the future. With the first claim of a Zen superweapon, based on the same technology as the solar flare weapon, proven to be true by their inside source, Revel made sure to have a secret meeting with the young man. While there was a small risk that Kolasauer was some sort of Zen agent, and therefore were trying to sabotage their war efforts, they had too detailed records of the man's life for that to be likely. And the idea of a new type with the power to see the future plots of their enemy was a big deal. If the wrong people learned about this, Kolasauer would be facing a rather restrictive life soon, or a short one. So the general could easily understand why the pilot would be fearful for this secret coming out. So he shaved off parts of his beard, keeping the mustache, dressed up in a mechanic uniform, and easily made his way to Captain Synapse's office after sending a sort of coded message to expect his arrival. Once he got there, a few words were exchanged to explain the situation, making Synapse the fifth person to learn about the young man's new type status. The others being himself, Admiral Wakian, Lt. Bright Noah, and the young Salem Mass. When the young ensign arrived in the room, Revel took stock of him. The reports about his size, his youth, and even the sudden expansive expressiveness that Kolasauer had gained since the battle for Solomon, were all accurate. But they had left out the way his eyes looked. Patrick Kolasauer's eyes weren't what one would expect from a credited daredevil pilot that would rush enemy capital ships with only a single mobile suit as backup. No, Revel thought that the young man's eyes reminded him of the worse-off pilots from the one-week battle. Terrified people would rather be anywhere but a battlefield. His left leg would jitter at times, something that the young man appeared not to notice about himself. This all wasn't to say that the young man was shaking in his boots or anything, he held in his fear as well as any soldier could be expected. The pilot didn't take long before revealing the good news of how no matter the Zen super weapon that the Federation would be winning this war. This was news that took enough weight from the elderly general's shoulder that he felt that he could start weightlifting for sport. But the news started to talk a dark post-war, and it only continued to get worse as the ensign went into further detail. It was then Rivel could only start to understand what would lead someone as courageous as Kolasauer to exist before him. The fate of new types post this war that the pilot proclaimed was very much something that Rivel had overheard whispered about amongst the shadier parts of the Federation command structure. It had always been something to be on the watch for, but he never thought that it would become so extreme. The inhuman experimentation, the forced imprisonment for what should have been decorated aces. Gassing of colonies as well as their dropping, feats that only the Principality of Zen had been capable of beforehand. Rivel had wondered briefly if they had defeated Zen, only to become them in the process. The revelation about the cyber new types though, was something that shook him to his core. The fear in the young man's eyes was too real, too primal to be faked. Even with all the fear-mongering about new types and the rather incredible performance of the young Amuro Ray, Rivel would have never thought that the Federation would have resorted to such methods. His own death wasn't too shocking to learn about. Such was the risking of leading a battle group during the final stage of the war, much as it was to lead a fleet during the opening of the war. He'd always prepared for his death, but to know that the Federation leadership fall into madness not seen in centuries after his death was horrific. The general's plans would have never accounted for that. Rivel wasn't sure yet if he trusted the new type's account of the future 100%. But what he did know was that much of it made sense for general predictions anyway. There had been a growing dislike of space noids before the war, and that only grew to a searing hatred by many Federation members as the war started. Without his presence to mitigate things and to smack down the extremists, it was obvious what things would become. At least now that he knew both he and a large portion of his allies were going to meet their ends. Knowing that Jiren would target his super weapon at his command ship, Rivel planned on removing himself from said ship, leave an imposter on it and leave orders for their spy to get Digwin to do the same. They'd met in different vessels with their standard flag bearers being decoys in case his plans for disabling the colony laser failed. When he finally left, the general was at least sure that the young man was both sincere in his beliefs and his being a new type. But most of all, Rivel trusted the information that he'd received from Kolasauer. He'd need to check into a few things before he'd commit to any long-term plans though. These thoughts all churned inside the general's mind as he entered his own ship, the Magellan-class ship known as the Phoebe, and made his way towards his own quarters. He suddenly gained a keen thought about the future. General Rivel sat down by his desk, keyed in a line to the comms officer, and spoke quietly. "Get me Lieutenant Commander Jamadov Hymans." His mind had come with a plan, hopefully, one that would both offset the apparent risks to new types after his death and ensure that these titans would never form. Rivel was sure of many things in life. One of those things was, he could do more. More for the military, more for the Federation, more for new types, and more for humanity. He was exhausted. But he could do more. To the soldier. He wasn't comfortable with the assignment. Mulligan didn't have any problems with new types as a group but merely felt uneasy with the young girl, Lala, whom he was forced to provide covering fire for. It didn't feel right to him, how young she was. It didn't feel right how much power they were putting into the hands of someone that in many places in Earth's sphere, wouldn't be able to legally drink. But Lala was now in a new machine called the Elmeth. It had a test run not too long ago against the now Federation-occupied Solomon, destroying plenty of the ships and mobile suits stationed there. But the test run had proved that such ranges were far too stressful on the pilot's mind when controlling the remote weapons. At least that was what Mulligan believed from the reports he'd read. Truthfully, it was a level of science that he hadn't grasped yet. Now, the Zen pilot was to prove backup to the Elmeth while they raided a Federation group found heading deeper into their space. And he could feel the hair stand up on end at the thought of facing any heavy forces with merely 4 units while their Zanzibar-class warship stayed out of ranger. Even with Commander Charles Gulgug, unless the Elmeth proved as well when the enemy could see them as it had when they couldn't. Then this would be a rather tough battle. The enemy formation was 2 Salamis class, a Magellan class, and a single Trafalgar class. It was impossible to guess the number of mobile suits the enemy had, but their reconnaissance had guaranteed at least 4 of the Federation's GMS were deployed at the moment. It was a light group that even without Char and Lala, Mulligan was comfortable in taking on the mobile suits fielded. But with the ABC up from the ships and the possibility of there being more, it would be very risky. But Mulligan was a soldier, he'd follow orders till they were outright suicidal or useless. So he got dressed in his normal suit and leaped into the cockpit of his RIC-DOM. The screen lighting up to display the hangar, the view was only just enough for the Zen pilot to spot his commander fly past. With his normal suit on. It was an unusual sight. One that only helped to get Mulligan further and further into paranoia about this engagement. Char Ozanbal was famous for his refusal to wear a normal suit, even in the heaviest of combat zones. For him to think so much of the enemy that putting on the normal suit was the result. Mulligan couldn't help but grip the control sticks tightly. There were times that stepping up to the launcher caused Mulligan's heart to flutter. But the only thing he could feel right now was the thrum of the Rick-Dom's frame jitter into his seat as it was launched. The Elmeth was soon behind them, with Char even further behind it. It was strange to see a man so well known for being in the thick of things staying so far from the action. Another knock on the long list of oddities this engagement was bringing him to realize. They were within weapon range in minutes. He didn't even manage to get a shot off before the Elmeth's funnels burst forth and started to blast apart the first Salamis class ship. The main guns were the first to be taken out. Then the engines, before moving to burst open the hangar, exposing the crew there to the vacuum of space. Mulligan could see some specks of white float through space, waving their arms and legs about in panic. They appeared to be wearing normal suits. The young girl's goal so far wasn't to destroy the vessel but rather to slowly erode it down. A brave GM attempted to shoot at the Elmeth, ignoring the two Rick-Doms attacking it for the mobile armor with the heavier firepower. They had probably thought that the shuttle-like appearance of the Elmeth would make it less maneuverable when attacking compared to a GM. But that is one thing remote weapons granted you, was the ability to be in one spot while firing at another. So it zoomed away from the GM's beam, and it was soon obvious that it didn't matter if the GM attempted to block the main beam cannons of the Elmeth by raising its shield towards the mobile armor. As the funnels merely rooted themselves directly behind the unit, bypassing the shield entirely. While the Elmeth did that, Mulligan leveled his Rick-Dom to take attention from the warships away from the still pretty green new-type pilot. Weaving through barrages sent by the other warships, and managing to fire off a rocket from his bazooka into an open hangar door of the Trafalgar class. Mulligan's comm shuttled awake, his wingman speaking up for the first time. "Why are we even?" The man's next words were punctuated by the Salamis class ship exploding. "Risking ourselves here? They're not even close to hitting her." The Zen pilot did notice just how little the extended attention from the other two GMS was affecting the young girl's piloting. It was amazing to watch. It was as if Lala had eyes in the back of her head. "I suppose that you're right." Mulligan found himself suddenly rammed by the Elmeth, knocking him away from the thin pink beams that would have pierced his cockpit otherwise. The beam had come from so far out that his sensors couldn't find the target due to the Minovsky particles interfering. What the hell was that? But there was no time for anybody to answer him as another beam, this time attempting to pierce the cockpit of the Elmeth, erupted forth. Luckily for the Zen forces, their heavy hitter swiftly dodged the attack while sending its funnels out in that direction. It was then that his radar finally picked up the enemy. The familiar color scheme was the first thing that he noticed, the red, blue, yellow, and white sending a spike of fear down his spine. He could see the mobile suit dodge the funnel's beams with a softness that reminded him of a jet fighter. Not one to rest on his laurels, Mulligan noticed the coming of the other GM that had been part of the original Federation formation they were attacking. The Zen pilot was stuck between taking his eyes off either of these deadly opponents. Yes, Mulligan felt like he could take down any Federation GM without backup. It was just taking on the Gundam 1v1 sounded like a quick way to die. Between himself and his wingman, the single remaining GM didn't stand a chance against them. Mulligan booked left, the wingman right. This proved to be a mistake, as the others and Rick-Dom exploded from a beam piercing it through the reactor. The resulting explosion caused the motors in the remaining Rick-Dom's hand to seize up. The rocket launcher was flung outward, far from his reach. Of course, this saved the GM from being overwhelmed by the two Rick-Doms. Deciding to ignore the GM for the bigger threat, Mulligan instantly followed where the newest beam had come from. What he found, more than worried him given the situation he now found himself in. "Mulligan, get out of there!" The commander yelled out, his Gulgug boosting toward him to engage the attacker himself. But the man was far too away from the Zen private, having hung back to allow the Elmeth to be tested without his interference, and the enemy's backup was much closer to him. The unit was obviously an Ace's machine. It was mostly a dull white with blue highlights and a head that appeared to have an armored visor fused with a more standard-looking GM underneath. The arms were slightly different too, with an entirely different style of joint acting as the elbow. The backpack was larger. The thrusters proceeded to take advantage of the lacking gravity of space so it may have superior maneuverability. Altogether this would have been a machine fit for an Ace even if it didn't have the custom color scheme. The GM custom was much closer to him than the Commander Char's Gulgug, so much so that Mulligan couldn't help but wonder if it had been launched by some new launcher tech developed by the Fedis for extreme range injections. Otherwise, how did it arrive in the area so fast? It hadn't been here when they launched to engage themselves. It hadn't been launched from the ships here. The mystery would never be answered for the young private. The GM custom had a beam saber out before Mulligan could pull out the Rick-Dom's heat rod. It took the Federation machine only a single second to swipe through the machine before the GM blocked the beams of Char's Gulgug. The battle continued on after the Rick-Dom exploded. Commander Char wasn't the type to give up after losing a mere 2 units. Drink with the captain. December 26, 0079. Trafalgar class vanquishment. Captain's room. I nurse the glass in my hand, watching the amber liquid swirl inside. Careful to ensure not a drop jumps out due to the low gravity of Solomon. Taking out the red comet will go a long way for your career in the Federation. Captain Synapse said as he read through the report I handed in. He closed the folder and placed it on a pile of similar pieces. You've certainly earned a commendation, at least. His compliment is genuine, but he kept a neutral facade all throughout. It was a team effort, sir. I said before taking the shot, placing the empty glass on the coaster. Char was reduced to a flying torso thanks to a Muro. He and Sayla took the attention while I was forgotten entirely. I just waited for my chance. I took the bottle and refilled the glass. And that makes me a fucking hero. I said through my teeth with a sneer. Being marked a hero is never good for your long-term health. And in the Universal Century, that fact was reinforced. Captain Synapse nodded in response. I don't envy your position, Ensign. Many in the Federation would try using someone like you for their own ascension in the ranks. I let out a dry chuckle at that. You don't know the half of it, sir. If people like Jamadov had their way, Jiranzabi would be executed live for the whole Earth sphere to witness. A statement to those who would stand against the Federation. Not even realizing that he just made the man a martyr. Don't know why I'm saying all this. Maybe it's the alcohol? Early war fatigue? Both? Whatever. I gulped down the shot. Target square on my back for people like that to take aim. But right now, I'm more worried about Lala soon. The mobile armor pilot. I nodded. Char's girlfriend. That broke the captain's poker face as his eyebrows shot up and eye-wide in surprise. Yep, and it was serious. Unfortunate for me, she was very attached to the Red Comet. Toxically so. I point to the side of my temple. Seeing he hubby die unleashed a psychic lash that left a scar in my mind. I'll be having nightmares for years thanks to that. I put the glass back on the coaster and leaned back on the chair with a heavy sigh. But that's a light blow compared to what Amuro and Sayla must have felt. The two had deeper connections to Char and Lala compared to my more basic level. So Lala's psychic outburst would have been like a drill digging deep into the bone, while my experience more like a shallow cut. I turned to see the captain. As the one who killed Char, she'll be after me like a crazed fanatic. I give a dry laugh. A vengeful girlfriend is already terrifying enough. Add the fact that she's a new type with complementing weaponry and I am pissing my pilot suit right now. Sir. Chapter 12.1. Okay, the first experiment, think of a shared experience between the two of you. I tried to blank my own mind, then tried to connect with her mind in the same way she did with mine earlier, where even the private thoughts of old TV shows were shared. But it came up blank. I am. It was a curt short response, but one that rang false to me given we were still experiencing the scene where Amuro first met Lala. It was really odd to see, maybe because we were hearing Amuro's thoughts as he looked at her, maybe because neither of us had ever experienced a love at first sight style meeting with someone else. It wasn't like Amuro took a look at the girl and said to himself, I'm in love, but rather he gained a sudden level of captivation with Lala that made it obvious what this event was. Still, unlike before, this event hadn't so far led to anything tragic. Till Amuro started to move into the Gundam. Maybe open up more. If I had lips they would be bitten, as the Gundam was joined by a Gulgug. The two got into an epic battle that ignored that their machines arrived without weapons so that they could draw said weapons from their backs. Before Amuro starts to have a proper nightmare again. The Gundam leaped over the beams the Char Red Gulgug sent his way, his beam saber slashing down to cut the Zeon machine's rifle in half. But Char kicked him away before Amuro could make a second slash. I supposed it wouldn't be long before the Elmeth joined the fighting here, given how Amuro was getting glares from Lala. I'm trying. Maybe you could give some more direction than a shared experience. It shouldn't matter as long as you're so open with the idea that I get it too, which you've avoided doing. In this state, Sayla's rage felt like my rage. Which was far more dangerous than one would think, given that we were both connected to Amuro's mind. That rage transferred to him. What was once a desperate battle against Char's Gulgug had become a savage beatdown from the Gundam. It didn't so much slash at the Zen machine as it did hammer into it, hacking through the shield, through the arm, and only barely straying from slashing the cockpit in a single go. See, he's mad now. My mental yell, an action caused by the previously mentioned anger, had an effect on the world. The world shifted and my custom GM popped out of nowhere to cut Char in half. Oh, fuck this. I'll do it myself. It had been a mistake to expect a young girl to open herself up so much when she'd spent the majority of her life hiding behind aliases. Hiding her true feelings on politics, lying about her parents, her brother. It was wrong to expect that type of person to easily give parts of herself over to someone else. But I was an open book in my prior life. I'd used to reveal too much about myself at the worst times. Something that I had managed to unlearn since coming to this time. I wasn't the heavily traumatized teenage girl, I was the perfectly adjusted man. So I focused, I did my best to recall a home that I once lived in. The memory was strong, the environment shifting in perfect detail. And with that home came the mood that I most associated with my childhood. Peaceful chaos. Screaming children, but more from excitement than anything negative. The peaceful chaos was something I found such contentment in. The long kitchen of my house was nosy with the sounds of child Pat rampaging around after having too much sugar. But there was a general change compared to my memories. Rather than the Irish skyline waiting outside the back door, the skyline had an entire city above me. My surprise spread to Selah. It was lucky that she contributed this to something else. This is Island Ifish, the capital of Hat. I was tempted to block out Selah's thoughts, because I could feel my mind turn to what happened to where we were. Side 2's controller colony. Thinking about what happened to that wouldn't calm Amuro down. Thinking about the mass murder and resulting colony drop enraged me. So I resisted pushing my thoughts into the boy. I let his own mind use the tone I'd set prior to filling in the details. It wasn't long till Amuro popped into vision as that young boy from earlier again. Thank God, Selah's mind popped out. I could tell she was barely restraining herself from recalling the fate of this colony. There was such relief from her that it sped into our connection with Amuro. This was a good thing too, it let him feel the world around him with things that brought him relief. Gizmos and circuit boards were littered across the kitchen floor. And beside him was the form of an equally young girl in a familiar yellow dress. It was a mini Lala. Odd. I hadn't thought of her, maybe Amuro did? So that's Lala, Sally amused, her mind bringing up the image of Lala's animated face to contrast against the child before us. I expected her to be older, given Caswell's feelings for her. I mentally shrugged, whatever that meant. She's about Amuro's age, so what we're looking at is a much younger version. Lala was the girl in that earlier nightmare. Surprised you only noticed now? It's hard to pay attention to all the details in this place. It's too quick for details to really be understood when things get too chaotic. But I think that I am getting a grasp on it now. I wondered why I was so much better than this. Selah had her new type abilities awakened much earlier than mine. Perhaps being aware of the extent these powers could go allowed me to use them with far more confidence. Leads to a better grasp on the abilities inherently. It was all in the mind after all. The younger Lala handed the younger Amuro a screwdriver. She giggled and did a number of other innocent actions that you'd expect from a calm dream. The environment was calm enough to drag me into this vibe. I started to become more than a viewer of the events before me. I started out as a faded ghost-like figure, so I grabbed onto this vibe and I tried to link it to my own memories. Events that caused me to be so calm were similar to this. Eventually, I entered the scene. How did you do that? Selah asked, her shock rumbling through the scene so hard that I nearly lost this connection. Before I could warn Selah to be careful, Amuro glanced up at me, his eyes wide in surprise. Who are you? I should have expected that response the second I could feel myself becoming a proper part of this dream world. But for some reason I expected the boy's mind to take more time to realize that I was interacting with the world. I suppose that was a dumb idea, given even before this I could affect the boy's mind. I'm a friend, Patrick. I held out my hand, but the young boy glared at it instead. He went as far as to puff up his cheeks and cross his arms. Selah couldn't help but comment on how adorable Amuro was as a young boy. My father says that I shouldn't talk to strangers. Well, your father is a smart man. I stealthily tried to think of something to say without broadcasting it to the young boy. Given the location we were in, it didn't take me long. But you see kid, this is my house. I pointed out the window to the city in the sky. Oh, how did I get here then? Well, I'm going to be upfront with you. You're not here. Oh, you're an insane man who's kidnapped me, Amuro said. Selah's laughter combined with Lala, almost hiding it from Amuro's notice it seemed. I also found it funny, though not enough to force me to laugh as well. So I took this in good humor, but I knelt down to Amuro's level and stared at him right in the eye. We both know the truth. You've retreated into your own mind, Amuro. You've got to whack. What happened next was more than enough to interrupt me. The entire house shook, the ceiling collapsing and separating me from Amuro. It was only the knowledge that none of this was real that stopped any of the debris or dust from affecting me. Everything here was an illusion, so as long as I could keep that in both my conscious and unconscious minds, then I shouldn't have any trouble reconnecting with Amuro in this mental landscape. What happened? Selah asked. Amuro couldn't deal with the truth yet. I pondered, scratching at this mental form's chin. This could be hard. I heard a click and reacted quickly, moving far away from my spot as if I teleported. Moving in this mental space was less about actually moving and more just imagining it, so going through all the steps of moving was just wasted energy. What the hell? Selah's voice. The spot I'd been standing near exploded in a hail of gunfire, blasting away the kitchen sink and all of Amuro's remaining gizmos too. I didn't bother dodging the next time, I merely raised my hand and froze the bullets midair. How did you do that? Nothing's real here, it's all a matter of willpower. I just think and therefore things happen. I'd say perception rather than willpower, Char rebutted me. 6 of one and 7 of the other. I trailed off, noticing the deceased man talking directly before me. The thought came to me that ghosts were real in the Gundam universe and new-type ghosts were potentially as powerful as Force ghosts. Must everything be a reference to pre-space culture? Char asked me, his eyes hidden behind that goofy mask of his. Even as a ghost, this man dressed in his full commander's uniform, for someone that hated the Zabbies, he sure loves their colors. You're broadcasting this all you realize? I punched him in the face rather than responding to that, but the man became a mist that I passed through. I readied myself for a sudden counterattack, glancing to the cabinets but nothing came. Was that really Char? Sayla's shaken voice piped in. I can't be sure, it could be some sort of manifestation of Amuro's trauma, I replied, thinking of the typical tropes about such mental spaces. But it could also be the leftover thought waves of. The distraction answering her question caused me to let the mental Char kick me through the walls of my childhood home. I could feel the dirt crumble beneath my body as I cut through the lawn. I couldn't fucking believe that I'd really been Char kicked, through my favorite flower bed too. You're really weird. But looking at the house from the outside was almost nostalgic to me. I hadn't seen that place in over a decade, not since we moved out. But those nostalgic feelings couldn't be basked in as Char came out of the home with a miniature version of the Zaku's machine gun. Just like before, it was a useless gesture as I merely raised a hand and froze midair. But this time I didn't stop there, I spun them around to face him and shoved the bullets right back at the ghost. They bounced off him like he was made from Luna titanium, before he suddenly appeared right in my face and slapped me with his rifle. I flipped in the air and landed on the ground. Fast as I could, I imagined myself onto my feet, but Char had swapped out his rifle for a human-sized heat axe. What the fuck is going on in this fucking kid's head? I yelled while parrying each strike of the weapon with hand chops. My mind knew there was no difference between that axe and my hands, so I didn't think much of it. Sayla. Anytime you want to lend a hand, please. I'm trying. Her yell seemed to be true because I could spot a transparent version of Sayla nearby in the yard. Not that such a thing helped me this second. We're not all super talented on our first chance using exotic powers. I don't even know how to read minds. As true as the statement and excuses were, the thread of thought distracted me from my defense. This allowed a sudden gut punch from Ghost Char to surprise me, causing me to react to it as if it was real. I could feel the air leave my body and my body flew upwards into the sky. I let myself be carried by the momentum, but I swung out a leg that managed to smack into a chasing Char. Like everything else I'd tried, nothing seemed to affect this fucker. Only push him back at the most. It was then that I considered the equipment the Mental's ace was using. I'm so fucking stupid, I groaned, floating in midair above the smirking red comet. I'm thinking that we're guys fighting. But he's just going around as a guy-shaped mobile suit. I focused on visualizing a weapon everyone in this mental landscape would be very familiar with. It felt clunky in my hands, like it was designed for someone with rigid fingers. But the form mattered not when all I had to was think about firing and it would land on target. You bastard, Char growled at the sight of a human-sized version of the beam sniper rifle that had killed him. I merely smiled in return, before imagining myself point-blank next to him even while firing at him from my vantage point above him. 2 blasts of pure pink energy lanced through Char, finally doing some damage to the man. But rather than pain, his response was to snarl. His body soon started to twist and bend in odd ways till it started to brighten. Soon enough the body started to decrease in size, enough so it neared only 5 feet tall. His hair darkened along with his skin and a familiar pink dot soon sat on her forehead. The Char form was disguised. A form powered by Amuro's perception of the man, probably both my own and Sayla's as well. To us Char was a deadly foe, and I knew that he would have probably killed me if I had been on my own in real life. No, the true person attacking me here was Lalasun, I spoke clearly, even though her hand was crushing my throat. Once more, it wasn't like this was my real body, so my mental projection of a throat didn't matter towards whether I could actually breathe. You were my third guess if there was someone behind this coma rather than it being an accident. She blinked. Who was your? While Lala was distracted with verbally asking me that question, I kicked her in the face. That would teach her. Chapter 12.2. I hadn't heard from Sayla in some time, which either meant that the woman was so focused on Amuro that she lost contact with me, or that the woman had already woken up Amuro and Lala had transferred over to my mind. Something became quickly apparent as I continued what could be charitably called an imagination fight. This wasn't really Lalasun. Oh, for sure she acted like her, reacted like her. Make fun of Char and the miss blew a gasket. But the truth of the situation was clear to me now that I had been fighting against her for a few minutes. This was just an echo of her pain reflected on Amuro, brought to life by Amuro's own power. Now, I ain't no new type expert researcher, so I couldn't hope to guess if this was better than some sort of remote attack the real Lala was using against Amuro. But I was sure it was deal-able by me regardless. Though given the things happening during this fight of wills, I could do without fighting the imprint of a crazed Char fangirl. I went through a miniature O'Neill-class space colony, the landscape spilling out of like a bowl of soup. I managed to grab a lump of trees and chuck them at the girl with enough force to light the things on fire. But somehow the water of the colony all swirled out to protect the girl without her making a motion. The fiery trees went out and she managed to ram into me with so much force that I was almost tricked into forgetting none of this was real. Almost forgot that I wasn't really floating in the void of space without a normal suit. This was a rather dangerous mind frame to find myself in. Her wicked series of punches were combined with a set of weaves and ducks that championship boxers would be jealous of. My nose disappeared inside my skull, my ribs shattered into dust and finally, my shoulder blades were 3 feet behind me. This was the level of willpower this fucker had. Luckily, I was basically Bu or Cell from Dragon Ball in this situation. My body came back before it even fell down, my fist punched through the little girl's stomach. Now, what happened next surprised me as I found my arm stuck as I tried to move back. I want to say I held myself bravely against the assault that came next, that like before when I no-sold her attacks I had the advantage. But that was a while ago, now she had the advantage. My instincts to pain were hard to consciously resist the natural response the human mind had to being punched or slashed or kicked and so on. She wasn't a real person, so this wasn't a big deal for her. The Lala imprint could go on forever as long as the target had belief in her. And while that might have sounded like just ignoring her and focusing really hard on the fact she wasn't real would solve this problem, I had found out that that approach didn't work for me. It just left a wide opening for the imprint to attack me. If I was an idiot, there wouldn't be anything I could do. But as I wasn't one, I knew in this realm of thoughts, I willed my body into melting and rapidly escaped the onslaught with nary a scratch. Char totally fucked Garma. I yelled, catching the imprint off guard as I sent an imagined image of Char kissing the late Zabi man. This wasn't true as far as I was aware, but this line of discussion randomly opening up did cause the girl to finally pause her efforts once more. Like in showers and everything. My incredible new type powers told me. Our surroundings shifted, moving from the depth of space, where we had been surrounded by many space colonies, to a hotel room. It was sparse with detail, only that there was a room with a shower, a bedstand, and finally a blonde shifting a purple-haired dude. This was more information than I had ever shared, never even thought about the hotel room. Either I shared too much or this imprint took it from me. Now, in any other situation, I would have been worried about the person pulling information from my head. But right now I had my head in the game, so I quieted my mind. This isn't real. Lala's imprint yelled, sounding disappointed at the lack of mano-a-mano action. Far more upset that it wasn't real than the idea that it could be real. It lacks details, where is the bit of dirt, the bit of dust, or the sweat of Garma's brow as he's embraced? There's no lust in their eyes, never mind love. This didn't happen. This was not the response I thought the imprint was going to have. But I guess this proves that Lala loved Char enough to share him, or rationalized it as the man getting close to one of his targets. You're right, I said, my fingers morphing into the barrel of a revolver. But bullets are very real. I fired, hitting the imprint of a girl 6 times in the chest. The first round flung her against the window, the second cracked the glass before the third broke it and sent her through the window. The last 3 I shot at her as she fell down. When it finally finished I noticed that their body had crashed through a car on the outside of the building, basically cutting it in half. And blood pooled all around it. I guess I can leave now. Lala's hands once more gripped the front of my throat, trying to squeeze the breath out of me. I have not finished with you yet, I will never let you go. Her body pulsed, shifting from the form of Lala soon to the body of an older gentleman. One in an uniform and had a grand mustache. I will embody all those that you've killed. Rambaral's face was very interesting as a choice. I didn't kill Ramba. I questioned, once more ignoring the attempt to snap my neck from pressure alone. That was a Muro. I think? Really can't recall if he did or if it was a suicide. Was it a suicide? My wrath will not be. It was then I was punched in the face. Not in the mental world, but in the flesh and blood world. Suddenly I was back in the medbay of the white base on my ass with a bloody nose and LT Bright standing over me with this look of wild panic all over his face. To the side was Sayla, who was just as panicked but also next to a now awakened Amuro, and Ensign Yashima who was far more composed as she came over to me with a bundle of paper towels for my nose. I almost thought I was still trapped in that mental battle, but there was one sensation this had that the mental landscape lacked. The floor was cold. Throughout that entire event, the feel of cold or heat, those weren't experiences that happened. Okay, Yashima grumbled, her annoyance at the situation clear. It was probably annoying not having any idea what was going on. Let me see that nose. I did so, letting her gently poke at it. Which from lack of pain alone told me Bright hadn't broken it. Merely burst a blood vessel. My fellow ensign regaled me with this factoid and I decided to use my voice once more. So, did my waking up later than those two? I pointed toward Amuro, who was busy changing into clothes under the covers of his blankets, and Sayla who was bravely looking away from the laden light of the embarrassment he would have felt at being watched. Worry you that much? Or is my face so punchable that as my superior officer you were compelled to punch it? Because from what I'm told either one is likely. As usual, my attempts at humor didn't help to lighten the mood. But it didn't cause anyone to frown at me either, so I considered that a win in of itself. No, but with Ensign Mass returned from the shared experience awake as did Amuro, but you didn't. We were left with little choice but to contend with this as if an emergency was going on. Frankly, we tried yelling at you at first, then moved on to poking, then slapping before finally I punched you. Guess, I'm lucky I wasn't stabbed. LT. Noah moved towards me, but Amuro beat him to it, hopping over to me with a shoe on and without his blue Federation uniform buttoned up. His right hand reached down to grab hold of mine, pulling me to my feet and giving my hand a meaty handshake. Thank you, Amuro said, his eyes wide and the smile on his face matching. You have no idea what it was like in there. The experiences, the nightmares, it was like it would never end. She'd made a personal hell, just for me. Amuro's voice became meek, he lost his smile and his entire body quivered slightly. There was something broken in the boy, a shimmer of light seemed to escape from his eyes and it reminded me of the Care Bears. One of the movies where some villain sucked all the joy out of the world. I wondered if the fact that the appearance of his attacker here was Lala hurt him more than the experience itself. From what I recalled, Amuro had formed a deep spiritual connection with the girl. It was enough that he would be affected by said connection for the rest of his life. Lala soon wasn't just a very powerful new type, not to Amuro Ray. They were very close to me, calling them soulmates. This experience could very well be equal to the girl's actual death in terms of traumatizing Amuro. Only with the added negative of there being no helpful new type ghost trying to help him out. I finally responded to the boy by patting his shoulder and giving him a tiny smirk. You want to recover from this, you are going to need to lean on your friends, I informed him. I wasn't sure if this was the right advice. But I knew of the sort of trouble Amuro would be in after this war. This should at least give him some help there. Connect with them, keep in touch. Don't just appreciate them, help them as much as they do you. Emotionally especially. Because all this experience was all bad vibes. Bad vibes. Amuro quirked an eyebrow, more confused than before. Right, bad vibes. Sorry, I don't have a better word for it, I grimaced as we separated. But what seemed to have happened is that all the bad experiences, all the bad vibes. They stored up as negative feelings, like hatred, in Char, and when I killed him it got rooted into you by way of the girl. Lala soon channeled not just Char's bad vibes but her own. Poured her heart right into you. Now, you want to make some good vibes. So you want me to go and be happy. The doubt in the boy was strong. I couldn't help but openly laugh. We're in the middle of a war zone, I replied. I thought of the Mobile Suit Gundam series so far and of what Amuro would have already experienced at this stage. It's no small task. But the little things can matter. Someone hands you a lunch, maybe you once gave food to someone who was hungry. There's a good vibe. Share a damn hug, there's another one. So, focus on the good? Not the bad. It seemed that I confused Amuro even more. Look at it as trying to experience more good, even if it comes in smaller chunks than the bad experiences. I doubted my words would have too much of an effect on Amuro, as he was a bit stubborn. Set in his ways. Though from the expression on Sayla's face, it seemed that something I said got through to her. No doubt part of it was from something she saw once we were separated. But I was sure that Sayla considered just how much of Amuro's future I knew in the first place. She might try and keep a closer eye on Amuro in the coming years given what I showed a while back. Noah and Yashima also took note of how traumatic this experience obviously had been for the boy, but I am not sure what actions they were thinking of. I had shared thoughts with Sayla, which made guessing what she'd do easier. If guessing what Bright Noah and his first officer were going to do was easy, then the Zen forces would have destroyed the White Base months ago. Sayla came over to Amuro, not saying a word, and led him back to the bed. I guessed that the boy was still pretty tight as the ace pilot conked as soon as his ass hit the mattress. We all exchanged a nod as we left the room so he could have some rest. Ensign, Bright snapped, causing me to salute the man incentively. He smiled slightly before putting his hand forward for me to shake, which I did without any hesitation. That was a good job there. I had been worried that we had lost Ensign Ray to some Zen mental attack. Just doing my job, sir. Shooting down Zen war machines and entering the minds of our pilots, I replied with small grin that I hoped he took as an attempt at humor. Just what someone signs for when enlisting in the Earth Federation Space Force. Right, LT. Noah replied, rapidly glancing at Yashima with a small frown who merely shrugged. Before I relieve you for your own rest, as I am sure that this was mentally exhausting, do we need to start worrying about Zen repeating this attack? I gave the idea some thought. Given I never understood just what Zerako would do to Kamali in Zeta Gundam, I couldn't be sure that this was something of the same style of attack. Though, I doubted we'd see a repeat of this anytime soon. Even a decade from now there would be only 1 or 2 people capable of doing this as they were dying. I doubt it, I replied eventually, scratching my chin as I considered my wording carefully. Like I said to Amuro. This was Lala channeling the combined pain of herself and Char into Amuro and a lot of other little details that are hard to explain. Basically, unless new technology is developed that makes this easier, being hit by lightning is more likely than a repeat of this. Still, it worries me. As the closest thing we have to an expert on new types, I am going to order a report on countermeasures. But first, make sure to get at least 2 to 3 hours of rest. With that, Bright turned and walked away from me and Ensign Yashima. Well, I hope he's not looking for official language and terminology. It's like he wasn't around when I started talking about bad vibes. All I am missing is a tie-dye shirt and some flowers, and I would have looked and sounded like a 1960s hippie during their heyday. Chapter 12.3. The white base was operating on a smaller crew than the size of the ship would have you believe. This leads to a few places feeling very ghost-like. The lunchroom was pretty empty, for instance, not something the Vanquishment's lunchroom ever suffered from. Though, I suppose saying suffer was a lie, as it was almost nice to be able to spread my legs, and just take more space than I ever needed. So I had taken up a lunch of nutrient paste, potatoes, and a bit of jello for dessert. This was where a member of the white base found me sitting as they came in. Hayato Kobayashi came in with some blonde dude not much older or younger than him. The two noticed me with a smile. I couldn't recall if I had ever met Hayato prior to this interaction, so I played straight with the two. Hello, Ensign Patrick Colasauer, I said, introducing myself while waving an arm for the two to sit with me. I'm afraid I can't recall if we've met before? Sorry, not only am I bad with faces but also names. It's more than a bit embarrassing. It's okay, we only shared a meeting, the blonde explained. I'm Private First Class, Job John, and this is Corporal Hayato Kobayashi. I couldn't help but let out a small laugh as the two sat next to me all nonchalantly. You can tell that you two aren't academy trained, I said with a smile, my head resting on the palm of my hand with my elbow on the table. It was probably a rude posture to take, but I never cared about that when it wasn't required. No one would ever approach a superior officer without saluting, at least if they came from any proper training regime. At my word, the two leaped back to their feet and saluted me with a loud sir that rang out in the empty mess hall. None of that now, at ease, I responded, trying to keep a small but noticeable smile on my face. I wouldn't expect a few months of heretic combat to instill proper military decorum. Just proper military skills. Hayato frowned at me as he sat back down, but Job seemed to take my words at face value. At least in how I intended. I noticed that Hayato's frown only grew deeper as the seconds went by, so I decided to be upfront with it. Corporal Kobayashi, is something bugging you? Permission to speak freely? He asked as if I was a mousetrap ready to ensnare its prey. Of course, I want you to think of me as any other white base pilot. If you think I am full of crap, just say so. Thank you, sir. Hayato took a bite of something, not sure what it was, to be honest. Some sort of fish paste thing. When he finished what was in his mouth, he spoke up again. I think proper military discipline is important to a well-run ship. I don't think I ever said otherwise, I replied earnestly, mashing up my potato a bit with a fork. You've confused discipline with decorum. I don't blame you, as it's the easiest method to teach discipline. Keeping proper decorum is the first step in the academy. But it's not necessary when dealing with a single ship with little interaction with other military personnel who'd be unaware of how rapidly you guys went from civs to military crew. But other superior officers we've seen have demanded it from us. I saw one colonel slap a Muro across the face once for being disrespectful. Far be it for me to be dismissive of officers of no doubt higher rank than me, I said, staring him right in the eye. But I don't expect strapping a jetpack on a fish would create a great flyer. So why would putting a civvies into a warship make them soldiers? That colonel was a fool. This time, Job got insulted by my remark. Hey, we're great soldiers. I know for a fact that the white base is more effective than most other units in the Federation. Don't be saying we're bad now just to win an argument. Oh, don't get me wrong, I replied, waving a fork full of potatoes around the air. I took a bite and managed to put out a very audible sentence in spite of the mash in the way of my teeth. You guys probably have the Federation ace, Amuro Ray. Who by himself has more kills than the majority of crews I am aware of when counted up together. No doubt you two have shot down enough enemies to be considered aces yourself, but that makes you good pilots, grand crewmen, and even great warriors. Not great soldiers. I don't get it. Hayato said, coming back into the conversation with less anger and more annoyance. It seems like semantics to me. Amuro Ray once ran off with the Gundam, right? I asked the question as if answering it truthfully wasn't admitting their fellow pilot had committed a serious crime. Desertion wasn't a minor thing, it was a major offense. Desertion while stealing military equipment was even worse. What? How? Job. Hayato yelled out, stopping his friend from revealing something that would have also gotten them all in trouble. It's fine, but it does prove my point. Amuro Ray is a prodigy pilot. The best in a generation. On the battlefield, he's honed his skills, and already proven he's a pilot with near no equal. But he was never given basic training. He never had the importance of command, the importance of steadfast discipline in the heat of battle. Few of you have. So sometimes cracks appear. The saying goes that pressure makes diamond, but it also crushes coal. I turned to face Kai Shiden, the guy who had smirked in a way that few could pull off. Full of self-confidence, but also he understood exactly what he was capable of perfectly. This was someone that understood who they were, even if it had taken time to find it. My early meeting was odd, but it was obvious that he was trying to befriend me. You loons don't get it, he said sitting next to me as he stole Job's uneaten lunch. He's saying it takes more than skills to be a good soldier. It is in the decorum, which takes time to learn. Exactly what I mean. Unlike skills, there's time invested in hammering in proper military decorum. Just can't be skipped. Frankly, I could do without all the sirs and stuff. But it's really helpful when working with larger task forces. Keeps things polite, keeps the chain of command easy to understand in a crisis too. The three of them grew silent for a few minutes before the blonde spoke up once more. You are a weirdo. Hayato seemed slightly alarmed at his friend's insult towards me, while Kai laughed loudly in his chair. I've been told that before. Truthfully, it was something that I had been told since I was a small child. From my personnel files here I get that impression too. Patrick Colasauer had been a weird guy. Someone who despite my insistence in training decorum had managed to come out of basic training very little of it but a big mouth. No doubt he could have lived to become akin to his 00 counterpart. That is if he hadn't been destined to be killed by Gato. I managed to finish the rest of my lunch before Kai piped in with a question. So are the rumors about your womanizing ways true? Hayato and Job perked up at the offering of a new topic. I briefly wondered how I'd gotten that reputation, but considered that I came off as if I was flirting with people back before coming to this universe. So that probably carried over as a flaw. That depends, if you mean I get turned down a lot then yay. I said, laughing slightly at my own misfortune. To be honest, I have amnesia of most things from before the war started. So if I got the reputation for what I used to be like, I can't really comment on it. That sounds pretty tough, Job remarked as he speared a carrot with a fork, stealing his lunch back off Kai as the other lapsed attention on the meal. I can't imagine not remembering my parents or my friends. The mood shifted suddenly, growing somber. I recalled that at least Hayato lost his family during the attack on Side 7 in the beginning of the anime. So I can imagine this is a sensitive topic, something that I shouldn't wade into if I wanted to keep myself out of trouble with members of the crew. I am done eating, I proclaimed suddenly, which was an odd thing to mention even for me. From the lack of food on the tray, it was obvious I had finished. I stood up with a smile and a thumbs up to the table. I would love to continue to chat guys, but LT. Noah wants a report on new type countermeasures. Before they could ask me any questions I was already leaving my tray over at the bay. As I exited the room though, I adjusted my collar as sweat started to pool there. It was odd, as a spaceship the white base had the ability to perfectly control its temperature. It shouldn't be so hot as to cause this amount of sweating. It was only as I noticed just how bright the ship had gotten that I realized just what was happening. The colony laser, I muttered, shutting my eyes tight as I held onto the rail with one hand. There was something indescribable about the experience. My senses were overloaded with information, it was like I could smell people burning alive. More importantly, feel their terror as they died. If I had kept my eyes open I would have noticed the red lights start flaring before the white base's alarms started blaring. I shuddered forward, letting the rail system carry me forward even while my body screamed from the terror it sensed happening. All pilots, to their machines. Came the voice of whoever was operating the comm station. Pilots to their machines, we have Zen ships on the scope. The sensation passed as I continued on, thankfully the layout of the ship was simple enough for me to traverse it even with my eyes closed. I headed into the locker and changed into my normal suit before the trio from the lunchroom had managed to arrive. When I went into the hangar, a crewman there yelled out. The light wants you to take over the Alex since Amuro is still not cleared for duty. Nope, I am going to keep clear of that unit, I shook my head, ignoring the yelps of confusion from them. The Alex is not a machine I can take out for trouble. I got to tweak it, tune it for my use, hell I have to get used to it. No, I am better off with my GM, my performance will be better. Probably will get into some trouble with Bright over that, but there was no way I was going to get into something designed specifically for one person alone. The Alex was a sensitive piece of machinery, requiring hours of modifications to let anyone else get a good performance in it. If I was to pilot it, I would end up overcorrecting my course drift, undercorrecting my limb movements. About the only thing I was sure I wouldn't have much trouble with were the thrusters. More powerful than a normal GM's thrusters sure, but they were still the same principle. I leapt over the crewmen, ending up right on the railing to my GM's cockpit thanks to the low gravity of the hangar. I got loaded onto the launcher as the bridge connected to my GM's comms. Ensign, I gave the crewman orders to get you in the Alex, Bright's annoyed voice piped into my ear. What are you doing in the GM? Sir, I presumed you wanted me to stay from crashing into the white base, sir, I replied smoothly, but probably too glibly. Sometimes there weren't enough sirs to add to make a statement not full of cheek. Sometimes the sir makes it even worse. The Alex is too much of a machine for me to even walk around the hangar in. Never mind piloting it in combat. Very well, proceed to launch. It was only as I yelled out my mobile suit's name, my rank, and all that other customary stuff that I recalled that there were no engagements right after the solar colony had fired. And this was something that I found especially odd as there was only a single Masai out facing us. Which was a task force consisting of White Base, Vanquishment, a Magellan class, and a couple of Salamis class ships. So a single Masai with no visible mobile suit presence was more than a bit odd. It was freaky. Frankly, I expected it to do a suicide run. Other GMS launched from the nearby ships, as well as the gun cannons and the original Gundam from White Base. There was a quick order given as soon as the Masai opened a wide bandwidth comms call. This is the Riotous, escorting His Grace, Sovereign of the Principality of Zan, Digwin Soto Zabi. We are to negotiate with Admiral Revels. Wait, what? Chapter 13.1. We didn't spend long deployed in our mobile suits, returning very quickly to our ships. The Zan Masai kept the few mobile suits it had in its hangar. I could only guess it was in an attempt to not spook any of the task force we had here. As we all got out of our mobile suits in the White Base hangar, I noticed Sayla had only just arrived. It was almost hard to tell it was her if it wasn't for the flash of her blonde hair from the visor. It seemed that the whole thing happened so fast that the girl couldn't even arrive before we were recalled. She walked over to me with the sort of energy you'd expect from a soldier who'd been ordered to firebomb a kindergarten. Before we could engage in much of any conversation though, the order rang out from the loudspeaker to clear the area. 2 shuttles came in one after the other. The first was the standard dark grey of a Federation design. The second was a purple and gold thing made in the same style as all Zan vessels, very curved but also with gold lining. Out of the first shuttle came the recently shaven form of General Revels, escorted by Captain Synapse and 2 guards. Out of the second was a trio of Zan soldiers, a red-haired woman I didn't recognize in a dress uniform and 2 guards, then the bald Zabi man himself. Digwin Zabi. I hadn't been aware that the general had even remained with the task force, never mind in the Vanquishment. I had presumed he'd returned to his vessel somehow. I didn't need to guess what measures he took given the information I gave Revels and the time he had to act. He pretended to remain with his ship, probably emptied as many ships as he could and ran them as a skeleton fleet. Obviously, the next thing he did was reach out to our agents hidden in Zan. I am not sure if the Federation had many high-ranking spies, but it seems that Revels was able to reach out secretly to Digwin Zabi and warn him to hide his location by sending his personal flagship, a Guazine-class ship called the Great Digwin, to one location while meeting him in a lesser ship here. This would explain why while feeling the effects of the colony laser killing a lot of people, I hadn't had the same scale of reaction any of the White Base new types had during the event in canon. There was this weakness I feel wave off Digwin compared to this sense of strength in the general. Which was odd given how much older Revels appeared. The general looked like he had 2 decades on the man, but with the energy of a man half his age. While Digwin looked like if someone sneezed next to him it would be the end of the Soto of Zan. Maybe he was just made of weaker stuff than Revels. Maybe he had some sort of genetic condition. Whatever the case was, I could see why the Zabi patriarch had stepped back from directly governing if this was the state he was in. Shame his eldest son was Hilter too, this time in space. Well, shame from his point of view. In mine, I would have at least imprisoned the whole family as war criminals as a start. It's true then, Sayla stated, her voice low. Digwin Zabi is here, on White Base. Despite being told she wasn't going to fly right now, Sayla kept the helmet of her normal suit on. I thought it was obvious that she wasn't comfortable with the idea of Digwin Zabi recognizing her. No matter how unlikely that seemed to me, it was very possible. This was a space opera after all. General Revels, Digwin's voice seemed to bounce off the walls of the hangar, carrying with event the stained mummer of the man. It has been some time since we've last seen each other. I can see the war has finally ravaged your beard. From what I can recall, Digwin was here to negotiate the surrender of Zan to the Federation. So I imagine his attempts of humor here was trying to soothe the bruised ego of those that had accompanied him. It was a rather stark fall to go from a belief of excellence, to being the greatest power in the universe, to being told that they were too weak to win. So making fun of Revels was probably something the 2 leaders had agreed on earlier. It was time for a change, Revels replied instead of responding to the remark. His tone alone was steady, but full of a subtle humor. I'm sure that you should agree with me. The response caused Digwin's small smile to shift into frown. Slowly, he walked forward, foregoing his guards as he made his way through the hangar with only a cane helping him. General Revels followed shortly after him, much the same without guard. It was a rather odd sight to see. I wouldn't expect either of our sides to let our leaders just walk around without guards in each other's presence. This speaks to a level of trust that I wouldn't show in teenagers, those that have never been in a mobile suit before nor killed a man even, but especially not the head of a family that is responsible, is culpable even, for the death of at least millions if not billions of people. It was a shame that I was too low ranked to peek in on this meeting. Even my insider knowledge didn't grant me authority enough to speak on behalf of the Federation. But truthfully, my attention was caught up on Sayla's shivering form. I could almost taste the girl's raw anger. It was a shame I didn't know what she'd gone through thanks to the death of her father, something the Zabi family may have had a hand in. The truth wasn't openly known, but I was aware that in a discarded script for the message series, Digwin would have outright admitted this to Sayla. I could understand her rage, facing the man that had ruined her childhood, had basically killed her mother by proxy at least too. At least if the implication of her no longer being around means what I think it does. But truthfully, I could only sympathize with the woman. I didn't know what living my life under a false identity, hiding behind it so you wouldn't be killed or exploited by every side and to watch the nation your father tried to build up be turned in space Nazi Germany. That wasn't something I could really relate to. All could give her were empty platitudes which would enrage me in her place. Even if I didn't take it out on anyone. No matter what happens from this point on, this is going to be the end of Zabi rule, I said instead, murmuring the words to her so as to not be overheard by the Zin pilots. Keep that in mind. Neither of the other two will give up without a fight. So there's still a chance for a total Zabi wipeout. Sayla glanced at me and frowned. Briefly, I worried that I had insulted her with the idea that death would please her obvious emotional trauma over this situation. Which would imply rather bad things about her personality. Though given the people I said would die were adult space Nazis, I can see why I hadn't considered it before I opened my mouth. Before I could try and recover from that flub, the redhead's an officer, someone I wasn't sure of their rank, had walked over to me with a quizzical brow as she pointed to my custom GM. The woman was pretty small, only just roughly reaching the edges of 5 feet tall. Which gave me a bit more than a full foot of height over her. The woman was also a bit older than me, but couldn't have been by much. This was someone in their early 20s at the most. You the pilot of the white and blue GM? She asked me with what I could only describe as a honeyed voice. Might be, I shrugged, facing her with a keen eye. I struggled to identify her rank by her insignia. It wasn't a unique problem to Zin forces, I sometimes struggled with the pips and stripes of Federation officers, but thankfully a good sir and a bit of waiting got that solved easily. As people would refer to said person by rank. Might be the mechanic. From the normal suit, I doubt that, she responded with a raised brow. I am Lieutenant Dijev. It took me a few seconds before I realized that this was an invitation to introduce myself. But before I could, Sayla decided to speak up. I'm Ensign Sayla Mass and this is Ensign Patrick Colasauer, ma'am. One could presume that Sayla would be far too angry or just generally upset to make nice with as an officer. Especially one that seemed to work directly under Digwin Zabi. But none of this attitude showed in her voice, nor on her face. As far as anyone watching was aware, Sayla was in a perfectly normal mood. At least those of us that either didn't know her well or didn't have new type powers. Yes, so that does make you. Dijev pointed her finger toward me. The pilot of the white and blue machine. The man who killed Commander Char. You've heard of that already. I was surprised at the speed news of his death traveled. I would have presumed due to how popular the man was with others and people that they would try and hide his death for a bit. Just to keep morale up. News travels fast in the Principality. I hope this isn't an issue, it wasn't personal after all. It's not with me, Dijev replied while shrugging. She walked to the side of me, inspecting my GM with an expression that told me she didn't think much of it. I wouldn't advertise the achievement too hard though. Char has a lot of supporters. People who want this war to continue on if it means a chance that you would die in it. Hey, that sounds like a pain in the ass, I replied, glancing around the room. You are a pilot yourself then? Seems pretty interested in my machine. Dijev smiled, glancing up to an expression that was off given the tension elsewhere in the hangar alone. Technically I am, but I haven't seen much personal flight over the course of the war, she explained. Just a few sorties, the men under my command have seen more than 100 hours each though. And I have commanded them during those operations. Not the type to go out and pitch in then? Sayla asked, still with a sweet voice, though this time the cracks showed. There was an edge to it. Some people are better commanders than their pilots, I just know where my skills lay, Dijev replied. The edge was gained. You hardly have this ship's commander in a mobile suit after all. Though of course, I will suit up to pinch in if it's required. Though given the hands-on nature of most Zin commanders, I can understand any confusion you feel. Given that Dijev was only a lieutenant, I doubted that she was in full command over the ship. It was very likely that she led the pilots alone. It made the statement and comparisons a bit off. But frankly this situation was tense enough with Sayla taking out her negative feelings on some random officer. I feel that this could lead to an argument, better cut in with the only topic that comes to mind. I have to ask, I said, drawing her attention away from Sayla for a moment. Given the obvious attempted strike against Sodo Zabi, if I am using that title currently even, are you and crew prepared to fight against others and forces? It wasn't a light topic, but Sayla was far less likely to start an argument with this woman if I took control of the conversation. The what now? Dijav asked, confusion written on her face so sincerely that I was surprised it wasn't in print. The strike against His Excellency? What strike? I haven't been involved of anything. I glanced over to Sayla, who appeared to be as confused as the Zin officer. Well, the Federation fleet that met with the Great Digwin, the ship not the man, at Guldovaline, well, they were all destroyed a few moments ago. I could feel a pin in the room drop. It was then I realized that neither the White Base crew, as a whole at least, or the Zin folks that had come aboard had known about the deaths of those men. How? What could destroy? Dijav trailed off, as if she realized the only option that Zin had was to destroy a fleet so quickly. I couldn't tell you how a lieutenant knew about the colony laser, or even if she didn't know and merely knew there was some secret weapon being built and presumed it had been used. Frankly, I didn't even know if it was currently a secret that it had been built. The thing was an entire space colony, the folks inside it had been moved out before they converted it to a weapon. Hard to keep that sort of movement a secret. Dijav turned to her shuttle quickly, yelling out to contact such and such and how every ship in this area needed to spread out from each other by a wider margin. Make ourselves a less attractive target. The entire room had busted into motion at this entire affair, there were yells and there were even a few screams of terror. All of them were asking questions in a series of screeches, but when a loud voice interceded with the authority few people could match. Enough! Captain Synapse yelled out, silencing the room. Our forces and all ship captains in the area have already been made aware of the situation. As have Federation Command, the ships at the Goldova line were a dummy target. Operating with ghost crews. We mourn the loss of those brave men, but the bulk of our manpower remains largely unaffected. Finally, Command has already started an operation to deal with the Zin weapon. We have nothing to fear. Carry on with your standard duties. It wasn't the best speech, it didn't even address every problem that had been yelled out, but Synapse spoke so confidently that it calmed even the panicked Zin folk. Eventually, Dijav returned from the shuttle, and whispered a few things to the Zin guards before walking back to me. To answer your question, I am a loyal Zin officer, she exclaimed, saluting in time with the guards behind. I am always ready to lay down my life in battle against the enemies of our great nation. Even traitors. Sayla scoffed, but before she could open her mouth to speak, Captain Synapse spoke up once more. Ensign Mass, Ensign Colasauer, with me, he ordered, his back already facing us as he started to walk out of the hangar. We and Lieutenant Dijav are to meet up in the briefing room. No one asked what about, but I was sure it was about coordinating security or something silly, which would make more sense if Lieutenant Bright was involved. Which means, what is this about? Chapter 13.2. There was a time when I thought that meeting a world leader was out of my lifestyle. Even when I woke up in this body during the Battle of Solomon, I hadn't expected to go around personally meeting the big players in the world. Except maybe killing a titan or two, by accident as I crossed some battlefields. So I say that entering a room where Digwin Zabi was directly speaking to General Johann Revels was a surreal sight. I meant it. These two men were basically the de facto rulers of the Earth's sphere. Oh sure, Revels only commanded the Federation military, but in a war that basically amounted to the entire Federation population needing to listen to him when he spoke. Digwin also might have found himself almost entirely usurped by his eldest son's influence. But he was still considered the head of the Zin state. He was still the figure the government formed behind, and his word was still meant to be law. And, then there was Sayla Mass. The only living heir, thanks to yours truly, to Zin state's namesake. A person widely believed to have been killed by members of the Zabi family by the Gundam fandom, though who exactly was involved has never been confirmed to my satisfaction. Sadly, for whatever concerns she had in the hangar, the meeting required that we at least don't have our helmets up. So she entered with her blonde hair wide and on display, bringing attention to her in a sea of blackheads and brunettes. This was without even mentioning how her face was clear to be seen with details that the helmet masked from a distance. So when we entered the room and the sovereign of Zin gasped quietly at the sight of the young woman, I knew exactly why. Though the man quickly waved off Revels' concern for the gasp, I was sure it was a mix of not knowing if Revels knew who Sayla really was and confirming who she was in front of witnesses. I can't imagine yelling out Artesia Somdakan in the middle of a meeting with General Revels would be all that conducive to Digwin maintaining any measure of his power. A lot of the inherent support for Digwin comes from his role as the successor of Zindakan. His sole remaining heir could easily rob him of a lot of support. If Revels knew the truth about Sayla, he wasn't saying anything either, something that I would mirror. Sayla taking up such a role isn't up to anyone but her, in my opinion. Not even sure if Sayla is suited to the role of quasi-spiritual leader of Zin. You do realize that Napoleon returned from much stricter conditions. Digwin replied to some offer we'd not arrived in time to hear about. Though from context I could make several guesses. And we all know how his ambitions ended. Revels returned with a dry smirk. His was cigar unlit in his right hand, but the man still rolled it between his fingers in the way I'd expect from a guy smoking it. It ended with him dying in relative comfort, in regards to wealth and betting at least. From what I recall of history, Napoleon's reign of conquering ended up with him being ousted from his first reign, then exiled to some island where he was to be guarded to ensure he wouldn't return. Then Napoleon did return and take France for a month before once more losing and being exiled or something once more until dying some years later. I don't know if it was a painful death. But he didn't do much more than leave a mark on history that people hundreds of years later discuss. After a while, the two fell silent till we were joined by Lieutenant Dijev. She stood silently but close to the Zabi family head. Eventually, General Revels spoke up once more. Good, now that everyone is here, he lifted a remote, and detailed plans spring from the screen at the end of the room. There's been some changes made to Operation Star 1, changes that need to be kept to a small number of people. Lieutenant Dijev will be informing her direct subordinate when they return to their ship, but otherwise, the only people that will be aware of the changes will be us and those operating the mission with you. This was a concerning development. The Space Fortress A Baochu is still the primary objective, he explained, but another tap of the remote showed more detailed plans. At first, it was just defensive locations, but then it showed the schematic of the base in full. We could see every hallway and every passageway, as well as the 4 areas directly outside the base referred to as S field, N field, W field, and E field. There is an objective that only you all will be saddled with. A joint Zan/Federation group will move in to secure 2 VIPs, Zenazabi and Minivalau Zabi. Their safety is paramount to even your own. I was close enough to Sayla to hear the creak of her gloves tighten. I wasn't sure what the young woman was thinking. Being told to value your life less than a member of the Zabi family, even one as innocent as baby Miniva would have to hit hard. Especially as Digwin sat there with a wide grin. Well, as wide as a person who seemed to lack much energy to breathe could manage. In this light, we need to pair up our forces exactly. So that the mother knows we're trustworthy. Azan pilot for a Federation pilot. Ensign Kolasauer will be our point man for the Federation for this operation. What? I'm the point man? I'm in charge of the operation? What kind of drugs is hidden in those cigars he's smoking? I wouldn't begin to know how to set up this operation. And we weren't half a day away from A Baochu. I understood of course that being on point meant point of contact with the Zan forces, but given the time frame and the goals here it basically meant I would need to make some decisions without the time to consult my commanders. Which could mean getting Zan soldiers to listen to me. Good, that sounds easy, not like I killed a celebrated Zan veteran. Thank you, sir, I stepped forward, remaining outwardly calm in spite of the raw panic I now felt. I couldn't help but wonder if Bright wouldn't have been the best man outside of Captain Synapse to be on point for this. Both were more experienced in planning operations and they both actually went through training for this sort of thing. Meanwhile Lieutenant Dijev will be the Zan officer coordinating their forces with you. Obviously, the first thing we need to is infiltrating A Baochu's secondary launch bay. Dijev was quick to supply the information, pointing to the hidden location on the outside of the A Baochu, close to S field. It's typically an escape route and less heavily guarded, at least on the inside, though the fleet is defending that area is commanded by Colonel Agas Delaz. I cringed slightly at the idea that I could end up fighting his forces. Not that Agas was someone without peers, but he was smart and he did command a lot of forces outside of Anvil Gatto himself. Smart enough to be dangerous and with resources to take down most battle groups. That means a Guazine class leads the forces there, right? That's correct, which alone could have been a problem, but then we include the Muse AI and Pazik ships in the fleet. It's not a small number of mobile suits concentrated in that area. At my count, it outmatches the number in this battle group. I wasn't aware of the number of units in this battle group exactly, but I could guess. Best count is 4 for the Muse AI, 6 on the white base, 5 for the Vanquishment, and 4 each for the 3 Salamis ships in the group. Making our numbers 27 mobile suits, not including the core booster if someone pilots it. A Guazine had 20 mobile suits by itself. Even if it only had 2 Muse AI at full capacity, then it would exceed this battle group. But it doesn't match the entire task force gathering to attack A Baochu, Dijev continued, pointing towards the other fields. If you focus on overwhelming the other fields, then they'll have no choice but to reinforce them using at least some of this fleet. The simplest choice we can make is to send my Muse AI into S field during a push into the E or W fields. The chaos of the fighting should give the vessel some cover from too much inspection. There's no way of telling if Delis would allow his forces to be split like that, he certainly hadn't in canon. No, you're right that a full frontal assault is not advisable if we want to actually secure the VIPs. I just believe we'd be better off with the appearance that we aren't so forward. We still need to attack this field, otherwise it will be suspicion. Oh. Captain Synapse remarked, for the first time interceding in the talks between myself and the Zan officer. So some sort of scheme. Exactly, Captain. I smiled. We play off that you are fleeing us. Sneak a few of our men on your ship, with mobile suits and fake some sort of deadly failure to the ship. Make it so we'd be required to dock. Then attack from the inside. With the men attempting to secure the VIP heading out while the area is secured. Basically, I was stealing Return of the Jedi's idea, only making it larger scale. Getting the two out in a warship was safer than trying to shove them into mobile suits that could be one-shot by any decent beam weapon. Interesting, do you think Delaz wouldn't see through this ruse? Digwin's snide voice piped in. He didn't reach such a high rank under my son for being a fool. As it's been some time, the Muse AI that accompanied me has already been registered missing in action. I didn't like being countered by the fat Zabi himself, but there was plenty of logic in that takedown of my plan. It was then I had a new plan, but I didn't realize till I'd already been a few sentences into my next plan idea that General Revels had opened his mouth to talk. Okay, so instead I need 5 mobile suit pilots, with the Gundams taking defensive points to guard our units as we go in. With that, the rest of the battle group should be able to stand against the S-Field fleet on its own. But it will be tight for whoever goes in with me. 3 Zen suits and 2 of our own. Digwin had a loud laugh when I finished, turning to Revels with a grin that made me want to punch his face in. Is that not your plan, General? Yes, the ensign has a sharp mind. I told you that your grandchild will be in good hands, Reveals replied dryly as if my speaking out of turn was planned for. Though once you've taken hold of the VIPs, make sure to declare so to the Zen forces openly. They shouldn't want to shoot down anyone then in case they take down the Zabi family member. There won't be a single Zen pilot open for that curse. I wouldn't want to be known as a killer of children in general. Never mind the killer of the last child of the family that ruled my home nation. Things went back to the political realm, with the General and Digwin discussing things I lacked the context for. But it certainly appeared that Digwin was trying to retain some power over the Principality while Revels was pushing for house arrest for Digwin at least. Revels had the advantage in negotiations, it went without saying that the side surrendering had a disadvantage. Eventually, Digwin ended negotiations, citing his poor health as an excuse, so he was escorted by Dijav. As he passed by Sayla though, he whispered something I am sure he meant for the blonde's ears only but ended up being heard by myself and even Dijav. It was me. Artesia. I did it. I killed your father. Digwin said it with such glee as if he was sure of what reaction the young woman would have and found it amusing. This gleeful joy in the sorrow of someone else. I can see Jiren grew up in a house run by this man. I was almost distracted by the expression of raw shock on Dijav, but my senses quickly warned me of someone who was about to do something they'd regret. Before Sayla could lift her fist, my hand already caught the arm by the wrist. We struggled briefly against each other, lucky that we were at an angle where none of the Federation officers could make out what Sayla and my hands were doing. Meanwhile, the Sovereign went to finish leaving the room with a low chuckle in his throat. As he walked through the door he ended up face to face with a Federation pilot I thought still in the med bay. I've killed 2 of your children, Amuro whispered, so low that none of the Federation officers heard though they could tell he said something. Amuro quickly stood to attention and moved to the side, letting the man out of the room as he shook in rage. Second Lieutenant Amuro Ray reporting for duty, sir. Amuro yelled out as he entered the room, saluting with rigid attention most wouldn't presume the boy had learned. At ease, soldier, General Revels replied, it's good to see you fit for walking about once more. I hope you've had your fill of rest for the next few days because we're going to be in the fires of combat that none of you have faced before. He left filling Amuro in on the mission to Sayla and myself while reminding me of my new duties that I needed to be ready for. Chapter 13.3 Amuro was cleared for duty not long after that with little fanfare. At least that I saw, there was some sort of commotion between Hayato and Amuro at one point, but my care for Hayato's issues was so small that I had lint bigger than it. So I didn't pay them attention. Hayato was probably jealous of his future wife's concern for Amuro. I had some fight on my hands in getting Lila off Captain Synapse's control and onto my own. In fairness, I let him keep Lightwing and Dull. They combined with the newbies we'd collected from Solomon would allow the Vainkashment to stay safe while having offensive options to send after Zen forces. Not that he agreed with that. As Ensign Lila Myra was apparently such a commanding presence she'd been able to plug my role easily for the 4 hours I was gone. Something Synapse would lack if I took her as well. I had managed to convince Synapse to let her go with an argument about how I needed someone as used to space combat as the Ensign was to move about the tight spaces in Abaochu. Dull was the only other option I would take from the Vainkashment, but he wasn't so good at tight spaces while the other pilots just didn't have the experience of Lightwing even. And Lightwing was just a non-starter as he was the official commander of the ship's mobile suit squads. Given the importance of this mission to the peace efforts, Synapse was quick to fold on my taking Lila as a wingman. The other Federation pilot I was bringing with me was Kai Shiden and his gun cannon. The man wasn't the most talented pilot, but as a pilot he understood positioning, timing, and more importantly, Shiden knew his limits. A self-admitted coward he might be, but that just told me he grasped where his skills stopped. I didn't need to worry about him running off to play the hero. And the gun cannon was a good support mid-range support mobile suit. So while not exactly suited for the interior of the base, Kai's machine would handle covering us very well. Dijev was taking a position she'd earlier told me to be unusual for her. The Zin officer was going to go out as a pilot in her Gulgug. The other member of her squad she was bringing with us was a Rick DOM pilot. In terms of units they were good, I just wondered how good Dijev could be given her pilot's supposed history. It meant some sense that she'd gotten her hands on a Gulgug even if she was a bad pilot, something I was sure to be false given her confidence alone, as the things were about to be given out to Green Academy students as their actual seasoned pilots were dropping like life flies. And as a commander of a squad, Dijev had far more reason to receive such a prime machine. In terms of mass production units produced in this span of time, the Gulgug sat out as king. Limited machines are another story. Probably went to a Gundam in that case. My team of 5 was set. My equipment for the endeavor was changed from my last outing. I had a pair of beam spray guns strapped to my unit's waist and dropped the sniper rifle. With the Jun's beam saber remaining attached to my unit, it was a matter of pride more than anything else. As part of my equipment was the standard hyper bazooka, which would be my secondary weapon more than anything else. But that was about it for the changes from my last loadout. I retained the GM Command Space Types beam rifle, but it wasn't like I had a booster pack to strap on so I could carry every weapon on board while maintaining normal-ish speeds. I know there were such equipment somewhere in the fleet, but there wasn't any in this battle group. The next thing I did was bring a assault rifle with a strap as extra personal equipment. I could vaguely recall the training for it, which was an interesting experience that told me there was some merging between me and my new body, and how it had 3 modes. Single shot, semi-auto, and fully automatic. While the smaller corridors of a Baochu would limit the usefulness of the weapon, the base had plenty of wider halls and rooms that the rifle would be my main weapon for. If we had a shotgun on board, I would have taken that too. But 2 weapons was really about as much as I could safely handle. The atmosphere in the white base was somewhat tense, which wasn't helped by the presence of general rebels now known throughout the ship. But this wasn't something that bothered me too much, as the man did need to be in this vessel or Admiral Wakian's Magellan to command properly. As they were the only ships that could coordinate such large fleets as the incoming battle groups. Though this didn't mean Bright no longer commanded White Base, just that General Revels operated from here. We neared the rendezvous point already in our mobile suits. Worried slightly that Zin would attempt to meet us away from a Baochu given that attack against Revel's convoy. Since they had real people in that battle group, this still amounted to a decent loss to our overall firepower for Operation Star 1. Many aboard White Base probably felt this more than I did. Given I know that in a worse situation our forces managed to pull ahead against the Zin defenses at this base. There was something to be said about the sheer confidence this factoid gave me as I suited up for launching out. Before leaving the locker room though, Sayla approached me. As I was only returning to pick up extra gear for the operation, this meant we were the only 2 in the room. I want to thank you, she explained, with a tiny bit of unease. I don't understand why he said to me then, but I would have regretted striking him then and there. He wanted my reaction, I know that. So I wanted to thank you. You're welcome, I replied lowly. I feel I could have said something to the egg-shaped shit encounter. But frankly, my mind just blanked at the time. Actions are easy, I can physically react to just about anything. I just can't always think of what to say. Sayla smirked slightly, leaning on the side of the door. I wouldn't worry too much about that, Amuro took the wind out of him easily enough. I'm glad that Digwin didn't say it loud enough to reveal my identity to the whole room. I don't desire to be in that position. Even potentially leading a nation or a group spiritually gives me hives. I'm presuming she means metaphorical hives and not real ones. Though people getting hives from nerves was something I'd heard before now. I mean, the Zin officer totally heard. So do you want me to get rid of her? I said with one of the most mocking tones that I could, even dialing up some of the pitch to help the delivery. When Sayla laughed I knew that I'd succeeded with the effect. No, she sighed. I will just have to deal with it. I don't want to be the type of person who does things like that. Who gets rid of people for convenience. That's all it is, not like I can be forced to rule Zin. Or that the politicians left would even want that. I reached out and patted her on the shoulder, thinking about the future Minerva Zabi once had. Being used in that same fashion as Sayla proclaimed she couldn't be. Sure, Minerva was younger when that started, but to me, it was clear a skilled enough manipulator could use even this adult easily. Watch yourself, okay, and if you need help even past this world don't be afraid to call for my help, I winked as I passed by her, putting my helmet on as I entered the flight deck. I'm always down for the trouble. I walked away from her with the confidence that I was very up for helping the woman. But it did bring up concerns I had for Minerva's life. Digwin might be alive now, but he was an old fuck. He looked like he had about 4 years of life if that was in him. It was weird to be in a hangar, even one I had already been on 3 times, without the chief's presence. On the Vainkashment the man was a constant presence, making sure all the crew were checking the machines, and making sure everyone was doing their jobs. But on the white base, for as good as the ship ran, I couldn't tell you who was meant to be in charge of this place. This worked, but only because everyone on the white base was very motivated to do their jobs. They didn't seem to need a chief. Cola sour. I turned to face the coming form of Kaishiden, who seemed slightly peeved with me. Why did you choose me for this? This sort of thing isn't exactly what I'd volunteer for. It's important, sure, but it's hardly the most dangerous part of the operation, I replied. That's gotta be the people working on the outside. We're not going to be engaging too much with the fighting. What we will be doing is safer. It involves jumping out of our mobile suits though, right? It involves 2 of us doing so. You're going to remain in the gun cannon and make sure to wreck the Zen suits if they betray us. Kai nodded, shaking his head as he left to go into his machine with a sigh. This finally left me to enter my machine. The setup on the white was slightly different from the Vaincaishment. I didn't need to push off the ground and float up to my unit. Instead, all I needed to do was walk down a railing of sorts and walk into the cockpit. I was out as the 3rd unit, following after Hayato's gun cannon and Amuro's Alex. Job John was right behind me next in the core booster, something I had actually forgotten about, and finally Kai and Sayla in their gun cannon and Gundam respectively. Briefly I let myself be drenched in the childhood wonder of flying next to the Gundam. I let myself be overtaken by the Alex, while we organized with the recently launched Zen units into proper formation. Lieutenant Dijov here, ready to roll, the woman declared over the comms. Her standard green Gulgug flew alongside a Rick DOM whose pilot stayed tensely silent. A stark contrast against Dijov's oddly cheery voice for someone that may be known as a traitor very soon. As the battle group met the Cummings and forces aligned in S-field, I tightened my grip over the controls. We're going to hang back for a while, then the Alex makes an opening and we ram through their defenses just as start to have good unit penetration from the rest of the battle group in the midsection of the S-field. Chapter 14.1. The Zen forces in S-field held hard against our forces for a bit. Salami's ships were saved by their brave GMS managing to strike down Gulgugs and Rickdoms piloted by rookies. The white base's gun cannon and core booster helped this matter a lot with quick surgical strikes that reinforced the defenses of the GM lines at critical stages. Sure, Job and his core booster came close to being struck down by an errant beam from both sides, but as the saying went, close only mattered in horseshoes and hand grenades. But their steady defense was shattered by our formation of units. The Gundam's beam rifle sliced through Gulgugs and Rickdoms, the former's pilots being too slow to bring their shields up to respond, while the latter were practically sitting ducks. It was worse for anything the Alex faced. 3 Musei were shattered into wrecks before they could even scramble their mobile suits to defend themselves from the Alex. Not that it mattered if they tied, as rounds from the chain gun in the arm ate through cockpits like a hole puncher into paper for the machines that launched from other ships. The Gulgug and Rick DOM with us strayed from firing on their own, the rationale being even if it was obvious they were with us, they'd be less likely to be fired on errantly if they weren't killing their fellow Zeeks too much. Not that this attitude saved any of their fellows' lives, not from the Gundams, not even from myself and Lila. Lila didn't seem to have amazing reflexes, not compared to myself, Amuro, or even Sayla. But she was a master craftsman at maneuvering. The pilot shifted her momentum like one would have expected a skater rather than a flying mech. It allowed her to easily get around any defense that underexperienced Zen pilots tried to mount. I took out my own targets, picking spots carefully and conserving my weapon's E-cap as my nerves warned me that I could need in the battle ahead. But my spots were well picked. I managed to kill 3 Gulgugs with a single beam as the trio kept too close formation, causing a cascade of explosions that killed them all at once. But even as skilled and effective we all were as a group, there were a few key Gulgugs that were skilled enough in groups to reach melee range with me. I took it down by ramming shield into it, flinging the machines out into space before sending a single beam right down into the unit's reactor, damaging the weapons of a nearby Musei by happenstance. A Musei that the Alex wrecked in a hail of beam fire, before once more ripping into the body of a Rick DOM with his left arm cannon. I briefly wondered why he even bothered with a shield as he backed out of a rocket before racing back into position and blasting his Zakutu attacker. Amuro was ruthless in his methods in his fight. I could feel a sort of rage radiate out from him. The experience of his brief coma had changed him. But while ruthless, he retained his priorities expertly. His field of death was a cone around us, one that didn't stray as far as Amuro's aim allowed him to, but it was far more effective for that reason. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that Amuro would end up with the Federation's overall biggest kill streak if not the overall mobile suit kills in the Federation after this fight. But then things got difficult in 2 major ways. First, a Gulgug with blue limbs and a green torso managed to weave through the beam Sayla tried to send his way. Then it blasted the Gundam back with his own rifle, which she caught off her shield. Amuro reacted like spring, blasting back at the Gulgug who reacted much in the same way as Sayla had. I knew who this was. I knew exactly who this pilot was. The colors were a clear sign, only a naval Gato would wear such a horrid array. But he'd charged the wrong group if he wanted an easy job of it. even as the other units finally started to swarm us in raw numbers now that he'd stalled us. I pushed forth with a burst of speed from my GM, putting away my rifle and drawing out my Jun beam saber. I could feel his surprise at the saber, as anyone would at the very different design it had. It gave me seconds to brace my shield against his coming rifle shots as he dodged more attacks from Amuro and Sayla. They stopped their assault as I drew into striking range of the Gulgug, going to pick off our other attacks. I let the open comms frequency, planning on taunting the fucker when he beat me to the punch. "You Federation dogs!" he growled in his typical manner. I should have known that the White Devil was a coward. "Come fight!" I started to ignore his voice and focus on killing him. Gatto had already swapped out his beam rifle for his beam saber, so managed to parry me with expert timing. Sadly for him, I was already moving around his sword arm and slashing down. Gatto only barely moved his Gulgug back enough to escape without losing his arm, but he did lose the beam saber. "Zeke man!" I exclaimed, his prior remarks having proven his comms unit was on an open channel. So speaking to him like this was easy. "It's been so long, how's the kids?" I could feel his anger at the flippant response. Could feel his rage as I gave him no quarter, driving my beam saber into his shield so many times and so hard that it gained groves from the repeated impacts. "You're that fool who ranted to me back at Solomon." Gatto replied, his voice containing revulsion that also mixed with a hint that he was impressed with me. "To think one of the small fish would grow so quickly. I can see how Char Aznable met his end at your hand. I guess the news spread that a unit painted like mine, white and blue, was responsible for the Red Comet's death. And he put 2 and 2 together right now. Never been one to think long term, are you?" I said snidely as the visor shifted on my unit's head so the Vulcan guns could fire at him. They were too low caliber to do major damage against a mobile suit, but they nicked at the metal, cut through parts of the head. I nearly managed to take out the mono eye of the Gulgug, but Gatto wouldn't have ever been called Nightmare for such poor piloting skills that he couldn't move out of the way of Vulcans. "You really let a pilot live just so you could feel superior? An enemy pilot? Do you know how many Rickdoms I have killed?" To emphasize this point, I quickly swapped my saber for my rifle once more, blocking Gatto's beams with my shield while I took out Zen mobile suit. I mean, that was a Gulgug, but still a lot of Zeeks just explode around me. "You are my great enabler in all this. Like a AA sponsor." He roared over the comms, coming for me with the sort of mad abandon I'd expect from someone who committed suicide by battlefleet in their original life. But with the same sort of edge, I'd displayed against this entire time I blasted out his rifle from his hand, exploding it and the entire arm. This was the difference in skill between Solomon and now. 6 days had only passed. Only that amount of time had happened, but it felt like I had experienced a lifetime already. Some of this was more down to new type powers increasing, or maybe I was just getting more skilled at using them. But for Gatto, he'd gone from facing a first-time pilot to a Jedi. Basically, minus the telekinetic powers at least. It wasn't a small difference between us. Old types could be just as skilled in piloting, they could even be better than new types in many cases. But that added with my custom GM, with magnetic coating in the arms, a updated head design, and the solid base of the command space type backing those features meant that even the Great Gulgug wasn't capable of overwhelming my machine on any spec. So Gatto couldn't outmatch my reaction speed, he couldn't overpower my mobile suit, and even the raw speed our machines moved favored me slightly. So the new type powers just factored into these series of edges I'd gained over the Zen Ace. But I'd discounted something I shouldn't have. The other famous new type Zen had in the area, that I was aware of. I boosted back from Gatto, stopping a killing stroke to his cockpit to dodge the series of megapatical beams that attempted to spear me through mine. It did go into a Muse AI that exploded. I found Eulalia's voice piped into my ear. It wasn't the type of voice I would expect from a young woman, it was more animal-like than person. My heart leaped into my chest as I fled from Gatto, who was now armless, left the area. No doubt to switch over to his Rick DOM. Time meant I had one less problem to deal with for now. But that still left me with a massive problem in the name of the Zong. The Zong was a massive beast of a mobile suit, with arms as thick as GM's leg. Head at least twice the size and carrying its own beam cannon of some sort in the mouth. The forearms detached to be used as remote weapons, with each finger being a megaparticle cannon itself. With 2 more somewhere on the waist. As the megaparticle cannon was typically an anti-warship weapon, this made the machine a rather dangerous battlefield vector thanks to the spread it had. The head could eject from the body in case of emergency, which went along with the factor that it had 2 cockpits. The first was in the torso was standard, but the primary one was in the head of the unit, something that made the head eject a worthwhile feature when paired with the small thrusters the part had for maneuvering. Of course, the reasons Zen hadn't fielded a whole battle group of Zongs came down to 3 factors. Time, as they only recently finished proper development of the unit, today, money as the unit was expensive to produce, and finally the most important factor. The weapons such as the detached arms required a new type to control it through the Psychomuse system that let new type control machines with their minds. Thankfully, the remote weapons on the Zong were wired, so they had an inherent range limit. This limit does not equal an easy time against the specialized new type mobile suit, as I was forced to never stop moving or be overcome the raw firepower at their fingertips. This was a lot quieter than I expected. There were no rants against my existence, no cries about how I ruined her life or killed the love of her life. She was just trying to kill me. I could feel the focus, could feel the rage bubbling underneath the surface of Lala's mind. But the girl ignored any thoughts I sent her way. I couldn't rile her up any further than she was. And if I could, I don't know if I wanted to do that either. Anger just seemed to make her more focused. Though, I could tell that Lala soon was not as talented a pilot as she was a new type, since while her weapons kept me on edge, Gato managed to get me to sweat far more when I fought him. The Zong came after me like a starving wolf. I could barely dodge the beams and struggled to hit her with return fire from myself. I lost my shield from the grazing hit by her right hand's array of beams. This left my other hand free to grab at one of the beam spray guns on my unit's waist. While weaker than my rifle by no small measure, against something the size even of the Zong it was enough to tear through its armor. As soon as her arms returned for a trip to the Zong, the machine was forced to dodge a litter of beams from the intercepting Gundam. Cola sour. Sayla yelled over the comms, "It's our job to sweep the way, it's yours to go through. I'll handle her." There was a crisp, smooth confidence in Sayla's voice that asked me to believe in her. I don't recall her being a bad pilot in the core booster, but her mobile suit skills were never truly tested in the original series. The one time she tried piloting the Gundam hadn't ended well, but Sayla had already proven fairly skilled with it since I have met her. Though Lala soon had already proven deadly enough in the Zong to keep me on edge. And destroy a number of Muse AI on accident now that I noted the damaged ships around me. Still, I trusted Sayla's judgment here. Even with this being the case, it wasn't my job to fight the big threats. It was mine to ensure the safety of a little infant and her mother, who was a space Nazi. But still a mother with her child. And even if Salia was wrong, Amuro was right next to her. Lala's chances here weren't incredibly bad, but they didn't look good to me. Right, I leave her to you, but watch out for the head as it's the cockpit with another megaparticle cannon on it. With that, I boosted away from Sayla and back with Lila, Kai, Dijav and whoever was in the Rick DOM. We'd managed to break through to the battle lines to the escape exit but found it shut tight. It seemed though that Dijav came prepared with some sort of small, relative to a mobile suit, explosive charges on her mobile suit. She blew it open, the zone only just large enough for our suits, though we needed to enter sideways. A dangerous arrangement, but beggars can't be choosers in this case. Chapter 14.2. The escape exit of Solomon wasn't unguarded. I know that in the end it would have been left empty as the last Digwin child attempted to flee. Just so early into the battle that was a Baochu, it was still to be divested of units. This meant a very chaotic hangar once we entered. More so because, unlike outside, Dijav and her wingmen opened fire with their machines more than once. Given the Gulgug was packing a beam rifle rivaling the Gundams, this caused a lot of damage. But very little blood splatter as the heat from the beam combined with the boiling effect of the vacuum of space leaves little to no trace of people. Maybe an arm or two floating about, dropping off boiling blood. There were some mobile suits, but it was very clear that the area wasn't prepared for an assault as their pilots struggled to even reach them before Dijav and the Rick DOM killed their pilots. I wasn't feeling too sorry, even if I knew that this was a pitiable state for any pilot to end up in. I signaled the woman to stop, before laying waste to the remainings and soldiers with my unit's CIWS. A weapon more suited for the task of killing fleshy little figures than the beam rifle's explosive overkill. The result was much the same, though more fleshy. Eventually, we killed everything that even looked like it could move. All that was left was a Zanzibar and a single machine standing in the corner. I didn't recognize the mobile suit, mind you, probably some test unit that didn't get fielded in the anime. It did have the head that reminded me of Izuku, but the body was slightly wider and the legs were far closer to what I'd seen in Gulgugs. It was pretty interesting to see and I left it as a model the Federation would study after the war. "We're going to leave that for now, could be useful if something extreme happens," I said to the gang. "But Kai, if you even so much see a pilot, go for it, blast the mobile suit to bits. But only shoot to disable the Zanzibar, it exploding in here could explode a lot of the base." "What? I'm staying here?" he asked, confused by my order. We'd gone over things, but I had never said out loud who'd be ordered to what. Instead, I wanted to leave that open to the situation at hand. And with the space available mixed with the superior raw firepower, the gun cannon made it the best choice for the job. "Yup, you and the Rick DOM fellow will be guarding our rear. Meanwhile, we're going to have to go in on foot." There was a good deal of area for a mobile suit to walk around in, but the truth of the situation is that none of them headed to the living areas of the base. Where Minerva and her mother, Zenazabi, were. To get into that section of a Baochu you needed to use the hallways designed for people. Thankfully, we had an officer who knew their way around the base. Lila, myself, and Dijav sprang from our suits, catching ourselves on the ceiling before pushing our bodies down to the railings near the ground. We pulled ourselves toward a thick metal door. Dijav entered a bunch of numbers into a nearby keypad to unlock it. I held my assault rifle toward the ground as we floated along down. We kept silent to keep from raising any alarm to where exactly we were. I wasn't sure if internal security could even find us in this location. Dijav hadn't learned of such defenses, but that didn't mean they were there. This entire area was meant to be closed off from the rest of the security in the event the regular sections of the base were overrun. So they wouldn't want the enemy to have access to security cameras in this area. But that could just mean there is a hidden security center in the base. That's what I would do, but given the chaos outside and the low number of personnel left, it was possible that no one was paying attention to this section of the base at all. I could feel a crowd of Zen soldiers heading towards an intersection we were heading, so I stopped the three of us with a raise of my hand rather than a verbal command. Neither of the female soldiers with me said a word, as any questions were answered by the sight of the Zen soldiers floating past at an intersection. They didn't even glance our way, they were so focused on whatever their current task was. Dijav, I said quietly, trying to keep it low enough that it wasn't overheard by any passerby I hadn't sensed nearby. You keep in front the rest of the way, middle finger towards us if you see anyone. I could see a single brow left in surprise at that before she shrugged and floating up further as Lila and myself let go of the railing to allow her pass. That's first nature when it comes to you, Earthnoids. We're Space Noids, I and Lila replied with the sort of mild annoyance you give interns for getting your coffee wrong, again. No wonder we all get along, she replied with the airy joy of a young child. Our souls are not weighed down by gravity. Zen philosophy, in this I believe spiritual, something about the human potential being unlocked when outside the influence of Earth's gravity. I frankly couldn't understand the idea that gravity had only an effect on our immortal souls, but given the fact that Lala's ghost in the original series stayed in space, I think there is some merit with the idea. Still, my internal thoughts on the saying aside, we journeyed for several minutes till we reached a more furnished area of the base. Gone were the dark metal walls and instead a durable fake wood that transitioned into a large double door that matched. This time Dijav needed more than a bit of time before the code opened it up for us. Time I spent worrying about more Zen soldiers coming by us, as we really should have run into more resistance at this stage. I cast my mind outward, trying to be as aware of as many threats as I could, but mostly I felt the presence of Sayla, Amuro, Lalasoon, and someone else. Someone I hadn't met yet. They were in the base somewhere, in the area we were heading into. I kept my guard up. It was possible that the Zabis had some bodyguard that had gone unnoticed with the power. I held up my rifle as we finally came up to the room that had Zina and Minerva. As soon as Dijav opened the door, I rushed forward and knocked her aside as a trio of bullets bit into the wall facing the door. This wasn't even something I had sensed coming, rather my body reacted without my conscious input. Shit, I swore, crouching up on the ceiling on the other side of the doorway from Lila, above Dijav. We huddled into small profiles in order to limit the shooting area of whoever was in there with the gun. Ma'am. I am as an officer. His Emergence, Digwin Soto Zabi, has ordered me to escort you from the premises. With those words, 2 more shots were fired and Dijav weaved her head back under cover. I got the impression that this person wasn't about to let us in without some great stroke of luck. Or a master at persuasion, shame we didn't have the latter. Ma'am, I started, my voice calm even as my heart raced at my first real non-mobile suit gunfire. From Dijav's reactions here, I guessed the shooter was female and probably even was Zena Zabi, the wife of the late Dozal Zabi. We are just here to ensure you and your daughter's safety. Suddenly the entire area shook as if a Baochu had crashed into someone. I guessed a ship had rammed into the place and exploded afterward, which was likely to happen in the middle of a war zone. I was surprised we hadn't had such events before now. Which clearly this isn't such a place. Now. I glanced towards the Zen and Federation officers with me, before handing my rifle to Dijav, who struggled to hold hers and mine at the same time. I am coming in without my rifle. Just be calm, no one here has to get hurt. Fine, but keep your hands where I can see them. I didn't hear that you were unarmed. I had given my rifle to Dijav for 2 reasons. Firstly, it made it harder for her to arm her own weapon if she needed to worry about a second one. But mostly I wanted to seem less threatening to the mother as I entered the room. I wasn't going without a weapon, but without a rifle I wasn't an immediate threat to her. I entered the room from the ceiling much to her obvious amusement. I see that Zen uniforms have changed a lot since I was in service, she noted with an amused grin. Her pistol was directed right to my left eye, with her free hand motioning me to return to the floor. An agreement was made between our governments, I stated, spinning slowly to right myself to her level. Soto Zabi has brokered peace. Another explosion rocked the area and objects floated away their holding places. But it turns out that your brother-in-law feels differently. The worry is that he will use you and your daughter as hostages. Zena glanced to a side door, her grin turning into a frown as she considered the situation. How do I know if you are telling the truth? She questioned. We'd make for good hostages for the Federation as well after all. That would be my job, ma'am, Dijav explained, peeking her head into the room from the doorway. Hers in uniform brought Zena's frown to a straight line. Lieutenant Dijav, ma'am. Yes, I recall meeting you before, Zena noted, sighing as she brought her pistol down. Come then, if my brother-in-law plans on using me as a hostage against our father, then he'll be making the same move as soon as he realizes what is going on. Another rumble rocked the room, this time causing a low cry from the infant in the other room. Zena sighed, rubbing her forehead with her free hand. You secure the room while I gather up things to carry Minerva out. I'm sure that I have the space pod for Minerva in a harness in this room. She left the three of us in this room. I pointed towards Lila and nodded in Zena's direction. While Dijav and oriented ourselves on inverse sides of the room, after she handed me back my rifle, then pointed ourselves toward the only door into the area. I made sure to lock the door, as it would warn us of people coming in if my attention lapsed. I didn't know they made baby normal suits. What did you think, people with babies? Dijav replied, sitting next to a press, keeping her head down while she positioned her rifle toward the door. I don't know, not travel through the depths of space with children who've underdeveloped lungs. Sometimes you just have to get out of a palace, or there's a hole in the side. You grew up in space? You've never heard of this before. I suddenly wondered if I hadn't stepped into something super common and very obvious. Like this could have been very common, very usual. So I decided to give my typical answer for these problems. The Battle of Solomon gave me amnesia. The first plan for super soldiers is giving them amnesia, I guess, Dijav replied clearly before muttering under her breath. Poor Char, the guy got killed by some dude who'd forgotten how hospitals even work. Suddenly, my heart erupted into my throat as I came to feel newcomers. Incoming, I intoned softly enough for Dijav to hear me but not enough for the incoming people to overhear me. I hoped. She didn't waste time focusing on the doorway, waiting for a signal to fire. The door burst open as it was smashed with a battering ram, the hinges flinging off the doorway as the wood splintered, and crashed onto the ground. 4 heavily armed came in, their uniform alone stopped both myself and Dijav from shooting. Hold your fire! I yelled at my fellow Federation officers. Friendlies, Ensign Kolasauer. I suddenly couldn't breathe as their rifles aimed at the two of us. It wasn't the terror of having a gun pointed at me directly for the first time in my life, it was the overwhelming warning that rang in my head. I had 2 options here. I just didn't know why I had 2 options. Chapter 14.3 There was something to be said about the old Mexican standoff cliché. Not too sure why it's called Mexican, but that is what I have heard it referred to. It's something that usually doesn't happen in military operations. Someone points a gun at you, you're trained to shoot first and ask questions whenever you're safe. Things were too delicate in combat zones for hesitation. So when my new type senses screamed at me, I changed from this standard response. I wouldn't get this tingle in my head if I just needed to shoot the fuckers out from under them. At least I hoped so. Ensign Patrick Kolasauer, I am a pilot currently operating out of the White Base. Stand down. They glanced at each other, their rifles turning down slightly. They were still ready to pull the weapons back and fill me up with so much lead that I would have died from lead poisoning if the blood loss didn't kill him after the chunks of missing organs did me in. One of them stood forward, the commander pins on his normal suit, cluing me in that he was in charge of the group. Commander Turk Cosgrove, he replied, glancing around the room till his eyes found the door Zena and Lila had gone through. Ensign Patrick Kolasauer. Cosgrove continued, clearly recognizing my name but feeling confident given my lower rank. What a strange place to find someone like you. I would expect to see you out in a mobile suit trying to kill and add more aces to your kill count, he replied easily as if he wasn't too bothered by my presence. And with a Zeke as well? What are you up to? I am leading an operation under the orders of General Revels, so what I am up to is classified, I said, making sure I didn't answer the question. There was no telling the response I would get when they discovered the 2 Zabbies in the other room. Lieutenant Dijav is a vital part of this. What are you doing here? I wasn't made aware of any other endeavors into the station. That sour of information would have been the first thing that was discussed before we were sent off. This was not an insertion squad. At least not one with any official commands backing it. It could have been Black Ops, but that itself implies a level of infighting that the Federation would eventually be known for. About 4 years earlier than it gets serious in canon. We evac'd from our mobile suits after they were wrecked and managed to sneak on board through a hole that must have been blown open when a ship crashed into this place, he clarified, so decided to make a large run of the place. But I haven't heard anything about operations with a Zeke, especially not one run by an ensign, not even a corporal or a lieutenant. That's not proper given the location alone, the commander stated, not questioned. He stated. This man had already decided what he was going to do here. I'm going to have to take you into custody at least till we figure this out. For all, I know you're a false flag guy using the name of a real pilot. It would explain why you're in this base better than some secret mission from General Revels. The same can be said of you, Commander, I replied. I have orders from General Revels, this I know. According to you are here because you're a shit pilot. I'm the one with concerns about false flags, a delicate mission like mine could have one, not you. So I can't let you hold us up here. Get out of my way. Now, you're just speaking nonsense. Instantly everyone raised their rifles once more. Mine was aimed right at the commander while Djev pointed hers at the soldier pointing his at me. That still left 2 more pointing at her while the commander kept his guard down and merely sighed in response. I wondered briefly why I was hesitating so much here. It wasn't like I hadn't killed before. And they were acting as an enemy in this situation. There was just something in my mind telling me to wait for what I didn't know. Typically I know to trust my instincts. But here I decided to go against it. I don't think you want to start this, Ensign. Interrupting the commander as I sprang off the wall like a rocket, spraying the area in front of me with a spread of bullets. I hit the commander in the right leg while catching 2 others in the arms. Except for the commander, the others managed to fire off themselves. My movements meant I was in motion and they missed me. As I landed on the other side of the room, one of the remaining soldiers charged me, slamming me hard against the nearby wall. They attempted to punt the butt of their rifle through my visor but managed to grab their arm by the wrist and snap it against the wall. As they reacted in pain to do that, I gave them a chop to the throat before kicking their legs out from under them. The low gravity of the area caused him to float upward after. My spider sense screamed to me, so I ducked and a spray of bullets embedded themselves into the man I had been fighting. I kicked off the ground, punting over my attacker as they attempted to shoot that position too. As I reached the ceiling, another round of shots was fired off. Djev managed to hit the man firing at me in the back of the head, the rounds going into the flesh with an explosion of red, dropping him to the ground. So then there were none of the Federation men left standing. A few of them were dead, but most were merely critically injured. I could feel my stomach churn at the sight of the blood. There was a lot more than I ever had experienced before. Luckily I didn't get the smell as my suit was sealed for the vacuum. Well, there are a few kills you won't be putting on your record, Djev nimbly joked. I couldn't help but sigh, disappointed in myself more than anything else. My mind was still telling me that something was wrong. That I had acted too soon. Slowly the door behind us creaked open. Lila came out first, her rifle ready to fire at the sight of an enemy, while Zena came out with a large pod strapped to her back while holding a pistol aimed downward. By now, Zabi wife was wearing a normal suit of sorts, the style I would expect to see from as an officer though rather than anything plainer civilians would wear. They lucky I wasn't in this room, I would have shot them as they came through the door, Lila asked, her gaze lingering on the few members remaining who were audibly groaning still. Would have hit fewer limbs too. I would have shot them in the head, Zena piped in, stepping towards the doorway. Federation scum. I was briefly taken aback by the statement. It wasn't every day that a woman carrying a baby on their back spoke so coldly about murder. It was then that I remembered that Zena Zabi was a member of the Zen Space Force before marrying Dozl Zabi. Though my memory wasn't clear of her rank, nor if she stopped being one once Zena started dating Dozl or only after getting married. I couldn't even tell you if she'd experienced combat before, but her training was obvious in her demeanor. Most people, even trained soldiers during their first time, were a bit squeamish around dead bodies. It's a natural human reaction, something that I had fallen into not moments ago. But Zena didn't. That told me the woman had seen some action, at least she'd been around dead bodies, or was just fundamentally a sociopath of some sort. Okay, that was enlightening, I said, holding my hand up to Lila so the woman wouldn't pipe in with some counter to defend Federation lives. We were now on a bit of a timer here. But we do have to get out of here real quick before gunfire attracts anyone else. As quiet as this section of the base was, I can't imagine the full gunfight that just happened wouldn't attract someone's attention. And that could only lead to several armed and soldiers bearing down on this room. We silently moved forward, but it was already too late. In the chaos of the battle and the rush of that afterglow, I had been too distracted to feel the half-dozens and soldiers coming up to the room. They charged in like loons, their weapons raised. They wouldn't dare enter this room while firing, not with who this room belonged. Which gave me some time to react to them. Fr. Before they even finished speaking, my gun sprayed out, something mirrored by both Djev and Lila, but not Zena, who threw herself into the corner back first to protect the baby in the pod there. This wasn't as successful though as my earlier firefight. They returned fire and huddled around the corner of the door frame. I had learned my lesson from the last time, with the added benefit of them being actual enemies. There was no time for mercy or even for Zena to negotiate with the guys. We were on a time crunch now. We were encountering Zen solidars. It would be a matter of time before Jiren learned we were inside, taking his own niece out of a Baochu. I managed to headshot the mook who tried to peek out, but blind fire from the other side of the frame caught me in the right arm. My rifle clanged to my chest as the pain caused me to let go of it and my left hand to leap to catch the now open hole in my suit. Zena took a single shot and managed to hit one. While Lila had more luck, out better than anyone else, her rounds splicing through the wall and causing the cries of several people to ring out. But I wasn't the only one that got hit in my team. Djev's face was now missing an eye. Her dead body floated in the air in a flabby manner, more like I'd expect from a jellyfish than I would have ever thought a human body could be. As if despite stereotypes, Zena's pistol drilled its own holes through the other wall. This time I didn't hear cries, but I did note that the holes were all about where a man's neck would be. And so another group of soldiers died. At least time they were in Zen uniforms. All through this, Minerva cries. Her new type powers were minor at her age, but the infant radiated distress. So much so that it distracted me from the pain in my arm. Zena was quick to act, grabbing some sort of wrap and putting it around my wound without saying a word. It stuck to my arm like tape, helping Zena's ability to pull it tightly around. You're lucky that it went through, she said, having examined the wound before bandaging it. I was almost sorry that I didn't have painkillers, only the baby's distress was letting me ride this out. Otherwise we'd need to dig it out now. The dangerous of it moving around your body while in combat is fatal. I didn't bother to snark back to the room for calling this lucky, when lucky would have been not to have been shot at all. What I did instead was walk over to Dijev's body and check for a pulse. I expected not to find any and was disappointed to find my presumption correct. She's dead, Zena unhelpfully and rather coldly. Though I wasn't sure if that was composure or a lack of care. And we'll end up the same if we don't get out of here. I nodded, adjusting my rifle strap to fix it properly to my chest as I brought out my pistol instead. I wasn't sure if my arm could support the rifle, and I knew that if I was careful my pistol could be used by a single hand. Sure, I wouldn't be able to fire off as fast as if I had my other arm to stabilize it for repeated shots, but I wasn't sure how well that injured arm could hold the other up. Though I was lucky that I was ambidextrous, otherwise I would be screwed when it came to aiming. We moved on, leaving the dead Dijev where she was. Part of me wanted to try and bring the dead woman with us, but as an officer in the conditions we were under, I decided to not even voice the idea. She would be taken care of by her people, and I was an injured man who needed to guard a VIP. I couldn't afford to bring the dead woman with me. Chapter 14.32. There was something to be said about the old Mexican standoff cliché. Not too sure why it's called Mexican, but that is what I have heard it referred to. It's something that usually doesn't happen in military operations. Someone points a gun at you, you're trained to shoot first and ask questions whenever you're safe. Things were too delicate in combat zones for hesitation. So when my new type senses screamed at me, I changed from this standard response. I wouldn't get this tingle in my head if I just needed to shoot the fuckers out from under them. At least I hoped so. Ensign Patrick Colasauer, I am a pilot currently operating out of the White Base. Stand down. They glanced at each other, their rifles turning down slightly. They were still ready to pull the weapons back and fill me up with so much lead that I would have died from lead poisoning if the blood loss didn't kill him after the chunks of missing organs did me in. One of them stood forward, the commander pins on his normal suit, cluing me in that he was in charge of the group. Commander Turk Cosgrove, he replied, glancing around the room till his eyes found the door Zena and Lila had gone through. Ensign Patrick Colasauer. Cosgrove continued, clearly recognizing my name but feeling confident given my lower rank. What a strange place to find someone like you. I would expect to see you out in a mobile suit trying to kill and add more aces to your kill count, he replied easily as if he wasn't too bothered by my presence. And with a Zeke as well? What are you up to? I am leading an operation under the orders of General Revels, so what I am up to is classified, I said, making sure I didn't answer the question. There was no telling the response I would get when they discovered the two Zabbies in the other room. Lieutenant Dijev is a vital part of this. What are you doing here? I wasn't made aware of any other endeavors into the station. That sour of information would have been the first thing that was discussed before we were sent off. This was not an insertion squad. At least not one with any official commands backing it. It could have been Black Ops, but that itself implies a level of infighting that the Federation would eventually be known for. About 4 years earlier than it gets serious in canon. We evac'd from our mobile suits after they were wrecked and managed to sneak on board through a hole that must have been blown open when a ship crashed into this place, he clarified, so decided to make a large run of the place. But I haven't heard anything about operations with a Zeke, especially not one run by an ensign, not even a corporal or a lieutenant. That's not proper given the location alone, the commander stated, not questioned. He stated. This man had already decided what he was going to do here. I'm going to have to take you into custody at least till we figure this out. For all, I know you're a false flag guy using the name of a real pilot. It would explain why you're in this base better than some secret mission from General Revels. The same can be said of you, Commander, I replied. I have orders from General Revels, this I know. According to you are here because you're a shit pilot. I'm the one with concerns about false flags, a delicate mission like mine could have one, not you. So I can't let you hold us up here. Get out of my way. Now, you're just speaking nonsense. Instantly everyone raised their rifles once more. Mine was aimed right at the commander while Dijev pointed hers at the soldier pointing his at me. That still left 2 more pointing at her while the commander kept his guard down and merely sighed in response. I wondered briefly why I was hesitating so much here, it wasn't like I hadn't killed before. And they were acting as an enemy in this situation. There was just something in my mind telling me to wait for what I didn't know. Typically I know to trust my instincts. I wouldn't go against it here, no matter how little sense it made to me now. I don't think you want to start this, Ensign. We've got you surrounded. You do, I replied, there was no reason to argue with him. We were surrounded, not that it would always stop, but my reputation should easily say that I don't care about risks. I've been practically immortal. The commander frowned, looking back at his men for a second. They all tensed up like they were ready for me to snap and kill them all at any second. One of them even went to lower their weapon but was stopped by another who shook their head and raised a middle finger at the first man. I didn't need to be a genius to notice that they suddenly grew pretty afraid as they realized that I could be the real deal. I worried for my reputation if this was the case, though it could be put down to being against me here. This was something that I could use, so I took a step forward, walking past the commander with my rifle hanging against my chest. I gestured to myself with a free hand and then to a guy next to me. He jumped slightly in fright. I could smell the tension in the air. So how about we don't start a firefight, we work our way back towards the hangar my support came from, and then I take my VIP back to the general with a glowing review about how well the whole squad here did after they lost their mobile suits. How brave, how wholesome you are. I mean, otherwise, it's going to be and I killed them all. I turned back to stare the commander in the eye. Stand down, Cosgrove ordered his men. As his eyes drooped to look at the floor. We'll act as escorts. Who's the VIP? As if by magic, Lila entered the room first, a weapon not quite raised by very ready for action. Following her without a weapon raised was Zenazabi with a large container on her back. I did note how her hand twitched to take hold of her sidearm, meaning that she was ready to kill someone at a moment's notice. I could hear the soft giggles coming from it. They were a sudden bit of movement from one of the soldiers, but before I could raise so much as my brow, Cosgrove snapped a chop across the man's neck and brought the man to his knees. I already said stand down, he ordered once more. I've given my command and it will be followed. The VIPs are to be escorted to the hangar they entered from. The offending man coughed and choked on his own spit. I was impressed by the dominance of his men, even if I was annoyed that his control wasn't good enough to stop him from needing to take such actions in the first place. Zena didn't seem to be impressed at all if her scoffs were to be taken seriously. But sir, someone whispered to the Federation commander, poorly hiding the communication, that's Azabi. I would count that as a very important person then, wouldn't you? Cosgrove's hand came up to slap the side of the man's helmet. And then the rest tof the commander's men buzzed into noise. This really took from my earlier thoughts about how well the man kept his people under control. This man was just a thug. I would have thought that from his rapid response, he kept strict physical control over his men. Sure, I also believe such things shouldn't be needed in a properly run organization, but I'd presumed it was a sign he had control over them. It seemed that I was wrong. Made wrong very quickly at that. There was a relief that I hadn't said that out loud at least. It would only be embarrassing given who I was in the company of. If you and your men are done play around, I interceded into the mess of Federation soldiers. Who were not getting any glowing remarks from me anytime soon. We need to leave before the Zeeks notice just what is going on here and who is being taken out of the facility. It was at this point that my new type senses had gone into overdrive. Screaming metaphorically into ears so much that I couldn't do anything but notice the coming arrangement of Zen soldiers coming down the hall. But it had already been too late. One of Cosgrove's soldiers had already stepped out into the hall, only to be reduced to a bloody smear as a hail of bullets ate their way through his body. Take cover. I drove to push the Zabi woman down to the ground, saving her life from a hail of bullets from my allies in the Federation. The squad seemed to have taken the arrival of Zeeks to be a sign that I had been lying. Luckily their commander had other opinions and fired off into his own man, something that seemed to do the trick of getting the rest to line up, but it was already well too late for that. The door busted open as Zen troopers came in. Once more I ended up pushing the woman out of the way of a coming hail of bullets. Though this time I moved with her, I could feel the bite of one of my ankles being nicked as I threw us into the prior room. What happened next came back to me in flashes and smears. 1 second I was standing up, next I was sliding across the ground or leaping at the ceiling to bounce off it in the low gravity. Suddenly I was above Lila, only to realize that she was moving and I wasn't. It wasn't as if I was experiencing this during the moment. Because I was already laying on the ground in a pool of blood. My mind was only trying to figure out exactly what was going on at this very moment. I was stuck in a daze from blood loss, only glad that the area was vacuum sealed, as otherwise the holes in my flight suit. That would have killed me very fast as my blood got sucked out. I struggled to keep my eyes open as someone started to dress my wound, but failed against that so hard that the next time my eyes opened I was in a medbay. LT. Dijev guarded me as Zenazabi entered my space. We were curtained off from the rest of the room. I had an oxygen mask covering my face and N4 going into my veins. This was typical of a standard anime hospital situation. The hero barely survives a combat exercise and ends up waking up elsewhere, little memory of how it happened. What happened? I asked, my voice coming out far weaker than it had before. It was barely a whisper even. The noise caught Dijav's attention, but Zina appeared to ignore speaking to me to examine my chart. You were shot about 6 times, Dijav replied, leaning on her elbows after sitting down on a comfy chair that had been placed next to me. Meanwhile our Federation escort started to infight. There were only 2 shots that hit you, Zina corrected the LT, her voice cold but not particularly harsh. One in the leg and the other in a lung. Obviously, the latter was far too serious not to take you to the nearest medical facility. Sadly for you. Zina trailed off for a moment, looking around the area with such suspicion that I suddenly grew cold. That involved heading toward the original escape plan. The Zanzibar ship in the hangar. I guessed, frowning. That wasn't too bad. As long as I wasn't dead, I could recover from this and get back to a Federation ship. But as fate had been proving lately, this wasn't so simple. That would make the most sense if you were going to keep moving. Otherwise, I'd be stuck on a Baoquo. Which wouldn't be the best play to save my life given we weren't just attacking the station, we were flying heavily armed warships about it. Ones with energy weapons, nuclear reactors, and explosive materials in general. Also, soldiers were apparently fighting their way through as they crashed and otherwise landed on the station. Staying inside of a Baoquo wouldn't be a smart play currently. Especially not with me, a Federation solider. Where's Lila? Dijav glanced over OT the Lady Zabi, who shrugged as she continued to look over my chart. I considered this fact very carefully. Zina Zabi was reading that thing very slowly. Obviously, she was just using it as an excuse given the fact there was only 1 sheet on it. She didn't make it. I only didn't sigh and rub my forehead because I didn't have the energy for it. We also had to reveal your true identity as a double agent who'd worked for the late Dozl Zabi. Your real name is Ulrich von Mises, a major, and as Lady Zina will note, this was an operation that was entirely off the books and she remains one of the few that know of it. What? We're also retreating as planned to the Axis base out in the asteroid field between Mars and Jupiter. What? Chapter 15.1. Dijav didn't make it, Zina replied to the RIC DOM pilot, who'd opened their cockpit to let the woman into it. They exchanged some conversation after that, but it was under the cover of a cockpit so I couldn't hear unless the guy telepathically broadcasted it to me or more likely opened a comms channel. We had thought to fly out in the docked Zanzibar class ship, as an armored warship would be the safest transport available to us. But the matter of the fact was we were too few to crew it, nor could we trust any of the locals and soldiers to crew it for us. I'm sure that a few would leap over to Digwin's newborn faction, but the chances were that most were caught up in Jiren's cult of personality. So Minerva and her mother were going in a RIC DOM. But at the very least Kai heard the same news as the unnamed Zan pilot. That saved me some time talking it out with him. I didn't want to run through of something I had just experienced 5 or 10 minutes ago. The string of losing another soldier, even a Zeke, was pretty hard. My decisions weighed very hard on my mind. Still, she was a space Nazi. I tried hard not to feel too bad about her death. Dijav hadn't deserved it at that moment, but I didn't know what she'd done in the past. It could have been karma for all I know. As I ascended to re-enter my GM, my arm ached, the pain growing the further away from Minerva. She'd quieted down after a minute or so of gentle coos from her mother, but somehow my pain didn't become this bad till she was going into the RIC DOM. It wasn't as bad as it should have been given I hadn't taken any painkillers. I wondered if the girl had intentionally done this or if it was me doing something. I certainly hoped I wasn't sharing my pain with an infant. That would be something to be truly ashamed of. Also that I would need to keep this off reports. There was a chance that even as an infant Minerva had greater new-type powers than I would have given her credit for. Almost made me wonder if she could have piloted the unicorn to the same degree as the kid from that series. This meant that I struggled to properly grasp the right control stick, but I could still push it forward and back easily enough. Though I wondered if the pain would cause me to hesitate at the wrong moments during this escort. Okay, I go first, then Zena, followed by Kai, and then you Lila. My orders were followed without peanut commentary even from the Zen officer I hadn't bothered to learn the name of. We exited through the hole we came in from, meaning that I needed to turn my GM sideways in order to squeeze through. I was honestly surprised that the RIC DOM could make it through the same area, as it was a thicker machine by some margin. The sight that awaited me filled me with a mixture of awe and dread. This was the biggest space battle I had ever seen. From this angle, I could just about see the entire S-field spread out in front of me like a cinematic from a video game. Muse I had crashed into each, and half a Salamis lay floating in a wreck next to a Columbus that had its whole center ripped out. GM parts were mixed with RIC DOM and Gulgug parts in the mess before me. Their pilots were much of the same, though there were more Federation body parts than Zen ones, something I put down to the beam weapon focus the GMS had over the mobile suits that Zen had still fielding ballistic-based primary weapons. The fighting had certainly stayed focused on both sides. The Federation ships were farther apart than their Zen counterparts but not so far that they couldn't support each other. Mostly through mobile suits, but some covering fire was clearly an option from what I'm seeing. There was this mermizing aura to the entire thing. I tried the private channels for Sela and Amu or both, but either the -V particles were so dense or the radio traffic so chaotic that it interfered because I got no reply. I was about to reach out with my new type senses, as I could still feel the duo and Lala even out there fighting. But I realized fast that such a contact could be a deadly distraction when in the middle of a complex mech battle. It looks like we are on our own, guys, I said, opening up the channel between us. I needed to be careful about how we moved about in the battle. Avoid the direct route, as fast as it was there was just too much chaos in there for a VIP to be moved through. Stay close to the Rick Dom, Lila, Kai, and I will run point for the group. Follow me. I angled my suit toward the wreckage of a Salamis that had crashed into a Musei. Neither one was active. I'm sure if it was possible one of them would have been on fire. Regardless, this made the direction the safest area we could head towards. The wreckage would even provide some great cover for us. We got there without much trouble, though a Gulgug came a bit too close to me. But a blast from my beam rifle was more than enough to deal with the guy. It was easy to see just how hard this war really had hit Sin, since the Gulgug is a killer machine that should have been able to put up a very good fight against me. So obviously most of these pilots were just out of the academy, something that Kaisala would learn about this time when she asked after their poor effectiveness on the field. I was worried that we were a very open target, even with the cover the armored wrecks provided. We just weren't moving fast enough, though speeding up wasn't much of an option either. As the Rick Dom lacked more than a single seat, I didn't want to jostle them around too much unless Minerva would get hurt. The cover was good, but we moved with it, floating closer to the combat with each passing second. Not very fast, mind you, but it was enough to give me an idea. There were better ideas, smarter ideas other commanders would have come up with, but this was my idea. Okay, we're going to push the Salamis, I proclaimed. Using it as cover for our VIP while we make it through the battle zone. It's a larger target, but the armor should let us put some protection on them while we get out of here. Our target was the white base, which had stayed in a decent area during all the fighting. Enough to take part but far enough back that it was rarely so close that it was in danger. This was the ship we were to give the Zabi mother and child to. And don't I get some input into this? Zena herself piped in. It is my life we're talking about here. Frankly, given how many of these damn things we shot down during the war, not feeling like inspecting one to protect me would be a great idea. No can do, ma'am. I have a responsibility to make sure you and little Miss Minerva get to safety. This just adds to your chances. This makes us a bigger moving target, she responded easily. Staying surrounded by the two of you is enough. We need to move fast, not slow. I considered her words. I still liked my plan more than simply moving up there as fast as we could. I thought that it would give us more attention, but there was a chance that the sight of two GMS pushing a wrecked Salamis through a battlefield might invite even more attention. It would be an odd sight, one that spoke of the importance of such a act. Still, I sorta wanted to ram the Salamis into Delaz's bridge on the way to White Base. But I had more important things to deal with right now. Fair enough, ma'am, I finally replied, trying to sound as pleasant as I could be. Let's go then. Once more, I led the way as we shifted through the battlefield. I tried moving us around heavy areas of combat, but things were so chaotic that I found myself shooting down Zin machines every minute or so. By the time we were about halfway to the White Base we were met with far stiffer resistance than I could have hoped for. I was lucky that Lila managed to catch a beam from one of the Gulgugs, as my shield had been lost to Lala's Zong. This also left it open to be stuck down by my own beam rifle. With the Rick Dom on our side taking out a counterpart with ease, I thought we were going to have a free ride. I lost that opinion the second I spotted a special Rick Dom. It was a mostly red machine, with dark shoulder and skirt armor and even brighter red spots on some parts like the cockpit or middle sections of the shoulders. The armor was shaped differently from the standard Rick Doms too, and it carried a small machine gun in between its hands and had two bazookas on its back. It capped this off by moving much faster than any other Rick Dom on the battlefield. I thought it looked very familiar, even thought it was Char for a moment before dismissing the option as impossible at the moment. It wasn't like Char could have survived the destruction of his Gulgug, nor could his by the legendary Johnny Ridden, another's an ace famous for their red mobile suits, as that man never piloted a Rick Dom during this battle. Only Gulgugs and a variation on the high mobility Zaku. The odd Rick Dom drew one of the bazookas and fired right at our Zabi carrying Rick Dom, with Lila's focus on protecting from the other side and the limited speed our ally could move at. I burst forth going for the only option I had. I took a brave flight path in front of the thing and blasted the rocket with a beam from my rifle. Even if I failed, it would save the VIPs. But that didn't mean I thought it would come to that. My new type senses came with a level of accuracy that most machines were jealous of. The resulting explosion wasn't the end of things as I unleashed rounds from my CIWS at him. Even with the limited penetration the weapon had against mobile suits, most people dodged the rounds rather than tank them. After all, there was a risk of the ammunition getting lodged into the joints of a machine which would be deadly to maneuverability. It tried to make me chase it, but instead I took out my hyper bazooka, putting away my beam rifle. With this I shoot a couple errant rockets towards it which simply moved out of the way. Something that I accounted for as the rocket continued on till it exploded next to the weapons of active Muse-I some ways behind, leaving the machine open on the port side to a trio of GM pilots. I could almost feel the anger erupt from whoever piloted that unique RIC-DOM. The raw disrespect that I had just shown him did not go unnoticed. Before we could re-engage once more, the RIC-DOM was forced to dodge the beams from a gun cannon and the core booster flanking him. I let the duo chase him off and refocused on the task at hand. But what I did was cast my ever-increasing new type powers to look out for threats as great as that RIC-DOM pilot. For all the disrespect I had shown him, I could tell that he was a rather focused and talented pilot. At the very least he outperformed the number of others and machines that I had been shooting down. Even Gatto's performance in the Gulgug didn't approach him. Even though he'd retreated here from the gun cannon and core booster, his movements were good enough that I am sure he could have killed them. Though that would have left him open to me even at this distance. So retreating was a wise option when he lacked backup. It was then that I remembered. Gatto had returned to his ship to retrieve his own RIC-DOM unit during the Battle of Abaochu in Cannon. He'd been stopped from returning by Delis. But if Jiren was currently alive, then Delis wouldn't flee just yet. Meaning he might allow Gatto to resort in his prototype RIC-DOM successor. Was that Gatto? I didn't let the question distract me from returning to the White Base, instead I waited to be the final member of my team to dock back into the ship. My machine had only the minor scratches one typically got when traveling through a debris-filled battlefield. So it was very likely I would be relaunching soon enough. Especially if the White Base starts to face fiercer resistance from Zen forces. Chapter 15.2. I didn't get off with just a new shield when I returned to White Base. Instead, I was begotten by the odd generosity of Zenazabi, who made sure that the White Base crew were aware that I had been shot during the rescue. Thankfully, our assumptions made about the wound earlier held true. According to Fra Bao, that is. Are you sure you're okay? Fra Bao asked me, looking over the wound as she applied medical gel to the wound. As I had been told before, the bullet had gone straight through, and now that the adrenaline had gone, and Minerva was further away from me, the pain was rather severe. Not as bad as the time I fell as a child, and bit the top of my tongue off. That was strangely worse. I don't know enough to say if bullet wounds should feel worse than that though. I'm fine, I replied eventually, knowing that I could deal with this level of pain during combat. Yes, I had some concerns about doing permanent damage to the arm. But this was the most crucial battle in the war, a battle where the White Base was scuttled due to damage at the end. I probably still needed to suit up to break some zeeks. I'd rather lose the arm than my life. I think that was a fair trade, especially given the new type tech that would be developed in the future. Who needs arms when they have their minds? I still think you should take it easy, the young girl frowned at me. Your arm is going to be stiff, not very conducive to piloting a mobile suit. Never mind the pain. Which was true, but given the situation we were in, not something that I could let stop me. After all, I might have missed killing Gatto, but I had yet to hear anything from the Zenalais about a retreat or Jiren's death. As a Muse-I they had access to the opens and channels, so such things would be known by now. I was sorta worried that Jiren wasn't going to be killed. Not sure how his sister would have figured he hadn't murdered their father with the colony laser, what happened in Cannon as Digwin hadn't been warned beforehand of such a possibility, but it was clear to me it hadn't happened yet. Especially as we were still around S-Field, where the Delis fleet was. The second Jiren's death was announced the man was out of here like a raccoon with a donut. The man would risk himself for Jiren, but when he dies the Admiral would lose his will and start planning for a future Zen revival, where he will strike against the Federation and rally up Space Noid support for his cause. Which meant that I had a very short window to find his ship, a Gwyn class at that, and take him out. Without him, Gatto's threat would diminish entirely. As Delis was the man that had convinced the Nightmare of Solomon to flee the battlefield in Cannon rather than give himself to death by Federation forces when this battle was lost. I couldn't just not try and take advantage of this time to take him out. It was too good of an opportunity to remove someone like him. The deaths that would lay on his hands were huge, and the results of his actions were larger. Killing Delis would almost be as large of an effect as killing Char had. Though the pain in my arm with each movement really tempted me to leave it till much later. And I didn't dare take a painkiller for it, those would only dull my reflexes. Not something I could afford in a fierce battle zone where a moment's lack of concentration could mean my death. Before I could even step out of the medbay, I found myself facing Lila, who docked with me rather than return to the vaincaishment. From her unamused frown, while she walked alongside me, I think I understand why. You shouldn't be piloting. I shouldn't drink while standing on my head or eat cheese while having a dairy allergy, I replied, grabbing onto a railing by the wall and letting the thing zoom me up the hall. Lila wasn't far behind me. No, you shouldn't eat cheese while having a dairy allergy, she responded. Do you have a dairy allergy? I do have a dairy allergy, no I won't stop eating cheese. I could tell that Lila was shaking her head in confusion behind me. She didn't let me tangent off from this subject for long though, as my fellow pilot was not some dog easily distracted by a shiny object. You've been shot, Lila explained as if I hadn't noticed the gaping hole in my arm. You are in no condition to pilot a seaplane, never mind a mobile suit. It's a through and through, I said, waving off her concern. Typically I wouldn't be so upfront in dismissing Lila's worries, she was an experienced enough pilot to know what she was talking about. I can totally go out and deal with the rooks the Zeeks have out there. The war would turn on its head just because you're not piloting, Pat. That was much harder to argue with. This war was basically over. The Zen forces here represented that last bastion of strength they had left. The defensive forces protecting Side 3 were tiny in comparison to what lay at Abaochu. Not only that, but Jiren should be dead soon. Digwin was in the beginning of signing peace talks with the Federation. There was nothing to be done to change the war at this moment. But it wasn't this war that I was worried about. I entered the locker room, quickly changing out of my cream flight suit for a spare one. I didn't even care that Lila had followed me in, it wasn't like I was naked under the suit. She merely stood there, silently staring at me. Probably hoping that I would reconsider, or that by staring at me she would get me to reconsider going back out there. As I grabbed my helmet to go out there, she sighed loudly, going to grab her own helmet from the nearby locker. Guess, if you're going, I'll be going out with you. I turned to her with a wink in my eye and a smile on my face. With you as my wing woman, I ain't got anything to worry about then, do I? Her cheeks glinted red slightly, which was a bit odd. Did I anger her by doing this? I would apologize later, something to look forward to I guess after all this chaos is over. Right now, my mind needed to focus on one thing. Attacking and taking down the Gwyn containing Delis. It wouldn't be a hard ship to find, but it would be heavily protected. Not just by the ship's natural weapons, but the mobile suits it and the surrounding ship carried with them. At least 20 units a Gwyn carried. With other ships it could be a rather substantial presence to break through. Even I worried about trying to take them on while breaking through the surrounding fleet. As I came to my machine, I noticed they'd replaced my shield easily and that was it. There were black marks on my unit's arm from the brush from the Zong's megaparticle beams, but that was about the only real damage. Nothing that would be worked on in a war zone, they had more important things to worry about and prepare for. My cockpit still carried the stretch of blood from earlier, in fact, I see small drops of it staining my seat. The tape around my arm must have gotten loose during the bit of fighting. Lucky for my life in that regard that I hadn't left the cockpit till I'd returned to the white base hangar. As I realigned to be launched out once more, the comms beeped and I answered a signal. Ensign Colasauer, Bright said, his face popping up on my screen with a frown. Sir. I responded. I was worried for a moment that he would order me grounded due to injuries. If I had 2 people come at me all ready for it, I wouldn't be surprised if Frau at least had gone over my head due to worry. Not that I would blame the girl. I need to head out to E-Field, he ordered, vanishing that worry of mine. We lost contact with Sayla and Amuro, their last contact was heading into that area. We believe it's merely the heavy Eminsasi particle density of the battlefield, but as a unit, the 2 need to return to White Base. No problem, sir, it would wreck my chances at taking down Delis, who should still be somewhere in S-Field, but given who Sayla had been up against and in what I couldn't in good conscience not respond to the situation. I will take Ensign Rira and head out. Some part of me wanted to take more units with me, but without Amuro or even Sayla the White Base was already undergunned compared to where it was in the original series in this version of events. It made sense that Bright wanted them back, close to their support vessel. So Rira would be enough support. Especially if we were meeting up with Amuro in the Alex. It wasn't long before I was launched out with a yell containing my rank, name, and unit designation. Following me was Lila in her own unit. We buzzed through the edges of the battlefield, I took small pot shots at Gulgugs, managing to wing them and allow the GM pilots they were engaged in to take them out. Lila took similar actions as we sped past Zen forces, though with far fewer direct hits I noticed. I took this time to really focus in on her abilities as a pilot. I had expected her to take down a lot more units while we buzzed by than she did. So part of me had considered that I had overestimated the woman, something very lethal given the area we were in. But no. Her skills were great, probably better than mine really. What separated us was mainly our reflexes. Lila just couldn't react as fast as I could. I put this down to new type ability on my part. I subconsciously knew to react before she could think to. Still, that small difference made up for a lot of performance. The fact that I was in a customized unit with improvements over hers was another matter to consider. In that light, the difference in our performance was more understandable. It wasn't just my reflexes, it was the machine too. The fact that Lila was so close to me said a lot about her capability. Still, my kill count barely improved as we moved throughout the battlefield. I scored maybe 2 Gulgucht. Mostly I acted either as a distraction for Zen forces as we blasted by, or I fired off a few beams that boxed Zen mobile suits into a small area that my fellow GM pilots could kill them. It wasn't hard for me to hone in on the wayward white base duo. Amuro and Lala alone could be seen blasting away at each other. Powerful megaparticle beams from the Zong exploded as they made contact with the main rock that Abaochu was made up of, while Amuro's beam rifle kept the larger machine boxed into a small area. Much like I had been doing to Gulgugs before. Sayla, on the other hand, I couldn't even see the Gundam. I could feel her presence in the area with my new type powers. But the famous RX-78 machine was nowhere to be seen. I reached out with my senses and found her, inside Abaochu. I opened the comms, firing off a rocket from my hyper bazooka that managed to blow apart the right hand of the Zong. This removed a lot of firepower from the Zen mobile suit and allowed me to speak to Amuro without distracting him alone. What happened to Sayla? I asked him, trying to keep annoyance out of my voice. We need to return to White Base now. Sayla was shot down in Gundam, then the core fighter was winged, Amuro replied, dodging a set of beams coming from the Zong's chest. Lala attempted to fire at me with the remaining extended hand of the Zong, but that was shot down easily by Lila. Right, you need to go in and get her, I said, gritting my teeth as I jerked myself out of the deadly megaparticle beam of the Zong's mouth. The pain in my arm suddenly shot up, as if I was being actively stabbed in the wound with a fork and someone twisted the utensil at the same time. We'll deal with her. Typically I would take the base over the new type machine like the Zong. But I hadn't had good luck on foot today, so I didn't want to chance having my foot shot. Amuro's hesitation was clear as his suit shifted back and forward quickly from the Zong to the Abaochu himself. But he flew off all the same after a few moments. Lala went after him in the Zong, but was forced to dodge quickly as I fired another hyper bazooka which missed by a mile. But Lila's beam only missed by the barest of margins. Silent now, are we, Lala? Let's see how long that lasts. Chapter 15.3. One might expect it to be very easy to deal with a suit that has no arms or any legs. But when it still retained at least 2 megaparticle weapons, that mattered much less than most would have expected. Those were battleship-grade weapons, strong enough that even if a shield survived, the raw force they'd be hit by would send the unit spiraling off into space. So neither myself nor Lila weren't all too keen on tanking a blast from the remaining weapons the Zong had. And the size of the Zong belied the sheer maneuverability of the thing. It turned a bit slower than we could, but when it moved forward it got out of the way. She hadn't made a move to stop Amuro, which I would have in her place. Despite that, meaning Lala would have needed to deal with the 3 of us instead. The fact that the Alex was trying to leave could have led to him being more open to attack vectors. I could guess she either didn't trust her ability to multitask, attacking and dodging us was more than enough for Lala to do at once. Which made the strangest thing about this encounter just how quiet Lala was being with me. The last time we'd properly fought, the girl couldn't shut her metaphorical mouth. Now, Lala was practically mute. It was odd enough that I was tempted to attempt contact, though worried that I would give the girl motivation in some way. No way I wanted to motivate the weirdo any further than she already was. But the action was becoming repetitive in nature. I would fire, she would dodge and attempt to counterattack only for Lila's beams to near hit her. Lala couldn't afford to even stay in place for a single second. We buzzed around her like flies over a steak, picking at her carefully till we were sure we could take down our target. All this moving caused our location to shift by no small margin. I knew we were basically around the same area I had previously been to in the S-field in order to enter Abaochu. That was a large enough space that I wondered just how much fuel/energy the Zong had. Even the Alex would be running out of things to fire with at this stage of fighting given how much the Zong was missing us. I kept aiming for the head of the unit, trying to take out Lala with a single shot. Obviously, the head's smaller size and Lala's quick reflexes were enough together that I was missing. It was only that Lila was attacking the larger target of the main body that managed to land a hit. I moved to act before the shot landed, throwing my shield just at the right moment in order to catch the megaparticle beams Lala returned fire with as she ejected the Zong's head from the main body. The explosion briefly rocked my unit back, something I allowed as resistance against the blast's force would have ended up damaging my unit. The resulting smoke didn't obscure the area for long, nor did it give Lala an easy free shot against my unit as I dodged the second megaparticle beam sent my way. Lila? You okay? I asked, having my CIWs let out a barrage of bullets towards the Lala's position, who could only dodge my attack in the barest of margins. How can she be so fast? She's ahead with 2 thrusters. I'm alive, that's more than most people can say when they get hit by capital weapons. I turned my vision towards her even as my mind kept track of where Lala was moving about. The damage to her suit wasn't something I could dismiss. If we were talking about a limb alone, then I would order her to continue our attack. As Lala was merely a floating head with a limited amount of fuel. But the ensign suit was too damaged for me to feel good in ordering her to do anything but retreat as I chased after Lala. Her right arm was a stomp, her shield had been destroyed by that blast. Even the paint had peeled away so much that the metal underneath only didn't glimmer due to the cracks that journeyed around the torso. She barely had a head on her GM, the visor was still there but the top portion from the forehead back had been shaved right off, exposing the circuitry underneath to the vacuum of space. And even though her left arm fared better, it still lacked a hand. So not combat-worthy. That's going to require a recall, Ensign, I explained, firing off my CIWs once again towards Lala as she tried to escape with the now slow-moving Zong. Your GM isn't going to be able to maneuver well enough. Lala was now down to conserving power for escaping rather than trying to destroy me. The head alone had very little energy or fuel. Going back is going to get me killed, Lila replied, her voice dry. There was an element of quiver to her tone. The near-death experience had shaken her far more than she was ever going to let on. I guess that coming a second or so of dying was more than needed for someone to appreciate risks. I would be better trying to get to a closer ship. I couldn't bring myself to respond to her at this moment as I boosted forward, going around the remaining weapon the Zong had before I grabbed hold of the thing by the sides. My GM squeezed the head with all the force it could muster. It was a tough little head, so I wasn't cracking the thing open. But I had safely taken the girl out of the battle. Stand down. I mentally projected to the girl, before turning my attention back to Lila. I expect Amuro would come back soon. So we could probably just wait for him and go back with the Alex as a escort. Fuck you. Lala screamed back to me mentally, taking my attention away from Lila's response to my idea. It was the first time in a while that I had heard her voice, so the rage and spite radiating from the girl took my mildly off guard. I am going to kill you, even if it's the last thing I will do. You are going to die. You understand? There was something weird going on. Her ranting somehow caused me to go into some sort of hyper-focused mode where I could only pay attention to Lala. My body struggled to move, soon enough my right arm seized up in pain, my earlier wound causing me to break from this odd spell. I didn't need a second to realize that Lala attempted to use some sort of new type hypnosis on me. This wasn't something I expected from her, I suspect even my attempt to capture her was part of this plan. As earlier I had been attempting to just kill her. Lala's powers had grown since I last met her. That was just something I hadn't considered. Her presence in the UC timeline mainly consisted of her ghost influencing people. So the expansion of her powers in the living world was never a thought I had. It started to remind me of a man from Jupiter that I needed to watch for as well. I used the CIWs on my unit to start pelting the head with round after round. The smaller caliber of the CIWs wasn't meant for direct destruction of enemy mobile suits, but smaller was only relative to the size of standard mobile suit rifles. The rounds themselves would break through an armor with enough time. But then I felt danger before it was too late, gritting through the pain in my arm now I chucked the head away from me. I could barely see the small figure leap out of the thing before the head exploded in a small display of the power it once represented. The explosion wouldn't have taken me out even if I had been next to it, there just wasn't enough space in the Zong's remaining mass for such a thing. But it would have done me some damage all the same. Something I couldn't afford on a battlefield when my wingman is already heavily damaged. So long, Cola Sour. Lala gloated while neither I or my suit could find the form of girl floating out there. I'll be seeing you soon. Fuck. I slammed my fist against the arm of my chair. The resulting pain from my wounded arm caused me to roar out in pain on top of that. What the fuck was that all about? Lila's voice peeped through the comms like a bucket of cold water. I didn't let her answer any follow-up questions before revealing something at least. That was Lala Soon. One of the more powerful new types I'm aware of. She just managed to briefly hypnotize me so I wouldn't kill her or respond to you. No way, Lila whispered in horror. That's the power of a new type? How can we deal with that sort of attack? Honestly, I wasn't too sure of that myself. Given the limits of real-life hypnosis, even the TV-style version of it seemed applicable to this new type version. It was possible Lala couldn't get me to do anything I wouldn't normally do under my personal morals. So no suicide or killing my comrades. But I also recall there being cyber new types that were brainwashed. So that could be a possibility. Could input a command into my mind to see Gundams as Zuko's. This early stage of inquiry meant I couldn't make any assumptions at all about how this power worked. I needed to be on guard for the future though. We should at least try to make it back to where we split up with Amuro. Lila took a large breath, audible sighing as she responded to my suggestion. Are we sure he's even still alive? I don't want to speak ill of the devil or something, but this is the second time we've lost radio contact with him. It can't be helped, I responded quickly, moving over to her so I could grab a hold of her unit. With the damage she had, if we wanted to move anywhere quickly then I needed to push or pull her unit around. There is so much interference in the area that I am surprised we can use our radios to talk to each other. Still, as mentioned before, new types were fully capable of talking with each telepathically. Such things weren't limited like radio waves, even if it shared a limit of distance with it so far in my experience. So while earlier I was against this, I did need to know for sure. I couldn't leave without Amuro and Salia this time, and with this in mind I reached out. Amuro. Amuro. Sayla. Can you read me? Are you okay? I could feel the surprise irradiate out from the two. The connections I had made with them earlier were plenty strong given the depth of them at the time. One doesn't dive deep into a person's sigh and not be close afterward. Cola sour. Amuro replied, his mental voice coming out as clear as Lala as earlier even with the distance between us being greater. How are you doing this? Amuro, I was inside your head earlier. This isn't the weirdest new type power I've demonstrated. I was getting very luck as I traveled across the war zone. It seemed not a single Zen mobile suit was interested entanglingly with me and Lila while we were moving. Though it was also possible that they were so tired themselves that they didn't notice the two slowish moving objects close to their base. For a second I was worried that Amuro would never respond before he finally did. Right, of course. Is something wrong? Because I am a bit. He cut himself off from mentally responding, but somehow I feel him roll along the ground before standing and firing off a round from his sidearm. His sidearm, that is, not his mobile suits. Because I'm sorta busy here with a few soldiers. What are you doing outside the Alex? Where's Salia in all this? There was this moment of silence from Amuro, a moment fo quite shame even from Sayla. Which confirmed that she could not only hear us but was capable of speaking whenever she wanted. Now, I don't want to give you the wrong idea about the situation. Just speak it out, there is nothing you can say that would surprise me. I'd been captured, Sayla revealed, the shame she felt apparent in her mental voice. So to convince the officer close in command to my location to let me go. I revealed who I really was and apparently we've started a coup within Abeochu. I opened my mouth slightly and considered the timetable. Honestly, that is very quick. I wonder did it happen as fast in the Origin version of these events? Origin had been a manga retelling of the original Mobile Suit Gundam anime series into the manga format. It had a lot of changes, characters were shifted slightly and their endpoints made the entire thing incompatible with the original story and all sequels to it. But it did contain Sayla starting a coup within Zen after being captured. Though I think it did, that could have been the novel version of events instead. Still, I am missing a lot of context for how she convinced him. Wonder how that all went down. Chapter 16.1. There was no way that I alone was going to get through the entirety of Abeochu a second time, this with fewer numbers. So going in after Amuro and Sayla was a no-go right off the bat. I could have gone back in the way I did the last time, but these two had gone into the area from a separate side entirely. I went in through S field, they went somewhere around E field or W field. So returning to the white base with Lila was the best option I had available to me. I just had to trust that Amuro and Sayla were good enough to get out of the situation themselves. I managed to get through all the chaos of the battlefield with far less trouble than one would have expected. I guess our earlier rampages through them were enough to get the word to Zen forces not to mess with the white and blue GM and whoever followed them. Still, I kept my guard up. There was no telling when I would run into another Zen ace pilot, something Abeochu had in abundance right now. I'm sure if I went far enough I would run into Johnny Ridden battling the full armored Gundam. Not someone that I looked forward to getting into a scuffle with when I was escorting a damaged wingman. In spite of the heavy losses to both sides here, the fighting hadn't calmed down here one lick. I suspected that the entire combat theater here was starting to compress and surround the Zen forces into this area. This would explain why they appeared to still be fighting with as much strength here as they had at the beginning of this operation. Of course, the lack of trouble any of them was giving me didn't mean I let the Zen forces get too close to me. My beam rifle fired out whenever a group started to approach my flight vector, winging them or even blasting off their limbs. I had been aiming for cockpit kills, but their movements and distance meant that even aimed perfectly they would attempt to dodge out of the way. Now, given the situation, some would presume a few would still go on to attack me. But as straightforward as our flight path was, we were still heading through areas with a lot of heavy Federation support. Coming at us would have been suicide if they weren't backed equally by their own forces. And we were moving through places too fast for them to turn around, get those and then organize themselves for an attack. So instead we moved through without incident toward the white base. Overall the trip was far shorter than before, as the white base had moved closer to Abeochu with the raging battle. It was still decently far from the center of the conflict, but it remained defended fiercely. If anything, Admiral Wakian's Magellan had come much closer to the action. For too close given how the man ranked in command, but who was I to countermand an admiral? White base, I've received damage to her unit, too much to continue on fighting. Lila opened the broadcast with the ship before returning for repairs. They allowed this without much of any problem. But my ear was quickly buzzed with the voice of Bright singing in it. Where's Amuro and Sayla? I considered briefly just what I was about to say carefully. Well, there's a lot of bad news and some good news, so I am just going to fire it all off rapidly. Ensign Mass was shot down first, then captured by Zen forces on Abeochu, somehow managed to convince them to defect, and is now staging a coup. Meanwhile, I had met Ray. He was still battling that large Zen mobile suit without its legs. We took over as he went for Mass. He is now inside a Baochu helping Sayla. Before I could go in and help them, Ensign Rira received heavy damage to her unit and we both wouldn't have made it inside in that state. I ordered our retreat back here. I said this all to him in the same sort of rush one would hear from a sugar-infused child telling their parents about how they broke one of their vases. To Lieutenant's credit, he took all this without a lick of tension coming from his voice, even with the knowledge that Sayla was leading coup against Jiren Zabi. And their current position? How are they doing right now? I closed my eyes, concentrating as hard as I could on the little connection we shared without trying to take their attention away from what they were doing. I didn't get anything but the sensation that they were both shooting at things. Not exactly helpful, but it wasn't bad either for someone without new type assisting tech in their mobile suit. From what I could tell, the two are alive but fighting their way through the base. They seemed to be confident in their chances at this play. There was a little moment where I wasn't sure what he was about to say, but that passed very quickly as Bright seemed to receive orders from someone off far enough to barely hear over the comms. Probably General Revels. Very well, we're pushing forward with the battle group. We're taking a Baochu right now. Prepare yourself for the push through. Do you need a resupply? I quickly checked over my ammunition counters. My rifle didn't really require a resupply and I'd barely used my hyper bazooka. So I decided not to as it would waste the time it took for the battle group to break through the Zen forces, as once we did it was more likely they'd all surrender after Jiren and Kaisala got killed or even retreated rather than dealing with the angry blonde new type coming their way. Especially backed by a coup led by Zen's daughter herself. I don't need a resupply, I eventually responded. Just a new shield should do it. Then get into formation with the gun cannons and core booster. With that my direct line to Bright was cut off. I didn't have any reason to ignore his commands, nor did I even feel the need to. So I lined up in formation with them. As this was the first time I ever done so with these pilots, I felt some unease about being accepted into the center of the formation. The gun cannons were lined up on either side of me, Kai on my left, Hayato on my right with the core booster following on my rear. A fresh shield floated on by soon enough as it was launched out by the white base, I caught it easily enough. This thing alone made me feel much safer than anything else I carried. A good shield is like a good wingman, probably will save your life at least once. We weren't moving as fast as we could, as we were to follow ahead of the white base, taking out mobile suits that would attack it. But not only that but the white base was slowed down by needing to stay in formation with the rest of our battle group, we were soon even joined with GMS that were being launched fresh from their restock. Well, I say joined but they were still primarily in formation around or ahead of their own vessels rather than congealed together into a deadly mess. Something more likely to get our ships gutted by enemy mobile suits. The white base's main megaparticle cannons leaped out past us, joined not a second afterward by the rest of the warship's main guns. The Rikdoms, Gulgugs, and the Fusikas danced around those beams with no trouble but the Zen vessels behind them were already trying to dodge the attacks from the Federation forces there already. This left them with very few options for getting out of the way of these blasts since they were in mid-motion. Instead of trying to form a strong defensive wall against the Federation forces, the Zen ships moved back, breaking out of formation and the ones further back even turning their pre-verbal tail and running off from their comrades. I blasted forward, meeting a group of Rikdoms led by a single green Gulgug. The machine gun fire from the Rikdoms was naked on my shield, while the beam fire from the Gulgug I spun around before laying it out with a straight cockpit shot from my own rifle. The core booster burst past me, accelerating towards a Rikdom and blasting it apart with a single barrage of beams and machine gun fire. The gun cannons introduced their targets too to the pleasures of M-particles as their rifles penetrated the remaining Rikdoms easily. I quickly swapped my rifle for the bazooka on my back, once more tanking the shots from enemy machines. I fired against a Masai that was widely firing its megaparticle cannons. With only 2 rounds I managed to disable the weapons before I did the silly thing of landing directly on the surface of the warship. The lack of anti-mobile suit or even anti-fighter weapons near the bridge came back to hurt the Masai design. As I landed into it with my CIWs firing right into the bridge, that was till a duo of Gulgugs attempted to shoot me down with their beam weapons. I was already moving by the time the beams left their rifles, causing them to cut through the Masai instead. There was some sort of explosion but if that took out the entire ship I would be surprised. I didn't get time to deal with those two as Kai came in with his gun cannon, taking out the first of the two with a dual blast of the 180mm cannons on his machine's shoulders. Hayato for some reason came in screaming at the top of his lungs as he unleashed every weapon he had at once into the side of the Masai. We moved on quickly after that, either taking out Zen mobile suits or taking out ships together, clearing the pathway towards a Baochu as best we could. We were on our 4th group of 5 mobile suits when we finally ran into some trouble. First, the M-particle density increased dramatically. Then a large megaparticle beam burst from the odd triangle wedge thing flying towards us. It was largely green but with sliver arms with large silver claws at each end. This was the Ma-05 Big Rose. So we dodged the beam it attacked with but the Salamis not too far behind us wasn't so quick. It was caught by the megaparticle beam right in the center of its bow. The resulting explosion totaled the warship as if its armor was cardboard rather than metal. My first response was to unleash a rocket from the hyper bazooka right into the face of the machine. But clearly, it was more maneuverable than I thought possible as it angled downward and the rocket whizzed over its head before exploding harmlessly. Quickly I boosted out of the way of the counter-strike as numerous missiles barely missed me. My wingman scattered much faster than I had, no doubt using knowledge from a previous run-in with one of those to know attacking direct like I had tried to was a tough go. But I didn't let that stop me. I accelerated as fast as my custom GM could push without redlining it. There was little chance of me trying to hang back and wait for it to make an opening. The mobile armor was a ship killer, a looming threat to the course of this battle. I didn't recall seeing it at this battle during the series itself, but it was possible with how big this operation was that it had been stuck at the other side of a Baochu than the white base was supposed to be it. But regardless, this unit wasn't as tough as the Big Zam had been. While containing deadly arms, a killer beam cannon, and missile tubes that annoy my shit. This big Rose lacked the sheer defensive power of the Big Zam's eye field generator, so a few beams or rockets should be enough to take it out. But I found myself struggling to keep up with the thing thanks to the number of missiles it kept launching at me. That and the beam cannon it kept firing did not help matters. Such firepower made having a shield a useless position to be in, but I might need one later. So I focused on dodging and blasting back with my hyper bazooka. My rocket finally managed to wing the thing when it managed to intercept the missiles the Big Rose was launching as soon as they came out of the tube. The resulting explosion caused far more fire, far more smoke than I could have ever expected it to have, obscuring the Big Rose from view. Stay on guard. I roared over the open COMM, hoping that the others could hear me even with the dense M-particle interference the Big Rose could cause. My new type senses were all that caused me to dodge out of the way, but only just. The large spray area of the Big Rose's megaparticle beam caused me to lose my left arm, and with the damn shield too. But nothing else, so I abandoned the hyper bazooka and forgot all about maintaining my machine's stamina. I redlined the thrusters, causing me to shift back further into my seat as I drew the Jun beam saber and aimed directly at the megaparticle beam cannon. Thankfully for me, the missile base had been damaged by the earlier explosion, leaving them jammed and me free from their terror. So it attempted to move out of the way, but my unit had far greater acceleration. Instead of stabbing it in myself, I threw the Jun beam saber right at it. As if it was a throwing dagger it and I, the circus performer, the thing hit bullseye. Right in the beam cannon. I followed it up by grabbing at my beam rifle with my remaining arm and firing off into the eyes of the thing. The resulting explosion was as satisfying as it was beautiful. To me anyway. After that, I returned to my wingmen from the white base. They weren't long in voicing their opinions on what I'd just done. "You're insane," Kai said, sorta half giggling. "A Muro wouldn't have done something so risky so fast. But you seem to think certain death is a challenge here." I didn't take that as a personal insult. I suppose that I'd developed a reckless abandon that took people off guard, which probably explained why I could take out a squad killer like a Big Rose so quickly. Well, I didn't become a mobile suit pilot because I liked the health insurance. Oh, the adrenaline junkie pilot. That's good. After Slager I found myself missing loons that charged into battle. "I was going to say it was to kill Zeeks," I replied, trying to sound as light as possible. Making sure he knew it was a joke. "But yet, let's go with the one that makes me sound less like a future serial killer." Whatever he was about to say in reply to that was scuttled as we were once more in the middle of the action. This time a familiar voice decided to scream into my face. "Once more, this time I shall deal with you. As I should have at Solomon." Chapter 16.2. I buckled the control sticks to the side, spinning toward Gatto's red Rick DOM hole at the same time dodging the rounds from his machine gun. I kept moving, never stopping for a moment, mostly side to side, but during the moment he needed to reload the weapon I finally took my shot at him. In a burst of 3, I shot to the left of him first, then to the right, and finally directly at him as he preemptively dodged my intentionally off shots. But he fell right into the path of my final beam. It was just that Gatto was a superb pilot that saved his life next, as he kept his upward momentum going but tilted his unit back so my attack harmlessly passed above him. I continued to fire with my CIWs instead, so I could conserve some of the beam rifle's energy. More and more the two of us circled around closer and closer to each other while firing off bullets at each other. On the open comms channel, Gatto started talking once more. "Your accomplishment in killing the Red Comet was unexpected," he said, starting what would no doubt be a rather long monologue. "I should have known. You might have shown ignorance the first time we fought. But there was the passion of a true soldier as well. I wasn't sure how to take this Egypt complimenting me like this. On one hand, it was a respectful exchange from one of Zen's aces in this war, a compliment to my person. From a soldier to a soldier across battlefields. There was something profound about showing your enemy respect. But on the other hand, Gatto was wacky enough to join the Animaniacs. A compliment from him was like being told that I had good taste by Charles Manson. I was conflicted on this element, but I didn't let that distract me from blowing the man to bits. I fired off a few more beams as I kept closing the gap between us, but Gato appeared to have entered some sort of metaphorical eye of the storm. He waved and ducked. He thrust the Rick-Dom backward and forwards. Rumors circulated since Char's death about you, Gato continued, speaking as if I wasn't trying to end his life. Char had been a new type. It wasn't well known, but the screams of that little girl he had followed around him for the last days of his life were whispered that spread throughout the forces. Your power is much the same. But for the glory of the Zen. I let him ramble, more out of how hot I'd been running my machine so far than out of respect for the man. The GM's temps were running very hot, and the responsiveness of the rear thrusters were getting a bit wonky on me too. The earlier warnings of Vanquishment's hangar chief whispered into my ear about the dangers of repeatedly redlining the GM. When I attempted to burst forward to take him out, I found a very meek response from my suit. From a biplane, this sort of speed would be incredible. For a robot meant to dogfight in the depth of space, this was a bit dogshit. My remaining shoulder's thruster was running fine, something that helped me shift out of his machine gun fire and even do some unique twirl maneuvering to escape some. But the inconsistent performance out of my back thrusters was such a pure disadvantage that I hadn't managed to catch Gato even 3 minutes into this fight between us. I suppose that was the advantage Gato had over me here. Not only had I run my GM as hard as I could the moment I got it, ignoring the mechanic's warnings, but I'd also been damaged just moments earlier. He'd not only swapped machines, but from what I can grasp from visual inspection, the damn thing was some sort of prototype, something that had never seen combat before. I wasn't even sure if it had been pushed to the limit in a test flight, or if it even had one. Gato must have noticed this performance drop because he suddenly holstered his machine gun and drew out his heat rod. Thankfully, rather than blitz around my beams before cutting me in half with his rod, I had a backup that came in handy right now. The core booster splattered out with its weapons, causing the Rick-Dom to burst upwards to escape. As he turned to fire on the core booster, I fired at him, but this time I wasn't alone in the action as the gun cannon followed my example with its own beam gun. Even together you are all too green for this. Gato spoke, having kept his comms open for us all to hear. I found it odd that he would continue to do this, but perhaps this was some matter of pride. He needed us to hear him rant, or how else would we know how great Zen was? His managed to evade both attacks before forcing Kai in the gun cannon to dodge with his own spray of gunfire. It was somewhat incredible to see the speed in which someone could rapidly swap from rifle to melee weapon from the outside. Typically this was what I was doing several times in a fight. Most other pilots discarded their rifles when they swapped to their melee weapons. Still, Gato was very calm despite his mad ravings about Zen and a soldier's pride. This was not a helpful attitude for him to be in, at least not for me. Gato when calm is the man who succeeds in infiltrating a Federation base and walks off with a Gundam equipped with a nuke. Gato when enraged is the man who commits suicide runs. The latter was the person I wanted to fight rather than the former. It wasn't like he was without backup of his own though, as two Gulgugs tried to take out the gun cannon and chase the core booster around respectively. But thankfully, I hit them both with my beam rifle, draining the last of its power but successfully hitting the cockpits of what were no doubt rookies and pilots. The gun cannon's shoulder cannons erupted out for blasts that just barely missed the Rick-Dom. Federation ants, no matter the number, will never stand up against an ace of Zen. I'm sure that's what Char thought before I killed him. I might have been out of a beam rifle, but that didn't mean much when I had 2 beam spray guns as a backup. I took one out and I rapid-fired it as quickly as my machine could, catching him by surprise amid a reload of his machine gun. The Rick-Dom's left shoulder barely got out of the way, the beams burning through the armor, but the internals were intact as far as my eye could see. Still, Gato couldn't even afford to counter-attack me as he continued to be boxed in by my wingman. I let go of the breath I'd been holding in due to tension. It wasn't the smartest thing to do in such situations, but it was an automatic response that I'd yet to kick. After that I opened the channel as I returned to the assault. Gato? This is disappointing. Even in a mobile suit as damaged as mine. You can't handle things. I claimed, drawing my beam saber. The action caused him to completely discard his machine gun and retrieve his heat rod from his suit's back. Let's finish this mano a mano. Blade to blade. The audio comms were on an open channel, but I'd opened up a second private line between myself and Kai on top of that. I closed the open channel as fast as I could. I'm lying to him, don't let him in on it, I told Kai, going so fast that I worried that the lad wouldn't be able to make out what I'd said. I switched back to the original channel just as Gato started talking. A final battle between me and you. You must think me the fool. Even if I trusted that none of your men would interfere during our duel. What makes me think that they'll let me go afterward? This is an open battlefield. Because I've said so, I replied with the confidence of a man that had done nothing but deliver over the past few days. Of course, I was lying, but sounding confident when saying the dumbest things was a great skill of mine before I'd been popped into a mobile suit. My prior life's intellectual skills didn't just disappear when I was put into a new body. It'll just be me and you. I accept, Gato replied. His Rick-Dom burst towards me, but neither of my wingmen attacked him as he approached. Lacking the full force of my thrusters, I merely waited for him, my beam saber held in a fencing position known as on guard. On a person this would involve placing the feet approximately 1/8 apart and at right angles, the heels being in line. The leading foot is pointing towards the opponent, while the rear foot is turned at an angle of 90 degrees from it. The trunk of the body is turned so that the chest is halfway towards the opponent, head erect. The sword arm is now raised until the hand is at a height level with the right breast, the arm half extended should find the elbow clear of the body, approximate the breadth of a hand from it and over the right thigh. The hand should be over and slightly outside the right knee with the fingers turned in half supination. The left arm shall now be raised and brought to a position where the upper arm is level with the left shoulder. The whole arm will now form a graceful arc. The feet, body, and arms are now in this position. The knees will be bent equally, allowing the body to be balanced on both legs. Of course, missing one arm and trying this all out in a giant robot made the measurements a bit different. But the differences were little in the face of what was about to happen. Gatto's image as a legendary pilot was hurt when I didn't meet him blade to blade and instead dodged his epic charge. It hurt even more when I presided to throw my beam saber right into the back of his Rick DOM. Followed up by Kai unleashing not just beams from his own rifle but also the 180mm cannons on the shoulder of his gun cannon. In an amber light, Gatto exploded. Which caused a problem I hadn't expected. My throw had only worked so well because we were still right next to each other. If Gatto hadn't attempted to stop his own momentum once passing me, then the saber would have never caught up to him. This meant that the resulting explosion easily caught me up in it. An immobile suit never exploded meekly. Instinctively I placed my GM's arms in front of my suit's cockpit, hoping that the extra material would shield me from the impact of metal debris. This was not as good as a shield, because from the warning alarms alone I knew that my suit was very close to being a floating casket rather than a war machine. I'd lost from below the knee down on my left leg, the entire forearm of my remaining arm was gone. The camera in my head was gone and the area above my cockpit had a massive laceration along the width. Enough so that I was suddenly worried about the loss of air. Kai. I didn't give a signal. You never mentioned anything about a signal. Oh, he was lucky that he wasn't staying in the military after this. Chapter 17.1. There was something to be said about a good period of utter boredom. Especially after what felt like months of constant combat. Though it hadn't been months for me, only over a month. After the Battle of Abaochu, the crews of both Vanquishment and White Base were given shore leave. Well, I say crews, but Amuro and Sayla weren't so much on shore leave as they appeared to have defected to Zen's side. I was sorry to have missed those events, but it turned out that Sayla had managed to turn over the commanders and staff still on Abaochu to her, then using their men in a coup d'état. Which I suppose was ironic for Jiren given the loyalty other military commanders like Delaz would show towards him in the franchise. Apparently this also filled in the missing ranks of the Principality's military command. By promoting the commanders who swore for her to the ranks of their superiors who didn't. Typically this kind of takeover would be a bad thing for a nation. The military illegally taking over a nation and installing a leader of their own wasn't something that happened out of the good of people's hearts. But obviously Sayla, or as she was once more going by Artesia Samdaikan, was a better option for the Federation than any of the Zabi or even holdovers from the Zabi government. Sure, they had entered an agreement with Digwin Zabi for surrender that already included a dissolution of his official powers. But now they also had a quick path to rally people behind. I mightn't have been allowed in General Revel's bigwig meetings, but I knew when the Federation were playing games to make the transition easier. Artesia's presence as new government lead was a legitimizing force. This wasn't even a surrender now, it was the return of the true leadership. That was something the remaining Zen forces could get behind a lot faster than a mere surrender. Not that it had stopped the forces at Abaochu from fleeing in large numbers. Delaz was still unaccounted for, as was anyone that knew about the location of Axis. Our capture of Mkova was able to get that the facility existed, but that was about it. He had never memorized the coordinates that it would have over the course of a year. Orbiting the Sun outside of the influence of Earth's sphere meant that the location had a variance much like the planetary bodies around the Sun. And Sayla's new forces have yet to surface with Axis location either. So while I'd dealt with the far-off threats of Char and the closer threat of Gatto's Operation Stardust, my interference hadn't managed to remove all the factions that would come out of the ashes of the recently past Zen movement. I would need to deal with at least two figures in the coming years. Heyman Karn and Colonel Aguil Delaz. The former should have lost a lot if not a majority cultural pull without Miniva Lao Zabi to use as a relaying point. Sure, I had no doubt that Karn would emerge eventually as the leader of Axis Zen. The woman was too much of a force of nature to expect anything less from the area. Aguil Delaz had lost Gatto, which meant he lost his great ace. But he still had a master tactician's brain, supposedly. There was not a single sign of Lala about. I would have presumed she had died out in space, probably having run out of oxygen, but I understood the nature of this universe far better than that. Lala soon would not only be alive, but she will pop up in my life to cause trouble again. Still, I was in more than a bit of a good mood about the shore leave. Typically, we would have been given it in the nearest friendly port. But that would have been Side 3, Munzo itself. Which was not the best place for Federation soldiers to have shore leave in, given it was the Zan controller colony. So while the main fleet stayed to hold both it and Abaochu, a few ships like mine were allowed to go to greener pastures. In this case being the Luna City, Granada. We could have headed for Side 6, but that was further away than Luna was to our current position. Something that surprised me, but only because I'd never bothered memorizing the locations of the sides relative to the moon. The white base was staying behind though, something that didn't surprise me given how close that crew were. They weren't likely to separate till they had to, especially as Sayla was now transferring herself into Zan's leadership. The crew wanted to stick around and General Revels certainly say no need to go against these wishes. I was back on board the Vanquishment. Something that I was glad for. I hadn't been mistreated by the white base crew, waking Amuro up had made me liked enough to be welcomed open with arms by everyone. Not a single member of the white base crew gave me trouble. Unlike what my very first experience with them had been like. Where myself and Dole had been met with naked suspicions and some hostility. Not that I paid much heed at the time, more focused on informing Sayla of future events than noticing the tension building between everyone. But despite that being all gone with my actions regarding Amuro, I still preferred the Vanquishment. Sure, it wasn't as lush as the white base, which was more livable by half than a Trafalgar ship, something that only existed because they had hulls of Magellan-class ships but needed more carriers. So it had even less comforts than the hull was designed to keep / But what it did have was an experienced crew not made up of teenagers and civvies. The white base was a legend, no other ship in the Federation could match them in my opinion, but they were 3 steps away from being a soap opera. Amuro had started to like Sayla, while nursing love for his enemy, Lala, but Frau was in love with him, while Hayato was checking on her. I couldn't tell you how Sayla felt, but I did recall hearing about the novel where she was close enough with Amuro to have his child. So if that meant anything, that started to complicate things. And the romantic messes weren't limited to the pilots, it also affected the bridge crew. As LT Bright was in love with his pilot, Ensign Mirai Yashima, who was also his first officer. Who was still reeling over the loss of her crush, Slegger Law, who died at the Battle of Solomon only a few weeks while also being engaged to another man I couldn't recall the name of. It was a bit of a mess, so much so I wasn't sure if she ever told that fiancé of hers that it was over yet. And worst of all, Bright thought that I would care about his feelings for her. I am not sure why he thought this. This was my fault of course, as I gave him the advice to not give up on Mirai. But this was why he kept coming to me with rambles about how he should proceed. Thankfully, Bright didn't ask for advice but rather to have me listen to his rambles while he worked things out and to tell him whenever the young man went off base. Thankfully, I didn't have to deal with that horror anymore. Instead I had to listen instead with the fragility that was Lightwing's attempts to flirt with the native Luna girls. It was about as bad as anything I could attempt to do, which is why I stayed quiet sipping a drink in the corner. It was a type of hard cider made from apples grown on Luna herself. Moon apples weren't the weirdest thing in the future. They weren't any different from normal apples grown anywhere else. But they did sell for more, and the brand of cider that used them was just the right mixture of sweet and bitter. "You're the most antisocial hotshot pilot I've ever seen," Lila said as she walked over to my seat. The 2 of us were the only ones from our crew in the nightclub that were still wearing our uniform jackets, the others had taken them off due to exertion from dancing. "You could go and dance." I shrugged, as nonchalantly as I could. "Never been one for dancing," I started to explain, "I just like the ambience." "The ambience of a nightclub is horrible," she giggled, having already had vodka and a few other drinks I couldn't recognize from smell alone. "It's nothing but loud beats, bad smells, and assholes bothering you for dances." I took a large series of gulps from my cider, finishing off my current pint without much reaction to what she was saying. But she was right, if I wanted to soak in some good ambience, a pub or a restaurant would be far better places to have a drink and think. But that was what made the nightclub so appealing to my current mood. I couldn't really think straight in here. Sometimes that would annoy me, but given the stress of the past few weeks that sort of atmosphere was a massive distressor. Lila passed me a drink from her hand, having carried 2 when she walked over to my table. I didn't bother questioning her on what kind it was. That sort of stuff only mattered to me at the beginning of a drinking binge, not 6 or 7 ciders into one. It was sweet but bitter, burning my throat with the taste of blueberries. Like most alcohol, I wasn't familiar with what I drank. Something I had been told was foolish and dangerous. Okay, I eventually said, finishing off this drink as quickly as I had my cider. My vision blurred as I stood up, but it cleared up no bother. This body was so well trained for staying steady even under the stress of high G maneuvers, had good balance sober, but apparently that hadn't passed on to drunk me, so I leaned on Lila as I regained it. "I'll dance but not for long, the alcohol will wear off and then I need to refill." Lila gave me a light pat on the ass. I did not know how to deal with that for now, but it wasn't exactly sensual. So I ignored it for now. It was probably a drunk person thing that made her think that was a good idea. It would be poor taste to describe how I danced with Lila in any detail, as it is probably classified as a war crime. I made Commander Shepard from the Mass Effect series seem like a classically trained ballerina with a study of break dancing under their belt. By the time I was through 3 songs worth of dancing, I'd managed to step on 4 people's toes. Which is a mighty improvement over the last time I went dancing in a club, as I also stepped on my date's toes during that time. I quickly returned to the bar section of the nightclub to have some more liquid courage when I spotted an oddity. A young blonde of about my age was poring over a long series of paper readouts, the kind you got out of a printer with rolls for pages rather than sheets. Next to her was a man that looked so bored with the woman that I worried he'd shot himself to escape the boredom. He was wearing a Federation jacket, sharing my rank if his insignia is to be believed. I felt bad enough for him that I caught his attention with a swipe of my hand and gave him the hand signs for need help, that we were taught in training. I barely noticed his mouthing please as my vision had blurred once more with the acquisition of further booze. Not moving super fast, I made sure to move downward and wait till I was near the pair to order some more cider. And that is why the Gulgug Jaeger's 24 posture control sub-thrusters provide superior mobility in space over even the tri-thruster formation of the GM Sniper 2 even. Though of course it lacks the raw power those have. The Jaeger also takes on a new cockpit control scheme that is in line with the Zisco IIS rather than the newer designs that. You've actually studied Gulgug's design enough to know the differences between models. I finally piped in, taking a gulp of cider into my mouth after doing so. I can't help but wonder how that happened. The second the blonde's head turned to face me, the other man was off like he was being chased by all the forces of hell. I didn't pay him much attention though as her blue eyes turned their focus to me. Maybe it was the drink, maybe it was the flashing lights in the background, but there was something familiar about them. But that could be that this universe was so filled with blonde-haired, blue-eyed folk that one could throw a rock and hit 4 of them in a room. I'm an engineering student, part of Anaheim's work-study program, she shrugged while taking a sip of a fruity drink through a straw. As the war went on, the Federation just started to chuck work their way, especially as their own top men have been lost through Zeona tracks. As a top-marked student, I was accepted into the Research and Development Department preemptively. I've mostly been studying wrecked and captured units. Trying to reverse engineer their blueprints. I've even managed to get a peek at a Jun. A Jun. They didn't even mass-produce the Jun. The Jun a unique enough machine. A bit too specialized for my tastes though. On the ground it could just about outfight anything with a blade. You've actually fought against a Jun. I leaned forward slightly, only trying to peer over to see the data sheet in her hands better before looking her right back in the eyes. I captured one just before the Battle of Abaochu. This time she leaned forward, her hands curling around her lap, close to mine. Then you've got direct data of its combat performance. My GM should still have it, I mused, finishing up my drink at the same time the blonde did hers. Even drunk I could guess what this woman would ask next, not sure I can give you that data though. Military rules and all that. Oh, come on. Look, if it was up to me, I'd give it to you. She sighed, turning around to face where the man I'd saved had been moments prior only to explosively sigh. Guess I overwhelmed him a bit there. A laugh bubbled up out of my mouth as I ordered another cider from the bar. Guys you find in nightclubs are less interested in talking shop and more interested in dancing, drinking, a third word starting with D. That got a good laugh out of the woman. She smiled at me with the same sort of expression I've seen out of cats in old school cartoons whenever they spotted the canary. Another? I asked her, glancing over to her drink. She pondered it for a second before nodding. Her datasheet was very quickly put away and the two of us got into discussing the changes between the Gulgug and the Gulgug Jaeger, starting with the control changes from befores, and got their act together and unified the controls of all mobile suits they produced. We ordered a few more drinks after that and I could vaguely recall getting up to dance with Lila after she found me at the bar again. I don't have any memory of what exactly she said to me, but whatever it was, that caused the engineer woman to join us within a minute and a half of leaving the bar. There was a measure of closeness that I hadn't expected from one of them, but their shared hair color made it hard to narrow down who exactly started rubbing against me in the chaos that the dance floors were famous for. After that everything went a bit black and when I opened my eyes a mop of blonde hair obscured my sight line to the door of my hotel room. Chapter 17.2 Nina Perpleton was many things. Beautiful, smart, attentive, obsessed with mechs. And while I didn't need to have spent much time talking with her last night to figure these things out, it certainly did highlight those positives. But I'd watched the OVA series, Gundam 0083, Stardust Memories, where Nina debuted and the only time period the character appeared in. And from that series I learned that she was stupid, the picture of irrationality, obsessed with Naval Gato. Even though the man was trying to kill millions in the least and had stolen the prototype she'd designed. She'd even shot at her other love interest and main protagonist of that series, Kao, who was like Nina in most ways, but replaced smarts with a savant-like skill in piloting mobile suits that was only limited by the boy's nature as an old type. But there was a difference between meeting a real person and a cartoon character. It was very hard to keep all the negatives of Nina in your mind when you don't realize it was her at first. It lets you be caught in by her charms. Which, given her personality and interactions with men in the OVAs, you wouldn't expect Nina to be able to charm the pants of someone. But you underestimate the effect a perky blonde super into robots have on someone that watched enough Gundam that they could write the episode summaries for TV guides. She was also far more open with me than she had been with Cow in the series. Far more open as a person right now than the one who'd had her heart broken in her last relationship. The woman in the OVA would have never been so open to some stranger in a nightclub, probably would have needed a friend to push to dance with said stranger too. All in all, I didn't expect this to have happened to me with Nina before finally sleeping with the woman. I expected to sleep with Lila over the Stardust Blonde. At least when it was pointed out to me by Dole that me and Lila were circling one another. In some ways, I was lucky. I couldn't recall the regs on fraternization, but there is a reason why it was frowned on to sleep with a teammate. Any friction would split the squad down the middle. Nina was a lot safer, as there was a good chance that after leaving Granada would mean never seeing her again. These were my thoughts as I woke up with Nina at least. Soon enough we were eating cereal, some off-brown frosted flakes, while casually looking for we'd left our clothes last night. Luckily neither of us had a hangover, which was something that usually accompanied me sleeping with random people. Nina gave up on finding where she'd thrown off her clothes from last night and quickly settled with a spare grey dress suit, with the Anaheim ID card clipped near her right breast. "How long does your shore leave last?" Nina ended up asking me. There was this optimistic energy to her expression, one that few people would want to dash. "Because I have the clearance to show you some of the things we're working on." That seemed a bit weird to me. Given how the war wasn't a month over yet. Lax security wasn't exactly what one would expect from mobile suit research. Though given events in the series after the OYW I should have expected such things. Nina seemed to be able to partially read my mind because she answered this question. "I'm not saying that I will be showing you our active mobile suit developments. But the captured enemy units have had a lot of security peeled back. I can totally show you around the broken Gulgug Jaeger we've got. The thing isn't a secret, as long as you don't start messing around with it, no one will say anything to you." That sounds like you've got a lot of privilege with Anaheim. Can't imagine my ship being like that. I'm actually sure it would be illegal for me to bring you on board without my captain say so. Nina giggled. "I'm not going to bring you anywhere we wouldn't like the janitor going. See, I've got the mighty janitor security pass coming up. I'll have to make sure I'm worthy to peer into all those bins. Anaheim's about to hit a windfall soon, think they'll replace those silver-planted bins with gold." As usual my groan-worthy rambles seemed to be giggle-worthy to women. I wasn't exactly sure if it was just out of politeness that Nina was laughing or if she genuinely thought I was funny. But I couldn't imagine the latter on a sane woman, which made the former more likely than not. "Well, if we're quick we might be able to sneak into one of the special project rooms." As she was smiling at me, Nina bent over to grab our bowls from the counter, her top buttons on her shirt undone to show off her necklace. I really hoped that Gatto never got that offer and took it. I understood that we never had a picture of what the man looked like for some reason, even though we would have had records of his birth and schooling, but the idea itself really annoyed me. "I do like special projects," I said in lieu of anything else. Luckily I wasn't in a rush to return to my ship. The shore leave was long enough that we could spend at least a week here before we moved on to some special after-war operation. "Anyone that I should be careful of? I wouldn't want to accidentally mouth off to anyone and get you in trouble." As she finished off her glass of milk to put it in the sink, I was suddenly assaulted with a few memories of last night. Ones that went a bit above the PG rating. I was properly distracted when she managed to find my jacket and threw it on top of my head. I put it on, only mildly still thinking about the shape of her as I followed her out the door. It was lucky that my jacket was massively crinkled, otherwise I'd look a bit too unprofessional. Thankfully, the trip over to the Grande Anaheim was uneventful. But it did take an hour by train. An hour which proved to me that I was either the first man that Nina had ever been with or that I was the best one. Because I felt a bit like a schoolgirl in a hentai around her recently. If I wasn't for a bit of it, a bit flattered with it, this would be creepy. Though it was obvious now why Gatto didn't want to be with this woman for long. Zan aces weren't known for sustained campaigns. Just short bursts of action. By the time we arrived at the facility I needed to have a moment to breathe. Which worked well with a bit more walking. So I'm working in the design labs right now. We have a feed directly to the test field and remote access to the units themselves. We went straight to the front desk of the building. I kept silent for a few moments while Nina worked to get me a visitor pass. As expected, rather than saying that we had met last night and had sex with me, Nina was trying to woo me here would go unsaid. She said that I had wanted to see what Anaheim was about and all that related jazz. So Nina was selling me as a potential recruit to the company. Pilots like me did have skills as a test pilot, with a few of us even having the base knowledge to start training as either part of a repair or start engineer training proper to be a designer of sorts. Either way, my being a Federation pilot, I did have to show off my Earth Space Force ID card to verify I was who I said I was. Only when we were walking into the place proper did I finally ask a question. Why only remote access to the machines? Wouldn't direct access be better? It's a security thing right now. We haven't been able to completely rule out any traps. We think the self-destruct has been dealt with, but we just haven't had the units long enough to guarantee it. It sounds like a few steps were skipped there. I'd want to remove all potential issues before moving on to study it. Having the project files separate from where the machine is makes sense. But I don't think the setup makes much sense. But I wasn't going to involve myself in the operation procedure. At least not right now, maybe if I get high enough in the Federation to be involved in special projects with Anaheim. Then I would require competent and sensible safety and security regulations. And better background checks. I suddenly felt really out of place when I entered the design room to see a sea of hot women in matching outfits to Nina. And they all stared at me as we entered, ignoring Nina's presence and looking at me as if I was a yeti found sunbathing at the beach. Sorry, I was late, Nina said, ignoring the tension building in the room. There was some schedule slip with the train conductor and then I had to get I had to get Ensign Kulisauer a visitor pass. He was interested in the work we do here and I thought, and the higher-ups agreed, that he could see what we do here. Not sure our supervisor would agree with you, a brunette said in response to Nina. And I can't believe that you brought a booty call here. I can't believe that I'm being called a booty call, I said, interceding before Nina could say anything. I'm a ace pilot. I killed the Red Comet, fought off a naval Gatto in single combat. You killed Charasnable. I ignored the woman, walking a bit into the room. I spotted a set of blueprints for the Gulgug on a large table in the center of the room, surrounded by computers, where all the chairs were facing the center of the room in a circle formation. This only made me even more aware of how much everyone was looking at me. I decided to peer at the blueprints, noticing the fact that it had several question marks, with some statements accented with a star symbol. Things that made sense to me given this was a captured unit we were still trying to understand. They had gotten most of the details correct as far as a mix of my memories of the series and my memories. I looked under it and noticed the mock-up of current Federation components that were comparable to the Gulgug. It was all part of a proposal for a Federation-based Gulgug. A mock-up of what they can do currently with their understanding of Zen mobile suit technology. I was impressed. The Gulgug wouldn't have been fielded for too long now, I doubt they even had this one captured till recently. If they were already proposing recreating the machine as a test in our facilities, then that either meant a egotist was about or that this was a genius group at work. I'm impressed. Zen didn't even get to mass deploy the Gulgug during the war. You couldn't have that much time or that many working examples to get this work done. It's not too hard, we already had experience studying the Zico line. The tech suit to create this is different, but it's an evolution of a lot of work that the Zen's mobile suits had already had going for them. The brunette from before walked up to me, extending her hand towards me and sharing a shake. I'm Pearl Geilish. I'm Patrick, Ensign Patrick Kulisauer, I said in reply as Nina walked up closer to me. He's my new boyfriend. I should have expected her to announce that given how physical she'd been since we'd woke up. I wonder if Gat's ghost was laughing at me from the afterlife. Okay, this is the last straw, a new voice exclaimed as an older woman entered the room. She wasn't someone I'd call old, but she was certainly more experienced than I was by at least 10 years. Girls, I told you I needed. She trailed off as our eyes met. And suddenly I had a feeling that I should know her. Pat. Chapter 17.3. Breath caught in my throat. Before I went into this body, it belonged to a young man. Someone with history, someone that had few friends left due to the tragedies and brought to him. There was a great pain inside Patrick Kulisauer that had never hit me. Even if I too was taken from my friends and family. I could only understand the loneliness the original felt. Not the rage, not the pain that losing them rather than being removed from them would bring. But at the hearing the woman calling me Pat, things suddenly changed. I wasn't bombarded with memories of a prior life or anything. I wasn't even given context to how I was supposed to know this person. All I got were the emotions. Emotions in her name. Miss Gurnia. It has been years, hasn't it? I said fairly airily. There was something to be said about the feeling of respect that I instinctively had when looking at her. I wasn't sure what relationship we were meant to have, but it wasn't exactly going to be bad. She didn't say anything. Instead, quickly grabbing me in one of the tightest holds I'd ever been in. If my body hadn't been toughened by the pilot training, I might have trouble breathing. It was that tight of a hug. I thought that you were dead. With a comment like that I could presume two things. Either she thought that I had died in combat during the war, or the more likely thing, I had been killed the same way the rest of Kulisauer family had been. Bison with gas, before dropping them on Earth along with the rest of the space colony. If I remembered you, I would have tried to find you. With that comment, Gurnia drew herself back from the hug. staring at me with an odd look to her eyes that I only saw in teachers and babysitters who refused to let you drink liquor. It didn't take long before I explained to her that I'd had an injury during service and so had lost my memories. The standard lie that I'd come to tell people since arriving here. Then how come you knew who I was? Gurnia asked me with a frown. As if expecting me to yell out JK to her at any moment. It was a logical question to ask me. And frankly, I didn't know why. Most folk that get amnesia do get their memories back over time, Gurnia. Like in that old detective show, Monk. There's an episode of that show where the titular monk loses his memories. But the names of people come to him suddenly, his skills come to him. His likes and all that. Maybe this is like that. I remember your name, could be that in a week I remember whatever history we have. First off, you are even bigger of a nerd than before. Monk is more than a century old. But you still know what it is. Pat, fiction is rarely accurate about medical problems like that. Especially not such old shows. How do they even let you go around as a pilot if you have brain damage? Either Gurnia had always been a rude bitch, or she was much closer to Pat as an age peer than I thought. Because only friends would grill someone that hard for having amnesia. Though she was older, it was only the babysitting age difference. Not friend of your parents. I think there were 4 or 5 years between us. Brain damage about reduced function and capability. Given that I have gone on to be a successful pilot during the war, I think we can safely say that I'm not suffering from that. I'm sorry, Nina interceded in this conversation. I could see suspicion and a tiny bit of jealousy in her eyes. How do you two know each other? I think she was my babysitter, I said the first thing that came to mind. Hopefully, my instincts were right about this, it had been when it supplied me with her name. Because otherwise, this would get embarrassing. Right, I babysat you, Gurnia admitted, turning around to face the rest of the room. We grew up in the same colony. I could tell that she was leaving out something else. But I wouldn't unpack when the woman who just claimed I was her boyfriend was clearly uncomfortable with the older woman. So, what are you doing here? Interested in expanding into an engineering degree? I wouldn't have been the first mobile suit pilot to do so. A lot of us had hands-on experience in how our machines operated and we were trained to make emergency repairs. So it wasn't out of the question to study engineering when my tour of service was over. I was talking to Nina about the Gulgug and my experience fighting against them. The idea of having a peek under the hood of one was a bit appealing. Gurnia glanced between the two of us with an expression that reminded me of Amy from Sonic the Hedgehog. Specifically, the parody version of her that took one look at Princess Elise from Sonic 06 and said, "Yay, I can kill yay." Whatever, the older woman sighed passive-aggressively. But how about we stop ogling our guest girls and get back to work? I looked back to the blueprints as everyone went to their desks. Even Nina walked away from me to get to work. I didn't lean over their shoulders to peek at what they were doing exactly. But that didn't mean there was nothing for me to look at outside the Gulgug Jaeger. In fact, as I sat down in one of the free chairs in the center of the room, I glanced upward and finally noticed monitors on the ceiling. There were 3 of them on the right side of the room, and 3 of them on the left. They showed 2 different mobile suits. The first was the Gulgug Jaeger, missing its left arm and with the layers of metal peeled back on its head unit to showcase the internals in better detail than people on the battlefield would ever see. I could see the beam spot gun mounted on the thing's forearm. It wasn't a super powerful weapon, a secondary thing for close range more than long, something to use as a backup when the primary is out and drawing the beam saber is too slow. It didn't have the power to break the armor of a mobile past melee range, past its ability to produce short beam blades. It was an experimental weapon for a machine that was part of a standardization plan the Zen military had been attempting to implement. It felt weird to me, but the Gulgug Jaeger was an effective design and the beam spot gun was a good weapon for what it was built for. The second unit being displayed on the other side of the room was more personally familiar to me. It was the Jun. The very unit that I had helped capture. I didn't need to recount the armaments of this Zen mobile suit. What did call to mind was Mkuva. The man had been captured and we had been interrogating him. At least I was presuming the latter was the case. I wasn't involved in any of that after the man had been transferred out of my battle group. He was one of the people that my interference had saved the life of. Because from what I understand, the man would have died regardless to if he had fought a Muro. Something detailed in a manga spin-off, was how the movie canon version of the man died getting Minerva off to Axis, sacrificing his life to do so. At least that was my understanding of the story, I never read it. My thoughts about the man were soon broken as Gurnia came over to me. So what exactly is your job here? Lead researcher. Gurnia ended up chuckling at that. Good no, she pointed to her ID card hooked to her suit jacket. It read Gurnia Radford, student supervisor. These are students, after all, most of them are going to graduate right into a high-paying job here. But they still are students. How come students were given access to such high-profile units? I asked lowly. I didn't want to insult the girls in the room by implying that they weren't smart enough to do their tasks. There's little direct access and, to be frank, we've been sending kids younger than them into battlefields. It's not exactly worse to exploit student labor than it is to use child soldiers. I paused, not sure that asking this wouldn't come out sounding a bit sexiest. Why are they all women? Who knows? Gurnia shrugged. We also have an all-male group in another facility. If there is a reason for it, I wasn't told this. Suppose there might have been some sort of incident between students years ago. Something that forced the company to segregate the male and female students. It happened in my past life, where the male and female students were separated for PE because two were caught doing non-school approved PE activities. Of course, that sort of thing only stopped people because the school had been pretty homo-blind. Otherwise, male on male and female on female action would have considered in that idea as well. Really, it just meant that students should have been watched more closely rather than separated. Before I could start to ask after the past of my body, something I needed to ask Gurnia because not wanting to know after that stuff would be weird, a bell rang. Quickly enough, Gurnia walked off, in what I could feel was a bit of an emotional state. Though she didn't outwardly express what she was feeling, keeping a stiff upper lip. Meanwhile, Nina brought me all the way into the lunchroom with my arms sandwiched between the two of hers. Even if this energy to her movement suited a schoolgirl, Nina's tone told me she was far more subdued. I'm sorry about dropping the boyfriend thing, but otherwise, they might have eaten you alive. I could think of worse ways to die, but I wasn't going to say that out loud. It's fine. I was a bit worried that we were going a bit fast there. You just don't want them taking a bit and me start going with them instead? I wouldn't do that, but I understand the anxiety would have driven you to announce that, I said, chuckling in what I would hope to be taken in good humor. Just know that I am still on my tour of duty, so I'll be leaving and out of direct contact after this. So I don't want you to think that I am running away from you just because of that. Nina's expression soon included a scrunched up nose. It was a bit too adorable for a woman that I had been in bed with just a few hours before. I understand, I understand. She trailed off as we both walked up to a line of people ordering a lunch meal from a cafeteria staff. It reminded me of the lunchroom in the show house, or House MD if you loved in UK/Ireland like I had. Where there was a tray at the beginning of the line and you would order up food as you went along before paying for it all at the end. I got some mashed potatoes because stereotypes were something I played into at times accidentally. I also had some carrots and a glass of blackcurrant juice. We sat down together and a far-off table all by ourselves. Much to the giggles of her fellow students sitting a respectful distance away. The room was soon joined by engineers, a few test pilots, and a low-rank administrator that I wouldn't call surly because it wasn't strong enough a word. As I finished up my meal, I found my hand taken by Nina once more, who gave me a rather sly smile as her index finger caressed the back of my hand. I didn't need to explain anything about that. There's plenty of time to check out some of those special projects, if you want to. We almost ran out of the room. Interlude 2, The Pariah. January 2nd, 0080. Side 3 Munzo. Sovereign's residence. His cane twitched under his hands as it made repeated contact with the stairs. It wasn't the most pleasant experience at his age, especially with how steep they'd designed the stairs back when the residence was reinvented for Zin those decades back. Before that it had been the administrator's residence, covering a smaller area. When Zin became Prime Minister, he had the area that the residence covered increased and the stairs redesigned so that they connected the two wings of the upper floors together. Meanwhile, when he took over from him, he had the residence further increased, but that was mainly adding security buildings along the perimeter. Digwin desired the increased security, his own takeover showed him just how easily infiltrated this place had been. This did make leaving the residence much harder. Much of what had been security rooms had been moved out of the main building, leaving more rooms for his personal effects, and his children's personal effects. Jiren had taken it upon himself to have 3 rooms combined into a new master suite even. Something Digwin lacked the energy to dispute at the time, despite the image that it created that it was his oldest at the head of the family rather than him. Kaisala wasn't much better than him, while only taking 2 rooms for the same, she also had much more expensive taste on top of that. Garma and Dozal were different. Dozal liked his own space entirely, never caring about the image of having a place at the sovereign's residence but rather about his accomplishments commanding. That was the ground he liked to stand on. Garma wanted to be much the same. So they kept the regular rooms the dwelling afforded people. For when they did live here, as expected all his children owned their own dwellings. Garma even talked about buying a private home on Earth, as bad as such a thing looked for someone in the Zin political movement. Given who was moving in soon, the need to move all of the Zabi family's things wasn't small. There would be some trouble if it wasn't all gone by the weekend. Nothing that would cause long-term issues, but even minor annoyance was more than what Digwin wanted on his plate currently. It wasn't exactly a simple process to hand power over to someone else. Oh sure, there were deals, and there were a number of documents that could easily be crafted that would allow a government to give control over any other member of the government. There were several procedures that had been crafted to give the Prime Minister the status of head of state, for instance. But there weren't any that accounted for someone outside the current administration taking over. Something that meant a lot of paperwork. Thankfully that was Bakarov's job and not his. It wasn't how Digwin expected the war to end, even as they were in the final stage. He expected to be able to keep power. He expected a lot of things that didn't hold true because his children didn't know when to give up. If Jiren hadn't pushed on after it was clear Digwin had negotiated peace, then things would have been different. They could have weathered the storm that was Artesia Samdakan together. But the girl already has their remaining military forces eating out of her hands. It was as if she was a saint. It was outright embarrassing that the control they had so carefully built up had collapsed so easily. But that was to be expected given the sheer scale of failure they'd had since the midpoint of the war. The added factor of the idolization of Zanzum Daikon himself only highlighted this factor about tenfold. Where the Zabi family failed, Daikon's blood was sure to be trusted. At least that was the opinion in the military. Artesia's record of service in the Federation somehow did her well with them. Respect for the enemy combatant or something along those lines. Still, the majority of the politicians were still in Digwin's back pocket. Which only meant that they would work to uphold the parts of the Federation's surrender negotiations that included his continued survival. The Daikon was too immortalized by their efforts to create the principality for the cabinet to afford to piss off when they already lost military control to the girl. Which left Digwin moving out of his home. He'd practically raised his youngest son here. Sovereign. His aide's soft voice broke through his thoughts like a hot knife through butter. Digwin had become lost in thought, stopping at the midpoint of the stairway. Yes, I'm merely taking it in for a final time. The aide glanced around for a few moments, their eyes narrowed in on Digwin's hand. The former sovereign knew why this was, there was only so long someone can stand up. He didn't wait for the man to ask if he wanted to sit down, he just took the chair that was placed nearby. It would make him look weaker if he waited for people to offer him a seat. From this angle, he could better watch as the staff was buzzing about. Removing murals, landscape paintings, and trunks full of clothes that went he could recall either wearing or seeing his children wear over the years they've lived here. At one stage he spotted them dropping a trunk full of Garma's toys. One of them being a full set of Triassic dinosaurs. He recalled the day that he brought the first one for him, though not what it was. It was Garma's smile that he recalled most of all. The memory lifted his spirits, even as it brought tears to his eyes. It did make him consider how few times he'd seen Jiren smile like that throughout his life. His eldest was more likely to smirk than he ever was genuinely smiling. It surprised him to think that of him. Jiren had been a rather nice child. But guessed that being handed everything that he wanted there was little reason for Jiren to act out. The next item they bought out was the largest family portrait, the one made after Garma's birth but before the death of his second child, Sasro. Sasro was the most ruthless of his children, but his second son had only possessed a low cunning. Sadism was also his preference and he disliked his siblings' faster raising positions in their government far more than even Jiren had. Jiren had tried to kill Digwin himself only a few days ago. Sasro's rough handling of his younger sibling was no surprise to Digwin. Dozal typically could handle anything his older brother could try against him, his larger size meaning that most bouts between them ended in his favor. But Kaisala's superior combat training only mattered if Sasro wasn't surprising her so often. The last time he recalled Sasro striking her, it drew blood. It didn't take a genius to connect the car bomb that killed Digwin's second son with Kaisala. There was some contention in his heart about this. But Sasro's actions couldn't have continued to go unpunished. So much like Zan's death, he made sure to never look into the matter. If he ignored it, he thought, it wouldn't be an issue. That attitude Digwin admitted to himself probably led to Jiren's attempted assignation on himself. The next item that Digwin's mind caught notice of was the portrait of Daikon that he'd purposely kept in his study these past few years. It was a useful motivator for the fanatics Digwin needed to invite into his home at times. Jiren had one in his office, across from a portrait of himself. Part of him wanted to stop this process, to call what supporters he had to arms, but Digwin was just tired. He was done with this all. The glorious rise of the Zabi family and the careful machinations that kept them in power had come to a halt here. The original sin of his family's grab for power, the death of Zan himself, had come to remove his influence from the nation his family had built. There was probably something indicative of the crime, the proof of how greedy his children were for power. Their constant grab for more led to the war, how he allowed it thinking nothing wrong with it. They'd succeeded so far, there wasn't any reason for him to believe otherwise. But the first sin of this rise was unneeded. Digwin already controlled the Republic through Zan, the man was a great speaker with a great vision. People loved him naturally in a way that Digwin couldn't even a decade after Zan's death. But the man had no mind for governing, no mind for politics. He only became the head of state because Digwin put his resources behind him. Zan only became wealthy, because Digwin conspired to make him so. Everything the man did was through him. But it wasn't enough for some of his children. It was only good timing that let Digwin claim successor status for Zan. If he had been a few minutes late to his death, then it would be a different story. Then someone else could have tried the same. Digwin was truthfully unsure which of his children had facilitated the deed. Suspected it was Jiren or Kaisala. Garma had been far too young, Dozle wouldn't have poisoned the man. Digwin hadn't been mad at the time for the murder, direct control was superior in many ways to the indirect control he'd been exercising prior. But it did cost them an easily led scapegoat. Ironically, with Jiren taking control of the government from him, splitting it reluctantly between his siblings at that too, Digwin's involvement with everything was lesser. He had a scapegoat in the form of his own children. The thought left a lump in his throat. He'd tried to be the scapegoat for his children with Artesia, focusing her rage from Jiren and Kaisala to him. Taking the credit for the murder of her father, for the hard life she was forced to live afterward. But Jiren's death at her hand proved how little that mattered. The girl hadn't made a move against him yet, but he was prepared for it. Waiting for it. He was only thankful that Kaisala managed to get away from all of this. Life for him and Minerva would be tough. But Digwin still had time to teach his granddaughter how to return their family to these heights. Well, Digwin had the time to do so as long as he was careful of what assassination attempts the girl would no doubt make against him. Chapter 18.1. It turns out that Nina wanted to watch a showing of Godzilla vs Mechagodzilla after we were finished at the Anaheim facilities. The woman was lucky that I was so interested in mobile suits, but it wasn't exactly a hard guess from her given the discussion that started our interactions today. And as much as Nina claimed to want to see a retro viewing of more than 100-year-old classic monster movie, the woman was more interested in me. This level of interest reminded me of younger relationships in a way. The level of interactions you'd have with your first real girlfriend or boyfriend where you were so unused to being in a relationship that you smothered the other person in intimate attention. Meaning a lot of kissing, but also sex. It happened with couples in their 20s and 30s too of course, but the feel of this was much younger. Which made a great deal of sense given we were much younger. Neither one of us was 20. But eventually, even these interactions had to end. She went to visit her father, who I wasn't sure if he was in town or just lived in the area already. I couldn't recall them saying anything about it in the OVA series. On the other hand of things, it was far too early to meet the parents in our relationship, so I was out of that. So I was meeting up with LT, Lightwing and Dull, who'd decided that we should have a somber night together to mourn the loss of the man who was no longer with us, Bandager. I didn't know my fellow ensign all that well. Proven by the fact that I had forgotten that his personal name was Ed. The guy had the demeanor you would have expected from the young rookie that died in the line of duty. So really, I should have expected it and held back just a bit. But hindsight, my eagerness to act was a weakness. Sometimes it had served me well so far, but it had led to Ed Bandager's death. I was lucky that my hotel room had a cleaning service, otherwise, I would have ended up going to this restaurant smelling lightly of booze and a lot more strongly of sex. And while not embarrassing to have the latter, it wasn't exactly proper decorum for a somber affair. That, and I was pretty sure that Lightwing was getting upset with how successful his subordinate went in comparison with himself. I was blitzing with accomplishments, he was just the guy in charge of the stars so far. And that was an illusion I was giving him. Even the newcomers that I barely bothered to recall the name of were aware that I was practically the man in charge of the mobile suit team. It was apparently out of sheer speed according to Dull. I went into a situation and told people this is how it would be done, and that was it. I worried that this sort of attitude would get me in trouble in the future. But that was the future and this is the present. Which was a restaurant visit. When entering the place, I was escorted to the back where I found that it wasn't just Lightwing and Dull, but also Lila, Captain Synapse, and even the ship's other mobile suit pilots. Thankfully, this wasn't the entire crew, but it was a good number of them. Lila was the first to call me over to the group, a teasing smile on her face as she handed me a glass. "Did you enjoy yourself the last few nights?" "The company was unique," I said while taking a sniff of my drink. It turned out to be normal fruit juice. Wild berries, so a mix of the common berries. I didn't think anyone could keep that much energy up. Especially about mobile suits. Nina might have been physically active with me, but the girl was still clearly mobile suit obsessed. Because we got to talking about my experience piloting GMS. She was most interested in my custom unit. The magnetic coating, the unique mix of parts going into its head, and general handling differences between it and the command space type it had been originally. So Nina wanted to discuss a lot of things with me. But I won't complain about that. Shoes. I instead complained to Lila, who smirked at me with amusement. "I've seen how well you handle cider. I don't think anyone wants a repeat performance of you going off with another young girl. Not when you should spend time bonding with your newer teammates." I shrugged. I didn't think I would be with the newcomers for long. They were pretty cold in general. It felt like they were students that came late into the school year but never cared about being sociable. "Look, I ain't in charge," I told her as we walked toward Lightwing. "I don't have the social energy to bridge the gap between in-groups and out-groups." Lila laughed once again, this time patting me on the back. I was suddenly reminded of the last time someone patted me on the back. So I distracted my mind by taking a great gulp of my juice. I didn't work. You better start getting social energy, Lila warned me, you can smell your promotion coming a mile away. Once you start going up, it becomes all about schmoozing the right superior to get the next and before long you're in charge of a battle group of your own. You need to be social for all that to work. It was probably for the best I tried to schmooze with the higher UPS. So she was right that this was good practice for that. If I wanted to have independent power from Revels, who was pretty old and could drop dead any year now, then I needed to get backers and support. Something that being sociable with my other teammates didn't seem to be directly related. But you have a reputation of being closed off? It didn't lead to many open doors. Get a reputation as someone that not only delivers but is liked amongst his peers? Now that is something that opens doors. Someone that gets to lead teams. It didn't take me long to engage with them for a bit. Oh, they bored me more than most people did. One of them is a jock, interested in American football. He rattled off the latest league rankings in the US and I used my amnesia to pretend that I only didn't know the teams because of it. Rather than an utter lack of interest. The second wasn't any better at being interesting. I was sure that in my past life as a normal man in the 21st century, I had experienced boredom and tedium. But this second was so boring that I started to daydream during the conversation. Luckily, Lila came to rescue me before it became known to the other man and I was called out for being a ass. Thank you, I said to Lila as we walked toward to where the captain was sitting. Any longer with that guy and my brain would seep out of me ears. Frank isn't that bad. Oh, even his name was boring. In a world with people named Dull, Lightwing, Bright, Amuro, Hibiki, Revels, Synapse, Frank should have been outlawed. It was just so boring. At least the first uninteresting fellow pilot was named Quadra. That wasn't super exciting, but it rolled off the tongue in a satisfying manner. At least he had that going for him. But Frank? That didn't even have the stereotype of a nation. Like calling an Irishman Patrick was. You know, he was so boring I didn't even remember that he was named Frank, I said. So I didn't continue thinking about the most boring man in the history of manhood. I sped up a bit and sat down in an open seat across from Synapse. Ensign, good to see that you've been enjoying yourself on this shore leave. I do hope that you haven't gotten too comfortable because I have some bad news. We've been called out already. Going to join up to take out a stray principality holding. They haven't respected the words of their new leader and are making a bit of a problem. I'm guessing it's our problem because even with the broken wreck of a military zone has left, our higher UPS aren't exactly excited about letting them deploy to wherever this holdout is. Not that I would complain, sir. I'm always up for removing problems for the world. It didn't take a good guesser to figure out that. Thought if I was them I would have forced Zon to deplete some of their forces to do so. The fear of something like that was stupid. It was a bit like being so afraid of being mugged that you labeled your pocket as this one has the money in it on the outside of your pants. Wasting our men on their clean-up was about that sensible. That is about right, Synapse replied, taking a measured sip of his drink. The action was a keen reminder of how little the captain could drink. My heart went out to him. You have another day and a half to get things ready. So I hope you didn't make anyone promises. Someone must have told the captain about my little relationship with Nina. Maybe not in exact terms of what I was doing with the woman, but enough to know that I had started having sex with someone. That was my guess for why he said this to me. Lucky for me I had already explained to Nina about how little time I had to be grenade for. And even better was that we'd already exchanged numbers. Sure, I couldn't have her call me willy-nilly while I was out on patrol or during an operation like this one, but there were scheduled time periods for calls like this. We could make some sort of long-distance relationship, even if that was just a friendship. Hopefully continued contact with Nina will mean less chance of her thinking I abandoned her. That was part of her problem in Stardust, thinking her boyfriend abandoned her. It led to depression, which led to her obsessing over the relationship and her work. It wasn't healthy and something even if I didn't want to keep sleeping with I would want to avoid. I'll be ready in time. I am sad to see it end so soon, but duty calls. Lila sat down next to me, a duo of drinks ready with some little weenie sausages for us to eat, as drinking alcohol on an empty stomach was a bad idea. A cider to replace the fruit juice I had been enjoying and some sort of Coke mix for her. Did you hear about Amuro Ray's little turncoat? The rumor seemed to be confirmed about him and Artesia's relationship. Synapse laughed at the young blonde, something I wasn't sure was correct given what I knew about the duo in question. Sure, it was likely just buzz about something innocent given my own knowledge of news and media groups, but the two had a connection. One that could easily turn romantic. Whether it lasted was a question I wondered. I wouldn't take such things too seriously given the source. The Zabi family had a lot of support from the companies that their government funded. Former ensign mass is pulling them out. I don't know what the result will look like. But the people running those companies don't like that sort of change. Making it seem like the new ruler is not just employing the White Devil but sleeping with him too? Now that is some serious soft power accusation. Pointless though. I get it, I said quickly. Because the government is under military control, and while typically they had a good relationship with those companies. That was the old guard that Sailors already got rid of. Zenith might supply weapons to their space force, but they don't have a choice, they're the only market. Now try and combine those two facts, and that means they have no way to attack Sailor's power base without weakening theirs. Synapse snapped his fingers together. Exactly. Even if they could, that would lead the Federation to step in. And the companies would have an even worse time influencing the Federation. They would be dissolved and absorbed by our companies. Anaheim is already sniffing about them. So all they have is petty smear campaigns that they hope will scare off from breaking them down. From what I've seen of her, she doesn't understand the words back down, Lila said in a comment on the discussion, just needs more firepower. The three of us shared a light laugh at that idea. It certainly seemed so given her takeover of Zen. But this did bring my mind back to the original topic at hand. Back on this coming operation. We know where we're heading. It would be good to know, just in case I had information on the place that would prove useful. There weren't a lot of post-OYWs and bases that stood up for the Federation to smack them down directly after the war. Yes. Pezun Asteroid Base.